On a cold, windless night, the guillotine stood tall in the town square of Baskerville, its blade gleaming under the gray sky. Bound beneath it was a man whose loyalty had once been beyond question, Vicar Van Baskerville, the family's most faithful hound. A tool forged in shadows, trained to carry out the Baskerville family's dirtiest deeds, he now knelt in disgrace, falsely accused of consorting with the Demon Clan. He had committed no such crime. He was no traitor. His only sin had been loyalty that became inconvenient the moment he learned secrets meant to stay buried. As the blade descended, Vicar met his fate without flinching. But just before the cold kiss of death reached him, he swore an oath in the depths of his heart. If I am born again, I will never live as a hound again. I will bite back. When Vicar opened his eyes again, everything was wrong. His vision was blurry. His limbs were weak and small. The world was loud with the cries of infants, and the ceiling above him unfamiliar. It took a moment for the realization to sink in. He was in a nursery. Reborn. A baby. Was this hell? As he tried to make sense of his situation, the door opened and in walked Hugo La Baskerville, the man responsible for his death. The patriarch inspected the crying newborns with a look of disdain, dismissing most as worthless. But when his eyes landed on the quiet, coldly glaring baby that was Vicar, something changed. This one. Move him to the Cradle of Swords, Hugo ordered. The Cradle of Swords, a brutal trial every Baskerville heir was subjected to. It was said that only those with strong will and potential survived. Hugo must have seen something in Vicar's eyes. Perhaps he sensed the hatred. Vicar, even in his infant body, recognized Hugo. Rage burned inside him like a cursed fire. The man who framed him. The man who executed him. The man he would one day destroy. The Cradle of Swords was a maze, a spiraling helix of blades meant to test newborns for strength and potential. Beyond it lay the river Styx, a legendary current said to temper the flesh into steel. But only a few could absorb its power. It chose the first and the strongest. In his past life, Vicar had failed this trial. Ousted by his half-siblings, he was denied the river's blessing. But this time, he was determined to be the first. He would monopolize the power of the Styx. With trembling limbs, he crawled through the labyrinth, blades nicking his skin and painting the floor with infant blood. At last, he plunged into the cold embrace of the river. Pain exploded through his tiny body as the enchanted water seeped into his wounds and bones. Outside, attendants screamed for him to come out. He'll die in there. Hugo simply laughed. Let the greedy pup drown if he wants. But Vicar endured. He gritted his teeth and forced his body to absorb more than it ever had before. After 7 agonizing minutes, Hugo himself pulled the nearly unconscious child out. Surprised to find baby teeth already sprouting, Hugo stared curiously at the boy. What's his name? Vicar Van Baskerville, the butler replied. Hugo smiled, amused. A greedy son has been born. Vicar, barely conscious, made one more vow. I'll grow fangs sharp enough to tear you apart. And when the day comes, I'll take your head with my own hands. Days passed. In the nursery, Vicar sat quietly in his crib, recovering from the ordeal. One morning, a maid entered, muttering under her breath. Why would Madame order this, for a bastard? She placed a wooden box beside Vicar and quickly left. The lid creaked open. 2 crimson-scaled vipers slithered out, bloody mambas, assassins born of venom. So, the madam wanted him dead. Vicar didn't flinch. With calculated precision, he grabbed the snakes by the throat and snapped their spines. His tiny hands trembled, but his fury burned steady. The next morning, the nannies found him sleeping peacefully beside the corpses of the vipers. Panic spread. The staff was tortured and executed. But no one ever learned the truth behind the assassination attempt. Only the young hound knew. 8 years later, Vicar had grown into a quiet yet terrifyingly intelligent boy. In swordsmanship class, the instructor lectured about the 4 levels of mastery: beginner, expert, graduate, and finally, swordmaster, the level Hugo had attained. Vicar paid little attention. He was lost in thought, calculating how long it would take to kill the man who ruined his life. The teacher noticed his distraction and smiled inwardly. This child, who had once endured 7 minutes in the Styx and killed 2 vipers in infancy, was a prodigy. A monster in the making. But not everyone was impressed. After class, 3 boys approached him, triplets known as Hugo's Trident. They were the ones who had once stabbed Vicar in the back during his escape in a former life. Highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow. All smug. All 9 years old. Still pretending to be strong, garbage van? Rumor says you killed snakes as a baby. Lies, right? Just stay out of our way. Vicar's eyes narrowed. He remembered their betrayal clearly. They would grow to become a thorn in his side, manipulating the family for Hugo's gain. But now he had another chance. Maybe it's time to pull those teeth early, he thought. Standing before the notorious triplets, highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow, Vicar was calm and collected. The three brothers, a year older than him and always full of cruel confidence, surrounded him with smug looks. One of them pulled out a small dagger, twirling it in his hand with amusement. They say if you soak in the Styx River long enough, he sneered, your body turns to steel. Let's see if that's true, bastard. The others laughed in agreement, eager to test the myth on the infamous garbage son of Baskerville. One of them grabbed Vicar from behind, clamping a hand over his mouth to silence him. 3 minutes, he said. If he endures that long, I'll eat my own hand. Vicar didn't resist. In fact, he played along, as if curious to see how far they would go. The knife came down. 1 minute passed. Then 3. Then 10. Not a drop of blood spilled. Vicar didn't even flinch. The triplets, baffled, slowly backed off. The myth was real. But as the one holding Vicar began to release him, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his hand. He recoiled, screaming, his finger was missing. And Vicar spat the severed digit onto the floor with a wicked grin. You said you'd eat your hand if I endured, didn't you? He said coldly, crimson eyes gleaming. Panic erupted. The other two scrambled to calm their brother down, shouting about finding a priest to reattach the finger. But Vicar wasn't interested. I'll let you go, he said, voice low and sharp. But only one of you. The triplets froze. Vicar threw the bloodied knife to the ground. Decide among yourselves. At least one of you should live, right? Then he turned and walked to the door. But be quick, he said without looking back. I don't have the patience to wait. Behind him, the room erupted in chaos. The triplets, now desperate, turned on each other, clawing and scrambling for the blade. Screams echoed as brother fought brother. Outside, Vicar leaned against the wall, listening with quiet satisfaction. So this is how the trident of Baskerville crumbles. In the Baskerville manor, head butler John Barrymore stood in the office of Patriarch Hugo La Baskerville, delivering the latest reports. The Moore clan has begun asserting control over the ruby mines, claiming territorial rights, he informed. Hugo brushed it off with a wave of his hand. Let them stir. We'll respond when they formally reach out. Barrymore then moved to more pressing news. Regarding the juvenile fortress evaluation, Master Vicar has scored the highest on the written exam. The practical assessment will be held in 5 days. Hugo's expression shifted slightly, interested now. And the boy's physical state? Healthy. In fact, Barrymore hesitated. There's been an incident. Hugo's eyes narrowed. There was a fight among the young heirs. Master Highbrow's teeth were shattered. Middlebrow's jaw was dislocated. Lowbrow lost his left index finger. They've been treated, but the emotional trauma remains. Those three were close, Hugo said, surprised. They wouldn't turn on each other. There was friction, Barrymore admitted. The cause was Master Vicar. A long silence filled the room. When Vicar entered the Patriarch's study, he wore a calm smile. Hugo greeted him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. You've grown, Hugo remarked. And yet, you've caused quite the mess. Vicar tilted his head. Didn't they receive medical treatment? I'm not talking about their bodies, Hugo said, eyes narrowing. I'm talking about the damage done to their hearts, the bonds between them, broken. You shattered something inside your brothers. Was that necessary? Vicar looked at him without remorse. What did I do wrong? You turned them into wrecks. Vicar's answer was sharp and defiant. I was stronger. Since when has being strong ever been wrong in this family? That gave Hugo pause. He leaned back in his chair and finally said, they forgave you, you know. Vicar blinked, briefly caught off guard. Forgiven? A memory flashed in his mind. Before his execution in his previous life, a young nun had come to Hugo. She was the daughter of a ruined noble family destroyed by the Baskervilles. Despite everything, she forgave Hugo with a smile. Hugo had sneered and replied back then. Forgiveness is a weapon of the weak, a consolation for those too powerless to exact revenge. Vicar echoed those same words now. Forgiveness is a shield for those without strength. I am not one of them. For a long moment, Hugo said nothing. Then, slowly, a smile tugged at his lips, and his eyes gleamed with something unsettling, approval. He turned to Barrymore. Let the boy take whatever he wants from the food storage. As much as he can carry. Thank you, Patriarch, Vicar replied smoothly. I'll take chocolates. As Vicar and Barrymore headed toward the pantry, the butler explained, these are high-grade chocolates. The Moore clan secured them with great difficulty, they're a delicacy favored by the Germain royalty. But Vicar's expression turned cold. I don't want anything processed. Barrymore blinked. Pardon? I want the raw, Vicar said, staring ahead. Not something passed through others' hands. Barrymore realized something at that moment: this child wasn't like the others. His taste wasn't for sweets or approval. It was for something much darker. Vicar requested something specific: raw cacao beans, ones that carried a rich, deep aroma. The head butler was puzzled by the strange request, but said nothing and had them fetched at once. When the dark, oblong beans were finally presented, Vicar took one between his fingers and placed it in his mouth. The bitter taste hit him instantly, but he didn't flinch. Nearby, the chef couldn't help but explain, "These are known as bloody beans. Just one of these can yield 100 liters of chocolate. Not exactly something you eat raw." The head butler watched silently as Vicar chewed the bean, the bitterness enough to make most people gag. He quietly concluded that the boy must truly love chocolate. Perhaps this was his way of hoarding large amounts for later, by consuming the source directly. The chef offered to have the beans processed and delivered to Vicar's quarters in fine chocolate form. But Vicar simply shook his head. "No. I'll take them as they are." Both the chef and the butler exchanged confused glances. His tastes, they assumed, must be eccentric, maybe even extreme. But Vicar had no interest in indulging a sweet tooth. He had no desire for the chocolate. He simply had a plan. One that involved those very beans. A plan for the practical exam, set to begin in 5 days. No one around him realized that a storm was about to erupt, one that would leave a mark on the Baskerville family's long, blood-soaked history. The Baskervilles, feared across the continent, were known as the Berserker clan for a reason. Their strength wasn't inherited, it was forged through torment. The training of a Baskerville child began the moment they could walk. From that day forward, their lives became a test of endurance. They were made to climb treacherous mountains without pause, forbidden to rest unless given explicit permission. When sleep finally came, it was in the company of death. They were forced to rest beside monster carcasses, to grow used to the stench of rot and the cold grip of fear. This wasn't just training. It was indoctrination. The goal was simple: to raise warriors who felt no fear, showed no weakness, and broke only the bones of others. Once a child turned 8, the true ordeal began. Every eligible child was brought to the outskirts of Baskerville territory, to a savage and untamed place known as Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain. A forbidden zone brimming with bloodthirsty beasts, it was the designated battlefield for their final test. That day, the young hounds stood gathered before their instructor, the infamous shadow dog, Pava van Baskerville. Cloaked in darkness, with eyes that seemed to see straight through flesh, Pava laid down the rules with a voice as cold as the mountain winds. "Your task is survival. You will be abandoned here for 1 month. Within that time, hunt monsters. Survive. And prove yourselves." He then outlined the scoring system. 10 points just for making it through alive. 30 points if they survived without any lasting injuries. 50 points if they defeated other participants and remained standing. 70 points for slaying a large monster and living to tell the tale. And if someone managed all of the above, they'd earn 90 points. "There are number 100 points, Pava stated sharply. "A swordsman who seeks perfection will die the moment arrogance clouds his blade." He then gestured to the badges each of them wore. "If you steal a badge from someone else, you'll earn bonus points. But if you die, you receive nothing." His voice turned colder. "And do not venture outside the restricted zone. That mountain holds things even the elders fear. Keep within the mapped area where monsters have been subdued. You are not yet strong enough to face what lies beyond." Unseen by the children, the mountain had already been seeded with shadow dogs, elite assassins who would monitor and secretly grade the young heirs during their trial. Among the crowd, many young Baskervilles glanced toward Vicar, whispering to one another. Tales of his early feats had spread like wildfire: a child who survived 7 minutes in the Styx River, who killed 2 vipers with his bare hands as an infant, and who shattered the unity of Hugo's infamous triplet sons. But while others gossiped and stared, Vicar stood silent. His eyes scanned the dense, looming woods of the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain. He had been here before. In his previous life, this mountain was where many of his peers had either risen or been buried. It was where betrayals were born, and blood soaked the soil long before the month was over. Now, he was returning with a mind sharper than any blade, and a handful of cacao beans that no one suspected could be used for anything other than sweets. This time, he wouldn't just survive. He'd dominate. As the bell rang, signaling the start of the exam, the mountain erupted into chaos. The young heirs of the Baskerville clan scattered like wolves in a forest, each one racing to claim a strategic position before the others could. Some had carefully planned their routes in advance, aiming to revisit the spots from the previous year's test. Others, unsure of their own strength, tailed the more confident participants, hoping to seize their advantage once they were vulnerable. The triplets, standing near Vicar, were visibly shaken. Beads of sweat clung to their brows, their usual bravado dissolved into nervous muttering. They couldn't agree on a single plan, each one wanting to lead, each one craving glory. Their bickering only made them look weaker. Watching from the shadows, the instructor, Pava van Baskerville, the clan's legendary shadow dog, narrowed his eyes. While fighting was encouraged to gauge survival instinct and skill, killing was frowned upon. Anyone who crossed that line would see their points slashed. Pava and his fellow shadow watchers had a difficult mission: observe the test, grade the participants, and prevent unnecessary bloodshed. One shadow dog had been tasked with keeping an eye on Vicar, the bastard son who had drawn more attention than any other. As he trailed the boy, he noticed something odd. Vicar wasn't heading into battle like the others. Instead, he was slipping into a forbidden zone at the far edge of the examination field. The shadow agent's curiosity piqued. Was this the famed prodigy who'd made waves since infancy? Vicar stopped beneath a massive tree, surveying the area with calm precision. He tested the softness of the earth, considered the canopy above, then nodded to himself. It would make an ideal temporary base. While the other participants rushed to hunt and clash, Vicar calmly began gathering sticks, crafting tools, and practicing sword motions with a wooden branch. Later that day, he laid under the tree and drifted into sleep. The hidden observer grew restless. Hours passed, and Vicar hadn't so much as drawn a weapon in combat. The shadow began to doubt the boy's reputation. Was this just another clever slacker hoping to hide his way to survival? Disappointed, the shadow finally left to find someone more active. The moment his presence faded, Vicar's lips curled into a grin. At last, he whispered to himself, "I can finally work." He tossed a few raw cacao beans, bloody beans, into the fire, savoring the familiar, bitter scent as they burned. The warmth of the fire, the solitude, the scent of roasted beans, it reminded him of a simpler time during his first life, back when he'd camped with comrades, not enemies. His preparations were complete. It was time to hunt. Days later, he ventured deeper into the off-limits territory. Every step triggered memories. He'd been here once before, many years ago, during a recon mission. It was quiet. Too quiet. Then came the stench of scorched wood, burnt roots, charred grass, and singed bark. He spotted the unmistakable sign, a blackened clump of dung still smoldering. A particular kind of beast left those behind. A hellhound. The ground trembled. Flames lit the edges of the forest. A towering hound emerged, its jaws crackling with sulfuric flame, its eyes glowing with infernal fury. It stood 3 meters tall, coated in soot and shadow. This wasn't just any monster. It was a B+ ranked nightmare. A beast whose flames devoured flesh and bone until nothing remained. Vicar's breath caught in his throat. He had faced one of these before, when he was 18. Back then, he barely lived to tell the tale. But now, he was only 8. There was no way to fight it directly. But he didn't need to. As the creature roared and lunged, Vicar sidestepped at the last second. One weakness of hellhounds, they could only charge in straight lines. Their bodies were too rigid to turn quickly. Next, Vicar dropped a flask of water at his feet. Another known flaw, they wouldn't cross even shallow water. The hound, slowed by the barrier, looped wide in frustration. Time bought. Opportunity made. And then, the killing move. With perfect timing, Vicar hurled a bloody bean straight into the creature's open maw. The reaction was instant. The hound staggered, choked, and collapsed with a whimper. Chocolate, lethal to canines. And this bean wasn't ordinary, it had the potency to produce 100 liters of it. Weaponized chocolate. Only Vicar would think of that. Seizing the moment, he darted forward and drove his blade between the creature's ribs, aiming precisely for its kidneys, the one place its fiery armor didn't reach. The hellhound crumpled. As the beast died, a surge of energy pulsed through Vicar's body. Karma. Power. His blade suddenly felt lighter, his muscles tighter. He was catching up to the strength he once held before being reborn. Smirking, he cut off the creature's head. Just imagining Hugo's expression when an 8-year-old presented him with the head of a B+ monster filled him with satisfaction. But his victory celebration was cut short. Snarls echoed from the tree lean. More hellhounds. A pack. They circled him, eyes burning with rage and grief, drawn by the scent of their fallen kin. Vicar reached for his sword. His pouch still held several more beans. He was ready. Yet, the beasts didn't attack. They stopped. Snarled. Whimpered. Trembled. Vicar narrowed his eyes. Hellhounds never hesitated. Never backed down. Then he felt it. The air shifted. A chill swept through the forest. Behind him, the earth trembled, and the hellhounds began retreating in terror. He turned around, and froze. Towering above him stood a Cerberus, the mythical 3-headed guardian of the underworld. Its massive, 7-meter body was torn and bleeding. Arrows stuck from its flanks. Its breath came in wheezing gasps. Someone had been hunting it. And it had fled here, by sheer chance or cruel fate. Cerberus, the A+ ranked lookout monster. Even wounded, it was leagues above anything Vicar had fought. But he saw opportunity. The beast staggered. He struck. With practiced footwork and honed technique, Vicar sliced across its hide, landing a series of rapid blows. His swordsmanship, refined in wars against demons in his previous life, allowed him to keep up. Even injured, Cerberus was formidable, but this wasn't the Vicar of old. This was a reborn warrior, with knowledge no child should possess. His blade bit deep. But in a moment of complacency, he slipped. Cerberus retaliated. Its claw shattered his sword. The second swipe hurled him through the air like a rag doll. He crashed into a tree with a sickening crack, blood pouring from his mouth. He lay still, body broken. Pain burned through his left arm. For a horrifying moment, he thought it had been torn off, but it was still there. Barely. The blessing of the Styx River had spared him from dismemberment. But it couldn't protect him forever. Cerberus loomed again. Vicar, bruised and bleeding, knew he couldn't take another hit. Not without dying. So he did the only thing a hunter could do when faced with death: he ran. He sprinted through the forest, branches tearing at his skin, his heart thundering in his ears. He needed a way out. A miracle. Then he saw it. An old, rusted iron fence, half buried in the earth. If he could make it past the barrier, he'd cross out of the restricted zone, where the shadows watched and help might reach him. It wasn't victory. But it was survival. Vicar pushed his exhausted body forward, his breath ragged, lungs burning, but he didn't stop. Driven by a surge of adrenaline and sheer will, he sprinted with everything he had, tearing through the thick underbrush. Just as the towering Cerberus lunged from behind, jaws gaping wide with murderous intent, Vicar dove through a jagged iron gate. His chest heaved with relief. The iron barrier marked the boundary of the restricted zone. But he knew this wasn't over. He hadn't escaped death just yet. He needed to reach the refuge he'd prepared in secret before this mission even began. Every movement was calculated, every step carrying the weight of survival. Vicar scanned the dark woods frantically, his instincts sharp. His heart thumped in his ears, not from exertion alone, but from the looming presence behind him. Then he saw it, the hidden trap. A pit, cleverly disguised with fallen leaves and branches. Without a moment's hesitation, Vicar darted forward. Cerberus lunged again, only to miss by inches, as Vicar rolled aside. The beast's massive weight sent it plummeting into the concealed pit, where a dense thicket of wooden spears awaited. Vicar rose to his feet, a grim smile flickering across his face. His foresight had saved him. The spears hadn't been ordinary. Before the trial even began, he had carefully coated their tips with an extract made from bloody beans, a deadly substance poisonous to canine monsters. It was the same bean that could produce over 100 liters of chocolate but also acted as a potent toxin for creatures like Cerberus. Vicar had come prepared for a war, not a game. Cerberus, trapped in the pit, snarled and writhed, white foam dripping from its fanged mouths as the toxin took effect. But Vicar wasn't done. He gripped a hand-carved wooden spear, its tip far more sinister than the rest. This one bore the fang of a bloody mamba, a rare, deadly snake whose venom paralyzed after precisely 7 steps. Vicar had preserved the fang since childhood, waiting for a moment just like this. With careful aim, he hurled the spear directly into the beast's side. Cerberus growled and began dragging its enormous frame out of the pit, advancing toward him. 1 step. 2. 3. Vicar stood still, his eyes locked. 4. 5. 6. 7. Then, collapse. The 3-headed hound crumpled to the forest floor with a low, dying moan. Its limbs twitched once. Then silence. Vicar exhaled sharply, releasing a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. He cautiously approached the fallen monster. The energy radiating from its massive corpse pulsed in the air, then flowed into him, thick and overwhelming like a tide. Experience. Karma. Strength. It filled his body to the brim. He had done it. A beast ranked A+, one of the continent's most feared gatekeeper monsters, lay dead at his feet, killed by a single child. But now, a new problem arose: what to do with the body? The Cerberus's corpse was massive, undeniable evidence of Vicar's incredible feat, but how would he move it? How would he prove it? Perhaps the guardian knight who had once seen him preparing the spears might serve as a witness. The thought lingered only briefly. Because something else began to claw at his attention. Cerberus was a gatekeeper. Which meant it had been guarding something. A dungeon. His heartbeat spiked again, this time not from fear, but anticipation. Dungeons were ancient vaults of monsters, magic, and treasure. And this one, hidden deep within forbidden territory, might be untouched. But before exploring, Vicar needed a way to keep the other monsters at bay. Without hesitation, he scooped up some of the Cerberus's dung, foul, steaming, and putrid, and smeared it onto his clothes and skin. Disgusting, yes. But the scent would act as a repellent to minor beasts. It was a survival tactic he'd learned long ago. With the stench now cloaking him like armor, Vikir followed the trail Cerberus had left. Each crushed leaf, every patch of scorched ground, told a story. He retraced the creature's path with the instincts of a seasoned hunter. Eventually, the terrain changed. The earth beneath his feet felt warmer, the air heavier with latent mana. He had found it. The hidden dungeon. A massive, weathered crevice in the rock face opened up like a forgotten wound in the land. Vikir's crimson eyes gleamed in the gloom. This wasn't just a simple cave. He'd seen this place before, in his past life, 10 years into the future. But back then, it had already been looted. Its core, its treasures, all stripped away by adventurers and noble scavengers. Not this time. Now, it was untouched. Brimming with power. He stepped inside. Darkness swallowed him. The deeper he ventured, the more oppressive the air became. No light reached this far. Only silence and the subtle hum of magical energy. But he pressed on. Soon, faint glimmers of red reflected from the stone walls. Embedded in the surfaces were ruby veins, rich and unmined. This dungeon was likely connected to Red or Mountain, another territory loaded with mana-rich minerals. A true treasure trove. As Vikir delved further, the narrow tunnel expanded into a vast chamber, brilliantly lit by an unseen source. His eyes took a moment to adjust. And then, he grinned. Whatever lay ahead, it was worth the risk. Vikir stepped into the heart of the chamber, and his breath caught at the sight before him. In the center of the vast, echoing room stood a towering stone pedestal, atop which rested an enormous crimson gemstone. The ruby pulsed faintly with light, bathing the entire space in a soft, red glow. It wasn't an ordinary jewel, he could feel the magical energy radiating from it, thick and dense. The brilliance of the stone seemed almost alive, as though it had a heartbeat of its own. But the wonder of the moment was short-lived. At the base of the pedestal, partially buried under layers of dust and decay, Vikir spotted a lifeless skeleton. The remains were brittle and pale, bones twisted at odd angles, their surfaces stained with the dark rust brown of long-dried blood. Jagged gashes marked the ribs, and Vikir could tell the wounds had been deep, lethal. Someone had perished here, and not recently. Beside the corpse lay a tattered envelope, yellowed with age. Curious, Vikir knelt down and retrieved it, carefully unfolding the brittle parchment inside. The ink was faded, but still legible. The letter began with a strange preface. "I do not wish to stain this white paper with my cursed name. But if you must know, I was called Cain." As Vikir read on, a chill settled in his spine. The handwriting, sharp, precise, yet deeply emotional, was unmistakably from someone of the Baskerville bloodline. He could tell just by the controlled pressure of the strokes. That alone narrowed down the possibilities. The letter, written by Cain, told a grim tale of desperation and regret. Cain and his brother, Abel, twins, had discovered this hidden dungeon years ago. It had long been whispered about among the older generations of the Baskerville family, a forbidden, stone chamber, said to house a treasure of unimaginable value. Driven by ambition and curiosity, the two brothers had entered the dungeon together and braved its brutal trials, monsters, traps, and mind-bending illusions. They succeeded in overcoming every test, and eventually reached the final chamber, the very one Vikir now stood in. But the last riddle had trapped them here. When entering, it is one. Once inside, it becomes two. Upon leaving, it is one again. Cain wrote that they had agonized over the meaning for years, 3 whole years, trapped, slowly starving, their bodies deteriorating while their minds teetered on the edge of madness. They came to a haunting conclusion: since they were twins, born from one womb but now two separate beings, only one could be allowed to exist to leave with the treasure. In desperation, Cain had killed Abel. He had taken his brother's life, believing that by doing so, he would satisfy the condition of becoming one again. But the treasure did not reveal itself. Nothing happened. No hidden path. No magic light. No reward. Just silence. In the letter's final passages, Cain's words grew bitter and sorrowful. "There is no treasure in this place. Only torment. Only regret. Turn back. Leave this cursed chamber before it breaks you too." Vikir slowly folded the letter again and placed it beside the skeletal remains. He sat there for a while, staring at the ruby's glow. His mind was whirling. Unlike Cain, he didn't have a twin. He wasn't, too. So why had the chamber accepted him? Why had the riddle remained unchanged? He muttered the riddle aloud once more, his voice barely above a whisper. When entering, it is one, once inside, it becomes two, and when leaving, it is one again. Cain and Abel had believed it referred to themselves, that one had to kill the other. But Vikir felt deep down that they had misunderstood something crucial. He stood and walked around the chamber, slowly examining every carving, every crack in the stone. His eyes lingered on the ruby at the center. Could the 2 mean something else entirely? Was it symbolic? Physical? He clenched his fists, frustrated but focused. There was always a solution. He refused to believe the dungeon was unbeatable. There was no such thing. Vikir turned back toward the remains, his gaze intense. He would not die here. And he would not repeat Cain's mistake. A sudden spark ignited in Vikir's mind, an insight that cut through the cloud of confusion like lightning. Reflecting on the tragic fate of Cain and Abel, he realized their downfall had stemmed from a fundamental flaw in their thinking. They had interpreted the riddle too literally, bound by the idea that they were 2 separate beings who needed to become one. He turned to face the large ruby glowing in the center of the chamber and let his gaze wander back toward the narrow, dim corridor he had entered through. As he replayed the riddle in his mind. When entering, it is 1. Once inside, it becomes 2. When leaving, it is 1 again. It all clicked into place. It's not about people, Vikir murmured, walking toward the ruby. It's about the self, about perception. About light and darkness. He stepped into the center of the chamber, where the ruby's magical illumination fell directly on him. There, cast across the stone floor, was his shadow, sharp and distinct. When I entered, I was 1, he muttered, eyes following his silhouette. But when light reveals my shadow, I become 2. He now understood. The riddle wasn't about a pair of individuals, but the transformation of the self under light. The 2 was simply the person and their shadow. And when that light was removed, the shadow would vanish, leaving 1 once more. His eyes narrowed. The shadow, that's the answer. With calm resolve, Vikir reached out and shattered the ruby with a single strike of his fist. A blinding light burst forth as the gemstone cracked, momentarily filling the room with a radiant glow. As the light died down, the chamber trembled. The floor split apart to reveal a hidden vault beneath, slowly lifting a pedestal from the ground. Upon it rested a weapon that made Vikir's heart skip a beat. A sword, ominous and wicked, its presence alone enough to make the air feel heavier. Black as pitch, it radiated a corrupted, pulsating aura. Dark mist clung to its blade like oil in water. Vikir stepped forward cautiously, his instincts screaming that what stood before him was not merely a weapon, but a curse wrapped in steel. Carved into the obsidian pedestal were words written in an ancient tongue. He translated them silently. Only one who carries the blood of Baskerville may claim Beelzebub. His breath hitched. Beelzebub? Vikir whispered in disbelief. The name clawed at the corners of his memory, dredging up stories from long ago, half-believed fairy tales read in the dim candlelight of his childhood. He remembered the gluttonous fly, the harbinger of famine, one of the mythical 7 calamities, the devil's holy constellations. The Beelzebub of legend had once descended upon the continent, bringing ruin and madness, and it was said that the founding heads of the 7 great clans had joined forces to seal it away. Many dismissed the tale as fiction, but Vikir now understood, it was real. The sword before him wasn't a relic. It was a remnant. A cursed weapon forged from the remains of a calamity. He gritted his teeth. This was taken by the demon clans in my last life, and used to slaughter thousands of humans on the battlefield. The thought of that history repeating itself made his blood boil. Vikir grasped the hilt. At first, nothing happened. Then, like a coiling snake, something cold and vile slithered up his arm. He gasped, eyes widening as dark energy surged into his palm. The sword melted into black vapor and vanished, only to reappear seconds later, fused with his very body. A black pattern spread across his arm like branded veins. When he extended his hand, the sword emerged instantly from within his flesh, like it had always belonged there. The power that coursed through him was intoxicating. Beelzebub was no ordinary blade, it was alive. And it had chosen him. Vikir stared at it in awe. A weapon born from a devil's corpse, he muttered. No wonder it feels like it's devouring the air around me. A grin crept across his face. With a tool like this, the strength he could achieve in this life would far surpass what he had known before. The road to vengeance and dominance had just gained a dangerous new ally. Satisfied that the dungeon held no further secrets, Vikir turned to leave, but as he stepped back toward the surface, something shifted within him. A wave of weakness crashed over his body. His knees buckled, and he collapsed, one hand gripping his stomach. A deep, gnawing pain twisted in his gut, not his own hunger, but something far darker. A low voice echoed in his mind, cold, ancient, and insatiable. Feed me. Vikir's expression darkened as he understood the truth. It wasn't he who was starving. It was Beelzebub. And the sword's hunger had only just begun. A peculiar sensation prickled at Vikir's senses. His nose twitched involuntarily, picking up faint, distant scents that had never been detectable before. He wondered for a moment if his sense of smell had evolved, perhaps influenced by his bond with the demonic weapon now fused to his arm. Just then, Beelzebub, the cursed sword, tugged at him. Though it had no voice, its will was strong, pulling Vikir's arm forward like an eager child. Startled yet intrigued, Vikir allowed himself to be guided, racing through the forest under Beelzebub's invisible pull. The trail led him back to a place he had visited before. He stopped abruptly. There, lying cold and still, was the body of the hellhound he had slain earlier. Vikir's eyes narrowed in curiosity. Beelzebub began to hum softly, a low vibration traveling up his arm. As he raised the sword, its hunger became palpable. Without hesitation, the blade extended toward the corpse. The moment it touched the carcass, Beelzebub pulsed violently and began absorbing the blood left within the creature's body. Vikir watched, both fascinated and disturbed, as the sword fed greedily, its hunger temporarily quelled with each pulse of crimson energy. A strange thought crossed his mind: had Beelzebub's unquenchable thirst caused the land itself to wither? He'd noticed how the mountain soil nearby had become brittle and dry. Was the sword leeching not just life but vitality from its surroundings? The sword's devouring slowed, and with a contented hum, it fell still. Vikir glanced at it. "So that's how you feed," he murmured, frustration flickering across his expression. Beelzebub's appetite was both a gift and a burden. The silence was broken by a cheerful, almost childlike cry from the sword, as if it had just finished a satisfying meal. Now that the weapon was calm, Vikir took the opportunity to examine its abilities. He looked at the 3 dark slots embedded into the blade's spine, each one gradually glowing as it filled. The sword's innate skill, glutton of flies, allowed it to absorb the abilities of enemies it killed. A terrifying gift in the hands of a skilled warrior. Though it could absorb endlessly, only 3 abilities could be equipped at once. Vikir checked the first slot. It now held Hemorrhage, Hellhound, B+, a brutal skill that allowed the sword to continually drain an enemy's blood through even the smallest of cuts. Impressive, Vikir muttered. His eyes shifted to the corpse of the Cerberus nearby. It was still mostly intact, and Beelzebub began to twitch again, reaching for it. Vikir immediately stepped forward and tapped the blade lightly. "Not so fast," he warned. "If you devour everything, they'll start asking questions during the autopsy." Beelzebub let out a sharp whine, almost as if it were protesting. "Enough," Vikir said firmly. Despite the complaint, the sword obeyed. As he examined the rest of the sword's slots, Vikir discovered 2 more newly acquired abilities. Burn Injury, Cerberus, A+, which inflicted intense thermal damage on the enemy, capable of replicating the agony of fire itself. High-Speed Regeneration, Norvik Sewer Rat, F, a minor but useful ability he hadn't even noticed until now. He spotted the crushed corpse of a small rodent beneath the Cerberus and smirked. Apparently, Beelzebub had devoured it too during its frenzy. Not bad, he thought. Even the smallest creature can provide value. The skills now stored in Beelzebub made it a truly terrifying weapon, wounding, burning, and healing in unison. With nothing left to gather, Vikir cleaned the area and prepared the Cerberus body to be submitted for the practical exam. It was intact enough to prove his accomplishment, and with the battle over, he chose to remain in the forest until the evaluation was complete. Several days later, the young hounds returned to Baskerville Castle. There, in the Grand Hall, awaited their rewards, swords, shields, or amulets crafted from the monsters they had slain during their trials. But the attention of the entire room had gravitated to one particular tale. One hound had done something unheard of. Inside his study, Hugo Baskerville, the patriarch of the family, sat with an expression of disbelief. He turned to his head butler, eyebrows raised. "Repeat that," he said flatly. "Who brought down the Cerberus?" The head butler bowed respectfully. "Master Vikir van Baskerville. 8 years old. He's the one who submitted the corpse of the Cerberus, an A+ class threat. The same monster that crossed into the restricted zone during the trial." For a moment, silence stretched in the room. Then Hugo leaned back in his chair, amused. "Even the Guardian Knights hesitate to deal with that beast," he said. The butler nodded. "We found that it had been previously wounded by the barbarian tribes. According to the journal, young Master Vikir finished the job using a poisoned wooden spear, but we have no record of what kind of poison it was or where he acquired it." "I see," Hugo said, eyes twinkling with interest. "Information is a currency, and the boy's already hoarding it." The butler added, he returned to the dormitory saying he was tired and refused to answer questions. Hugo chuckled under his breath. "A cunning little brat," he said. "Scheming like that at his age." The butler hesitated, then said, "If I may. I find it surprising that such talent comes from someone bearing the name Van rather than La." Hugo's expression turned serious. "Bloodline means nothing to me," he said. "I raise hounds by merit. If a mutt outpaces a purebred, then so be it." The butler bowed again. "Understood, sir." But beneath the patriarch's calm exterior, a shadow of thought passed. His second son was entering isolation training soon, one of the most dangerous and sacred rites in the family. Would the rising star named Vikir upset the balance of expectations? He didn't voice the thought, but the idea lingered. The boy who brought down a Cerberus might be more than just a prodigy. The head butler quickly bowed his head, murmuring a quiet apology for overstepping, though he kept his true thoughts to himself. Hugo merely waved a hand to dismiss it with a dry chuckle, saying, "Forget it. What I need now is something, or someone, to lift my mood." The butler, catching the hint, nodded. "I'll summon Master Vikir." Soon after, Vikir stood before Hugo Baskerville, calm and composed. Despite being in the presence of the fearsome patriarch of the clan, the boy betrayed no hint of anxiety. His back was straight, his eyes clear. Hugo regarded the child curiously. "So," he began, "how exactly did you manage to bring down the Cerberus during the trial?" Without hesitation, Vikir answered, "I poisoned the wooden spear with chocolate. It's toxic to canine-type monsters." The response was so matter-of-fact, so relaxed, that Hugo blinked in surprise. A small smile crept onto his face as he recalled the boy's earlier request for chocolate before the practical exam. So that was his plan all along. Standing nearby, the head butler was left stunned, not only by Vikir's answer, but by the strange lack of traditional greetings or formal respect exchanged between father and son. It didn't feel like a conversation between a subordinate and the patriarch. No, this felt like a negotiation between equals. Hugo continued, his curiosity piqued. "And why didn't you explain yourself to the butler earlier when he asked about the hunt?" Vikir didn't hesitate. "Because he's not my master." Raising an eyebrow, Hugo asked dryly, "Then who do you consider your master?" "I serve the clan," Vikir replied simply. "Whoever leads the clan is my master." A satisfied grin tugged at Hugo's lips. He leaned back in his chair, clearly entertained by the boy's boldness. "Well said. As a reward for your performance in the trial, the Cerberus corpse is yours to claim. And as the top scorer, you've earned the right to make a wish." Vikir's eyes lit up. He already knew what he wanted. With unwavering clarity, he declared, "I want access to the 10,000 epistle library." The entire room went still. Hugo leaned forward, visibly intrigued by the boy's unusual request. The 10,000 epistle library was a sacred vault of knowledge, one of the most heavily guarded libraries in the Empire, situated at the heart of the Baskerville estate. "That's a tall request," Hugo remarked. "Only the patriarch, the deputy head, and their direct descendants are allowed entry." Vikir remained respectful but resolute. "If it cannot be granted, I'll withdraw the request." But in his heart, he was already scheming a way to enter regardless of approval. To his surprise, Hugo gave a nod of approval. "You may enter." Vikir's breath caught in his throat. He hadn't expected to be granted permission, and yet Hugo wasn't finished. Once inside, the patriarch added, "Seek out the sixth sword technique. It's stored in the sixth sealed section. Read it." Vikir froze for a moment. Did he hear that correctly? The sixth technique? That was something no child with the name Van, a designation given to those outside the direct line, was ever permitted to learn. Traditionally, only legitimate heirs could study beyond the fourth technique. And yet here he was, an 8-year-old Van, being handed the opportunity of a lifetime. He managed to mask his emotions and nodded in thanks. But internally, his thoughts were racing. So it's come to this. Hugo himself had reached the seventh technique. Before his regression, Vikir remembered Hugo wielding the fearsome 9 fang style in battle. And yet now, Vikir had just been handed access to the sixth step. This wasn't just an opportunity. It was a key. A key that would lead him closer to the true treasure of the clan, the Baskerville Master Text, the complete codex left behind by the clan's founding patriarch. It contained the swordsmanship that had once brought the 7 great disasters to their knees. That book. Vikir swore he would obtain it one day, and Hugo himself would be the one to hand it over. With a faint smile, Hugo dismissed him with a casual, "Good luck." Vikir gave a deep bow, thanked him quietly, and turned to leave. He has no idea what he's just given me, Vikir thought, his heart pounding with restrained excitement. But I'll make it count. The 10,000 epistle library was more vast and magnificent than he had ever imagined. It was like a maze of ancient wisdom, floor upon floor lined with forgotten knowledge. As he explored, his fingers trailed across the spines of ancient books. He read their titles aloud under his breath. Severing incisors. Grinding molars. Piercing canines. Snaggletooth that embeds twice. Wisdom fang that bends. Each of these was a technique, parts of the legendary Baskerville sword style that he had once craved to learn in his previous life. But no matter how much mana you had, or how talented you were, those with the Van title had always been barred from studying anything beyond the 4th level. It was a safeguard, one meant to keep the lower hounds loyal, unable to turn their blades against the family's true leaders. But now? Now he had been invited past that threshold. Eventually, he reached a secluded section, where a single book rested under heavy iron chains. A thick lock was bolted across its middle, as if daring someone to try opening it. He stared at it. This must be it. The 6th sword technique. Carefully, he unlocked the mechanism and opened the cover. Vikir's eyes narrowed. Of course Hugo allowed this. He probably thinks a child, an illegitimate child at that, won't be able to absorb it all in a single day. But Vikir wasn't just any child. Before his regression, he had devoured the theory behind the first 4 techniques until he could recite them backward. He had even dissected the structure of the 5th. He wasn't starting from scratch. As he read the 6th technique, the gears in his mind began to turn rapidly. And then, he saw it. A realization dawned. A connection formed. The hidden intent behind the swordplay, the gap between movement and intent, began to click into place. And Vikir smiled. He had come farther than anyone expected. And this time, he would go farther still. After channeling his aura into the 4th tooth, Vikir had made a critical mistake. He didn't cut off the flow of mana at the right moment. That small oversight might have been the reason he was unable to form the 5th tooth. The Baskerville sword style was unique in its structure. Each stage of mastery was represented by a growing number of fangs, 1 for the first technique, 2 for the second, and so on. With every progression, the user would manifest a crimson sword energy that sharpened both their weapon and their resolve. Despite being granted unprecedented access to the 6th technique, Vikir wasn't particularly interested in studying it at that moment. He hadn't come to the 10,000 epistle library just to indulge in conventional swordsmanship tomes. He was seeking something beyond that, something lost, forgotten, or hidden. Leaving behind the formal training section, Vikir exited the aisle that housed the family's official manuals. The guard stationed nearby blinked in surprise as he emerged so soon. "You're done already, Master Vikir?" one of them asked, stunned. "If you'd like, we can fetch more tomes from deeper inside. There are advanced sword techniques even deeper than the 6th, offered another, clearly trying to be helpful. But Vikir simply waved them off. "No need. I finished what I came for." Still baffled, the guards watched as he turned and strolled toward the far end of the Grand Library. One of them whispered, "That section's just full of miscellaneous rubbish. I'd rather dig into the deeper sword volumes if I were him." "Maybe he doesn't realize how valuable those books are," murmured the other, shaking his head. Vikir caught every word, but he didn't turn back or correct them. Let them think what they wanted. They had no idea that the so-called rubbish he was heading toward held something of far greater value than any of the officially sanctioned techniques. His eyes scanned the rows of dusty, neglected books until one spine stopped him cold. A lurking ambush. He reached for the old, frayed volume and gently pulled it free from the shelf. Its pages were brittle, many torn or barely clinging to the binding. Most would dismiss it as a damaged throwaway. But Vikir's expression turned grim with recognition. He had found the book he had been searching for. Before his regression, during his time in the Hound squad, a single page had fallen into their hands, ripped, obscure, but unmistakably bearing the handwriting of a Baskerville ancestor. It was part of a forgotten swordsmanship manual. When Hugo, obsessed with recovering its source, had discovered that it belonged to a lurking ambush, he had gone mad trying to complete it. Vikir vividly remembered what followed. Hugo had dispatched hounds across the empire to retrieve the 6 missing pages, threatening and even waging war against the noble families who held them. Blood was spilled, lives were lost, scores of elite hounds sacrificed for the sake of mere parchment. When the final page was finally recovered, Hugo received it in silence, and then muttered only one thing. "Good job." That was it. No praise. No grief. No honor for the dead. The only reward was a muttered acknowledgement as Hugo broke past the 7th technique and eventually ascended to the 9th. But beneath that triumph lay a mountain of corpses and a river of blood. Vikir's grip tightened around the book as the memories surged. "That was a damned foolish way to live," he muttered under his breath. He couldn't let that tragedy repeat. He remembered the contents of the missing pages with perfect clarity. Even now, he could visualize each stroke, each annotation. And he understood then that his failure to progress past the 4th technique in his past life wasn't due to a lack of talent, but due to missing context. This book, in its incomplete form, was misleading. The techniques were fragmented, nonsensical. But the moment one inserted the lost pages, the moment the blanks were filled in, the entire manuscript transformed into a sublime masterpiece. Others would never see it that way. They would scoff at it, misinterpret it, ignore its secrets. But Vikir saw everything. Before his regression, he had reached the apex of aura mastery and climbed as high as the fourth technique would allow. Now, he was on a path to do it all again, and more. This time, there would be no gaps. No errors. No false steps. He set a new goal for himself. By the time he turned 15, he would reclaim every shred of power he had once lost. Time passed unnoticed as Vikir pored over the ancient book. The flickering torches dimmed. Silence settled over the library like dust. Eventually, the golden light of dawn spilled through the stained glass windows. Vikir blinked, his fingers finally releasing the aged tome. He hadn't realized the night had passed. He exhaled deeply. Not only had he found what he came for, he had memorized every word of it. And now, the path to surpassing even Hugo Baskerville lay open before him. As Vikir rose to his feet, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. The library was still and empty, the guardian knights who usually kept a watchful eye were nowhere to be seen. Realizing he was alone, he allowed himself a moment of calm reflection. He knew that his current body, young and underdeveloped, couldn't yet bear the strain of manifesting all 10 Baskerville fangs. But that wasn't his goal, at least not yet. What he sought now was to conquer the elusive fifth technique, something he had failed to grasp in his past life despite decades of effort. Focusing his breath and centering his mana, Vikir stepped before one of the imaginary statues he created standing silently within the vast halls of the library. A look of firm resolve crossed his face as he raised his hand, channeling all the power he could muster into his strikes. He began with the foundational moves, executing the first technique with precision, followed seamlessly by the second, third, and fourth. Each swing brought sharper strength, more fluid control. The room echoed with the crack of sword energy as he struck again and again. With every blow, fragments of his past returned to him. He remembered the countless hours he had dedicated to reaching the peak of graduate-level aura in his former life. Yet, no matter how hard he trained, the more advanced sword arts had remained locked behind prejudice and bloodlines. As an illegitimate child, he had been cast aside, denied the privilege of advancing beyond the fourth technique. That bitter truth had haunted him. But now, reborn with the wisdom of his previous life, he wasn't going to be held back again. Rage and determination surged in his veins as he unleashed his blade, visualizing Hugo's face engraved into the stone of the training statue. With a final, powerful strike, he cleaved clean through the stone, sending shards scattering. Had he done it? A strange warmth began to spread through his chest, rising to his throat. It was a burning sensation, hot, overwhelming, and alive. A smile crept across his lips, trembling slightly as he clenched his fists. For a brief moment, he felt as though tears might come. He had done it. He had manifested the fifth tooth. As if confirming this, he felt a painful yet exhilarating shift in his jaw. His canine tooth had begun to extend, symbolic of his growth as a hound. In Baskerville tradition, the fangs only grew sharper and longer when aimed at one's master. This alone was proof of his rapid advancement. He glanced at the mana now flowing inside him, no longer a crude solid but a dense, fluid energy, an unmistakable sign that he had ascended to the level of a graduate aura user. Something that had taken him 30 years in his previous life, he had now achieved at just 8 years old. With this surge in power, his body could move smoother, faster, and with greater control than ever before. His newfound strength didn't just surpass expectations, it obliterated them. The sword technique lurking ambush had always fascinated him. Its greatest strength was its versatility. He could now blend offense and defense in seamless transitions, perfect for overwhelming opponents without pause. It had no true limitations, and Vikir was determined to master it completely. Satisfied, he carefully placed the old book near the window and took a moment to appreciate how far he had come. He wasn't just stronger, he was smarter, faster, and far more cunning. He then turned his gaze to the sunlit window and pulled out a magnifying lens. Placing it at just the right angle over the book, he focused the sunlight onto the page. Slowly, deliberately, the paper began to blacken. A faint curl of smoke rose. Then flame. With a slight smirk, Vikir watched the fire catch. "Let's see Hugo and the others reach the 10th technique now," he whispered under his breath, watching the once precious text crumble to ash. He, of course, had memorized everything. But no one else would be able to replicate the path without the missing pieces. The scent of burning paper spread through the air. Moments later, the guards, alarmed, burst into the library. Seeing the smoldering remains, they demanded to know what had happened. Vikir's expression shifted into one of innocent regret. "I'm sorry," he said calmly. "I must have left the magnifying glass there without realizing the sunlight would start a fire." The guards exchanged nervous glances. They were well aware of the punishment that could fall on them for negligence. But instead of blaming Vikir, one of them quickly stepped forward. "No, Master Vikir. It's our fault. We should have been watching more closely. I'm just glad this part of the library only held unimportant texts," Vikir added lightly, further easing their concern. He then turned and asked with a knowing smile, "Weren't you dealing with the Moor clan and the ruby mines? I assumed you wouldn't have time for minor things like this." The guards exhaled in relief, happy to shift blame off themselves. "You're right, young master. This will remain between us." "Good," Vikir replied, starting to walk away. "Let's not waste time on trivial matters." As he departed, the guards whispered among themselves, impressed by the young hound's poise. "He's unusually mature," one said. "Polite, respectful, he treats even workers like us with decency." But behind his retreating figure, Vikir's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Let them think what they want. Later, standing once again before Hugo in the Patriarch's office, Vikir was calm and collected. Hugo, ever watchful, asked, "Did you learn anything insightful in the library?" With a cryptic smile, Vikir replied, "Yes. I discovered something warm, sharp, soft, and thick like honey." The head butler flinched. Hugo narrowed his eyes, his expression frozen. Aura. Only those who had awakened aura could describe it with such clarity. While most children train tirelessly for years and still failed to reach that point by the age of 15, this child, this illegitimate boy, was suggesting he had done it at 8. Impossible. Hugo laughed it off uneasily, refusing to believe it. "Then why don't you show your father what you've learned?" he asked, hiding his interest behind a mask of amusement. Vikir stepped forward with a polite nod. His face calm. His mind already several steps ahead. Vikir gave a calm nod when asked if he was ready, his face unreadable. Soon after, he was led into a wide, Colosseum-style arena, where rows of young hounds sat watching curiously. In the center of the circular field, Vikir stood alone, a sword gripped firmly in his hand. At the edge of the stands, the head butler leaned over to Hugo, lowering his voice. "How do you plan to test him, my lord?" Hugo didn't even glance at him. "I've prepared a proper opponent, a hungry one. Let's see what he's learned." The head butler blinked. "You're releasing a monster?" With a faint smile, Hugo replied, "A lively one. Let's make this interesting." A heavy gate creaked open in front of Vikir, and a group of guards led in a chained beast. It was an orc, massive, muscular, its green skin stretched over bulging arms, its tusks glinting under the sunlight. The creature growled, its wild eyes scanning the arena as if measuring each onlooker. The audience erupted in hushed murmurs. Some of the young hounds exchanged startled looks. "Isn't that too much for a kid? Is he really fighting that alone? They'll have to step in before it gets ugly, right?" The tension in the Colosseum grew, but Vikir remained unmoved, his posture relaxed, his expression cool. Hugo raised his hand. The chains were unfastened. With a thunderous roar, the orc lunged at Vikir like a charging bull. Dust flew, and the ground trembled under its weight. But Vikir didn't flinch. He waited, judging the distance, calculating the angle, and in a flash, he moved. One clean swing. A severed arm hit the ground. The Colosseum went silent. Even the orc froze for a heartbeat, staring in confusion at the bloody stump where its arm had been. Before it could react, Vikir spun again, slashing down with flawless precision. Its leg came off. The beast howled in agony, toppling to the ground. The audience could barely process what they just witnessed. Gasps broke out. Eyes widened in disbelief. Whispers filled the air. How had an 8-year-old moved with such speed? Such decisiveness? And yet, Vikir looked almost bored as he analyzed his handiwork. He knew what was happening. The orc was panicking, not just from pain, but because it couldn't regenerate. Its C-rank healing abilities were being overwhelmed by the B-class hemorrhaging effect of the Hellhound ability embedded in Vikir's sword. Even the most resilient creatures couldn't recover from that kind of internal bleeding. From his elevated seat, Hugo observed everything in silence. His expression remained unreadable, his gaze sharp. Vikir met his father's eyes. He knew what Hugo was truly waiting for. So, without a word, Vikir activated what he had been hiding. His sword began to shimmer. It wasn't mere swordsmanship now, his blade was glowing, wrapped in a vivid red aura. The head butler stood abruptly. That's an aura blade. Low-class sword expert level. The other hounds stared in disbelief. In a flash, Vikir dashed forward. The fallen orc, struggling to rise, didn't stand a chance. A single strike. Its head rolled across the floor. The arena was still. Then, slowly, whispers turned to stunned silence. The young spectators were frozen, their jaws slack. He used aura. He's only 8. Even the head butler, normally composed, turned to Hugo, voice trembling with awe. "My lord, we've just witnessed the emergence of a once-in-a-century genius." I doubt any house in the entire empire could compare. Hugo, however, was less impressed. His eyes drifted to the orc's lifeless body, and he noticed something odd: the creature's blood still flowed freely. He only won because the orc was already weak, Hugo said quietly, almost as if trying to reassure himself. But then, a voice reached him. Vikir's. With the same calm tone he always used, Vikir turned to face his father and asked, "Is there anything stronger?" The Colosseum stirred again. The hounds were stunned once more. He was asking for another opponent? A stronger one? They couldn't believe what they were hearing. But for Vikir, this wasn't about arrogance. He had a clear purpose. He wanted Hugo to acknowledge him. He wanted everyone to see the difference in him. And most of all, he wanted to prove that he no longer stood beneath anyone. Not even his father. Vikir had his reasons for wanting to face a tougher opponent. He wasn't just seeking thrills, he was after recognition. Deep down, he hoped that by exceeding expectations before a crowd, especially in front of Hugo, he might finally be granted some form of independence, perhaps being dispatched far away or enrolled into an academy. Anything that would sever the constant scrutiny. From his viewing platform, Hugo observed his son with narrowed eyes. With a chuckle, he remarked, "So, even imported orcs aren't enough for him." Turning to the head butler, Hugo asked, "Didn't we capture a particular specimen during the last barbarian raid?" "One of the survivors." The butler gave a solemn nod. "Just one. Still alive, kept for experimentation." Hugo smiled faintly. "Then bring it in." The murmur of the crowd grew as armored guards began dragging something colossal into the arena. Chains clinked against the stone floor as a towering troll, nearly twice Vikir's height, entered the Colosseum. Its gray skin was rough like stone, its eyes glinting with dull hostility. The crowd collectively held its breath. Standing calmly in the center, Vikir turned to Hugo. "May I begin?" Hugo raised a hand. The signal was clear. With a savage snarl, the troll broke free from its restraints. It charged with brutal force, swinging a massive arm meant to crush. But Vikir shifted slightly, just enough. The blow missed him by a hair's breadth. The troll roared in frustration, throwing punch after punch. Vikir weaved through the attacks with ease. His movement was fluid, almost graceful, never hurried. He was reading the troll's rhythm, learning its habits. The audience, mostly comprised of young hounds, began to grow restless. They whispered amongst themselves. Why isn't he attacking? He had a perfect chance to strike just now. But Hugo's sharp eyes gleamed. Trolls regenerate. A non-fatal wound is meaningless. He's planning something. Indeed, Vikir was watching and waiting, weighing every option. He knew he could end the fight in a single blow if he wanted. But that would raise questions. It had to seem natural, believable. He couldn't afford to reveal everything. Not yet. Then, the moment came. As the troll roared and lunged forward again, Vikir ducked low, his blade flashing toward the creature's shoulder. A brutal gash nearly severed the troll's arm. Gasps echoed throughout the Colosseum. But the wound began to seal. The audience, stunned, watched in disbelief as the troll's flesh reknit itself. Vikir clicked his tongue in irritation. Only a skill like hemorrhage from the hellhound could stop that regeneration. But using it openly would give away too much. Still, the fight was dragging. From the observation deck, Hugo called out, "That's enough. Don't push it further." But Vikir didn't look back. "I'm close," he replied. "If I can't end it with the next strike, I'll stop." The troll snarled, furious and relentless, charging once more. Vikir remained still, calculating. He had made up his mind. This wasn't just about winning, it was about staging a breakthrough. Showing what appeared to be a sudden evolution in battle, an epiphany earned through pressure. A bright red glow enveloped his blade as he focused his aura. With a single, clean swing, his sword met the troll's neck. The giant's head flew clean off. The Colosseum froze in silence. Even the seasoned head butler stared in awe. The second technique? At this age? It's impossible. Only prodigies at the age of 18 ever managed to reach the second of the Baskerville sword techniques. But there Vikir stood, expression calm, innocence glowing in his eyes. "I did it," he said, grinning with satisfaction. Hugo, meanwhile, was struck dumb. A week later, Vikir sat alone in the family's dining hall, staring at an unappetizing bowl of meat porridge. He picked at the meal absent-mindedly. No one sat near him. That didn't surprise him. Within the Baskerville clan, power dictated everything. Now that he had proven himself capable of felling monsters beyond his years, the others regarded him with wary distance. Even Hugo, it seemed, hadn't yet recovered from the shock of what his son had shown. Vikir reflected on the information he had allowed others to see so far, his mastery of the second Baskerville technique and in mid-rank sword aura. But the truth ran deeper. He was, in reality, already a low-tier graduate swordsman, someone who had barely begun drawing the fifth tooth of Baskerville swordsmanship. And with the regenerative ability he'd absorbed from the troll, rated C+, his physical recovery had shot through the roof. He'd also noticed another side effect. He was eating more. Much more. The cost of maintaining Beelzebub's third ability, rapid regeneration, was clear. The sword constantly hungered. And now, so did he. As he stirred the tasteless porridge, deep in thought, three familiar figures approached him from behind. The triplets. Vikir tensed, frowning slightly. He really wasn't in the mood to deal with them again. Choosing to ignore them, Vikir returned his attention to his meal, continuing to eat without acknowledging the triplets hovering nearby. But instead of pestering him, the three unexpectedly blurted out their reason for approaching, telling him how incredible they thought he was for taking down both the Cerberus and the troll. The sudden praise caught Vikir off guard. So much so that he choked on his spoonful of porridge, coughing and spluttering in surprise. The triplets quickly leaned forward in concern, asking if he was all right. But Vikir narrowed his eyes, his instincts kicking in. In a family like Baskerville's, compliments often hid daggers. He suspected there was some hidden scheme or manipulation behind their sudden flattery. Maybe they were trying out some sort of sycophantic trick, or using subtle psychological tactics to gain favor. He briefly considered knocking some sense into them, but before any plan could be set in motion, a familiar and authoritative voice called his name. Vikir turned to find Barrymore, the head butler, standing behind him. "What brings you here?" Vikir asked, straightening up slightly. "The Patriarch wishes to see you," Barrymore replied with a firm but respectful tone. "At once." In the Baskerville Patriarch's private chamber, Hugo sat behind his grand desk, composed and impassive as the heavy door creaked open. A man stepped through and offered a courteous bow. It was Adolphe Morgue, the acting patriarch of the Morgue family. "It's been some time," Adolphe greeted. "Indeed," Hugo replied with the formality of a man sizing up an opponent more than welcoming a guest. Adolphe smiled diplomatically. "I hope this year's joint training concludes without any complications." Hugo let out a soft scoff. "It always does." Adolphe, however, wasn't ready to let things slide so easily. "Let's not forget the incident from last year, when both our sides suffered injuries. A child from each family ended up hospitalized." Hugo waved the concern away with a flick of his hand. "Flesh wounds. The Morguers tend to overreact." Adolphe's smile thinned. "Perhaps. But nobility raises children differently. We value dignity as much as discipline." Once, the two families had stood in harmony, Baskerville with their ironclad swordsmanship, and Morgue with their ancient magical heritage. Under the late Emperor's decree that the sword and the spell must never be at odds, both clans had been compelled to cooperate through annual joint training for their children aged 8 to 15. But that fragile peace fractured when a ruby mine was discovered along their disputed borders. The ensuing quarrels turned violent, with blood spilled and accusations hurled. Though the Emperor's command still forced them to maintain their alliance publicly, behind closed doors, the clans simmered with tension. "I've come in my brother's stead," Adolphe added smoothly. "Only to ensure things run smoothly this time." "Of course," Hugo said dryly. Then, Adolphe changed the subject. "I've heard intriguing news from your side. That a prodigy has emerged among the Baskervilles, a once-in-a-century talent. The Empire itself seems to be buzzing with the tale of this child." Hugo raised a brow, but his voice betrayed no excitement. "Exaggeration. The boy's capable, but let's not get carried away." Adolphe noted the rare glimmer of pride in Hugo's tone and smirked knowingly. "Well, Baskerville may not be the only house with a rare talent," Adolphe said, waving toward the doors. "Camus, come in." A red-haired girl entered with a confident stride and curious eyes. Adolphe gestured toward her. "This is Camus, daughter of my sister Respigny." Turning to her, Adolphe said, "Why don't you greet the Patriarch?" But rather than bowing or speaking formally, Camus pointed an accusatory finger at Hugo and declared, "You're the one who stole our ruby mine. Give it back?" The room went deathly silent. Hugo's gaze darkened, and he slowly turned to Adolphe. "Did she just call me a thief?" Adolphe, visibly caught off guard, tried to intervene. "I never." Camus cut in. "You did. An hour and 42 minutes ago, just before we stepped off the carriage, you said the annoying chin-bearded thief stole our mine. You were talking about him." Adolphe's expression tightened. "That's not what I said." But Camus was unwavering. "You definitely said it." Trying to control his temper, Hugo replied icily, "I don't need parenting advice on how you raise your children." Camus remained unfazed. "I can't even do proper magical research without my rubies." Adolphe tried to calm her down. "Camus, enough." But Hugo had had enough himself. His tone grew colder. I see the morgues don't teach etiquette to their next generation. Adolphe crossed his arms. And what do you plan to do about it, Baskerville? Threaten an 8-year-old? You'd go that far? Hugo froze. His pride wouldn't allow him to rise to that bait. But the tension in the room crackled. Then, a new voice spoke. Maybe the morgue should start teaching their children not to covet what doesn't belong to them. All heads turned as Vikir entered, calm and sharp-eyed, escorted by Barrymore. Adolphe blinked in surprise. So this is the one they're calling the Baskerville supernova? But his thought was interrupted. Camus, who had been seated beside her uncle only moments earlier, had vanished. She had already marched across the room, eyes narrowed and full of fire, standing face to face with Vikir. What did you just say to me? She demanded. Camus, Adolphe called out sternly, trying to rein her in before she went too far. But the red-haired girl either didn't hear or didn't care. Her glare was locked on Vikir, her little fists clenched and eyes ablaze. Vikir, on the other hand, wasn't flustered. He calmly studied the girl standing before him, his gaze assessing, not as a child, but as a tactician. Camus Morgue, could this really be her, he thought. Though still young, Vikir knew her name carried weight. In the future, she would be known across the empire as the Morgue's scarlet prodigy, praised as the Flame Empress. Rumors would one day tell of her setting fire to a legion of monsters and raiders at the foot of the La Rue Mountains, forging a border of flame and ash with nothing but her spells and her fury. She would be hailed for her unparalleled magical prowess and bewitching charisma, manipulating politics even within the imperial court itself. People would call her the fire goddess of dominion. But all of that was yet to come. Right now, she was still just a hot-headed, loud-mouthed child. Camus stomped toward him and jabbed a finger in his direction. Why are you acting like the ruby mine belongs to you? Her tone was accusatory, indignant. Vikir remained perfectly composed. Because throwing tantrums doesn't make a claim true. That only infuriated Camus more. Without warning, she began chanting a spell. Everyone in the room tensed up, expecting an offensive blast. But instead of an attack, a glistening structure formed between her hands. A sculpture of pure ice emerged in the air, a model of the mountain range, carefully shaped with magical precision. Even Vikir, prepared for combat, blinked in mild surprise. Instead of firing a spell, she was about to present her argument visually. She gestured to the crystalline terrain she had conjured, tapping a spot with her finger. This is the entrance to the mine, clearly within Morgue territory. Then she pointed deeper into the model. But the mineral vein travels underground into Baskerville land, creating the disputed zone. Camus raised her chin with pride. We call it the Joint Security Area. While the entrance is ours, the Baskervilles deny our access to what lies beneath, despite us offering to pay rent. Hugo frowned, his fingers drumming the arm of his chair. Rent, he muttered, clearly unimpressed. Adolphe looked rather pleased with Camus' presentation, but Hugo's mood soured quickly. Your people offered a handful of copper coins for land that's worth gold, Hugo said dismissively. And expected us to cheer while you mined it dry? Vikir then added casually, rubies are valuable, for magic. Not for us. But don't expect us to be naive enough to let others profit off our soil. Camus frowned. If you don't want the rubies, then why not accept the rent? Isn't it better than letting the mine sit unused? Vikir gave her a knowing look. We don't care about the rubies. What we care about is keeping people like you out. His voice was calm, but the implication was sharp. Camus stared at him, frustrated. You can't just claim something because it's underground. It still belongs to us. And yet, here we are, Vikir said with a smirk. To prove her point, Camus moved her hand across the sculpture, placing it firmly over the portion that represented Baskerville territory. If this is Morgue land, she challenged, then this arm is mine. Before anyone could react, Vikir caught her wrist mid-motion. His grip was firm, but not harsh. Still, it made her freeze. That arm, he said softly, with a faint grin, is on our land. Camus' cheeks turned a shade redder than her hair. What are you even saying? Vikir leaned slightly forward. You're the one who said your arm's part of Morgue land. But it's over here now, which makes it mine. Her eyes widened. What? Then came the grin. Not the amused, teasing kind, but the slow, unsettling curl of lips that sent a chill down everyone's spine. He reached behind his back and, without warning, drew a small dagger from its sheath. The room fell into stunned silence. Camus flinched. Adolphe's hand instinctively moved to his side. Even the head butler took a wary step forward. Vikir's eyes glittered as he raised the blade slightly, still holding Camus' wrist in one hand. I mean it, he whispered. That arm belongs to me now. Camus' voice quivered. What are you talking about? Her words died in her throat as the knife inched closer. Hugo sat frozen in place, beads of sweat forming at his temple. His lips were pressed into a tight line, unsure whether to laugh or intervene. Then, finally, Camus panicked. "Uncle!" she screamed. Adolphe, who had been poised to step in, moved instantly. In a flash, he was between them, hand placed firmly on Vikir's shoulder, eyes blazing. "That's enough," he said, voice low and commanding. The moment was broken. Camus yanked her arm free and darted behind Adolphe, trembling. The room slowly exhaled. Vikir stood still, slipping the dagger back into its sheath with a casual motion, as if the entire event had been a harmless joke. But the glint in his eyes said otherwise. Adolphe's face twisted with fury as he turned to Hugo, his voice raised. "What is the meaning of this?" Hugo gave a restrained sigh and glanced at Vikir. "That may have been a little too far for a joke," he admitted. Vikir calmly raised the knife in question and revealed, "It's only a toy. We train with these in Baskerville from the time we can walk." Adolphe stared at the blade, appalled. "You give those to children? That's no toy, that's dangerous." "I meant no offense," Vikir replied with a polite bow of his head. "I didn't intend to make Lady Camus cry. My apologies." Though his words were respectful, Adolphe remained furious. "That's all? You think a simple apology covers this? You treat this whole thing like a game." Before tempers could rise again, Hugo interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. "Let's not allow children's scuffles to sour our discussions. We're here for more pressing matters, like the ruby mine, and the friendly exhibition matches." Adolphe hesitated, still glaring, but finally nodded. "Fine. But this isn't over." Meanwhile, Camus, teary-eyed and flushed with embarrassment, turned to Vikir with a bitter warning. "I won't forget this." Vikir only gave a faint, knowing smile, unbothered and unreadable. Soon after, the much-anticipated day of the friendly duels arrived. Children from both the Morgue and Baskerville clans, ranging from ages 8 to 15, had gathered at the training grounds to showcase their talents. The younger ones performed basic spellwork or demonstrated their aura sensitivity, while the older youths engaged in full sparring matches, drawing loud cheers. But this year, all eyes were glued to one duel, the match between two prodigies, Camus Morgue, the flame-haired genius mage, and Vikir van Baskerville, the rising mystery from the Sword clan. Standing across from each other in the center of the dueling field, Camus addressed Vikir with an icy tone. "Be ready. I don't go easy once I start." Without hesitation, she began weaving mana into her fingertips. The audience gasped as 4 distinct spells began forming at once, each pulsing with raw magical force. "Is she casting quad spells?" someone whispered in awe. "She's 8, right? That's unheard of," another murmured, captivated. The 4 spells erupted in unison, hurling fire, ice, lightning, and wind at Vikir from different directions. But Vikir was already moving, weaving effortlessly between the elements with a relaxed pace, as if it were a mere dance. As the dust settled, he glanced at her with a faint shrug. "If I were you, I'd stop trying to impress the crowd with fireworks and just focus on one spell you can actually finish." Camus bristled. "As if a sword-wielding musclehead like you would understand magic." With a sneer, she cast a sand wall spell between them, a towering structure of earth erupting to block his view. But Vikir didn't hesitate, he launched a sharp kick that shattered the barrier like dried leaves, stepping through the crumbling remains. "Such sharp words," he remarked dryly. Camus flinched at his strength. Was this, from dipping in the river Styx, she wondered. Before she could react, he moved. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of her, finger raised. Her eyes widened in panic, she had no time to shield herself. Flick. The simple motion struck her forehead, but with enough force to send her tumbling backward. Adolphe's mouth fell open. "That was an air flick?" Clutching her stinging forehead, Camus glared up at him. "Why did you flick me? Were you mocking me?" But Vikir merely smiled and tapped his own forehead. "Think we should wrap this up before you start crying again?" Tears welled in her eyes, but she clenched her fists and stood again. "I'm not done yet." This time, she raised 2 hands and conjured not 1, but 2 sand walls. "Let's see you punch through this." Vikir tilted his head and considered going around them, but then changed his mind. With a single punch, he drove his fist through both barriers, smashing a clean hole through the center. Camus stood stunned. And then came his next move. Raising a hand in the shape of a flick, Vikir asked with a smirk, "Tell me, whose arm is this, crossing the boundary?" Without waiting for her to answer, he delivered another flick straight to her forehead, even sharper than the last. The force dropped her to the ground, where she let out a pained growl, rubbing her head. Still, she didn't give up. She hurled spells, desperate and furious, but Vikir slipped past them like a shadow, never once retaliating. "Dealing with children really is more exhausting than I expected," he mused. He glanced at her and sighed. "I could snap her neck in less than a second, but then I'd have a diplomatic incident on my hands. Not worth it. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed two other children dueling in a neighboring arena. One was a spellcaster, the other a swordsman, and the latter was cutting through spells with his blade, countering magic in real time. Vikir narrowed his eyes with interest. Now this might be worth watching. And useful too. He turned his focus away from the fuming Camus, ready to let the others deal with her while he laid the groundwork for his next move. As Vikir shifted his attention to the other contestants in the arena, his eyes locked onto a remarkable sight, a young swordsman expertly slicing through a mage's spell mid-air. The display caught Vikir's interest. That technique, he could be useful for my plan, he mused, carefully analyzing the swordsman's timing and footwork. Meanwhile, behind him, Camus was growing more agitated by the second. Her spells continued to miss their mark, and she couldn't fathom why none of her attacks were landing. "Stop running, coward! Fight me properly," she shouted, her voice trembling with both fury and frustration. As the duel intensified, Vikir noticed the same mage from earlier charging up another powerful spell, this time behind him. Sensing the opportunity, Vikir turned to Camus and said in a calm voice, "You should put up a defensive spell, now." Camus blinked in confusion. "What are you talking about?" But before she could finish her thought, she saw the glowing glyphs forming behind Vikir. Her eyes widened. "Wait!" From the sidelines, Adolf gasped as he pieced together what Vikir was doing. That boy, he used the mage's spell to trap her. A moment later, a fiery explosion erupted in the arena, engulfing the dueling ground in smoke and flames. Shocked gasps spread through the audience. The blast was immense, covering everything in a blanket of smoke and heat. In the chaos, Camus barely managed to activate a defensive ward in time. The magic shield saved her from burns, but the intense heat had scorched her clothes, leaving her shaken and humiliated. Her cheeks turned red, not from the heat, but from embarrassment. The thought of everyone seeing her in that state nearly brought tears to her eyes. When the smoke finally began to clear, she saw a familiar silhouette approach her through the haze. It was Vikir. He stopped in front of her, his jacket in hand. Wordlessly, he draped it over her shoulders. Camus stared up at him, stunned. "Why are you helping me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Aren't we enemies?" "You looked cold," Vikir replied plainly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "You'll be exposed if you give me your coat," she protested, clutching the fabric close. "I don't mind," he said without hesitation. The sheer sincerity of his gesture made her chest tighten with confusion. She didn't understand why her heart was racing, nor why the person she had resented moments ago was now making her feel safe. She looked down and noticed a thin trail of blood running from his arm. "You're hurt," she exclaimed. Vikir glanced at the wound in surprise. The cut was shallow, but the fact that he had been scratched at all, despite his body being reinforced by the river Styx, was alarming. So that swordsman's blade had a lingering aura. Interesting, he thought. As the last of the dust settled, both of them were revealed to the audience. Camus sat on the ground, wrapped in Vikir's jacket. Vikir stood beside her, shirtless, his toned torso earning astonished murmurs from the crowd. His well-developed muscles and calm demeanor had a striking effect on everyone present. Adolf, watching from the sidelines, let out a sigh of relief upon confirming his niece was unharmed. However, the audience was torn. Camus might have taken more damage, but it was Vikir who was bleeding. Determining a clear winner was impossible. And yet, it wasn't just the spectators who were mesmerized. Camus kept stealing glances at the boy who had both flicked her forehead and saved her dignity. Her eyes lingered on him longer than she intended, a pink hue coloring her cheeks. She couldn't make sense of the emotion stirring inside her. Later that evening, Vikir and Hugo walked together down a quiet corridor lit by flickering torches. "So," Hugo asked, his arms crossed. "How was your match with the morgue girl?" "It was informative," Vikir replied with a thoughtful nod. "I've figured out the purpose behind this event." Hugo chuckled, then added, "A duel with a mage is far different from clashing swords. Why didn't you finish her off when you had the chance?" Vikir hesitated before answering. "I wasn't sure how to go all out against a lady." Hugo narrowed his eyes. "Compassion during a fight will only get you hurt. That scratch, let it be your lesson." Vikir blinked, startled by the concern in his father's voice. Hugo had always been distant, even cruel. Rumors around the clan claimed he'd changed after losing his first wife and daughter, but Vikir had no memories of a softer version of Hugo. Unexpectedly, Hugo changed the subject. "What do you think we should do about the ruby mines?" Vikir's expression turned serious. "We should hand over control." Hugo stopped walking. "Explain." "The Baskerville's primary objective is territorial expansion. The area around the mines is crawling with monsters and barbarian tribes," Vikir reasoned. If we allow the Moors to oversee the mines, we can use them as a buffer. They'll take the brunt of the losses while we continue pushing outward. A long silence followed before Hugo smirked. That's almost exactly what I had in mind. He laid a heavy hand on Vikir's head and added, "You're beginning to think like a Baskerville." Hugo elaborated further. "Once the Moors set up their operations at the mine, we'll start stirring the monsters and barbarians in that direction. If all goes as planned, their blood will soak the land before we even lift a finger. And once that happens, the Moors will never dare look into our territory again." Vikir didn't respond. He only nodded, a cool fire gleaming in his eyes. While Hugo praised Vikir's strategic thinking, Vikir himself remained unfazed. It wasn't surprising to him, after all, this was originally Hugo's idea. He had merely mirrored a plan he had executed in his past life under Hugo's direct command. Turning slightly, Vikir voiced another suggestion: they should monitor the Morg clan's movements closely. But Hugo casually dismissed the concern, assuring Vikir that the number of scouts had already been increased and every movement within the Ruby Mine region was under constant watch. As they walked together through the corridor, a familiar voice echoed from behind, "Adolphe Morg." Both father and son turned toward the approaching figure. Adolphe, composed but serious, requested a word before his departure. They moved into a quiet chamber nearby, sitting down across from each other, and Hugo wasted no time. "What brings you back again, Adolphe?" Adolphe folded his hands and began with diplomacy. He wished to resolve the tension surrounding the ruby mines in a civil manner and insisted that the mining fees were merely one among many proposals. Then, with a calm smile, he added, "Perhaps we could consider a more lasting bond between our families, a marriage alliance." As Adolphe explained, Camus sat quietly to the side, but her cheeks betrayed her feelings with a visible blush, especially whenever her gaze drifted toward Vikir. Hugo raised a brow and inquired which children Adolphe had in mind for this arrangement. Adolphe responded without hesitation. "Your house's youngest son, and my niece, Camus Morg. She's beautiful, brilliant, and lacks for nothing. A rare gem, fitting for your clan." Hugo, however, appeared skeptical. "You're suggesting this, despite a 17-year age gap? My eldest son is 25. Adolphe waved it off with a chuckle. "What's 17 years in a noble marriage? Age is not the issue, it's lineage and compatibility." Before Hugo could respond, Camus spoke up with conviction. "I refuse to marry anyone weaker than my mother. And I won't accept someone who could be mistaken for my uncle." The room fell into stunned silence. Adolphe attempted to reason with her, stating that if she clung to such impossible standards, she'd likely grow old alone. Hugo, showing signs of irritation, added, "This isn't a market stall where you pick and choose." But Camus crossed her arms confidently. "I'm not playing games." As she spoke, her face reddened again, and this time both patriarchs noticed where her eyes had wandered. Straight to Vikir. Adolphe's expression darkened. His thoughts turned sour, and he cursed internally. Out of all the men in the Empire, she chooses him? A Van, not even a Law? Just a secondary bloodline. Rage simmered beneath his composed expression. Meanwhile, Hugo exhaled through his nose and decided to cut through the tension. What matters in an engagement isn't status or bloodline, it's the will of the ones involved. His sharp gaze fell on Vikir. "What about you, boy? What's your stance?" Camus turned toward Vikir, eyes wide, anticipation flickering in her expression. Vikir met her gaze and answered evenly, "I'll do as I'm told." A moment of silence passed before Camus turned scarlet, interpreting his vague answer as bashful agreement. Adolphe, on the other hand, clenched his fists under the table. How dare he respond so flippantly to my niece? Adolphe rose from his seat and loomed over Vikir. "You're not just marrying anyone. You'd be marrying Camus Morg, niece to a six-circle master of the Morg clan. And that's not something we hand over lightly." Vikir remained unmoved. "Do you even realize what that means?" Adolphe asked, placing a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder, intending to test his strength. But Vikir didn't flinch. In fact, he didn't move at all. The patriarch blinked in surprise. For an 8-year-old, Vikir's frame was solid, like stone. Narrowing his eyes, Adolphe questioned, "Are you even listening to me?" "I stopped listening when you said it wasn't wise to tell me something," Vikir replied, his tone casual but precise. Camus gasped softly, scandalized by his boldness. Hugo, barely suppressing a grin, turned his head to the side to hide his amusement. Adolphe's eyes narrowed into slits. A sinister chuckle rumbled from his chest. "Very well. I want to understand your potential. Not as the Morg patriarch, but as Camus' uncle." He turned to Hugo. "Grant me 10 minutes. Just the boy and me." Camus immediately stood up. "Uncle, no, don't." But Adolphe dismissed her protests with a calm hand. "It has to happen eventually." He locked eyes with Hugo again. Will you allow it? Hugo gave a reluctant nod. If you insist. The following hour saw a hush fall over the training coliseum. The arena was prepared, and a crowd gathered, sensing that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Standing in the center were Vikir and Adolphe, swords drawn, one a child, the other a seasoned master. This isn't a punishment, Adolphe said. Consider this a lesson. Show me everything you're capable of. On the sidelines, Camus watched in silent dread while Hugo stood with a stone-cold expression, his arms crossed. The duel wasn't just a test of strength. It was a declaration, a clash between legacy and ambition, bloodline and brilliance. Vikir nodded in agreement to the duel, though in his mind, he scoffed. If I really showed everything I could do, Adolphe might collapse from the shock. Across from him, Adolphe took a breath, his hand rising to perform a complex incantation. With effortless grace, he wove 3 elements, fire, earth, and water, into a seamless magical construct. A pot materialized in the air before him, shimmering with the stability of earth, the flow of water, and the heat of flames. With practiced precision, Adolphe filled the vessel with water and placed it atop his own head like a crown. This will be the condition, he declared with a calm voice. If even a single drop spills, I'll consider it your victory. Vikir narrowed his eyes, intrigued. He knew full well that fighting Adolphe was no ordinary experience, it was a golden chance to assess how strong the man truly was. His thoughts drifted to his previous life, wondering what would his chances against Adolphe before. Back then, he had a 10% chance of winning outright and perhaps a 50% success rate if he'd opted for assassination. But this wasn't about victory. It was about demonstration. Just enough to keep Hugo satisfied. And maybe enough to peek at Adolphe's full strength. Without warning, Vikir sprang forward, sword in hand, making a direct charge. It seemed like reckless aggression, an unrefined lunge from a child. Camus gasped from the sidelines. What are you doing? You can't just rush him like that. Adolphe barely blinked, casting a translucent magical barrier to intercept the blow. The steel of Vikir's sword slammed against the shield with a sharp clang but failed to break through. How naive, Adolphe remarked with a chuckle, turning to his niece. You see, Camus? Shield magic is the ultimate defense against swords. No aura blade in your typical knight's hand can bypass this. Vikir clicked his tongue in mild annoyance. So that didn't work. Adolphe, amused, took the offensive. Complex spell circles whirled into existence as he launched a volley of elemental attacks. Fireballs, stone projectiles, and water blades lashed out toward Vikir, who danced between them with uncanny agility. Not a single spell struck him. From the sidelines, Camus protested, "That's not fair. You never go all out like that when sparring with me." Adolphe smirked at her. "Whose side are you on?" He turned back to Vikir, tears forming comedically in his eyes as he pouted, "You bastard. I won't forgive you for this." Hugo watched quietly, arms folded, observing every move. He noted the rhythm of Vikir's attacks, deliberate, focused, and efficient. He's not just testing defenses. He's studying every reaction. Every delay. Every breath. Meanwhile, Adolphe mocked, "You'll never break through. Not with that feeble sword." But suddenly, something changed. Vikir's movements became mechanical, repeating the same strike over and over at the exact spot on the shield. The audience noticed. Even Adolphe began to frown. He's hammering the same point over and over, like a machine. Then, crack! Vikir's sword shattered mid-strike, fragments scattering through the air. Adolphe's smirk returned. So much for persistence. Maybe next time, choose a sword that doesn't crumble against my barrier. But before he could finish his gloating, cold water poured down his face in a sudden torrent. He froze, sputtering in disbelief as the liquid drenched his head and robes. "What?" Adolphe shouted. "How did that happen?" Vikir stood calmly, lowering his hand with a slight smile. The pot looked too full. Camus stared in shock before a blush rose to her cheeks. Did he win? Against Uncle Adolphe? Meanwhile, Hugo narrowed his eyes, thoughts racing. That final move hadn't been a stroke of luck. A fragment of the shattered sword must have been aimed so precisely that it pierced the pot without Adolphe even noticing. That boy, he's no ordinary hound. 7 years passed. The once small hounds of the Baskerville clan had grown into disciplined young warriors. Today, their training brought them face to face with a terrifying opponent, a monstrous beast resembling a bear, but far more grotesque, with tusks like horns and an armored hide. With a thunderous roar, the beast charged toward the young hounds. From a distance, a man with steel-gray eyes watched closely, Staffordshire Busker, the seasoned instructor and a shadow hound of the Basilisk division. He barked out commands sharply, "Don't aim for the vitals yet. Cripple its legs first, slow it down." The children adjusted their formation. Among them, the triplets stood out. Like a single organism split into 3 bodies, they moved in perfect synchrony. Their coordinated strikes targeted the monster's hind limbs, forcing it to stagger as exhaustion crept in. Sweat glistened on brows, the clang of blades echoed in the field, and the sharp cries of effort rang out as the next generation of hounds proved themselves. But for Staffordshire, only one question lingered in his mind. Which of these children would rise above the rest, and which one would lead them into the coming storm? Instructor Staffordshire Busquare watched silently from the sidelines, arms crossed as the final blow landed. The massive beast, a horned ox bear, bred in captivity for combat training, collapsed to the ground with a groan of defeat. Blood pooled beneath its fur, signaling the end of the young hound's graduation trial. His sharp gaze lingered on the triplets whose coordinated attacks had left the monster weakened and disoriented. Their aura, a deep, wine-dark crimson, was raw and volatile, but powerful. Yes, he thought with a hint of pride, those 3 will grow into true Baskervilles. That color suits them. The rest of the young hounds, emboldened by the triplets' assault, moved in for the final strike. One after another, they landed blows until the beast fell with a thunderous thud. Staffordshire clapped once, the sound echoing across the field. "Well done," he announced. "You've all officially earned the title of low-rank sword experts, and with it, mastery over the first form of the Baskerville technique." The children cheered. Some raised their swords skyward, others collapsed in exhausted joy. But their instructor's next words wiped the smiles off many faces. "Remember, what you faced today was a chained beast. A test, nothing more. But the wild ox bears roaming the La Rouge region at Lenore Mountain are an entirely different matter. There, your blade won't strike a target that stands still. There, death is swift, and it shows no mercy. You will survive only through either bloodline instinct, or experience forged through relentless battle." He let the warning settle in before nodding once. "Graduation is complete. From here on, may you walk your own path with sharp eyes and sharper steel. Good luck." As the students dispersed into small groups, the training field shifted from the sounds of battle to idle chatter. 2 young hounds stood off to the side, deep in conversation. "So," one said, wiping sweat from his brow, "which knight order are you aiming for?" "I'm thinking Wolfhound," his friend replied. "Or maybe Rottweiler. Pitbull's not bad either." The Baskerville clan boasted 7 elite knight orders, each named after a breed of dog. They weren't just titles, they represented unique missions: scouting, assassination, surveillance, protection, suppression, infiltration, and full-scale warfare. Each child would soon receive an assignment based on their skill set and performance. Suddenly, the first boy tilted his chin toward the center of the field. "What about him? Any guesses?" "Who?" the second asked, confused. "The guy sitting on the corpse of the beast we just killed," the first replied, lowering his voice. "Vikir. That freak killed a bigger one on his own a week ago." "Seriously? I heard he's already cleared the 3rd form of the technique. That puts him on par with the Shadow Hounds." The figure in question, Vikir van Baskerville, was indeed seated atop the dead beast, his sword sheathed and his expression distant. He was silent, eyes lost in thought. "It took longer than I expected," he mused. 7 years just to reach intermediate graduate level of the 5th form, too slow. While his swordsmanship had improved leaps and bounds compared to the past, his expectations of himself were higher still. In his previous life, before regression, he had hit a wall at the 4th form and hadn't broken through until much later. This time, he was ahead, but not nearly far enough. As he brooded, a familiar presence stepped up behind him. "Young Master Vikir," came the smooth, deep voice of head butler Barrymore. "The Patriarch is summoning you. Your assignment has been finalized." Vikir stood, brushing blood off his gloves. His expression was calm, almost unreadable. "Understood." Within the Patriarch's office, the atmosphere was heavy. Hugo La Baskerville sat behind a desk cluttered with reports and maps. He didn't bother to look up when Vikir entered, offering only a low grunt as acknowledgement. Vikir's eyes flicked briefly to his father's face. A fresh scar ran down Hugo's nose. "You're injured," he noted. Hugo touched the wound as if only now remembering it. "An archer ambushed me during the latest campaign at Lenore Mountain. Didn't get her, but I left her with the same reminder." There was a pause. "Congratulations on completing your training," Hugo finally said, though his voice was anything but celebratory. "It only gets more difficult from here." Vikir narrowed his eyes slightly. Here it comes, he thought. Before his regression, his assignment at this stage had been a death sentence, tossed into the Pitbull Order and shipped off to the deadly La Rouge warfront as cannon fodder. There, expendable youth were thrown into endless conflict until they died, or clawed their way to survival. The elite children, in contrast, were groomed in administrative halls, taught politics, diplomacy, law, and how to wield power behind closed doors. They were polished while the expendables bled. Hugo suddenly looked up. "This time, I want you to try the lower house." Vikir blinked. "The parliament?" he asked, genuinely unsure he had heard correctly. "Yes," Hugo confirmed. "The lower house manages regional legislation, law enforcement, trade agreements, infrastructure, and business operations for our territories. The gears that keep the clan cities turning." Vikir's composure faltered for a split second. "He's placing me in the elite track?" Hugo leaned forward slightly. "Your performance over the years has exceeded every child we once hailed as a genius. You're 10 years ahead of them, at least. So I'll treat you like it." A folded letter was placed in front of him. "You'll serve as deputy consul of Underdog City. You leave tomorrow." Vikir accepted the order silently. Underdog? He thought. So I'll be going there again. At that time, both the consul and deputy consul seats in Underdog City had been vacant for a while. When Hugo offered Vikir the opportunity to take up the role of deputy consul, the young swordsman took a moment to consider the offer. After weighing his options, and recognizing the potential it held, he gave a firm nod and accepted. But before they could move on to formalities, Vikir brought up another matter. "There's something else," he said. Hugo raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. "Is this about the Moore clan and that ruby mine incident?" Vikir smirked faintly. "So you already know I messed with Adolf Moore." Hugo leaned back in his chair, lips twitching in amusement. "Of course. Word travels fast, especially when someone dances on the old lion's beard." Vikir didn't deny it. Instead, he made an unusual request. "I'd like to borrow my reward early." The specific nature of what he wanted remained unspoken, but the request alone was enough to make head butler Barrymore flinch ever so slightly. Even without knowing the details, he had a rough idea, and the sheer boldness of it left him speechless. But Hugo didn't hesitate. He pulled out a document, stamped it, and handed it over without a word. "Don't make me regret this," Hugo said. "I'm trusting you." "I won't do anything reckless," Vikir assured him with a quiet confidence. Still, as he left the office, he couldn't shake the strangeness of the moment. Being called son by that man. It would have been laughable in my last life. As Vikir and Barrymore walked down the corridor, the old butler spoke in a serious tone. "This appointment, being given the authority of a consul before you're even deployed in battle, it's the kind of education reserved for royalty. The patriarch's placing a great deal of faith in you." Vikir didn't let it go to his head. "That trust can be broken just as easily. I'll have to earn it." He didn't see the appointment as a gift. For him, it was a calculated opportunity, one that would allow him to grow, gather influence, and maneuver in relative safety, far from the blood-soaked mountains and battlefields. Still, the memory of his death lingered, his head falling into a basket after the cold kiss of the guillotine. One day, he thought coldly, Hugo La Baskerville will feel that blade himself. Elsewhere in Underdog City, in the central estate designated for administrative officials, a bald steward barked instructions at a pair of servants. "Clean everything. Every wall, every corner. Make it shine before dawn. The new deputy consul from the Baskerville family arrives tomorrow." "Yes, sir," the workers replied in unison. Later, as they scrubbed the marble floor of the villa, one of them spoke up, "Wonder what kind of man the new deputy's gonna be. Hopefully someone who knows business." "Forget it," the other replied with a chuckle. "They say he's only 15. At that moment, they noticed a boy approaching the villa, young, dressed in black, his expression unreadable. "Hey, kid," one worker said, resting a hand on the boy's shoulder. "You can't be here. This is private property." The boy looked up, his eyes cold and piercing. "Remove your hand." There was steel in his voice, authority beyond his years. The worker blinked, startled, as the boy produced a document bearing the Baskerville seal. It was an official appointment letter. "I'm Vikir van Baskerville, the new deputy consul." The two workers exchanged a stunned glance. "But you weren't expected until tomorrow?" "I came early. Get the kitchen ready. We're hosting a reception tonight." The staff scurried into action, scrambling to meet the sudden demand. As Vikir stepped into the villa, they could only watch in silence, baffled by the boy's commanding presence. That evening, the grand hall of the villa was bustling with activity. Food and drink flowed freely, and nobles from all over the region gathered for the impromptu celebration. Laughter echoed against the high ceilings, and crystal glasses clinked as toast after toast was raised. In contrast to the festive atmosphere, Chihuahua Baskerville, the city's general secretary, was pacing frantically in his office, his nerves frayed. "What kind of madness is this?" he muttered, peeking through the curtains. "A party? On his first day in office?" Already under pressure due to the previous consuls being ousted for corruption, Chihuahua had hoped the new appointee would be someone reliable. Now, it seemed, he had a reckless noble brat to contend with. He turned away from the window, ready to unleash a tirade, only to nearly jump out of his skin as a voice sounded behind him. "You must be the General Secretary." Startled, Chihuahua spun around to find Vikir standing calmly in the doorway. Vikir offered a polite nod. "Vikir van Baskerville, Deputy Consul." Chihuahua hastily introduced himself. "Chihuahua, huh?" Vikir said, eyeing him. "No middle name?" The comment made Chihuahua tense. He dealt with nobles long enough to recognize the signs. In the Baskerville hierarchy, those without a middle name were often looked down upon, non-blood members hired through merit or connections. He braced for the usual sneer or condescending remark. But instead, Vikir placed a hand on his shoulder. "Nice," he said simply. Chihuahua blinked in confusion. "What? I read your file on the way here," Vikir continued. "You were born and raised in Underdog, right?" "Yes, that's correct." Vikir's gaze was steady. "That means you know this city better than anyone. I'll need your help." Chihuahua stared, stunned by the sincerity in the boy's voice. "Maybe, just maybe," he thought, "this one's different." Vikir gave a small nod of understanding and addressed Chihuahua respectfully. "I know how much harder it is for people like you to keep things running. Don't worry, I'm not here to interfere with how you do your job." Chihuahua raised an eyebrow, still a bit baffled. The sincerity in Vikir's voice caught him off guard, and for a moment, he wondered if this was some new form of sarcasm or veiled insult. He mumbled an uncertain, "Okay," unable to fully process the exchange. Why is he even here? Chihuahua thought. Wasn't it his idea to throw the party in the first place? But Vikir continued speaking, this time shifting the topic toward city matters. "There's nothing wrong with the legal code itself," Vikir said, pacing slowly, "but the judicial system in Underdog is full of oddities." Chihuahua's ears perked up as Vikir elaborated. "Illegal businesses thrive here, too many of them. And the problem isn't just that they exist. It's that they've become so embedded in the city's culture, they now control more power than the law itself." Chihuahua frowned. "So you want to shut down the black market?" "No," Vikir said calmly. "Shutting them down isn't enough. You need to eliminate the heads. Cut off the roots. Otherwise, they'll just grow back stronger." He took a moment before adding, "As Deputy Consul, I'm tasked with creating and executing laws. I respect the structure already in place, but I plan to add a new law to the books." Chihuahua's eyes widened. "A new law?" Vikir nodded, his tone firm. "And I'll make sure the underground economy collapses within a week." Still confused, Chihuahua asked, "But why do you need a reason to make such a law? If the illegal operations are wrong, shouldn't that be enough?" The young deputy smiled, turning toward the window as his expression darkened. "Because I'm just a kid. A newly appointed official. I need a performance, a spectacle, to convince the people. Otherwise, they'll laugh me off." Then came the part that truly unsettled Chihuahua. "To put it simply," Vikir said with a smirk, "I'm going to lay bait for the flies." Chihuahua swallowed nervously, unsure what kind of trap Vikir was setting. The next morning, the citizens of Underdog gathered on Door's Smile Street, drawn by rumors of a strange event. The entire street buzzed with curious chatter as people filled every available space, whispering about the new deputy consul. On a raised platform stood Vikir, calm and composed, holding a thick wooden stake in his hand. He had been standing there since dawn, observing the crowd without saying a word. Nearby, Chihuahua watched nervously with other staff members. What's he trying to do? Just then, Vikir stepped forward and addressed the crowd, his voice steady and authoritative. "I am Vikir van Baskerville, your newly appointed deputy consul." Murmurs swept through the crowd. Many were surprised by how young he looked. Some whispered that he was rather handsome. Others questioned his credibility. "What can a boy like him even do?" one man scoffed. Vikir held up a poster. "These notices display the laws that have existed for years. The change in office doesn't affect their enforcement. The laws of the Baskerville family remain absolute." But the crowd remained skeptical. Whispers of corruption and doubt filled the air. "He'll be eaten alive like the rest." Chihuahua tried to restore order. "Quiet. Show some respect to your deputy consul." Some silenced their voices, but the doubt still lingered. Suddenly, without warning, Vikir raised the heavy stake above his head and slammed it into the ground with such force that the earth trembled beneath it. The impact silenced the crowd instantly. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the audience. That single act was enough to stun them into silence. Then, Vikir spoke again, this time with a glint in his eye. "With my authority as deputy consul, I hereby announce a new decree, the Vikir Special Law." He pointed to the stake. Anyone who can remove this stake from the ground will receive a reward of 100 million gold. Paid directly by me. An uproar broke out immediately. The figure seemed unbelievable, too absurd to be real. Did he say 100 million? Just for pulling out a stake? No way, he's serious. Despite the disbelief, not a single person moved. No one dared approach the stake. Vikir raised his voice again. Is there no one among you who would take a chance for that kind of wealth? Still, no one stepped forward. Vikir smiled again, then declared. Very well. A revision. He paused for dramatic effect. Paragraph 1, Article 2 of the Vikir Special Law, whoever removes the stake will be rewarded with 1 billion gold. Now, the crowd stirred more violently. One fat, balding man in the crowd began to laugh. Are you making fun of us, boy? Do we look like fools to you? The people murmured in agreement, but some started looking at the stake differently. A few even began to inch forward. 1 billion gold, he can't be serious, can he? Chihuahua whispered from behind Vikir, they're starting to believe it. But Vikir wasn't finished. If that's not enough, he called out, raising a hand. Paragraph 1, Article 3, anyone who pulls out the stake will receive 10 billion gold. Gasps swept through the street like a wave. For a brief moment, all of Underdog seemed to fall still. Some people scoffed and retreated, suspicious that it was some kind of trap. Others became visibly tempted. Whispers of opportunity, risk, and greed filled the air. All eyes were on the stake, and on the young deputy consul who had set the city aflame with a single challenge. As the murmurs of the crowd swirled in uncertainty, some people pointed toward the sword fastened at Vikir's waist, warning others not to be hasty. The gleam of that weapon alone, paired with the absurd prize he declared, was enough to make even the boldest hesitate. Whispers spread, what if this was a trap? What if the young deputy punished those who looked too greedy? Despite Vikir's repeated invitations to challenge the stake, not a single soul stepped forward. Just as he was preparing to speak again, Chihuahua leaned close and whispered with a worried tone, Sir, we don't have that kind of money in our treasury. Before Vikir could respond, a small hand hesitantly rose from within the crowd. It was a little girl, no older than 8 or 9, with a basket of flowers looped over one arm. Her face was sun-kissed and freckled, and her clothes were threadbare. She shyly asked, Can I try? Gasps rippled through the gathering. An old man in the front row recognized her and immediately tried to stop her. Judy, child, no. Don't. This isn't for someone like you. But Judy didn't back down. She clutched her basket tighter and gave a small nod. My mom's sick, she said softly. If there's even a small chance, I have to try. The crowd fell quiet as she approached the stake. Her tiny feet shuffled across the dirt, stopping just in front of the deeply buried timber. Standing before the impossibly strong stake, and the intimidating man who planted it, Judy hesitated. Her throat felt dry, her knees weak. Maybe he won't hurt me, she hoped. Maybe I'll get some coins. Or at least, someone will buy my flowers after this. Vikir, silent and expressionless, gave her a nod. Go on. Pull. His voice was neither warm nor cold, just empty. She couldn't read him at all. Judy gripped the wooden stake with both hands and took a deep breath. Her muscles tensed as she pulled. And to everyone's astonishment, it came free without resistance, sliding up from the earth as if it had never been rooted there at all. A collective gasp tore through the onlookers. Even Chihuahua blinked in disbelief. What? How did she? Judy turned to Vikir, holding the stake in both arms. Her body trembled slightly. Was she in trouble? Had she done something wrong? Vikir stepped forward. Her heart raced. He reached toward his waist, and her breath caught. Is he going to hurt me? Did I break something? What if he? But instead of steel, a leather pouch appeared in his outstretched hand. Vikir knelt down, face calm, and handed the girl the bulging bag. For now, here's 100 million, he said matter-of-factly. Judy stood frozen, eyes wide as she accepted the heavy pouch. Her fingers clutched the drawstring tightly, as if afraid it would vanish. She looked at Vikir as though still unsure if this was real. He met her gaze and asked, Where's your house? I live near the wells, by the market, she stammered. Good, Vikir said, rising to his feet. 10 billion is too much for you to carry. I'll send it directly to your home. He gave her a light tap on the head and added, and I'll assign guards to escort the gold. Judy couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her eyes welled with tears, not from fear this time, but from disbelief and joy. This is law, Vikir said to her firmly, but not unkindly. It must be honored. Behind them, the square had fallen into stunned silence. Everyone had witnessed the entire scene, but few seemed to believe their eyes. Even Chihuahua stood slack-jawed, struggling to process what had just happened. Vikir had actually followed through with his outrageous promise. This single event caused a seismic shift in the hearts of the people. The Vikir special law became more widely recognized than even the historic self-governance decree of the Baskerville clan. Its message was simple, yet profound: those who obey the law are rewarded, those who defy it are punished. The people were touched by its clarity, and the strange performance that had begun as a spectacle left behind a lasting message. The deputy consul who kept his word, even to a street girl, was something new. Something rare. Something worth believing in. Soon after, crime rates began to fall. Lawlessness decreased. People spoke of Deputy Vikir with a tone of admiration. He had done what no previous official had dared, captured the people's attention, and more importantly, their respect. Later that evening, back in the deputy's office, Chihuahua was scribbling something onto a large board. Vikir, having just returned from the streets, glanced at the writing and asked, "That looks Eastern. You know how to write it?" Chihuahua nodded, surprised by the compliment. "You've got excellent handwriting," Vikir added. For a moment, Chihuahua was silent. Then he said, "That performance out there, it was the first time in 20 years I felt something here was actually going to change." Vikir gave a small smile. Ruling people by fear when they've already lost faith in the law, that's not governance. That's tyranny. He paused, then said, "I spent a long time thinking, what could earn their attention? What would make the law feel real again?" Chihuahua glanced at the stake, still resting nearby, and nodded quietly. "You gave them something real." As Chihuahua wiped tears from his eyes, overwhelmed by emotion, he took a deep bow and declared his loyalty to Vikir. "I'll follow you until the day I die," he said earnestly. Vikir, slightly taken aback by the dramatic pledge, tried to calm him down with a simple wave of his hand. "It's not that deep," he murmured. But inwardly, Vikir's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. The success of his stake performance left him contemplating the broader implications. It was bold, theatrical, and entirely effective. He couldn't help but compare it to what Camus' Morgue would accomplish in a few years. While Camus had managed to bring crime in the city down to nearly 1%, she was never beloved. Her reign was defined by fear, not respect. Vikir glanced down at the map sprawled across the table, filled with markers. The real battle was just beginning. "Now that the 10 billion gold has been spent," he muttered, "we need to get it back." He pointed to the red excess drawn across various districts. "These are hotspots, illegal trade zones, hideouts, or places that'll likely harbor criminals again soon," he said. Chihuahua leaned in and blinked. "How did you even find all these locations?" Vikir smirked and tapped his nose. "I have a good nose for trash." In truth, every location marked had already been deeply surveyed by him before his regression. He didn't need to investigate them now, he remembered every last one of them by heart. It was muscle memory, born of pain and survival. Chihuahua's admiration only deepened. "Just how far ahead have you planned?" he muttered. Their exchange was interrupted by a sharp knock and a staff member hurrying in, visibly flustered. "Deputy Consul. The Youth Autonomy Association, they've requested a formal meeting." Vikir frowned. "Who?" Chihuahua sighed. "You knew this day would come. The Youth Autonomy Association is composed of heirs from the city's founding families, the Manblanc, Porer, Lovi, Channel, Fama, Hermes, and Prar clans." He paused, then added dryly, despite the name, "they're less an official youth council and more a hedonistic clique. Entitled brats with too much time and money." Vikir's lip curled in disdain. "So the dung flies are starting to buzz." The aide looked stunned, while Chihuahua couldn't hide his unease. Vikir's voice turned icy. "Then it's time we smoked out the pests feeding on the city's rot." Meanwhile, in one of the most lavish buildings in Underdog City, a towering hotel of gleaming marble and gilded walls, a raucous party was in full swing at the private VVP lounge. The luxurious room had been rented for an eye-watering 10 million gold for 6 hours. Inside were the 7 young men who comprised the core of the Youth Autonomy Association. These were the spoiled, arrogant scions of the 7 ruling families. They lounged in silk robes and jeweled accessories, surrounded by towers of expensive wine glasses and mountains of imported delicacies. Laughter echoed off the walls as they poured bottles of vintage wine down a pyramid of glasses, the excess spilling across the table in a crimson stream. One of them, a smug blonde boy with sharp cheekbones, turned to the waiters. "Lick it up," he said lazily. The servers hesitated. "I said lick it up." Like beaten dogs, the waiters dropped to their knees, licking the spillage from the table as the boys chuckled. The blonde leaned back into the plush velvet sofa, grinning with self-satisfaction. "Doesn't matter how much I spend. It always comes back to me." One of his companions chuckled, raising a glass. "All thanks to the Baskervilles. They focus on expanding territory and don't bother with the trade routes. We can traffic anything, gold, gems, even people." Another snorted. It's easy when you've got the mountain tribes to kidnap. Selling them's a breeze. The laughter continued. The Baskervilles are our watchdogs, one added. Fear swords, but no brains. Loyal mutts. The blonde sneered. Sword-wielding fools. Remember the Mamego incident? We shifted the blame to the Mesamagino, and the Baskervilles slaughtered their own most loyal supporters without blinking. As they gloated, one of the boys raised a concern. There's talk of a new deputy consul. Kid named Vikir. Heard he's from the Van line. Van, the blonde repeated. Never heard of him. Probably a puppet. Then a devilish smirk appeared on his face. Let's break him in. Invite him to one of our parties, give him the best women, the finest drinks. Then when the night's over, hit him with the bill. Let's see if the little pup can handle it. The others roared with laughter, already savoring the scandal. Just then, the door opened, and a new group entered, beautiful young women, dressed to impress, led in by the hotel staff. Among them was a boy. The blonde narrowed his eyes. Who's that? The waiter looked unsure. He came in with them, walked in so confidently no one questioned him. The boy calmly approached the group. The blonde signaled one of the bouncers. Throw him out. The man stepped forward and grabbed the boy by the hair. You got a death wish? The words died in his throat. With a movement so fast it seemed unreal, the boy twisted his arm backward, unnaturally, impossibly. The bouncer screamed in agony, collapsing to his knees. Every eye turned to the boy. He stepped forward, the light catching the insignia on his coat. I am Vikir van Baskerville, he said coldly, his eyes sweeping across the room. The blonde smugness evaporated. You're the deputy consul? Yes. And from what I've heard, you invited me. His tone was level, yet beneath it was the edge of a sword. The blonde forced a nervous laugh, trying to defuse the moment. Of course. We just didn't expect you to show up. What an honor. Vikir's eyes narrowed as he noticed the blonde whispering hastily to one of his companions behind cupped hands. The room had gone utterly silent. As the laughter and idle talk filled the luxurious banquet hall, one of the blonde-haired men leaned in toward his companion, whispering with a smug grin, "Shall we move forward with our plan?" His partner nodded, glancing toward Vikir. "Let's see how long he keeps up that act. We'll pin the entire bill on him after the party's over." The blonde man chuckled, agreeing easily. "Exactly. We'll stall and trap him here, then let's watch him squirm when the bill comes due." But their scheming didn't go unnoticed. Vikir, sitting quietly at the far end of the table, had heard every word. He calmly set his hand on the polished table surface, interrupting their conspiratorial whispering. His voice, low and cold, cut through the room like a blade. "Enough of this useless nonsense," he said. At that exact moment, the table erupted with a violent crack, sending a shockwave through the furniture. Glasses toppled and shattered, champagne and wine splashing across the floor. The room fell into stunned silence, all eyes turning toward the sudden chaos. The blonde man stared at the broken table, bewildered. His heart raced as realization dawned. Vikir had made the table explode with just a touch. Could that have been mana control? The feat suggested terrifying power and mastery. He's not normal, the blonde murmured, eyes wide. He must have already graduated. His companion swallowed hard, stunned. We thought he was just some 15-year-old brat. The blonde man shot his companion a glare. You're a ranked mid-tier expert. Do something. But the companion shrank back, his face pale. We won't last a second if we fight him. Don't be stupid. Before either of them could react, Vikir was already standing behind one of them, placing a firm hand on the man's shoulder. The man stiffened in fear, and in a trembling voice, he blurted out, "We were going to pay. For everything." Vikir narrowed his eyes. "So, were you planning to pin the entire bill on me?" The man stammered, but the guilt was obvious. Another in the group quickly spoke up, trying to defuse the tension. "Who'd do something like that? It was just a misunderstanding." The blonde man tried to maintain his composure. "We just wanted to test you, that's all. Underdog city's rotten to the core. We had to make sure you wouldn't get swept up in it." The companion nodded quickly. "And clearly, you passed. You're strong. The kind we'd follow." But Vikir's expression darkened. Without warning, he struck the man beside him with an open palm blow, though it was more like the swipe of a predator's claw. His hand latched onto the man's abdomen with terrifying strength. "You test your own dog, not your master," Vikir growled. "Never the other way around." He scanned the group with contempt, his voice growing colder. "You think your money and influence make you untouchable? You have no idea what true fear even looks like." Then, with a brutal motion, Vikir hurled the man to the floor and stomped on his face. The sound of bone meeting marble echoed through the stunned hall. "Do you know why I'm doing this?" he asked the group. "If you don't, well, you will soon enough." The blond man flinched, panic written all over his face. "We understand. Completely." But Vikir pressed his foot harder on the man's head. "If you really understood, then you'd know exactly what comes next." Anger flared within the group. The blond man spat, "You bastard." Another demanded, "You think you can just do this and walk away?" In a blur, Vikir appeared in front of the second man. His voice was like ice. "You talk a lot for criminals," he said. "Kidnapping. Human trafficking. Insulting the name of Baskerville." The color drained from their faces. Before they could deny it, Vikir's fist crashed into the man's face, sending him sprawling. "Beasts don't learn through words," he said, his face twisting into a sadistic smile. "You have to train them." Later, in the dim light of a stone prison, two figures stood outside a cell. Vikir, the acting deputy consul, looked as calm and indifferent as ever. Beside him, the general secretary, Chihuahua, looked disturbed, his expression tense. Inside the cell, the blond man from earlier now sat with a bloodied, swollen face. His screams echoed through the corridor. "You'll regret this. My father will burn this entire place to the ground," he roared. "You're dead, all of you. I'll kill you both." His eyes locked with Vikir's, but the deputy didn't even blink. Chihuahua stood silently, watching the scene unfold, caught between disbelief and fear. And Vikir? Chihuahua was visibly shaken, his expression a mixture of disbelief and alarm as he stared at the battered and bloodied man slumped in the corner. Turning to Vikir, his voice trembled with concern. Why did you beat him so severely?" he asked, unable to comprehend the brutality he had just witnessed. Vikir turned his gaze slowly toward him, unfazed, and replied with a casual tone, "Do you think I went too far?" "Yes." Chihuahua snapped without hesitation. "He looks like a sack of broken meat. How can someone do that to another person?" But Vikir remained unmoved. A faint, chilling smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he walked toward the cell where the prisoner lay, barely conscious. His demeanor was calm, too calm, as if everything that had happened was merely a formality. "I haven't even begun yet," he said coldly, voice laced with eerie detachment. Chihuahua's eyes widened in horror. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "What more do you plan to do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Purge," Vikir said simply. "Every single corrupt official who's been hiding behind the veil of public duty while consorting with filth. Those who have become the rot of the city will face judgment." He paused, glancing back toward the battered man. "Just look at them, their smug faces, their eyes full of pride. Not once did they consider that someone might hold them accountable. Even worse, they dared to disrespect the authority of the Baskerville family." Chihuahua's mouth fell open, still struggling to grasp the gravity of Vikir's words. "You're serious about this? You're going to kill them?" Vikir's expression didn't waver. "Yes." The blond-haired man inside the cell, his once defiant demeanor reduced to pitiful groveling, began to sob, begging Vikir for mercy. His companions joined in, desperately offering money, information, anything to be spared. But Chihuahua was more worried about the long-term consequences. "If you kill them, their families won't stay quiet," he warned. "They might seem cowardly now, but mark my words, they'll retaliate. They'll find a way to strike back." Vikir merely gave a quiet chuckle. "These aren't honorable men. Their connections lie deep within Underdog City's criminal underworld. Their families are just as tainted. They won't dare come forward, if they even survive what's coming next." Chihuahua looked down, unsure whether to feel relieved or more concerned. "And what about evidence?" he asked hesitantly. "You can't just kill them on suspicion." "I have my ways," Vikir replied cryptically. "And if I can't find the evidence, I'll fabricate it. The result will be the same." There was no remorse in his voice, only the cold certainty of a man who had made up his mind. In his heart, Vikir knew this era was about to change. He sensed the coming chaos, a storm that would soon engulf everything. His days in the city were numbered, especially once he enrolled in the academy. What came next didn't concern him, not now. He stood before the prisoners once more, his eyes void of empathy. One by one, he listed their transgressions with detached precision. Human trafficking, abduction, bribery, blackmail, coercion through intermediaries, contract killings. The blond man immediately shouted back in denial, pleading for proof, insisting they had done none of those things. Vikir didn't even flinch. "Would you accept punishment if evidence were produced?" The man fell silent. His eyes dropped to the floor, shame flooding his face. In that moment, it was as if he had already accepted his fate. Just then, a figure emerged from the hallway, a bald man carrying a worn leather bag. Without ceremony, he stepped forward and addressed Vikir. "Your request is ready." Vikir turned to him with a faint nod, clearly expecting the delivery. The bald man dropped the bag at his feet with a knowing grin. I made sure it meets your specifications. Vikir crouched down, opened the bag, and carefully pulled out a collection of instruments, shiny, sharp, and terrifyingly precise. He laid them out in neat rows on a piece of cloth, each tool gleaming under the dim light of the prison chamber. Chihuahua stood frozen, watching with dread as the scene unfolded. The executioner had prepared his tools, and the judgment was about to begin. As Vikir meticulously laid out his instruments on a clean cloth, the bald man who had delivered the custom order hovered nearby, eyeing the array of unfamiliar tools with unease. Despite having spent the last 30 years perfecting the art of torture, he was visibly disturbed. I've never seen some of these before, the bald man muttered, his eyes flicking nervously between the jagged, sinister-looking items. What kind of mind even thinks these up? Vikir, without lifting his gaze from the tools, gave a slight shrug. They're not my invention, he replied coolly. Where I come from, these are standard. The bald man's face scrunched with disbelief. Where you come from? What, hell? A low chuckle escaped Vikir's lips. Something like that, he said with a faint smirk. Trying to shake the unease that was crawling up his spine, the bald man asked, half joking, you gonna teach me how to use them? Vikir's smile vanished, and he raised an eyebrow. You sure? The bald man immediately shook his head. No thanks. I think I'd end up puking my guts out if I watched what you're about to do. Accepting the refusal without a word, Vikir returned to his preparations. His gaze lingered on the polished metal of his tools, momentarily distant. His thoughts drifted back to the era of destruction, a time of chaos and bloodshed, where even high-ranking demons, known for their resilience, cracked under interrogation. Torture had become a refined science in those days, evolving through necessity and brutal creativity. He missed those days. With calm deliberation, Vikir unfastened his coat, revealing an inner lining packed with more customized tools that shimmered ominously under the dim light. The moment the blonde prisoner caught sight of them, a shrill squeal tore from his throat. He recoiled, face pale, trembling violently in his restraints. Vikir's eyes swept over the prisoners, his expression unreadable. What happened to all that bravado? He asked coldly. Weren't you the ones boasting that no matter what happened, you wouldn't talk? He tugged the cuffs at his wrists, tightening them with a slow, deliberate motion. Please, don't say anything, he added in a low voice, almost to himself. Just this once, let me indulge in a memory. The blond man could no longer contain his emotions. Tears flowed freely down his cheeks as terror consumed him. Meanwhile, news of the arrest of the notorious 7 wicked gangs had exploded across Underdog City like wildfire. Wherever 3 or more people gathered, whether in the backstreets, alleyways, or marketplaces, the same conversation buzzed. In one dimly lit tavern, patrons hunched over their drinks, speaking in hushed tones. Finally, a grizzled man exhaled. They used to treat us like garbage. Good riddance. Another man, leaning on the counter, replied cautiously, don't celebrate too soon. With their connections, you think they'll stay locked up for long? They'll be out as soon as the bribes hit the right pockets. Someone else scoffed. Don't forget, those punks are all from second-generation native families. The deputy consul might just humiliate them a bit and let them walk. But didn't you hear the charges? Said a man near the corner. Human trafficking, bribery, blackmail, murder. If those stick, execution's not off the table. A heavy silence followed. Someone finally whispered, would the council really execute the sons of native aristocrats? The barkeep, who'd been polishing a glass, interjected, this new deputy consul's got a different way of doing things. You remember that story, he burned 10 billion gold on a single pyre just to make a point. He doesn't play by the rules. Even so, another patron mused, killing them might be a step too far. Wouldn't that cause a backlash from the native clans? The tension in the room was palpable. Most of the city believed the arrest of the 7 gang leaders was just another strategic tug-of-war between the rising new political force and the entrenched authority of the native families. To them, it was all a show, an act of flexing power rather than a real effort to bring justice. Little did they know, the storm hadn't even begun. Most of the citizens in Underdog City had initially assumed the arrests were nothing more than political theater. They believed that once the influential native families made their apologies and bowed their heads, the whole matter would be resolved quietly, and the detained gang leaders would walk free without consequence. It was the way things had always been, those with power and deep roots never truly suffered the law's wrath. True to expectations, the elite clans began offering formal apologies. The Mont Blanc clan, Pure clan, Luovi clan, Channel clan, Faremo clan, Hermes clan, and Prater clan all sent emissaries to express their regret and beg forgiveness from the newly instated deputy consul. But what followed shocked the entire city. Contrary to their expectations, the apologies were dismissed outright. The 7 captured gang leaders did not return to their homes or estates. Instead, their severed heads were mounted high in the public square, encased in salted preserves to prevent decay, and displayed for all to see. Their twisted, contorted faces seemed frozen in unbearable pain, suggesting that their final moments were filled with torment beyond imagination. Above the grisly sight hung a public declaration. It listed the specific crimes committed by each of the 7 men and detailed the penalties they received before their executions, all according to the ancient laws of the Baskerville family's autonomous constitution, rules known for being ruthless and unyielding. The first law addressed the operation of illegal brothels. Anyone caught violating this clause faced facial tattooing, with the symbol for sex permanently inked across their faces. The punishment had been carried out with chilling precision. The second law forbade unauthorized gambling dens. The prescribed penalty was amputation of the wrists. For these gang leaders, their wrists were not simply severed once, but a total of 72 times, piece by piece, over a set schedule. Each act of mutilation meant to account for repeated violations. The third statute banned illicit moneylending. The law demanded the removal of both eyes as punishment. However, this particular clause had been suspended at the request of many victims, who wished instead to witness justice through other means. The fourth and final rule prohibited clandestine lobbying and influence peddling. The consequence? Exile. But since the perpetrators had already been executed, only their decapitated bodies were discarded, unceremoniously dumped beyond the city's fortified walls while their heads remained in the square as a public warning. Gasps of horror and silence filled the air as the townsfolk stared up at the severed heads and read the proclamation. No one had imagined the deputy consul would actually enforce the laws that strictly, not against the second-generation heirs of such powerful lineages. In his office, Vikir spoke calmly, dismissing the public's astonishment. The laws have always been here. What's new is that they're finally being applied equally, he remarked. It was the first time the notorious native clans had been forced to pay the price for their crimes. And now, Vikir expected that this would tip the scales, setting the city on a path toward upheaval. Once either side made their next move, Underdog City would descend into bloodshed. Turning to his aide, Vikir gave a subtle nod. Chihuahua, prepare yourself. You're coming with me for the next stage of the operation. Chihuahua blinked in confusion. And me? His shock only deepened in the next scene. Now clad in a mask, Chihuahua stood motionless outside a large iron cage, whispering to the man locked inside, who was none other than Vikir, the deputy consul himself. Are you sure this is the right course of action? Chihuahua whispered nervously, glancing at the gathering crowd. Vikir, seated calmly inside the slave cage, met his eyes and replied with a dry smile, You still don't trust me? One by one, masked individuals began to flood the location. Every attendee wore a disguise to conceal their identities. Shackled slaves were being dragged into the area, their wrists bound in heavy iron chains. The auction site buzzed with a twisted sort of excitement, fueled by cruelty and lawlessness. In the chaos, Chihuahua found himself glancing again at the caged Vikir, unable to shake his anxiety. Was this truly the best plan? Selling the deputy consul as a slave to infiltrate the heart of the city's dark underbelly? After all, this was the Underdog District, an infamous lawless region where forbidden events like underground slave auctions weren't just tolerated, they were tradition. A grand tent stood tall on the outskirts of town, a place shrouded in secrecy, bustling with activity far from the eyes of the law. Lavish carriages rolled up one after another, each belonging to aristocrats, slave merchants, and masked noblemen eager to partake in what lay beyond the canvas walls. This wasn't a typical market. Here, the wares on sale weren't objects or livestock, they were human beings. Captured barbarians, abducted commoners, and even fallen nobles, each awaiting their turn to be paraded before the highest bidder. And all of it was unfolding without the faintest knowledge or intervention from the Baskerville family. At the center of it all stood the auctioneer, dressed in flamboyant garb, his voice as theatrical as his gestures. With a wide smile plastered on his face, he welcomed the arriving crowd with the flair of a ringmaster introducing a circus. His tone shifted slightly as he noticed the entrance of a particularly distinguished group. The Chihuahua entourage had arrived, instantly recognizable by their distinctive features, known to be trademarks of the Mont Blanc clan. Their presence drew attention not just for their reputation but for their history of lavish purchases. Greeting them warmly, the auctioneer checked their credentials and quickly confirmed that the group was here not as buyers, but sellers this time. He chuckled, making a half-joking remark about the clan's past dissatisfaction with previous slaves, expressing concern since they were usually one of the most valued and frequent customers. However, Chihuahua assured him that they had no complaints with the last batch and that their attendance today was merely part of business. But something, or rather someone, soon drew the auctioneer's eye. Inside a reinforced cage stood a peculiar figure, a young man with jet black hair and piercing red eyes, his aura calm yet unmistakably ominous. The auctioneer blinked. Such features were rare, too rare. This was clearly no ordinary slave. With a polite smile, he assured Chihuahua that he would personally oversee the auction of this particular product, promising a worthy price. Chihuahua gave a nod and allowed it, then departed to enjoy the evening spectacle. Inside the massive tent, chatter filled the air as attendees settled into their places. Conversations ranged from gossip about the nobility to the latest trends in slave appearances. Some buyers favored physically appealing slaves, others preferred those with dramatic backstories, fallen nobles or fierce warriors from conquered tribes. There was a shared hope among the attendees. Tonight, they would walk away with something valuable, something rare. The auctioneer stepped onto the stage, his voice cutting through the noise as he introduced the first item, an embezzled asset secretly seized from the Baskerville family's internal ranks. It wasn't a human this time but an exotic, otherworldly beast, an A-rank monster known as a mercurial. This demon cow, rumored to originate from the deepest layers of hell, was said to possess 19 hearts and would remain unstoppable until each was destroyed. The auctioneer passionately pitched its uses. From its prized leather to its dense meat, strong bones, and potent intestines, nothing would go to waste. Opening bid, 100 million gold, he shouted. Hands flew up rapidly. 140. 200. 250. The auctioneer slammed his gavel once the price reached 250 million, declaring it sold, and the tent erupted in satisfied murmurs. As the auction progressed, more items were presented, each bizarre, each unique, and each stirring fierce competition among the bidders. The tent buzzed with the frenzy of spending and acquisition. But just as the next item was about to be brought forward, a staff member leaned in to whisper something into the auctioneer's ear. His eyes widened in surprise. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, adjusting his coat theatrically, "an unlisted item has just arrived. A true rarity." He gestured, and a wild-looking girl was dragged onto the stage, barefoot, restrained, and fierce-eyed. The auctioneer declared she had been captured deep within the La Rouge et Le Noir Mountains, a remote jungle where warrior tribes still thrived. She was known as a barbarian of Balak, a fighter born and raised in one of the most dangerous and untouched regions. An untamed specimen, the auctioneer proclaimed. Think of it as a challenge. Train her, mold her, turn a savage into a servant. He opened the bidding at 5 million gold. Silence. No hands raised. He lowered the price. 3 million? Still no takers. Sweat formed on his brow. 1 million gold, surely someone sees potential here? But the crowd had already moved on mentally. Their interest waned. No one wanted the risk, the unpredictability. With a forced smile turning tight, the auctioneer gave a nod to the guards. Remove her. Bring out the guaranteed merchandise. But just as they stepped forward to drag her away, the girl erupted into a struggle, shouting in a language none understood, thrashing violently against her restraints. The guard, clearly used to such resistance, stepped forward and slammed his fist into her stomach. Her body jerked, then slumped unconscious as the crowd watched in muted disinterest. Dragged off the stage, she disappeared behind the curtain, a failed product in a market that thrived on obedience and spectacle. And so the auction continued, its darkness hidden beneath wealth and luxury, far from the reach of justice or conscience. The auctioneer quickly regained composure and apologized to the audience for the earlier disruption, promising to present the highlight of the event, a special product to make up for the disappointing auction so far. With a dramatic flourish, the curtains parted to reveal none other than Vikir. The auctioneer proudly introduced him, describing Vikir as a rare specimen, an exquisite purebred youth with striking black hair and piercing crimson eyes. He pointed out that Vikir didn't even require heavy restraints, implying both obedience and value. Murmurs rippled through the audience, but one woman in particular was visibly taken aback by his appearance. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she admired his symmetrical features and strong, sculpted frame. Without waiting for the auctioneer to announce a starting bid, the woman boldly called out, 600 million. The auctioneer blinked in surprise, clearly amused at her impatience. Before he could comment, a deep male voice countered with 800 million, drawing everyone's attention. The woman scowled at the new bidder, clearly irritated, and snapped, "What does a man like you need him for?" The man calmly responded, "That's not your concern. I want to use him in the gladiator arena." Before their argument could escalate, another voice interrupted with a bid of 900 million. But the real shock came next. A quiet yet firm voice from the crowd, bidder number 99, raised the stakes astronomically. 6 billion. The entire room fell into stunned silence. The auctioneer looked up from his podium, his eyebrows raised in disbelief. 6 billion? Do I hear any higher? Everyone turned to see who had made the outrageous bid. All eyes landed on a masked man sitting in the front rows. Whispers spread like wildfire through the crowd as people recognized him, Baron Gambino of the Granary District. He's swimming in money since he took control of the underground funds, someone murmured. No surprise. He's got deep pockets, said another. But 6 billion for a single slave? Baron Gambino didn't seem fazed by the price. His servant, however, leaned in and expressed concern. Isn't this a little excessive, my lord? But the Baron waved her off, smirking. Don't worry. I'll sell him in the capital at double the price. You'll see, I'm not losing money on this. The woman hesitated before voicing another concern. Only if the merchandise remains intact. Baron Gambino's smile dropped. His voice turned cold. Watch your tongue, Cindy. Have you forgotten where you came from? I picked you up off the streets. Don't dare lecture me. Back at the podium, the auctioneer officially closed the bid. Sold. To bidder number 99. Guards escorted Vikir toward his new owner. Baron Gambino examined the boy up close, and his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. You belong to me now, the Baron said in a honeyed tone. No need to be so tense. I'm not a cruel man. But his next words betrayed his lecherous intent. There are so many ways I plan to enjoy you. I'm already thrilled just imagining it. Vikir, still calm, slowly raised his cuffed hands toward the Baron. The Baron tilted his head, confused. What is it? Want me to remove them for you? Before he could even reach out, a loud snap echoed through the hall. Vikir had shattered the steel cuffs with sheer force. Gasps filled the room. Baron Gambino's eyes widened just as Vikir's leg drove into his chest with a brutal kick, launching him across the stage. He crashed into the ground with a grunt, groaning in agony. Striding over, Vikir casually grabbed the Baron by the back of his collar, lifting him like a sack of grain. Let's play a game, he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. I'll be the spear, and you be the shield. If you can withstand the attack, you win. With a swift, crushing motion, Vikir applied pressure to the Baron's back, making him shriek in pain. Cindy! Help, the Baron screamed. But before she could move, he went limp. Unconscious. Vikir dropped him unceremoniously and dusted off his hands. You fainted. I win. Then, in one smooth motion, he removed the wig covering his head, revealing his identity, jet black hair flowing down, unmistakable and noble. Gasps filled the room again. Vikir? Van Baskerville? Cindy, who had remained frozen in place, staggered back in shock. Why you're... But Vikir ignored her and nudged the Baron's body with his foot. Still breathing, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. The auction room erupted in whispers and confusion. Wait. If Vikir Van Baskerville is here, then who's acting as the new deputy consul in Underdog City? What's a Baskerville hound doing at a slave auction? The tension in the air was thick, the audience unable to make sense of the unfolding chaos as Vikir stood tall, calm, fierce, and now fully unmasked. The crowd murmured in shock and unease, yet amidst them, one man stood silently, Chihuahua. Watching intently, he couldn't help but think to himself how skillfully the deputy counsel had escalated the situation into a full-blown crisis. This was no longer just a minor disruption, it had turned into a spectacle. Vikir, standing confidently at the heart of the auction room, glanced at the people surrounding him with a twisted grin. His expression turned cold and menacing as he said, "A circus, that's what this place really is. A fitting name for this pathetic display." The warning in his voice was unmistakable. No one leaves here in one piece if you think of resisting. He was unarmed, standing alone in the middle of the room, encircled by armed guards. The tension was palpable, like a taut string ready to snap. Eyes darted nervously among the crowd, unsure of what would happen next. From his podium, the auctioneer, visibly irritated by the disruption, barked out an order. What are you waiting for? Kill him. I don't care if he's the deputy consul's. At the command, the guards surged forward. But before they could even raise their weapons, a burst of scarlet light erupted from Vikir's hand. From it emerged Beelzebub, his demonic sword. With terrifying speed and precision, the blade slashed through the nearest attackers. Blood splattered across the walls, their weapons clattering uselessly to the ground. The auctioneer froze, horror slowly dawning on his face as he witnessed the red aura surrounding Vikir, a horrific, blood-drenched power that seemed to warp the very air around him. Another guard, trying to swing a heavy spiked ball on a chain, charged in desperation. Vikir darted forward, slicing clean through both the iron ball and the man's body with the same effortless movement. The guard collapsed in pieces. The crowd recoiled, and the auctioneer's thoughts spun in panic. What is this man? He wondered. A graduator? At his age? Impossible. Graduators were the pride of nations, the apex of strength and talent. And yet here one stood before them, decimating armed men like paper dolls. There was no way they could win, not against someone like this. From the side, a voice called out, "Chihuahuas." "I didn't expect the deputy council's swordsmanship to be this unorthodox," he muttered, caught between awe and disbelief. But before he could process anything further, a sinister laugh echoed behind him. He turned, and froze. The auctioneer, trembling but desperate, had grabbed him from behind. A blade pressed tightly against Chihuahua's neck, his hand shaking. "Drop the sword, or I'll cut his throat right here," he screamed at Vikir. Despite the threat, Vikir didn't flinch. He stared at the scene with the same unsettling calm, not moving an inch. Chihuahua, even with a blade at his throat, managed to smile. "Don't worry about me, sir. Just take care of yourself," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. The auctioneer snarled, tightening his grip, but Chihuahua didn't stop. His loyalty was unwavering, even in the face of death. Vikir chuckled darkly, visibly impressed. "Humph, loyal dog to the end." Then, reaching down, he revealed a hidden item strapped to his leg, a flute. The crowd gasped, and even the auctioneer was caught off guard. "What are you planning to do with that?" he demanded, narrowing his eyes. Chihuahua's gaze fixed on the flute as well, realization dawning. Without answering, Vikir raised the instrument to his lips. And then, he blew with all his might. A shrill, piercing sound filled the room, vibrating through the bones of everyone present. People dropped to their knees, clutching their ears, crying out in pain. The screech of the flute reverberated endlessly, drowning out every other noise. When the sound finally ceased, silence returned like a blanket. Everyone stared at Vikir, stunned, confused. What had just happened? The auctioneer let out a nervous laugh, trying to dismiss it as a bluff. "TCH. Nothing happened. Did you think that would scare us? Even a graduator is helpless here." His laughter was cut short. A thin blade suddenly pierced through his neck, from behind. His eyes bulged, mouth open in disbelief. A moment later, his head slid from his shoulders and hit the floor with a sickening thud. Behind him stood a cloaked figure, blood dripping from their sword. Gasps echoed around the room. One guard tried to rush forward. "Who the hell are you?" But before he could finish his sentence, the cloaked figure moved with a flick of the wrist. His blade flared with a dense red glow and slashed through the guard, reducing him to ribbons. Blood sprayed the walls. Vikir stood at the center, smiling darkly. He didn't even glance at the body. More cloaked figures appeared one after another, flooding the hall like phantoms. Their presence was suffocating, each one emitted an overwhelming aura of strength, their cold gazes sharp enough to slice through steel. The air itself seemed to tremble. A terrified guard stammered, Who are these people?" Another whispered a prayer, hoping he was wrong. But Cindy Wendy, frozen in place, recognized the distinct insignia on their chests, razor-sharp teeth arranged in a vicious snarl. Her voice trembled. "The Pitbull Knights? The Baskerville clan's elite order. 100 of them, each a full-fledged graduator. They were infamous throughout the Empire as the annihilation experts." Suddenly, one of the knights appeared behind Cindy, his blade already halfway drawn. Her heart dropped. "I can't die here. Not like this." Just as the sword was about to fall, a figure stepped in between. Vikir. With a sharp command, he ordered the knight to halt. "Leave her. She lives." The knight immediately withdrew, kneeling in deference. The room fell even quieter. Vikir's voice rang out like a judgment. "Kill the rest. Tear them to pieces. But spare those lying down without resistance. If they twitch, execute them without mercy." The knight nodded and vanished, leaving only the echo of his voice behind. "I hear, and I obey." Vikir exhaled in silent relief, watching as the Pitbull Order carried out their mission without resistance. He had anticipated complications, especially knowing how territorial Hugo could be regarding any form of military deployment. But this time, the reins had been handed over without friction. It was the one request Vikir had made before he departed for Underdog City, full command over the Pitbulls. Across the streets, the soundscape was filled with screams, blades clashing, and the gory aftermath of the night's purge. Among the chaos, a young man collapsed on the ground, trembling and trying to appear lifeless in hopes of being overlooked. "If I just stay down, this might pass," he thought. But fate wasn't so kind. A towering knight in pitbull armor loomed over him suddenly. The man screamed, lifting his arms in surrender. "I'll comply. I swear, I'll wear the cuffs." The pitbull knight scoffed. "We don't bother with restraints." "Huh?" the man muttered, confused. "Then what?" Before he could finish, a cold arc of steel silenced his question. Blood sprayed as both his legs were severed in an instant. He shrieked in agony. "Dead men don't walk," the knight muttered flatly. Standing nearby with a cigar lazily clenched between his teeth was Bostoner La Baskerville, commander of the Pitbull Knights. His heavy cloak fluttered slightly in the breeze as he turned to Vikir, amusement dancing behind his eyes. "So," he asked, exhaling smoke. "How does it feel, wielding the Pitbulls? Living up to your expectations?" Vikir gave a nod of approval. "Efficient. Brutal. Just as promised." Bostoner chuckled. "Glad to hear. If there's anything else you need, just say the word." As he studied Vikir's youthful yet fearsome gaze, Bostoner's thoughts wandered. No wonder Hugo's keeping an eye on this one. At just 15, he's already this ruthless, this composed. He placed a firm hand on Vikir's head, ruffling his hair. "You should consider joining us someday. I'll personally see to your training." Vikir hesitated, unsure how to respond. "I'll think about it," he said vaguely, already turning to leave. "There's something else I need to handle." Watching him walk away, Bostoner clicked his tongue in mild irritation. "Ignored again? TCH. That only makes me want him more." Vikir disappeared into the narrow hallway, his steps quick and purposeful. The path led him to a dim, secluded storeroom, lit only by a faint oil lamp that flickered above. Dust and rust filled the air. His sharp eyes scanned the shadows. "She should be here," he murmured. In the corner, something caught his attention, a large iron safe. He paused for a second, wondering if it contained bribe money from one of the local nobles. A thought crossed his mind, maybe I should deliver this to City Hall as unpaid tax. But he immediately dismissed it. That wasn't why he came here. He turned away from the safe and focused on a cloth-draped cage nearby. Steeling himself, he approached it with slow steps, fingers gripping the edge of the cover. In one swift motion, he pulled it off. Inside was a young barbarian girl, her small frame curled into itself. Her body was covered in cuts, bruises, and grime. She whimpered softly, her face stained with dried tears. Clearly, she had been through severe torment before ending up here. Vikir clicked his tongue disapprovingly and reached into his satchel. He pulled out a glass vial, the potion he'd received from the Night Order. It was a gift, one he had never intended to waste. He kneeled beside the cage and gently opened the girl's mouth, pouring the potion between her cracked lips. Its effects were immediate. The swelling faded. Wounds stitched themselves back together, and color returned to her cheeks. Soon, the girl's eyes fluttered open. Her breathing steadied, but the moment she saw Vikir's silhouette, her body recoiled in fright, eyes wide with fear and confusion. Vikir simply watched her, his expression unreadable, as the echoes of war continued to reverberate beyond the storeroom walls. Vikir raised an eyebrow at the girl's startled expression. "Why are you so surprised?" he asked, his voice calm. But the girl didn't answer, she only stared back at him with questioning eyes, saying nothing. Letting out a quiet breath, Vikir rose from where he'd been crouching and slowly undid the latch on the cage door. Switching to the barbarian tongue, he gave her a clear order, "Go." She seemed to understand the gist of what he meant but still remained frozen, her expression clouded with confusion. Vikir recalled how, before his regression, he had learned a handful of barbarian phrases during his countless skirmishes with their kind. Although not fluent, he was capable enough to communicate basic instructions. He pointed toward the exit of the dark storage room and spoke again, more firmly this time, "Run. Now." The girl responded in her native dialect, saying something Vikir couldn't grasp. Shaking his head with a faint smirk, he admitted, "I'm not very good at your language." Just as she was about to leave, the girl paused and looked back at him. She said something again, words Vikir didn't understand, but he could sense their meaning. Gratitude. He was almost sure she was thanking him in her own way. As she disappeared down the corridor, Vikir turned back to the dimly lit corner of the storage chamber. Pulling out another cloth, he unfolded it carefully, revealing the reason he'd come to this place in the first place. There it was, the corpse of Merciel. He stepped forward and knelt beside the body, inspecting it closely. It was still untouched, preserved exactly as he had hoped. Relief washed over his face. Just then, a crimson glow radiated from his hand, and from within that eerie red light, Beelzebub emerged, grinning wickedly. "It's been a while since you've had a proper meal, hasn't it?" Vikir said to the demonic being. "You'll get to feast on an A-rank monster soon. But make it quick, the Pitbull order will be arriving shortly." Beelzebub let out a sound of satisfaction, clearly thrilled at the treat he was about to devour. The events of the night spread across the city like wildfire. By sunrise, the entire underdog city buzzed with rumors. News of the new deputy consul's brutal crackdown on the underground slave network was on everyone's lips. Nobles and high-ranking individuals tied to the illegal auctions were now rotting in prison, their limbs torn apart as punishment. The den of corruption, suspension, had been reduced to ashes, swallowed in a blaze that left no trace behind. The heads of the auction's elite clients were put on public display, a warning to all who dared follow in their footsteps. The once powerful 7 clans, whose children were lost in the disaster, sent formal protests to the city's administrative office. But Vikir remained unyielding in his stance. He issued a direct statement: the trafficking of human lives, especially one banned by the imperial family itself, could only be punished with death. All the financial records, ledgers, and transaction documents tied to the underground auctions were seized. Evidence of countless bribes and black deals now rested in the hands of the Baskerville clan, which had launched an internal investigation. The findings would soon be submitted to the imperial court. Eventually, the protests from the 7 clans ceased. Their patriarchs, desperate and shaken, arrived one by one at the administrative office. For the first time in history, they bowed their heads before the man who had executed their sons. Vikir's reply was cold and clear. The black ledgers from suspension have already been examined and judged. According to the laws of the Baskerville self-governing territory, all your family assets will be confiscated. And for committing treason, your families will be eradicated, 3 generations deep. The city's execution grounds turned crimson with the blood of corrupt officials and collaborators. But their purge brought change. Government posts and public contracts suddenly had vacancies. Locals found employment in place of the eliminated parasites. The unemployment rate plummeted. And with the collapse of the black market auctions, Underdog City's tax revenue surged. Welfare systems began to function again. The city healed, and Vikir's name soared in popularity. One quiet morning, Chihuahua approached the deputy consul with a steaming cup of coffee in hand. "Sir, I brought you something," he said with a grin. Vikir glanced up. "You don't need to serve me coffee. You're the office manager." Chihuahua shook his head. "It's the least I can do. You saved me during the auction. If it weren't for you, that clown would have stabbed me." Vikir gave a short laugh. "And you thank me with coffee? That's all?" Chihuahua smiled sheepishly. "I made it with 2 spoons of sugar, a bit of creamer, and just a splash of water. Perfect balance." The mood lightened. Then, shifting topics, Chihuahua asked, "How's the transcription training going?" Without a word, Vikir handed him a sheet of paper. Chihuahua scanned it, blinking in surprise. "You wrote this? It's clean, neat. Honestly, it's hard to believe you've only recently learned how to write." Vikir shrugged modestly. "Still a long way to go. But I'm doing my best." Chihuahua looked at him thoughtfully. Vikir wasn't just a strong warrior or a merciless administrator, he was a visionary. Someone who could forge new laws, understand policy, and build a system from the ground up. If he stays here, Chihuahua thought, Underdog City might truly change. That night, the moonlight barely managed to slip past the thick cloud cover, casting faint beams into a prison cell. Vikir stood inside, face to face with a prisoner. Cindy Wendy, Baron Gambino's once trusted attendant. The same woman he had saved during the slave auction raid. She sat quietly, wrists bound in cuffs, a blindfold covering her eyes. Vikir spoke softly. "Sorry for not coming sooner. I've been handling other matters." He walked closer and asked, "Your name?" "It's Cindy Wendy Sanrose, isn't it?" She didn't answer. Instead, she turned her head toward his voice and asked bitterly, "Why did you let me live?" Vikir reached forward and gently removed her blindfold. "Because I had questions." Her eyes narrowed. "That's it? That's the only reason I'm alive?" He didn't respond. Instead, he turned his back to her and began speaking in a neutral tone. "I've looked into your background. The reason Baron Gambino, who was nothing more than an arrogant pervert, rose so quickly in power, was you. Your talent for generating wealth, for managing money. It was you who built his empire from behind the scenes." He paused, then added, "If you'd been born into a different environment, one outside of the underworld, you could have been one of the greatest merchants in the empire. A brilliant banker." Silence hung in the cell, broken only by the distant clanging of metal and footsteps echoing through the prison halls. Cindy Wendy said nothing, but her eyes, sharp, intelligent, remained fixed on Vikir's back, as if reassessing the man who had spared her life. Vikir dragged a chair and set it directly in front of Cindy, lowering himself onto it with calm deliberation. His gaze locked on her, cold and unyielding. With a quiet yet firm voice, he presented her with a proposition. He would let her walk free if she answered his questions truthfully. But if she chose to defy or lie, there would be consequences. Cindy clenched her jaw and bit her lower lip in frustration. Her pride flared, but the glint in Vikir's eyes warned her not to test him. After a tense pause, she exhaled sharply and muttered her agreement. She'd answer him, if she could. Vikir's eyes remained steady as he leaned forward slightly. His voice was calm, but there was a subtle sharpness to it. "Tell me," he began, "how would you evaluate my role and performance as a law enforcer in this city?" Cindy scoffed, flashing a mocking smile. Well, what an honor it is. A celebrated magistrate has graced our humble streets, she said with heavy sarcasm. But Vikir wasn't amused. His face remained unchanged, yet something about his silence sent a chill through the room. After a moment, he responded, "If you can't take this seriously, I won't be able to keep my word." Cindy rolled her eyes and sighed as if worn out by the conversation already. Finally, she spoke with a begrudging tone, "Fine. You're doing well." Vikir studied her, his expression unreadable. His crimson eyes narrowed with calculating intensity. Then, without warning, a grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. He stood up slowly and walked over to her. Reaching out, he gently grabbed her chin, lifting it to force her to meet his gaze. His voice dropped an octave, and he asked, "Why do you think I'm doing well?" A bead of sweat rolled down Cindy's cheek. She didn't answer immediately, her eyes flicking nervously between his piercing stare and the floor. Eventually, Vikir released her and walked back to his chair, his demeanor once again composed. "Speak honestly," he instructed, settling down. With her hands clenched into fists, Cindy began to speak, her tone laced with frustration. "As a consul, the foundation of leadership has always been built on virtue. Yes, your laws have cleaned the streets and may have boosted your reputation, but in the long term, they'll destroy the people. Your rigid rules will suffocate the innocent, fuel resentment, and provoke more suffering. And when you rise too high," she paused and looked him dead in the eyes, "don't think the Baskervilles will celebrate you. They will devour you the moment you surpass the clan leader." Vikir digested her words in silence, his thoughts turning inward. He understood what she meant, that this path he'd chosen would only earn him animosity, both from the people and from his own family. After a few moments, he asked, "Then tell me, what should I do?" Cindy's reply came quickly, almost as if she had prepared it. "Hand over your authority, your achievements, your triumphs, everything, to the Baskerville clan. Let the clan leader claim the glory. Step back into the shadows. Go somewhere far from here, Laret Lenore Mountain or the Central Academy in the Empire. There, no one will recognize your face or your strength. You'll blend in with the other prodigies and bide your time. Let the clan think you've disappeared." She took a breath and added, "When the time comes, it won't be you the Baskervilles punish, it'll be the one who stood in your place." Vikir didn't respond immediately. The room fell into a heavy silence. Then, out of nowhere, Cindy's body tensed. A thick wave of killing intent poured from Vikir. The air seemed to grow colder, and her instincts screamed at her to flee. His voice shattered the silence. "So, you're telling me to turn my fangs on my own master?" he said, eyes gleaming with quiet menace. "To bite the hand that raised me?" His presence was suffocating. But Cindy didn't flinch. She looked him straight in the eye, her voice steady. "Yes. If you want to survive, it's the only way." Vikir stared at her for a long moment, then let out a quiet laugh and gave her a faint, almost approving smile. "You're quite clever." Without another word, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a small key, and unlocked her shackles. The sound of metal clicking echoed in the quiet room. Cindy stared at him, stunned. "You're letting me go?" "I keep my promises," Vikir replied simply. She slowly stood and walked past him, rubbing her sore wrists. Just as she reached the door, she stopped and looked back. "I hope you won't regret this." But Vikir wasn't done. "Before you go," he said, "tell me, have you ever heard of the Messegenero clan?" Cindy blinked, confused. "Messegenero?" Vikir nodded and began explaining. "Everyone talks about the 7 great clans that built Underdog City, but there were 8. The 8th was the Messegenero clan, wealthy merchants with power rivaling any noble family. They weren't warriors like us, but they were one of the founding clans. Until the incident." His voice grew darker. At a birthday celebration, their youngest son was showing off his sword skills, nothing unusual for a child proud of what he had learned. But those watching were horrified. His swordsmanship, it was unmistakably the secret art of Baskerville. The same techniques passed down only to our bloodline. Word of the incident soon reached the head of the Baskerville family, and the revelation of such a serious breach in military confidentiality ignited suspicions that someone had leaked highly classified combat techniques. Enraged by the betrayal, the Baskervilles unleashed their elite enforcers, famously known as the Hunting Dogs, who mercilessly wiped the Messegenero clan from existence. But behind this massacre was a carefully orchestrated plot. Someone had manipulated events from the shadows. It turned out that the young heirs of the 7 great clans had conspired to steal the sword techniques native to the Baskervilles. They had secretly passed these techniques to a child from the Messegenero clan, raising her in defiance of the order's authority. Cindy, who was listening to Vikir's retelling, forced a tight, uneasy smile and asked, "And what exactly does this tragic tale of the so-called 8th clan have to do with me?" But Vikir didn't answer her directly. Instead, he continued, revealing a painful truth: the Messamajinero clan wasn't entirely exterminated. A single child had survived the bloodshed. Barely a year old at the time, the girl had been captured and subjected to unspeakable torment. The reason? Her beauty. The cruelty she endured was so vile, so inhumane, that even Vikir, usually unflinching, chose not to describe it aloud. Cindy's expression darkened. Her fists clenched, and her voice trembled as she turned away. "I don't want to hear any more of this," she snapped, her eyes glistening with rage and sorrow. Yet Vikir's voice cut through the silence behind her. "There's more." He told her how a newly appointed deputy consul had come to the city. Unlike the rest, this man was not one to sweep the past under the rug. He dragged the long-buried secrets into the light, hunting down the 7 privileged heirs who had committed the atrocity. They were imprisoned, tortured until they confessed, and executed without mercy. And in their final moments, each one broke down in anguish, muttering apologies through sobs and screams. Cindy halted in her tracks. Without turning around, she asked quietly, "Who were they apologizing to?" "To the little girl," Vikir replied, "who grew up under the name Cindy Wendy Sanrose, the last living soul of the Messamajinero bloodline." Tears spilled down Cindy's cheeks. She faced him again, disbelief and pain flooding her features. "Why should I believe they were sorry? You tortured them. How do I know their remorse was real?" Vikir didn't flinch at her accusation. Instead, he took a torch from the wall and said softly, "Then come see it for yourself." He led her through the silent corridors to a dark prison cell, the very one where the 7 young nobles had spent their final hours. As the torchlight flickered against the cold stone floor, Cindy's eyes widened in shock. Carved and smeared across the floor in dried blood were words etched by trembling hands. "We were the ones who destroyed the Messamajinero clan. Forgive us. We beg for mercy for our sins." The apologies, filled with desperation and dread, were scrawled again and again, as if their very souls had tried to scream out through every letter. Cindy took a shaky step back, her face turning pale. A wave of nausea overcame her, and she dropped to her knees, vomiting in the corner. Vikir stood beside her, watching quietly. "They died in agony," he said solemnly. "But even now, justice isn't complete. There is one clan left untouched." He turned toward her. "The Baskervilles. Your final enemy." As she wiped her mouth, tears streaming afresh, she asked, voice cracking, "Why are you helping me, Vikir? You're one of them." Vikir smiled faintly, not with pride but with grim irony. "You're asking the wrong question." She looked at him for a long moment, and then slowly rose to her feet. The firelight danced in her tear-filled eyes. "I understand now," she whispered, more to herself than to him. Then louder, she addressed him properly, clearly, "Vikir van Baskerville." Turning away, she began to walk back down the corridor. Her final words echoed softly through the stone walls. "I owe you. No matter what you choose to do from here on out. I swear, I'll make sure you never have to worry about money again." Vikir stood still, watching her silhouette fade into the dark. And for the first time in years, something unspoken stirred in his heart. Some time passed, and Vikir eventually murmured that he would remember her promise. Meanwhile, deep within the headquarters, Chihuahua bustled with urgency as he made his way toward the deputy consul's private chamber. His footsteps quickened with excitement. It was time for Vikir to prepare for work. However, the moment he swung the door open, his words died in his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief. The room was a macabre scene. Blood soaked the sheets, staining the pristine bedding in deep crimson, and strewn across the floor were several lifeless corpses. Yet, at the center of it all lay Vikir, sleeping peacefully, undisturbed, as though nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. As the door creaked, Vikir slowly opened his eyes and stretched, rubbing the sleep from them before greeting Chihuahua with a warm and casual, "Good morning." Chihuahua blinked, still frozen in place. Then, he stammered, Sir, what's with the dead bodies?" Vikir sat up, scratched his head, and looked around the room with feigned confusion. "Oh. I'm not sure. Looks like I might have killed them in my sleep," he said nonchalantly. Chihuahua gawked at him. What? Are you being serious right now?" Vikir chuckled lightly, brushing it off. "Relax, it was a joke." Despite his words, the blood and corpses still littered the space, making it difficult for Chihuahua to truly relax. As they began walking down the corridor together, Chihuahua tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. So, about your childhood. What was it like?" But Vikir simply turned to him and asked, "You didn't find the joke funny?" "It's not about whether it was funny," Chihuahua trailed off awkwardly. Vikir, still grinning faintly, turned pensive for a moment, then spoke aloud as if thinking to himself. There've been a lot of weird accidents lately." He began listing them, one after another. 2 poisoned arrows. For separate times someone slipped poison into my drinks. An acid sniper. A firebomb. Getting crushed by a runaway cart. He scratched his ear thoughtfully. Makes me wonder, am I attracting someone's attention? Chihuahua, walking beside him, gave him a wary look and muttered, honestly, it sounds more like you're losing your mind. But Vikir ignored the jab. His thoughts drifted to the weapon slumbering in his arm, Beelzebub, the demonic blade. He couldn't help but admire the skills embedded within it, especially the tough life ability he had absorbed from the hellish buffalo during that brutal illegal auction. Despite having a high danger rating of Class A, the skill had proven incredibly effective. In fact, it exceeded all of his expectations. Currently, all 3 of Beelzebub's ability slots were filled. Burn Injury, Cerberus. Hemorrhage, Hellhound. Tough Life, Hellish Buffalo. Thanks to the combined effect of the River Styx and Tough Life, his body had become so resilient that even a graduator-class assassin had failed to pierce his skin. Though the power thrilled him, Vikir was getting tired of the constant assassination attempts. It was no longer just an inconvenience, it was a distraction. I suppose it's time I started investigating who's behind these attacks, he muttered. Chihuahua nodded eagerly, clearly in agreement. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Just then, the two spotted a carriage parked in the distance. Vikir's sharp eyes immediately focused on the symbol fluttering on its flag, the sigil of the Baskerville family. The Baskervilles? Chihuahua murmured in surprise. Vikir narrowed his gaze, his expression hardening. Looks like someone from the main house. As the carriage door swung open, a figure stepped down onto the ground. Chihuahua's heart began to race the moment he recognized the man. Sweat began to bead across his forehead as he stiffened beside Vikir. Could it really be? Meanwhile, Vikir observed the visitor calmly and without surprise. From the carriage descended a dignified figure dressed in immaculate butler attire. His demeanor was poised, and his every movement exuded old-world elegance. It was John Barrymore, the head butler of the Baskerville family. Vikir, he said, smiling gently. It's been quite some time. Vikir returned the smile with a nod. Indeed. You look well, Barrymore. The old butler let out a soft laugh. You think so? That's kind of you to say. I always believed you'd make something of yourself after leaving the main estate. I've simply been lucky, Vikir replied modestly. As the two exchanged pleasantries, Chihuahua, standing nearby, was frozen in admiration. He couldn't believe he was seeing the legendary John Barrymore in person, the chief butler who had faithfully served the fearsome Baskerville clan for 4 generations. He was a towering figure among the elite, and for Chihuahua, a personal role model. Snapping him out of his thoughts, Vikir turned to Barrymore and asked, So, what brings you all the way out here? Barrymore straightened, the corners of his lips lifting proudly. The patriarch has been watching your progress closely. He's impressed. He wants you back at the main estate. Vikir blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Hugo, he asked, eyebrows lifting. He tried to picture Hugo smiling, but the image felt strange in his mind. Still, the news was real. Back at the Baskerville estate, Hugo La Baskerville, the intimidating patriarch, was lounging in his chair, flipping through a newspaper. A headline caught his attention. Vikir, the most beloved hero of the underdogs. The article detailed the many awards and accolades Vikir had earned. Most trusted by merchants. Most loved by farmers. Most admired by children and scholars. And ironically, most targeted by assassins. Hugo read the paper in silence, then looked up thoughtfully. So far, he said, our family's only ever been known for brute strength. Never for intelligence. He glanced at Vikir's image in the article and allowed a faint, rare smile. But you may just change that. With calm pride, he added, you've done well. And at that very moment, Vikir bowed his head and placed a hand over his chest, replying sincerely, I've only done what was expected of me. Still, Vikir couldn't help but feel uncertain. Was the expression on Hugo's face really supposed to be a smile? It looked more like a grimace forced into place. Hugo, firm in his tone, declared that both rewards and punishments must be dealt according to merit and circumstance. With that, he turned to Vikir and announced that this year, it would be Vikir who would attend the academy. Vikir remained composed, his face unreadable, but inwardly he wasn't surprised. He had anticipated this development long ago. The academy in question was none other than Colosso, the most prestigious educational institution in the empire, an elite school that catered exclusively to the children of nobility and the royal bloodline. Due to strict internal security protocols, all students were required to live on campus in dormitories, away from their families. To Vikir, this wasn't a punishment. It was a blessing in disguise. It meant distance from Hugo's constant watch, and more importantly, an opportunity to grow stronger in secret. As Hugo continued, he mentioned his intention to send a few more individuals along with Vikir but added that he had yet to finalize who those people would be. Then, he looked directly at Vikir and asked if there were any siblings he would like to bring along. Without missing a beat, Vikir calmly responded that he was closest to high bro, middle bro, and low bro. Of course, in his mind, he had no real affection for them, he simply saw them as potential sparring partners. Or more accurately, sandbags. Hugo chuckled, seemingly pleased with the answer, and agreed to send the trio with him. Then, Hugo asked something peculiar. "Do you remember the plan you came up with when you were 8 years old?" Vikir paused briefly, thinking back. A faint recollection surfaced. He remembered devising a strategy during joint training exercises with the Moors. That plan involved leasing the ruby mines to the Morg family and using the alliance to eliminate the barbarian threat from the region. "That plan?" Vikir asked. With a pleased nod, Hugo confirmed it. "Exactly. That one. It worked." Vikir raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Hugo explained that the Morg family had recently proposed a joint military operation. They'd been surprisingly cooperative, even humble. Clearly, the plan had borne fruit. Before wrapping up the conversation, Hugo added one more suggestion. Vikir should go on a territorial inspection before starting his term at Colosso. It would be good experience, Hugo claimed, and also a way to ensure that the new laws they had recently passed were being followed across the region. "I understand," Vikir replied, bowing his head respectfully. "I'll carry out your command." Not long after, Vikir prepared to depart. As he approached the gates of the Baskerville estate, Chihuahua, the Secretary General, stood nearby, dabbing at his teary eyes. "Take care, Deputy Consul," he called out emotionally. "I'll do my best to keep things running smoothly while you're away." Vikir glanced back at him briefly, silently acknowledging the farewell. Internally, he knew this journey marked the beginning of their parting ways. As Vikir's group traveled away from the city and into the rural outskirts, they had barely reached a secluded stretch of land when Vikir suddenly raised his hand, halting the convoy. "Show yourselves," he commanded. At once, shadows shifted. Dozens of black-clad figures emerged from various hiding spots, behind boulders, trees, and even from among the escort. One of them stepped forward, appearing beside Vikir himself. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," Vikir said, addressing the man calmly. "I wanted to leave in an organized manner." The man pulled down his hood, revealing his face. It was Staffordshire Baskerville, a seasoned operative of the elite Pitbull Order. "I've been ordered to escort you safely to the Morg's juvenile fortress," Staffordshire said, offering a slight bow. Vikir asked about his uncle Bosther, to which Staffordshire replied that he was doing well. However, following the recent slave auction incident, Bosther had become unusually adamant about having Vikir officially inducted into the Pitbull Order. Vikir didn't say much in response, but internally, he felt uneasy around his uncle. There was something about Bosther's fervor that rubbed him the wrong way. Soon, Vikir and Staffordshire arrived at a hilly region where farmers could be seen tending to fields in the distance. Vikir glanced around. "Is this the land we loaned to the Morgs?" he asked. "It is," Staffordshire confirmed. Vikir noted that, at least on the surface, things seemed to be operating according to law. There were no immediate signs of chaos or rebellion. Staffordshire explained that their inspection team had officially been dispatched to monitor the territory, but they both knew the real objective was to eliminate the barbarian threat in the area. "The Morgs have formed a massive coalition for this mission," Staffordshire continued. 3 delegates, 30 lower house members, and around 100 mages, though not all are legislative members. He paused for a moment and added, "It seems they're taking this matter extremely seriously." In contrast, the Baskervilles had only dispatched a dozen knights and Staffordshire himself, who held a seat in the lower house. The real heavyweights from their side were stationed in the mountains, waiting in reserve. Vikir recalled Hugo's advice from earlier, that it wouldn't hurt to observe and understand the barbarian way of life more deeply. As they pressed on, the silhouette of a large fortress finally came into view. Around it stood leafless, dead trees. Hanging from their branches were skeletal remains, their bones bleached by time. "A mage likely created this display," Vikir said, studying the eerie scene. "It's a warning, to intimidate the barbarians." "Certainly terrifying," Staffordshire murmured, gazing upward. Vikir's thoughts drifted to Camus Morg. It had been some time since he last saw her. He couldn't help but wonder how much she'd changed since then. As they neared the fortress gates, 3 figures appeared on the upper battlements. "Who dares approach?" a loud voice demanded. Vikir and Staffordshire looked up, startled. There, standing proudly above the gate, were 3 identical girls. "No one enters without our say," shouted the first. "No one enters," the second repeated. "Our say is final," the third added. Vikir blinked, stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. They were the infamous Morg triplets, High-sis, Middle-sis, and Low-sis, collectively known as the three flowers of the Morg family. Their reputations for unhinged behavior were legendary, and many claimed their combined lunacy could tear the heavens apart. Stepping forward with composed authority, Vikir introduced himself. "I am Vikir of the Baskerville Envoy Delegation," he announced. "We've come to inspect the territory and to foster cooperation between our families." He braced himself, knowing full well that dealing with the triplets would be anything but ordinary. Vikir stood firm before the towering gates of the Morg's fortress and demanded they be opened without delay. One of the triplets above scoffed, stating that they first needed to inform the person in charge, and they wouldn't receive a response until the following day. Vikir raised an eyebrow at the audacity. This was Baskerville land, his land. He questioned their authority to bar his entry. The sisters grinned mischievously. Isis smugly reminded him of the tenant protection laws and accused him of looking down on them just because they paid rent. Her tone was filled with mockery as she added that it was, ironically, the Baskervilles who had enacted the law in the first place. Suppressing the mounting irritation surging inside him, Vikir felt the heat of his anger rising, a faint crimson aura forming around his hands. But he kept his composure. Calmly, he explained that the law had been modified to allow him to remove tenants he found disagreeable. He gave his demand one final time, his voice colder, his killing intent seeping outward like a blade unsheathed. The weight of his aura made the Morg triplets falter. Losis, refusing to back down, reacted impulsively and launched a magical attack at him. She snarled, accusing Vikir of being yet another self-important thug. The spell hit the ground near his horse, startling the beast into rearing up. Losis sneered down from the ramparts and shouted that no one could step onto Morg territory without permission. She hurled more insults, mocking the famed rising star of the Baskerville family. Staffordshire placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, murmuring to Vikir that this was unlikely to be resolved with diplomacy. Vikir gave a subtle nod in agreement. Just as they prepared for battle, a voice rose from behind them, loudly denouncing the Morg sisters for their insolence. The voice was strangely familiar to Vikir. Then another echoed the sentiment. And a third followed suit. Three figures stepped forward and cast off their cloaks. Highbrow, Middlebrow, and Lowbrow, the Baskerville triplets. They pointed to Vikir and proclaimed him the symbol of the family, brimming with pride. Turning to Vikir, they offered a reassuring grin. "Leave this to us," they said in unison. Vikir sighed, visibly more annoyed than before. His internal monologue flared, the triplets' presence had doubled his irritation. He studied them, questioning whether their exaggerated loyalty stemmed from genuine admiration or the opportunity to gain favor within the academy. He recognized their future potential. Though not particularly bright, the triplets were loyal and deadly in battle. With the right training, they'd become ruthless instruments of war. Vikir decided he would mold them into valuable assets. Smiling faintly, he acknowledged them as his older brothers. The triplets beamed with joy. From atop the wall, the Morg sisters mocked the Baskerville bond, ridiculing them as fools who could only rely on each other. The Baskervilles, unfazed, returned their middle fingers and mocked the sisters right back. The Morg sisters, fuming, vowed to put the Baskerville triplets in their place. Vikir reflected on what he remembered from before his regression. The Morg triplets possessed elemental affinities of water, earth, and nature. Their combined magic was highly synergistic, making them a formidable magical unit. In unison, the sisters channeled their powers, and a colossal, intertwined wall of earth and vines surged upward, sealing the entrance. High-sis taunted from her perch, mocking the Baskervilles with laughter. Highbrow stepped forward, calm and focused. He declared the barrier meaningless and, in a blur of motion, unsheathed his blade and unleashed the Baskerville family's first technique. The enormous vine split apart cleanly. Staffordshire watched in awe at the flawless execution. But before Highbrow could fully recover, another vine lashed out like a whip. He blocked the strike, but the sheer force sent him skidding back. Middlebrow and Lowbrow cried out in alarm. From above, Losis laughed and proclaimed their swords were useless. The Baskerville triplets snarled, eyes wild with fury. Staffordshire turned to Vikir, a curious smile on his face. "You enjoying this?" Vikir blinked. "Enjoying what?" "This age-old conflict, swords versus sorcery," Staffordshire replied. "Magic manipulates external mana for incredible effects. Swordsmanship focuses on internal strength and enduring power. The clash between these worlds is always a sight." Vikir crossed his arms. "In that case, I'm part of it too." Staffordshire grinned. "You're already leagues ahead of your peers." Vikir, unimpressed, scoffed. He wished everyone here would just drop dead. This whole charade was wasting his time. He had a supervisor now. There was real work to do. Suddenly, the sky flared red. A fiery presence descended upon the field. A spell ignited in midair, flames roaring across the battlefield. The Baskerville triplets barely dodged the blast. Staffordshire tensed. Vikir, however, smirked. Maybe they all burned up, he muttered. To his disappointment, the triplets stumbled out of the smoke, still very much alive. Vikir clicked his tongue in annoyance. Highbrow, rattled, muttered about the unexpected fire attack. Middlebrow cursed into the smoke, furious at the near-death experience. Behind the thinning smoke curtain, the Morgue sisters were in tears. Middlesis stammered, still reeling from the blast. Highsis admitted she had almost been killed. Losis clung to her sisters, trembling. A new voice rang out, fierce, authoritative. What the hell is going on in front of my land? Everyone turned. Atop the fortress wall stood a figure cloaked in fire. Camus Morgue. Flames licked around her hands as she assessed the scene below. Her eyes burned with rage. Without hesitation, she leapt from the ramparts, landing beside her crying sisters. Her voice was sharp and unforgiving. No one causes chaos in my territory and gets away with it. Middlesis, trying to save face, stammered out an excuse, saying they were only trying to stop an intruder. But Camus's fierce gaze never wavered. As the tension finally eased, Losis quickly defended her sisters, stating that it was the newcomers who had sparked the conflict. Camus, however, remained unimpressed. With a stern and icy glare, she reprimanded them not just for their actions, but for their informality. How dare they address her by name without title? She reminded them sharply of her rank as the vice-commander of the fortress. Middlesis immediately froze, her confidence unraveling. Panic clear in her eyes, she stammered an apology and corrected herself with the appropriate honorific, her voice trembling. Without saying a word, Camus raised her hand and gestured toward the tall trees near the fortress gate. From the branches, the wind swayed the bodies of long-dead traitors, skeletons still dangling as grim warnings to any who might misbehave. The sight turned Middlesis pale as she whimpered, quickly bowing in apology once more. Then Camus' gaze drifted toward a familiar face, and her demeanor shifted. Her eyes widened as she recognized Vikir. Slowly, she approached him and said with surprise, 7 years. It's been a while. Vikir offered a small smile. It has. Camus Morgue. His eyes momentarily lingered on her features. She had matured, her once youthful look replaced by a sharp, dignified beauty that had likely stirred many hearts. He recalled that in his past life, Camus Morgue had often been at the center of aristocratic gossip, scandals involving noblemen, even married ones, captivated by her allure. Strangely, in this life, those rumors were absent. Vikir found that curious but decided not to dwell on it. I need the gates opened, he said plainly, brushing aside the triplets' obstruction. You know they won't listen to words. Camus blinked, startled by the lack of formalities. Her expression soured. Is that all you have to say after so long? Vikir tilted his head. Was I supposed to say more? Her fists clenched. Staffordshire, watching from behind, wondered if another storm was about to break, this time between two prodigies of rival clans. Camus, her cheeks red and eyes glossy with frustration, pointed an accusing finger at him. 0. That's your score. You get 0 points. The entire group, Morgue's 3 flowers, the Baskerville triplets, Vikir, and Staffordshire, stared at her in utter disbelief. You're supposed to treat your future wife with more respect, she shouted. A silence fell over the scene, followed by the same question on everyone's mind, future wife? The tension dissolved into confusion. As they rode side by side through the fortress toward the heart of Morgue territory, Camus brought up the topic of barbarians. Seems like the Baskerville clan doesn't know much about them. Vikir gave a small snort. We fight them regularly. I'd say we know more than you do. Then why send those 3, she asked, clearly referring to the triplets. Vikir explained that the main army had already been assigned to another side of the mountain, and that this was agreed upon with Morgue leadership. You already knew that, didn't you? Camus offered a mysterious smile. I just wondered if you were as ignorant as you look. I'm leading this delegation for a reason, he replied. I know what I'm doing. With a slightly teasing tone, she remarked, funny. For someone the clan once considered throwing away, you've come a long way. Their conversation turned to the barbarians themselves. Which group do you find the most troublesome? She asked. Vikir sighed inwardly. More questions. Out loud, he answered, the Balak, the warrior tribe. And Rococo, the mages. Especially the Balak's archers. Their aim outclasses even our imperial snipers. That's not common knowledge, Camus admitted with raised brows. I'm impressed. 8 points. Out of what? Vikir asked flatly. Out of 100, she said with a cheeky grin. That's a good score for someone who's usually clueless. He stared at her, puzzled, as she continued her bizarre evaluation. "I don't like smart men," she said matter-of-factly. "I prefer when they're a little simple." Next, she glanced at his horse and frowned. "Riding such a big beast when you're barely tall enough to climb it. -6 points. Then she looked over his clothing and wrinkled her nose. "Your sense of style is just sad. That's only 4 points." She narrowed her eyes. "And you're ignoring me now. 1 point for manners." But then she smiled and, tilting her head, added, "Your face? 99. Before Vikir could react, she amended, "Actually, let's make that 98. You don't know how to use it properly." "Enough with this nonsense," he muttered, his patience thinning. "Why is it nonsense?" she asked innocently. "I'm just trying to be fair to my future husband." He looked at her, exasperated. "When did that happen?" "You passed the test, remember?" she said, crossing her arms. "My uncle made you duel him. That was the test." Realization flickered across Vikir's eyes. That duel, 7 years ago, it had been framed as a test of strength, but now he understood its true purpose. Camus looked annoyed. "Because of him, I've been stuck with this stupid promise ever since." He interrupted her venting. "I forgot all about that. Consider it void." Her cheeks flushed a deeper red. She tossed something at him, a jacket. "You can't just void it. Dummy," she shouted. "I never forget anything." Looking at the jacket, Vikir realized it was the one he had given her after their duel, when her clothes had been scorched. Had she really kept it all this time, without even washing it? Their horses continued toward the edge of the fortress, where Camus briefed him on the recent barbarian attacks. They hit the ruby mine. Either went after the slaves or the food. Took the slaves, most likely, to sell elsewhere, she said. She gestured toward a stone wall in the distance. "Our earth and iron mages built that in a month." Vikir raised his brows. "Impressive. Would have taken normal workers a year." "Exactly," she said proudly. He then noticed massive gaps in the otherwise solid wall. "Those arrows?" he asked. Camus nodded. "Balak archers. Their ore-enhanced shots can penetrate 3 meters of stone. We lost many on night watch." Vikir narrowed his eyes. "More dangerous than I thought." And so, the conversation shifted from bickering to strategy, but the heat between them, emotional and magical, lingered just beneath the surface. Camus recounted how her uncle had taken a serious wound to the chest during a recent attack. The enchanted shields erected by their mages had failed to stop the arrow that pierced through, leaving her uncle gravely injured. Though he survived, his pride had suffered just as deeply. Vikir, hearing this, recalled a similar incident from his own clan. Their patriarch had once been wounded on the bridge of his nose under eerily similar circumstances. Curious, Vikir asked who among the barbarians was responsible for such skill. Camus, narrowing her eyes, speculated it might be a woman. The barbarians often painted their faces black, obscuring physical identifiers, making it difficult to discern details. Their conversation was interrupted by the hurried approach of a mage. He addressed Camus with a bow, referring to her formally as the vice-head of the fortress. The mage informed them that a scout from the barbarian ranks had been captured and urged them to come quickly. Intrigued and alert, Camus and Vikir followed the mage to a large tent. Inside, the prisoner, a wiry man with strange tattoos and ritual beads, sat bound. One glance, and Vikir recognized the man's attire and markings. He was from the Rococo, the sorcerer tribe. Camus immediately asked if the prisoner had revealed any useful information. The mage shook his head. The captive had proven resistant to interrogation, even to psychic probing. His mastery of sorcery created a mental shield that none of the fortress's magic users could breach. Switching tactics, Camus tried direct questioning. She brought up the recent attack on the Morgue territory and demanded to know how many people had been abducted. When the barbarian said nothing, she added that one of the missing was her own kin, a girl named Rose, a 12-year-old with red hair and eyes. She pressed him, voice growing colder, asking what had become of her cousin. The barbarian only smirked and muttered a response in his native tongue. Camus, frowning, turned to the mage and asked for a translation. But the mage admitted no one currently available could interpret the language. Unexpectedly, Vikir stepped forward. He admitted he knew a little of the Rococo dialect, basic words and meanings, nothing fluent. Camus looked at him with raised brows, half exasperated and half intrigued, and muttered under her breath, "What can't you do?" She asked him to pose her question again, describe Rose, and ask what happened to her. Vikir turned back to the barbarian and spoke carefully, articulating the query as clearly as he could. The barbarian responded again, this time with a sinister glint in his eyes and a chilling smile. It was a short reply. Closing his eyes, Vikir exhaled and looked at Camus. With grave weight, he told her, Rose was dead. Camus froze. Her face darkened with fury, and she stood tall. With a commanding voice, she declared that, as the current acting authority, since the senator of the audience hall was wounded and the temple senator was away, she would pass judgment. Her verdict: immediate execution. Without further ceremony, a long, iron spike erupted from beneath the barbarian, impaling him. Flames consumed his body within moments. Even as he burned, he chanted something in his tongue. Camus turned away coldly and muttered that, once this war was over, the barbarian language would be spoken only in hell. A second barbarian, watching from captivity, trembled at the sight. Outside the tent, Camus marched away briskly, her steps full of determination, but once alone, she broke down. Vikir followed and found her sobbing openly. Her tears fell freely, her composure shattered. Despite all her strength, she was still just a girl of 15. He approached slowly and asked softly if she had been close to her cousin. Camus nodded, barely getting the words out. She described Rose as a kind and innocent soul, someone who had never fit into the harsh, brutal culture of the Morgue family. Vikir tried to console her, saying he believed Rose had found peace. But Camus looked up, eyes glistening with tears, and whispered that she wasn't so sure. She confessed she understood some of what the barbarian had said. Vikir's stomach dropped. Camus pressed him again, asking him to be honest. Was what she heard true? The weight of the moment bore down on him, and he hesitated, but finally, he nodded. The barbarian had said, "We ate her." Camus crumbled, dropping to her knees. Her voice cracked with guilt, apologizing over and over for failing to protect Rose. Vikir reached out a hand to comfort her, but stopped himself halfway and pulled it back, unsure if comfort would help, or only make it worse. Eventually, Camus pulled herself together. Wiping her eyes, she looked up with fierce resolve. She declared that she didn't want pity. In fact, had anyone tried to offer her hollow sympathy, she might have killed them. Staring at Vikir, she said it was time to set mourning aside. Revenge awaited. Vikir watched her with a quiet admiration. She was strong, resilient beyond her years. He nodded, extended his hand again, and this time, she reached for it. Before their hands could touch, however, a loud clang rang through the fortress, like the echoing chime of a giant bell. "What was that?" Vikir asked. Camus stood up immediately. "It's the alarm. We're under attack." Vikir exhaled sharply. Your time for revenge came quicker than expected. Outside the fortress walls, the attackers had arrived. A group of barbarian women, mounted on white-furred wolves, gathered in the distance. Their bows were drawn, arrows tipped with explosive energy. Their leader raised her bow, took aim, and loosed an arrow. It streaked through the sky and landed atop the fortress wall, detonating with a deafening explosion that shattered stone and sent guards flying. The wolves charged. The barbarian women followed, fierce and swift, their blades slashing and ropes flying. They choked and restrained Morgue soldiers with terrifying precision. The fortress erupted into chaos. Vikir arrived at the scene just in time to witness the carnage unfold. Soldiers clashed with the invaders. Screams filled the air, and the scent of smoke and blood was thick. As he surveyed the battlefield, Vikir's expression tightened. He had not expected the storm to break so soon, and so violently. Just as the dust from the battle began to settle, a thick rope shot through the air and coiled tightly around Vikir's neck. Startled but composed, he glanced forward to identify the source. Two barbarian girls, poised with skill and precision, had ensnared him with coordinated effort. In their native tongue, they chuckled and muttered something about catching a fine specimen, apparently pleased with their husband hunt. Realizing their intent, Vikir internally scoffed at the absurdity. These barbarians were not merely raiding, they were searching for strong men to forcibly claim as mates, seeking to propagate a bloodline of superior warriors. With a flick of his wrist and a surge of strength, Vikir gripped the rope and spun it around with force. The girls, still holding the other end, were yanked from their positions and flung through the air, landing hard on the ground. "I'm afraid I can't be your husband," Vikir remarked casually. "I might already be engaged." Nearby, several male barbarians watched the scene unfold in stunned silence. One of them nervously asked his companion whether Vikir was with the enemy. Regardless of their uncertainty, they began readying their bows. Vikir remained undeterred. Stepping forward without hesitation, he recalled Hugo's stern instructions: avoid engaging until the Baskerville main force arrived. He briefly considered holding back, but the flurry of arrows heading his way left him no choice. Drawing his blade, Vikir sliced through the barrage mid-air with surgical precision, his every movement fluid and deliberate. The barbarians gasped in disbelief, but before they could regroup, a wave of searing heat swept through the battlefield. Camus emerged behind Vikir, flames swirling around her like a fiery crown. Her expression was livid, her voice laced with fury as she declared vengeance on the invaders. Vikir turned to see the area around them rapidly engulfing in fire. She glanced at Vikir with a discerning eye. "Was that liquid aura you just used?" she asked, her tone half admiring, half demanding. "You're a graduator, aren't you?" "I knew it, you're the only man worth acknowledging." Vikir admitted that he'd been ordered by the Patriarch to avoid direct conflict. Camus smirked, clearly unimpressed. "That's an order from Baskerville? Then let the Baskervilles stay out of this. I'll burn every last one of them myself." With that, she began chanting again, weaving spell after spell in quick succession. Flames burst forth in quadruple layers, a technique Vikir recognized, quadracasting. The temperature rose drastically, the fire eating up the battlefield. Vikir stood in awe at her raw power, but also in concern. Then it happened, a sharp sting struck Camus' neck. A dart, fired from a blowpipe, embedded itself in her skin. She faltered, the poison spreading fast. Vikir's eyes snapped toward the source, a barbarian seated atop a white wolf, smugly observing the scene. Camus collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. A rope snaked toward her, but Vikir caught it in midair before it could bind her. Camus grinned weakly, impressed. "Nice catch," she whispered. "This is turning too dangerous," Vikir muttered. "We need to fall back." Camus shook her head. "What about the farms? The captives?" Her voice was strained but determined. "If we wait for reinforcements, we can save more lives," Vikir reasoned. "Revenge isn't worth a premature defeat." Still, Camus refused to retreat. Her cousin's face haunted her thoughts. Vikir opened his mouth to insist again when suddenly, his instincts flared. He twisted his body just in time to dodge an incoming arrow. The attacker revealed herself, a barbarian girl, poised with deadly grace. Vikir watched her with narrowed eyes. There was something different about her, the way she moved, her precision, her aura. She was no ordinary fighter. However, as Vikir stood still, momentarily absorbed in his thoughts, a male barbarian suddenly emerged from behind him. In a swift and calculated motion, he seized Camus and began to drag her away. "Vikir!" Camus cried out, her voice desperate and strained, reaching out toward him as she struggled in the barbarian's grip. Her cry pierced the air, loaded with fear and helplessness. Vikir watched, his jaw clenched in frustration. His muscles tensed, but for a moment he didn't move. His mind raced, weighing the moment. He remembered something from the past, a moment burned into his memory. Back then, when Camus Morgue was just a young girl, she had once been taken by barbarians too. But that time, she returned on her own. After being held captive, she'd slaughtered her captors and emerged alive, drenched in blood, leaving behind a massacre that etched her name as the Queen of La Rue at Lenore. Even with that reputation, Vikir knew this was different. He couldn't let it happen again. Just as he prepared to act, a sudden movement forced him to spin around. The female barbarian who had been eyeing him earlier launched herself at him without warning. Her attack came fast, far more agile and precise than the wild, brute force methods of the others. Vikir twisted his body, narrowly dodging the strike, and instinctively slid into a defensive stance. His eyes sharpened. His senses kicked into high gear. That wasn't a regular punch or strike, she had used a bow, not to shoot, but to physically attack him. Using the bow's limbs like a weapon, she had turned it into a tool of close-quarters combat. Before he could recover fully, she followed up with a powerful kick. Her leg swung like a whip, striking him squarely and sending him skidding backwards across the ground. His boots dug into the earth, stabilizing him, but the force still stung. Vikir quickly analyzed her movements. They were sharp, calculated, and nothing like the clumsy attacks of the average barbarian. This girl was trained, disciplined, a fighter. Do I need to go all out against her? He thought, adjusting his grip on his weapon. But then something unexpected happened. The girl didn't attack again. Instead, she spoke. Her accent was broken, but she struggled through his language. "You, me, we meet again," she said, her voice rough but steady. Vikir's eyes narrowed. He looked at her more closely. Recognition dawned on him like a sudden flash of lightning. This wasn't just any barbarian. It was her. The girl he had freed during the slave auctions. A bitter thought crossed his mind. That damned brat. Vikir asked if this was how she repaid kindness, with hostility. But she clarified with a cold stare that her vengeance wasn't aimed at him. It was the Morgue clan who had enslaved her, and it was the Morgue clan she would punish. She then declared her intention: she would take Camus, future heir of the Morgues, as payment. As payment for what she had endured, the barbarian girl made it clear, if Vikir wished to rescue his companion, he was to follow them. Her meaning was sharp, her tone almost mocking. Vikir weighed the situation carefully. Was this a moment where he should unleash his true strength? His eyes narrowed in consideration, the air heavy with unspoken calculation. Before he could decide, the sound of pounding footsteps reached him. From the side of the clearing, Camus' uncle, Adolphe Morgue, burst into view. His eyes locked immediately on the struggling Camus, and he shouted her name with urgency. Vikir turned his gaze toward the older man, wondering silently if Adolphe had arrived here by chance, or if he'd come because he had learned of the ambush. Without hesitation, Adolphe raised his hands, arcane energy already swirling around him. "You barbarian bastards," he roared, his voice thick with rage. He slammed his hands against the ground, sending a surge of magic rumbling through the earth. The ground split apart violently, jagged stones jutting upward as the spell tore through the terrain. "Return my niece," he demanded, the command carrying the weight of both fury and authority. But the barbarians were quick. With the help of their massive wolves, they leapt nimbly across the fractured ground, bounding from one precarious rock to the next. Their movement was so fluid that they seemed almost untouchable, and within moments they had melted back into the shadows of the wild. Adolphe's face twisted with frustration as he watched them vanish. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. Vikir's mind flickered back to the name Balak, and to the fact that barely 3 minutes had passed since the warning bell had sounded. The entire ambush had unfolded at a dizzying pace. Camus' capture, he thought grimly, had come about because of her own inexperience and carelessness in actual combat situations. His attention shifted when another figure, a mage, stepped quickly toward Adolphe. Breathless, the mage reported, "Grand Senator, we believe the barbarians are retreating toward the restricted area of La Rue at Lenore Mountain." Adolphe's eyes widened. "What?" His voice was laced with disbelief and anger. He knew the place all too well, an uncharted wilderness brimming with lethal hazards. Venturing there at night was madness. Even as worry for his niece burned in his chest, the sheer danger of that terrain forced him to hesitate. Could anything be done under such circumstances? Vikir's calm voice cut through the tension. "We can still pursue them." Adolphe turned sharply toward him, astonished by the suggestion. "Into that forest? At night?" His tone made it clear, such a thing was considered near suicidal. Before Adolphe could press him further, Vikir interrupted with quiet confidence. "I've been walking through forests like that since I was a child." And it wasn't an empty boast. Before his regression, Vikir had spent years honing his skills, tracking enemies, surviving harsh conditions, and leading missions into dense, predator-filled wilderness. Reconnaissance and subjugation in such environments had been second nature to him. Adolphe seized Vikir by the shoulders, searching his eyes. "Are you serious about this?" The mage from the Moore clan stepped in, addressing Adolphe respectfully. "Grand Senator, if you truly intend to chase them into La Rue at Lenore Mountain at night, you are sending yourself to certain death. It would be a suicide mission." Adolphe's response was firm. "Anyone unwilling to go can turn back now. I won't fault you for it." Later, as the tension between them softened, Adolphe gave Vikir a more measured look. "I already know what you are, boy. And I have no other choice now but to rely on you." His voice grew grave. "I'm entrusting my niece's life to you." The group prepared to move. Ahead of them loomed the forest of Lenore Mountain, a place so infamous that locals called it the life-engulfing forest. Within its borders, swarms of bone-sucking mosquitoes hunted in clouds, venomous thorn vines lay hidden beneath the undergrowth, and silent spiders spun webs strong enough to ensnare a man. Few could last an hour inside. But with Morgue and Baskerville warriors at his back, Vikir plunged forward without hesitation. His movements through the wilderness were swift and purposeful, almost uncanny in their precision. Adolphe couldn't help but watch in growing amazement. "Are all boys from the Baskerville clan like him?" Staffger Baskerville gave a short laugh. "Not all, my lord. Young Master Vikir is an exception." As they pressed deeper, 2 massive, poisonous bees blocked their path. Before anyone could react, Vikir dispatched them with a few fluid motions, his weapon cutting through them as though they were nothing. The Baskerville triplets exchanged glances, their eyes wide with admiration. "He's really cool," one of them whispered. Then, without warning, Vikir stopped and pressed himself against the trunk of a tree. He raised a hand, signaling everyone to halt. His eyes scanned the dark ahead. "There's light up ahead," he murmured. "I don't think they've gone too far." He then shared something he'd heard before. Balak hunters sometimes scattered dried leaves in their wake so they could hear the crunch of pursuers approaching. If that was the case, every step from here on had to be made with caution. Unexpectedly, Adolphe approached and raised a hand toward him. A faint shimmer passed over Vikir's body, the result of a spell. "Silence," Adolphe explained with a small smile. "Now your footsteps won't make a sound." Vikir gave him a questioning look, and Adolphe chuckled. "From here, I'll take the lead. Thank you for your help, nephew-in-law." Nephew-in-law? The term caught Vikir off guard, though there was no time to question it. Not far ahead, the barbarians had made camp in the forest, a fire crackling in the center. Camus was tied securely to a tree, thick ropes digging into her wrists. She shouted at her captors, voice full of fury. "Let me go, you dogs. When I get free, I'll burn you all alive. I've got a fireball just for you." Her threats bounced off them like pebbles against stone. None reacted, likely, they didn't understand her language. Two barbarian women stood a short distance away, chatting in their tongue. One, with a sly grin, admitted she liked the man they'd fought earlier. The other snorted, reminding her she'd failed in her husband hunting. Camus' face twisted with disbelief. Husband hunting? Wife hunting? Is that why they were ambushing us? She thought, scandalized. Her musings were interrupted when the same male barbarian who had dragged her away earlier stepped forward. He grinned down at her, speaking in his own language, his tone dripping with smugness. By the way he gestured, she guessed he was boasting about having captured a rare prize that every man in his tribe would want. "Perverted bastard," she spat back, her voice ringing with contempt. "If that's your idea, just kill me instead." The man tilted his head, scratching his ear lazily. He clearly didn't understand her words, but his eyes glittered with cruel amusement. Catching her chin in his calloused hand, he leaned closer, licking the tip of the arrowhead in his other hand in a grotesque display. This arrogant slave, his expression seemed to say, needs to be broken. Just as the tension reached its peak, another figure stepped into the firelight. It was the barbarian girl from before, the same one Vikir had freed at the slave auction. She walked straight toward them, her presence commanding. "Ahun," she said sharply to the male, "stay away from my slave." Ahun's head jerked in surprise. "Commander Ian?" He looked almost wounded. "I'm the one who captured her." "Nonsense," Ian replied flatly. "Lower your voice." Ahun bristled. "You dare speak to me like that? I'm the one who shot her with a paralyzing arrow. I set the trap. I brought her here." Ian's gaze was ice. "And if I hadn't intervened, that boy with the sword would have ended your life right there. You'd be lying dead in the snow. Remember that before you talk of taking credit." Ahun eyed Ian with suspicion, his tone edged with disdain as he asked whether she had claimed Camus as her personal spoil of war. Ian, without hesitation, confirmed it. From where she stood, Camus quietly observed their exchange. Their voices carried tension, and she couldn't help but wonder if a rift had formed among the barbarians themselves. Her grasp of their language was far from perfect, but she picked up enough to piece together the girl's name, Ian, and deduced that she held the rank of commander. Ahun then remarked on what he clearly thought was an unusual fact, that Ian was a woman. His words carried a hint of challenge, but Ian shot back sharply, demanding to know why that should matter in the slightest. Camus, meanwhile, studied her more intently. There was something dangerous about this commander. From her stance and the confidence in her voice, Camus was certain that Ian possessed the skill to go head-to-head with Vikir himself, a daunting thought, considering Vikir was already a formidable low-ranking graduator. If Camus had any hope of escape, she realized, she would first have to find a way to deal with Ian. Ahun, growing more agitated, jabbed a finger toward Ian. He declared that her stubbornness wouldn't be tolerated just because she wore the title of commander. His challenge was met with a sudden, palpable shift in the air. Ian's eyes narrowed dangerously, and a vivid blue aura flared to life around her. Her voice dripped with venom as she warned him, if he was so angry, he could come at her whenever he pleased, but he'd end up nothing more than a blood-soaked corpse. The threat was not empty, its weight was enough to send a chill down Ahun's spine. Cold sweat broke out across his skin, and whatever defiance had been in him evaporated. He quickly raised both hands in a show of surrender, forcing a nervous laugh as he admitted defeat. "I'm not angry," he said, his voice uneven. "Do as you wish." Once Ian walked away, Camus noted to herself that the dispute had clearly ended in the commander's favor. But the moment Ian's gaze turned on her, Camus braced herself. "You've got sharp eyes," Ian remarked, her tone shifting into something almost admiring. "And a good build. As expected from the future leader of the Morgue bloodline." But the praise was fleeting. In the same breath, Ian's boot struck Camus, knocking her back. Her words hardened. She revealed that she had been caught by Morgue scum and sold into slavery. She had been lucky enough to escape the worst fate through a rare act of mercy, but luck, Ian warned, would not save her. She promised to break Camus, to tame her so completely that the submission would be etched into her bones and soul. Ian's smirk deepened as she painted a humiliating picture of Camus performing degrading tasks, like licking the space between her commander's toes, until it became a routine part of her existence. Before Camus could respond, a piercing scream rang out behind Ahun. Heads turned toward the source, and there, in the darkness, flames erupted violently. The glow revealed one of the barbarians writhing in agony, his body entirely engulfed. Was that an explosion? Ian muttered, eyes narrowing. The air was suddenly filled with chaos. Other barbarians rushed to draw their weapons, shouting that they were under attack. From within the wall of fire, a figure emerged, a man whose voice carried like a thunderclap over the din. His words were laced with fury as he swore to make them pay for what they had done. Camus's eyes widened, her heart leaping. She knew that voice. "Uncle Adolphe," she cried. Adolphe Morgue stood tall, flames still curling around his hands like living serpents. His gaze locked on the barbarians, and in a voice that brooked no argument, he demanded the immediate return of his niece. The sudden arrival of the Morgue and Baskerville fighters caught the barbarians completely off guard. Screams, the clash of steel, and the howls of dying wolves erupted as the two clans began their relentless hunt. High above, perched on the branch of a tree, Vikir watched the chaos unfold. His eyes narrowed, puzzled. The Balak hunters, renowned for their precision and discipline during ambushes, were falling into complete disarray. Down below, the young barbarian women shouted in frustration as they tried to corral their wolves amidst the confusion. The carefully ordered hunt had devolved into wild disorder, their frustration clear even in their guttural tongue. Adolphe spotted several of them attempting to break through the chaos and escape. His voice roared through the night like a war drum. "Don't let a single one of them get away." The order was met with an immediate surge from the Baskerville and Morgue warriors, who pushed forward with lethal intent, ensuring that the hunt would end in blood. Adolphe's voice rang with unwavering resolve, every last one of the barbarians would be wiped out. Camus, bound to a thick tree trunk, couldn't help but smirk at the pandemonium erupting around her. The chaos felt like justice served, and she relished the sight of the Balak warriors finally getting what they deserved. But her satisfaction was cut short by a faint rustling from behind. Her eyes widened. Turning her head, she spotted a shadow slipping between the trees, Vikir. He pressed a finger to his lips, silently urging her to keep quiet. Camus, however, was too overwhelmed to contain herself. "Vikir," she blurted out. His brow twitched in mild irritation at her complete disregard for subtlety, but he didn't waste time. With a swift motion, he sliced through the ropes and caught her by the arm, pulling her to her feet. "You came to save me?" she asked breathlessly, her face lighting up. "Didn't the signal for silence mean anything to you?" he muttered, half annoyed, half relieved. They began moving quickly through the trees, but a familiar figure stepped into their path, Ayan. Her sharp eyes locked on Vikir, and a slow smile curved her lips. "So, you finally arrived," she said, her tone dripping with amusement. She looked him over, speaking as though she were reading a list: "The way you handle a blade, the stamina to cover such distances at speed, the calm to navigate this forest's darkness, and the passion to risk your life for her. You pass." Vikir frowned, thrown off by her strange choice of words. "Pass, what?" he thought, but Ayan offered no explanation. Camus and Ayan's gazes met, an unspoken duel sparking between them. Neither blinked, their eyes carrying an unvoiced message of defiance. Vikir could feel the tension and pulled Camus closer, realizing it would be hard to keep his true strength under wraps now. His mind raced. Why did he remember no one like her from his past life? Could she be the infamous Balak archer, the night fox, who once scarred Hugo's nose? No, she seemed too young for that. Perhaps she was of the same bloodline. Before he could dwell further, a Hun burst from the side, launching a dart straight at Vikir's head. Instinctively, Vikir caught it mid-flight, the weapon snapping cleanly in his grip. A Hun froze in shock. Not only had Vikir sensed the ambush, he had stopped it effortlessly. Holding Camus, Vikir said calmly, "Things just got complicated. I'll get you to your uncle." Camus flushed slightly at his formal tone, thinking perhaps the poison was affecting his manner of speech. She agreed without protest. They moved swiftly, but two barbarians leapt into their path, releasing arrows. Vikir deflected both with clean precision. Behind them, Ayan raised her bow and took careful aim, at Camus. Her voice was cold as steel. "Shall I remove the Morgue girl?" The bowstring snapped. The arrow streaked forward, trailing a faint blue aura. Vikir's eyes flashed red as he turned, spotting the danger. Camus followed his gaze, her breath catching. The arrow was moments from taking her eye. Then, crack! A wall of ice erupted between them, halting the projectile mid-air. From behind the frozen barrier stepped Adolphe, flames still flickering in his palm. "Camus! Are you hurt?" he demanded, his voice taut with worry. Relieved, Camus called out, "Uncle." Adolphe hurried to her side, chanting a spell, "Cure poison." The numbing venom was severe, he explained, and while he could suppress it, only the Divine Church could purge it completely. But Camus stepped back, pushing his hand away. "Wait." Puzzled, Adolphe froze as she dashed past him and threw herself into Vikir's arms, hugging him tightly. "Thank you, for saving me again." Adolphe's eyes went wide, tears welling as he stammered, "Camus." He tried to explain that he had also done everything in his power to rescue her, but she turned to him with sharp reproach. "Why did you only show up now? "I'll tell Mother everything," she declared angrily. Before Adolf could answer, a rope shot from the darkness, wrapping around Vikir's neck. Ayan held the other end, straining to pull him toward her. But Vikir didn't move. Not an inch. Ayan's eyes narrowed in disbelief at his sheer strength. "Come quietly," she said. "I don't have much time." Camus, watching, recognized her immediately. "You, again?" Vikir tore the rope apart with a sharp pull. Her words about having little time gnawed at his thoughts. Why were the Balak in such a hurry? The question vanished as a suffocating wave of killing intent rolled through the forest. Birds erupted into the night sky in panicked flight, and even the air felt heavier. Ayan's face paled. She looked up toward the source of the pressure, eyes wide in dread. "It's found us." On Vikir's hand, Beelzebub began to buzz. Vikir's attention shifted when a sharp sting pulsed through his arm. Looking down, he saw faint crimson lines spreading under his skin, a sign he knew all too well. The dormant Beelzebub embedded in his veins was thrumming violently, a wordless but urgent warning. Something was coming. Ayan's expression darkened. "She's here," she murmured, her voice tight with dread. Vikir glanced at her, brow furrowed. "She?" His mind raced. Whoever Ayan meant, it wasn't someone ordinary. Then, with her face paling and beads of sweat forming along her temple, Ayan forced the words out. "Madame Eight Legs." The name hung in the air for only a heartbeat before the forest itself seemed to answer. From deep within the trees, the ground shuddered, and a vast, pillar-like silhouette emerged through the canopy. The nearby barbarians froze mid-motion before gasping in unison, their voices trembling. "It's her? The madam is here." Camus stared upward, eyes narrowing. "That's a pillar?" she asked in disbelief. Vikir's gaze locked on the towering form. "No," he said flatly. "Not a pillar." A malignant purple aura swirled around the column before it split apart, revealing 8 impossibly long limbs, jointed and branching like twisted tree boughs. One after another, those legs slammed into the forest floor with an impact that rattled teeth. Adolf's voice shook as he tried to rationalize what he was seeing. This thing was hiding in this forest? Impossible. But Vikir's stomach tightened with recognition. There was no mistaking it. The monster looming before them was none other than Madame Eight Legs, an entity infamous enough to earn an S-rank rating. The gargantuan spider reared high, her 8 limbs spread wide like the ribs of a colossal cage. Then came the sound, a shrill, bone-scraping screech that rolled through the forest in waves, making the air itself quiver. No one moved. No one breathed. The oppressive presence of the madam held them all in place. Camus began to speak, but Vikir's hand shot out, covering her mouth. He leaned close, voice barely above a whisper. "Quiet. She can't see well, but she hears and feels everything." Inwardly, he recalled a grim warning from the native hunters he'd met before his regression, a fireside tale about a predator that prowled the deep heart of the Lar Rouge in Lenore Mountain. The Empire's own monster encyclopedia, in its most recent edition, confirmed the truth: Madame Eight Legs. A nightmare wrapped in chitin and venom, capable of reducing entire regions to ruin in less than a day. The spider let loose another unearthly scream. This time, a stream of green, acid-like fluid sprayed from her maw. Wherever it landed, the forest itself died, branches dissolved, bark turned to sludge, and leaves crumbled into ash. Vikir sidestepped the falling droplets with calculated precision. Adolf, reacting in time, raised a shimmering magical barrier around himself and Camus. Hun wasn't as fortunate, a streak of poison grazed his hair. Without hesitation, Ayan hacked off the affected strands with her blade before the corrosion could spread, his chest heaving. She fixed a hard glare on the young barbarian Hun, who had yelped moments earlier. "If you weren't the shaman's grandson," she hissed under her breath, "you'd be dead for screaming like that." Then, without looking back, Ayan barked an order to her warriors: "Retreat." Adolf echoed the command for the Baskerville and Morgue forces, though he held Camus protectively in his arms. The madam's reaction was unnerving, a low, almost playful chittering, as if amused by the scattering prey. Both Balak and Baskerville Morgue fighters fled, but their retreat patterns differed just enough for the monster to make her choice. Her body shifted, and with terrifying speed, she lunged toward Adolf's group. "Why us?" Adolf spat in frustration as he ran. A Morgue mage stepped forward, thrusting out his staff. "Leave her to me," he shouted. "Fire is a bug's bane." He conjured a blazing inferno, hurling it with enough force to light the forest sky in orange. The explosion engulfed Madame Eight Legs, and the mage turned, grinning smugly. "See, Sir Adolf? Simple." His words choked off as the man beside him jerked violently, a glistening black limb protruding through his torso. Blood sprayed across the mage's face. The spider had emerged from the flames without a scratch. Still running, Camus clutched at Vikir's arm. "What is that thing?" she cried. Vikir's mind churned, and abruptly, he stopped dead in his tracks. "Vikir?" Staffordshire called, alarm lacing his tone. "What are you doing?" "If no one stops her here," Vikir said evenly, "she'll tear through all of us." His eyes swept the battlefield. "We need to pin her legs down." "I'll do it," Staffordshire volunteered. Vikir cut him off with a sharp look. "You think you can hold that with your skill?" He gestured toward the thrashing monster. "We can't let her follow us into the territory. I'm the best suited for this." His hand fell to his sword hilt as he faced Adolf. "We're out of time. The choice is yours." Camus's voice cracked. "You can't," but Vikir was already moving, urging the others to run while they still could. Adolf's jaw tightened. "Go," he barked at his troops. "Don't waste his effort." Camus's eyes brimmed with tears. "Come back," she pleaded, but Adolf's grip held her in place. Vikir exhaled slowly, loosening his grip on his blade. He had no attachment to the survival of Baskerville territory, not really. The thought that this could be a perfect moment to disappear from Hugo's watchful eye settled in his mind. If the others believed he had died here, it would give him the space he needed, time to master the 10th technique etched in his memory, to either challenge Hugo outright or vanish completely until his control over his own power was absolute. And for that, this monstrous spider was not just a threat. She was an opportunity. A deep crimson glow began to pulse from Vikir's hand, the air around him warping with its intensity. From that ominous light, the demonic sword Beelzebub emerged, its blade exuding a malevolent aura that seemed to drink in the very life around it. Vikir knew, without unleashing everything at his disposal, he would not leave this forest alive. His resolve hardened. He would pour every last shred of his strength into this fight, the abundant mana still flowing through him from the river Styx's blessing, the refined, lethal aura reserved for the uppermost techniques of Baskerville swordsmanship, and the raw destructive power of Beelzebub itself. The red radiance clung to his form like a living flame, and his eyes took on the same feral glow, burning with a predator's focus. Without hesitation, he burst forward, his movements a blur, the ground cracking beneath each step. In an instant, he sprang high into the air, his shadow passing over Madame Eight Legs. The monstrous spider's countless eyes locked onto him, her scream reverberating through the forest like the tearing of the sky. Vikir's aura surged to its peak, the glow from his sword threatening to consume him. Then, like a thunderbolt, he descended, employing the Baskerville 5th technique, a killing strike meant to pierce even the most impregnable of foes. The earth shook as his attack landed. In that instant, Madame Eight Legs' limbs faltered, her towering legs pressing into the soil as if something unseen had bound them in place. The impact smashed her head down with a bone-jarring crack, and for a heartbeat, the world itself seemed to flash blood-red. From far off, those fleeing caught sight of a blinding crimson beam erupting into the sky, splitting the shadows of the forest. Adolf, clutching Camus as he ran, risked a glance back. The Baskerville triplets sprinted alongside him, their faces streaked with tears, their eyes wide at the impossible sight. Camus stopped dead in her tracks for a heartbeat, her breath catching, then she cried out Vikir's name, her voice breaking. But the forest answered only with silence, and the lingering glow of red light. When Vikir's eyes opened again, it was not to the charred battlefield but to the executioner's guillotine. His head lay upon the cold block, Hugo Le Baskerville standing tall beneath the pale moon. The clan head's hand lifted in a silent command, and the blade fell. As his severed head rolled, Vikir saw the cold stares of those who watched. Hugo turned away without a word, his back vanishing into the darkness. But then, he woke. The moonlight, the guillotine, it had been a dream. He found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling, lying upon a rough mattress. His body was tightly wrapped in bandages, one eye covered completely, his torso crisscrossed with scars. A thick rope was looped around his neck, its length trailing away somewhere out of sight. Every muscle in his body screamed in pain as he tried to move, a white-hot agony that ran from his skin to his very bones. The memory of that battle came back in fragments, the blinding light, the crushing force of Madame Eight Legs' counterattack, and then, nothing. He realized he had taken the full brunt of her strike, and his survival bordered on the miraculous. Even breathing sent a shudder through his cracked ribs. Pushing himself upright with great effort, Vikir glanced around. Outside the small room, rough-built structures and smoky fires marked the encampment of the Balak barbarians, the mortal enemies of the Baskervilles. Warriors strode past, while children practiced with bows, their arrows thudding into wooden targets. Slaves were herded about, some bearing the sigils of Baskerville and Morgue clans. Why, he wondered, had they not killed him outright? His question was soon answered by the arrival of Ahan, a figure from his past, one who had once abducted Camus. The barbarian eyed him with a smirk, commenting on Vikir's fluency in the Balak tongue and mocking his crippled condition. He called Vikir the commander's pet dog, his tone dripping with derision, and claimed that without that status, he would have boiled him alive without hesitation. The insult triggered something deep within Vikir. That phrase, pet dog, dragged forth memories of Hugo's attempts to shackle him. A killing intent so fierce it was almost tangible flared from him, making Ahan involuntarily tense. The barbarian's eyes narrowed, and then, as if to reassert dominance, he struck Vikir hard across the face, sending him sprawling. Without looking back, he snarled for Vikir to go find your master and left. Lying in the dirt, Vikir committed Ahan's face to memory. One day, when his body healed, he would repay the humiliation with interest. Following the rope tethered to his neck, he trudged through the camp. The line seemed endless, his irritation mounting, until it suddenly went taut. At the other end, in a shallow pond, stood An, calmly bathing. She turned, meeting his gaze with a smile, and casually told him to lie down. Before he could react, she yanked the rope sharply, pulling him forward just as an arrow whistled past, embedding itself into a tree where he had been standing moments earlier. An barked orders at a group of children nearby, scolding them for their recklessness before sending them away. Then she returned her attention to him. Her voice softened, not much, but enough, as she reminded him of the principle the Balak lived by: kindness returned twofold, vengeance repaid tenfold. She explained that he had freed her once at the slave auction, and so she had saved him twice in return. Vikir frowned, asking what she meant by twice. An shrugged, telling him that after the explosion, she had gone back just in case, and if she hadn't, he would have died. He should, she said, be grateful for her persistence. Vikir, still reeling from the previous events, narrowed his eyes at the rope around his neck and asked the barbarian girl why she was keeping him alive. Ayan, that sly smirk never leaving her face, replied that he must hold an important rank within his own people. The implication made his stomach drop. If she decided to ransom him back to the Baskerville clan, all his careful plotting to vanish from Hugo's watchful gaze would be shattered. Her grin widened as if she could see the calculation in his eyes. She told him not to get his hopes up about going home, not as a free man anyway. You'll be mine, she declared, her tone half playful and half serious, like a cat toying with a mouse. Without ceremony, she drew a dagger and sliced through the rope at his throat. Vikir, though outwardly impassive, silently let out a breath of relief. His plan wasn't ruined after all. But the reprieve didn't last long. Ayan pointed the dagger at him and casually announced that from now on they should establish proper titles. She would be master. He gave her nothing in return, his face as unreadable as stone. Amused by his stubborn silence, she praised the defiance in his eyes, saying she looked forward to taming him. Before he could respond, she told him they had a stop to make. When he asked where, she tilted her head and teased that it should be obvious, they were on someone else's territory, and proper greetings were in order. They were going to meet the leader of the settlement. The matriarch's tent was an imposing sight. Its entrance was guarded not by men but by trophies, the mounted heads of bears, jaguars, crocodiles, and other lethal beasts, each skewered with an arrow. Seated on the throne at the far end was a woman whose bearing radiated command. As they walked side by side toward the tent, Ayn spoke casually about Balak customs. A man without shelter could sleep in a friend's hammock, she said, the hungry could eat at the table of the better off. Here, property was shared, and wealth meant responsibility. Vikir remarked that it seemed private ownership wasn't exactly their priority. Ayn only smiled. Inside, Ayn announced their presence, and addressed the matriarch as mother. The revelation caught Vikir off guard. As he pieced things together, recognition dawned. This was the Night Fox, the fearsome female warrior who had once scarred Hugo's face and blocked his own passage through the treacherous luge at Lenore Mountain. Memories of that encounter, and the odds he would have stood back then, came rushing back. Head-on combat? 0 chance. Assassination? Also 0. Escape? Perhaps 20%, if luck tilted his way. The matriarch's eyes fixed on him. She claimed she'd seen his face before, making his pulse quicken. Could she somehow sense his link to Hugo? Ayn quickly cut in, saying most imperial men looked the same. But the matriarch pressed on, asking her daughter what she planned to do with him, dismissively calling him no different from a useless animal. Ayn claimed he'd be valuable once healed. After all, he was the one who had faced Madame Eight Legs. Her mother warned her not to act above her station. Then, turning to Vikir, she said his physical health didn't matter so long as his seed remained intact. Before she could explain, Ayn blurted out her real intention. She wanted him as her slave, nothing more. The matriarch questioned her sudden change in story, but Ayn quickly spun an excuse: she needed a slave to aid her in hunts. The matriarch only patted her daughter's head and said the decision rested with the owner. Ayn's cheeks flushed pink as she glanced at Vikir. When they left the tent, Vikir asked her name. She spun on him in mock outrage, reminding him he was a slave and had no right to question his master. He calmly explained that since he had no intention of calling her master, he needed to know what to call her. Reluctantly, and with a faint blush, she said, "Ein." He introduced himself in turn, but when he addressed her by name, she barked at him again, then smirked and gave her first command. He was to build himself a house. Inwardly, she relished the thought. She was sure an imperial like him would have no clue how to construct anything, and it would be a satisfying way to remind him of his place. But to her surprise, he simply smiled and said it sounded enjoyable. Hours later, Ein stood with her mouth slightly open. Before her was not a sloppy pile of sticks but a well-made tent, sturdy and practical. Even injured, Vikir's craftsmanship was undeniable. She glanced at the tools she'd given him, realizing that he'd handled them like a man who had built more than his fair share of shelters before. Ein stared at Vikir's newly finished work, her expression clouded with mixed emotions. The tent stood sturdy and well-crafted, a feat she had expected to be far beyond the abilities of an injured imperial slave. The drains he'd built outside caught her attention, smoothly cut, perfectly placed, allowing water to run off neatly without pooling. She found herself grumbling inwardly. If he kept proving himself useful like this, it would undermine her sense of control over him entirely. Vikir, on the other hand, seemed almost amused. As he looked over the structure, his thoughts wandered to his past. In times of war and chaos, he had seen many swordsmen meet their ends because their skills began and ended with the blade. He had learned the hard way that to survive in any hostile environment, one had to be more than a fighter. You needed to know how to build, forage, repair, adapt to anything. This tent was merely another survival challenge to him. But then his gaze shifted toward the largest tent in the village, the matriarch's dwelling, and he frowned. "Your mother's tent is in trouble," he remarked casually. Ein blinked, startled. "What are you talking about? That's my mother's house you're insulting." Vikir pointed toward the central pillar. "Right now, it looks fine. But when the rainy season comes, the ground around that pillar will soften. The pillar will shift, water will seep in, and the structure will weaken. It's just a matter of time." Her eyes narrowed, but before she could argue, he continued. "If you mix lime-rich soil with gravel from the hill opposite the river, press it into bricks, and seal them with oil before burning, the base will hold steady for years. That will keep the pillar from moving." After a moment of thought, Ein finally nodded. "Fine. Do it." Vikir set to work without complaint. He collected soil, sifted it, and poured it into wooden molds. He shaped the mixture into bricks, drying them slowly over a carefully managed fire. The smell of hot earth and oil lingered in the air as he stacked the finished pieces. When the repairs were complete, the two of them brought the solution to the matriarch. Ein explained their intentions, her tone carrying an unusual note of pride. The matriarch examined the reinforced pillar and the improved structure, her eyes widening. She admitted, reluctantly, that she had tried and failed many times before to fix the problem, never realizing the issue lay beneath the pillar itself. Her lips curved into a faint smile as she looked between her daughter and the quiet man beside her. "So, my daughter has found a truly useful male." Turning to Vikir, she added, "From now on, you'll take care of work like this for the barracks." Some days later, Vikir was kneeling by a water source, scrubbing clothes, when Ein's voice cut through the air. "Hey, doesn't it wear you down, working like a slave all the time?" she called. He glanced up at her, unbothered. "It's not so bad." In truth, the monotonous work felt almost peaceful compared to his years under Baskerville rule, or the gritty survival in the underdog city. Ein gave him a curious look. "You're oddly disciplined. But still, hard labor isn't easy." Vikir only shrugged. "I've had worse." She shook her head, smirking. "Don't get used to saying that. If you really want to last here, follow me. I'll teach you how to live like one of us. Perform well enough, and maybe I'll untie that rope." His interest sharpened. "And what do you want me to do?" Now she smiled, wide, mischievous, and faintly flushed. "Finally, you're asking the right questions. I want you to join me on a hunt. Not just any hunt, bring down something huge. Big enough to feed the children who've been going without meat. Do that, and maybe I'll raise you from slave to commoner." He raised an eyebrow. "A test, then?" "Exactly. You'll be my helper," she said, patting his back playfully. The pat hit hard enough to make him wince. "Be grateful. You're working for the Balak hunting commander." After a short pause, Vikir agreed. Ein's face brightened at his answer, though she quickly masked it when he noticed. "We leave tomorrow," she said briskly. But neither of them realized someone else had been watching, a figure lurking in the shadows, gaze fixed on Ein's faint blush. The man's jaw tightened, jealousy simmering as he muttered to himself about the disgusting Imperial by her side. Far from them, a different scene was unfolding. The Balik shaman, a wiry, intense figure, pulled his hand from a pot of charcoal, his palm blackened. Raising it high, he ordered the hunters to gather. One by one, warriors lined up to receive the marks, the shaman's voice carrying over the crowd. Take my blessing, or face misfortune in the hunt. Ayan leaned toward Vikir. They do it to hide their faces from the god of death, she explained. They feel guilty for taking life. Vikir gave a slight nod. Even this fierce warrior tribe had its rituals. Nearby, a young barbarian woman whispered doubts about the shaman's nagging. Her male companions shrugged. Let him talk. It's how he keeps his position. She added that they only came to him on special occasions, and that his blessings often failed anyway. Vikir's eyes narrowed slightly. So even here, hierarchy and pretense weren't so different from the rest of the world. When Ayan returned from the ritual, her face was streaked with absurd, almost comical charcoal patterns. Vikir smirked. Nice look. Her cheeks flushed as she wiped the marks off quickly. I don't get along with the shaman, she muttered irritably, and in her fluster, she shoved a collar into his hands. Vikir stared at the object in his hands, a simple leather collar, rough but sturdy, and arched a brow. Is this a dog collar? He asked flatly. Ayan gave him a sharp look, then slipped a similar one around her own neck. It's not for decoration, she said matter-of-factly. When we hunt, predators go for the throat. The collar keeps them from tearing into your neck. Don't wear it, and you'll regret it. Vikir studied the piece again before fastening it without complaint. Inwardly, he thought that adapting to this tribe's ways, no matter how odd, would serve him better than resisting. Survival demanded flexibility, after all. Moments later, they mounted one of the massive wolves waiting near the outskirts of the village. Ayan swung up first, then turned to glance down at him. Hold on to my waist, she instructed. If you fall, don't expect me to stop the hunt to pick you up. I'll manage, Vikir replied evenly, settling in behind her. The wolf took off with a burst of speed, paws pounding against the forest floor. The wind roared past them, and Vikir's grip tightened slightly, though not as much as Ayan had warned. When the wolf leaped over a low ridge, his balance slipped, and a moment later he tumbled onto the mossy ground with a heavy thud. Ayan slowed, circled back, and smirked down at him, her tone playful. Didn't I tell you to hold on? Next time, don't blame me if you break your neck. Vikir grimaced, brushing dirt from his clothes as he pushed himself up, wondering if he'd bruised a rib. Before he could answer, movement in the trees caught his eye. A figure emerged, familiar, broad-shouldered, and scowling. It was Ahan, the young barbarian who had been shadowing them since morning. Ayan hopped off the wolf, her expression sharpening. What are you doing here, Ahan? She called. Ahan approached, his gaze flicking from her to Vikir. His tone dripped with accusation. You've gotten comfortable, haven't you? Running around with your slave. Playing games while the rest of us prepare for the hunt. Vikir straightened, silently watching the exchange. With a cocky grin, Ahan jabbed a finger toward his own chest. This time, I'm going to bring down the biggest prey. In the next joint hunt, I'll lead the party, even if I have to stake my grandfather's name on it. Ayan's brow furrowed, her arms crossing. Your grandfather's name? You'd gamble his honor for a hunt you know nothing about, aside from what the shamans whispered in your ear? Bold of you, Ahan. Rather than answering, Ahan lunged suddenly, his leg snapping out in a vicious kick aimed at Vikir's face. Ahan! Ayan shouted, startled by the attack. Vikir twisted at the last second, the blow grazing his cheek as he slid back. Ahan sneered. Why waste time with him, Ayan? He's broken. Useless. Do you really think dragging around some injured imperial weakling will help you hunt? Wake up, he's nothing but dead weight. Vikir didn't move. His expression remained unreadable, though his sharp gaze tracked every motion Ahan made. Then Ayan tilted her head, a sharp smile curling her lips. Oh? You think you're that much better? Check your belt before you run your mouth. Confused, Ahan glanced down, and froze. His quiver and arrows were gone. A few feet away, Vikir stood casually, one hand gripping the stolen quiver, his other wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. You should hold your weapons, he said, his tone calm but edged with quiet mockery, the same way you'd hold your lover. The realization hit Ahan like a thunderclap. His weapons were gone, lifted from him without his notice. His eyes widened, fury blazing as Ayan broke into loud, unrestrained laughter. You! Ahan roared, charging forward with his fist cocked back. Before the punch could land, Ayan moved in a blur. She swung her bow like a staff, intercepting his strike with a sharp crack. Enough, she hissed, her voice cold. Do you even realize whose slave you're laying hands on? He insulted a Balik warrior. Ahan shouted back, still seething. Ayan's gaze turned sharp and icy. And you've been making a fool of yourself in front of him since we left the village. Do you think I can't see that? Her words only stoked his anger. Why are you defending him so much? What, have you started liking this imperial dog? Her jaw tightened. She dragged a hand down her face, exhaling sharply. Yes, she said finally, her tone clipped. He's a slave. My slave. And if he's done something wrong, I'll deal with it. Not you. Vikir, still seated in the dirt, looked up at her, his face unreadable. Then, without warning, Ayan turned on him. Her fist crashed into his jaw, the force of the blow snapping his head to the side. Blood splattered across the green grass. Ahan stood frozen, mouth agape. Ayan's expression didn't waver as she turned her gaze back on him, voice steady and cutting. Happy now, she asked coolly. You're angry because you failed to claim a maiden during the rites. I understand. But listen well, if you ever lay a hand on what's mine again, I won't stop at a warning next time. The warning landed. Ahan stiffened, then muttered a reluctant, fine, before retreating. When the dust settled, Ayan and Vikir mounted the wolf again, continuing deeper into the forest. The ride was quiet, but Ayan kept stealing glances at him, guilt flickering in her eyes. Does it hurt? She asked finally. Vikir said nothing. Are you angry? She tried again. Silence. She sighed, her tone softening. I had to do it. If I didn't, he wouldn't stop. Ahan stubborn. Petty. He would have kept coming after you. Still, no answer. Why aren't you saying anything? She pressed, frustration edging her voice. Finally, Vikir turned his head slightly. It hurts. Her eyes widened. Before he could blink, she leapt lightly, twisting midair and landing in front of him on the wolf's back, facing him. Her hands cupped his face, her gaze sharp with concern. Does it hurt a lot? Is it bad? Are you dying? Tell me. It just hurts to talk, he said dryly, though his tone lacked bite. I've had worse. His words cut off when her lips pressed against his. The world seemed to still. When she finally pulled back, her face was crimson. She turned away quickly, pressing trembling fingers to her mouth. I knew it, she muttered, forcing her voice to steady. You've got potential, for an imperial, anyway. Vikir, expression blank, wiped a smear of blood from his mouth. Quietly, he wondered if this tribe had some bizarre habit of licking wounds. Dangerous, considering the risk of infection. Ayan twisted in her seat to glance at him over her shoulder. Is there something you want from me? She asked softly. If it's within my power, I'll do it. Vikir tilted his head slightly, his eyes fixed on Ayan. Anything? He asked, his voice calm but carrying a hint of curiosity. At his question, Ayan's shoulders tensed. Her back stiffened for just a moment before she turned to face him, her eyes sharp yet unsteady. A Balik warrior, she said firmly, never goes back on their word. If I said you can ask for anything, then anything it is. Vikir lowered his gaze, thoughtful. The quiet stretched between them as he considered his request, his mind running through possibilities. Seeing him so deep in thought made Ayan's cheeks flush crimson. Why is he hesitating so much? She wondered, biting her lip. Don't tell me, is he thinking of something indecent? Her heartbeat quickened as the seconds dragged on. Finally, Vikir lifted his head, his expression unreadable. I've decided, he said evenly. Ayan's breath caught, her hands unconsciously clenching the fabric of her tunic. Her face grew hotter, anticipation bubbling in her chest as she braced herself for his request. Teach me, Vikir said simply. Teach me how to shoot a bow. Ayan blinked. The flustered heat that had been rising inside her crashed into a cold wave of disappointment. That's it, she muttered under her breath, her lips curling into a small pout before she caught herself. Still, she straightened and nodded briskly. Fine. If that's what you want, then that's what you'll get. As the wolf loped steadily through the forest, Ayan spoke again, her tone lighter. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin special training. We'll work until you can hit a moving target with your eyes half closed. Are you fine with that? Vikir gave a silent nod. Later, they stopped by an open clearing. Vikir, bow in hand, loosed an arrow that whistled through the air, only to bury itself deep into the trunk of a nearby tree. Ayan sighed audibly. No. Wrong. Again, she said sharply, stepping up beside him. She pointed at the arrow embedded in the wood. Don't just aim for the tree. Aim for the arrow that's already there. Precision, not power. Vikir glanced at her sideways, his voice dry. And you're sure this is the right way to teach someone? Ayan's lips curved into a teasing smile as she stepped closer, her fingers brushing over his elbow to adjust his form. You're the one who asked for my help, she reminded him. Your body's too banged up to swing a sword right now. If you want to make yourself useful, you need to master the bow. And the sooner you do, the sooner you can hunt something big enough to make the others respect you. Her hands pressed firmly against his back, correcting his posture with practiced ease. Vikir stiffened, feeling his ribs strain under the pressure. His body was already near its limits, every bone aching from days of relentless training. Then, a low growl echoed behind them. Bakira, Ayan's wolf, padded up silently through the trees. Bakira, Ayan muttered, a note of surprise in her tone. The unexpected appearance startled her just enough that her hand pushed down harder on Vikir's back. A sharp crack sounded, followed by a harsh jolt of pain that shot through Vikir's body as he crumpled to the ground with a hiss. "Oh, Ayan cursed under her breath, stepping around him as she addressed the wolf. "Did you find it?" The wolf lifted its head and let out a low, guttural howl in confirmation. "Good." Ayan's sharp gaze flicked back to Vikir. "Get up. We're moving. And move fast, we don't want to miss our chance." The wolf carried them swiftly through the forest until the scent of brine filled the air and the sound of rushing water grew louder. They stopped at a wide, shimmering stream where the river met the ocean. Ayan gestured toward the waters with her chin. "This is where the river and sea collide," she explained. "That means fish, and more importantly, predators." She crouched near the bank, her voice softening slightly as her eyes scanned the water. "My grandmother used to tell me a story," she said. "About salmon. They believe that if they swim upstream and conquer the waterfall, they can evolve into something greater, into a beast of legend. But most fail. They climb, they fall, and when they do, the sharp rocks below make sure they don't get a second chance. The ones that fall," she nodded toward the dense forest beyond, "become food for the oxbears." Vikir followed her gaze, and froze. A massive shape moved between the trees, emerging with slow, deliberate steps. The creature towered above the brush, muscles rippling beneath its thick fur. "That's an oxbear?" Vikir murmured, incredulity in his voice. "It doesn't look like the ones I've seen before." Ayan's expression hardened, her eyes sharp with focus. "This one isn't ordinary," she said. "It carries the blood of a superior lineage. It survived countless hunts, and every scar on its body tells you why." Vikir's jaw tightened. "And you're telling me to bring down something like that?" Ayan shook her head, a sharp smile tugging at her lips. "No. We're not after the female. Not yet." As they watched, other male bears emerged from the forest, one by one, circling the massive female like challengers. She regarded them for a brief moment before turning on them with a violent roar, scattering them like frightened deer. Vikir raised a brow. "She rejected them all?" "Of course she did," Ayan replied smoothly. "Strength doesn't interest her." Then, a smaller, leaner male approached cautiously. Instead of violence, his approach was met with a quiet, almost tender acceptance. The female brushed against him, her massive head lowering to nudge his side. Vikir stared, stunned. "She chose the weakest one?" Ayan smirked. "Naturally. Strong males are too aggressive. They're dangerous. Sometimes, they even kill their mates during the rut. Females know this, so they prefer partners they can dominate. Partners they can control." Her eyes flicked toward him, sharp and knowing. "Among the Balik, it's not much different. We choose mates for strong bloodlines, and if that strength is wrapped in someone weakened or injured, all the better." Understanding clicked in Vikir's mind. "It's not about the male. It's about the blood." "Exactly," Ayan confirmed with a nod. Over the next few days, they lingered near the bear's territory, carefully observing and feeding the pair to build trust. Vikir lost count of the number of times he hauled meat and fish toward the cave, keeping a quiet watch while the roars and guttural sounds from within echoed through the valley. On the fourth day, Ayan sat beside him, turning a strange, shimmering fruit in her hands. "This," she explained, "temporarily boosts strength, at the cost of life. The female won't touch it. She's too clever. But the male will. He'll eat it to keep up with her." Vikir immediately understood her intent. "You're planning to wear him down." "Exactly," she said with a satisfied smile. Later that night, Ayan handed him a steaming bowl of herbal soup. "Drink. It'll help with your ribs." He took a careful sip, letting the warmth spread through his sore muscles. Outside, the night air was thick with the sounds of the mating bears, their roars echoing like thunder. "They're enthusiastic," Vikir muttered, raising an eyebrow. Ayan chuckled, leaning lazily against the wall of the cave, her eyes glinting with mischief. "That's normal. Among the Balik, anyway. Maybe not for you imperial types. Your people are, what's the word? Tame. Dull. Like a bunch of scholars." She rose, stepping closer until the distance between them was thin enough to make the air tense. Her voice dropped, husky and teasing. "Tell me, Vikir," she murmured, tilting her head. "Can you keep up with something like that?" Their quiet moment was abruptly shattered by a deafening roar that echoed through the forest, shaking the branches around them. Ayan's head snapped up, her sharp ears twitching as she hissed under her breath. "Vikir," she said urgently, her eyes narrowing. "Get ready. It's starting. She's pregnant." Almost on cue, a piercing scream ripped through the air, a primal, ear-splitting sound that made the nearby trees quiver. The massive female ox bear thundered out of the cave, her movements wild and violent. The smaller male, the one that had been courting her for days, bolted in terror, darting out of her reach like a shadow fleeing the light. Hidden high in the branches of a towering tree, Vikir shifted slightly, following the chaotic scene below. "She's chasing him off," he muttered, frowning. "Why? They've just..." "Because that's how it works," Ayan interrupted, her tone calm despite the tension thrumming through her voice. "When an ox bear finishes mating, the female becomes aggressive, territorial. She's warning him to stay away. This is her land now, and any intrusion will be treated as a challenge." Vikir's gaze followed the staggering movements of the exhausted male as he fled deeper into the woods. "He just wants to sleep," he observed, voice low. "She drained his strength. He hasn't rested in 4 days." "Exactly," Ayan replied, her sharp eyes glinting as she tracked the bear's movements through the brush. "And he'll look for a safe, isolated place to recover. Somewhere quiet, somewhere no predator would dare to follow. That's where we strike." Without another word, they began to move, leaping from tree to tree, silent shadows tailing the retreating beast. Hours later, the air grew noticeably colder. Frost clung to the undergrowth, and their breaths fogged the night air in pale, smoky clouds. Vikir tugged his cloak tighter around his shoulders, his sharp eyes narrowing at the endless stretch of frozen terrain. "He should be exhausted by now," he said, his voice sharp against the hush of the frozen woods. "But he's still moving. Farther than I thought." "He's looking for safety," Ayan explained, walking just ahead of him with the grace of a seasoned hunter. "This place is far too cold for most creatures to survive. The insects here, bone-draining parasites, bloodsuckers, they don't exist in these temperatures. He knows that. That's why he came here." Vikir paused mid-step, eyeing her curiously. "So you're saying, he chose this place intentionally?" Ayan nodded without hesitation. "An ox bear's intelligence is sharper than most monsters you've met. They don't just rely on instinct, they think. They learn. Every scar, every victory, every escape, it all teaches them something. That's why this one's still alive." Vikir said nothing, though a quiet realization stirred within him. The cold was biting through his still healing body, the thin scars along his ribs aching with every breath. But his pride clamped his jaw shut. Ayan slowed, her sharp gaze flicking to him. She noticed the slight tremor in his shoulders, the way his fingers stiffened on his bowstring. "You're freezing," she said flatly. "I'm fine," Vikir muttered, turning his face away. Her voice softened but carried a sharp edge of authority. "If your body temperature drops too far, you'll seize up. And if that happens, you'll be too slow to move when it counts. You'll die out here, and so will I. Stay warm. Stay alive." Vikir blinked, momentarily surprised by the stark logic in her tone. For a heartbeat, he considered refusing again. But then, with a quiet exhale, he stepped closer without warning and pulled her against him. Ayan froze, heat flooding her cheeks as she felt the solid weight of his arm around her shoulders. Her face turned scarlet, and she stammered, "This is purely for survival. A master has to look after her slave's well-being, after all." Vikir didn't bother responding, only tightening his hold slightly as they moved forward together through the frozen brush. Suddenly, Biakira, Ayan's wolf, halted mid-step. Its ears pricked sharply, a low, guttural growl rumbling in its throat as its amber eyes locked on the shadows ahead. Ayan's instincts flared. Her sharp eyes darted across the snow-covered terrain, scanning for the familiar trail. Then she froze. "The tracks," she whispered. "They're gone." Before Vikir could reply, a roar erupted from the right, a guttural, bone-rattling sound, and the world exploded into chaos. The ox bear, massive and silent as death until now, lunged out of the darkness like a nightmare made flesh. Elsewhere, deep in the heart of the tribe, the hunters had gathered in a loose circle around an enormous boar that had been dragged back to camp. Its size dwarfed the men standing near it, its tusks gleaming like polished ivory under the torchlight. Cheers and odd murmurs filled the air. "This thing could feed the entire tribe for a week," one of the younger women exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration. "Meanwhile, I only managed to catch 3 rabbits," her voice faltered, embarrassed. A broad-shouldered man stepped forward, grinning with pride. "Ahan," another hunter said, clapping him on the back. "This is no small feat. That boar was a beast. Truly worthy of a commander." A female warrior, eyes gleaming with approval, nodded. "He should lead the hunts from now on. His skill speaks for itself." Another voice chimed in, this one edged with a sneer. "It's not like Ayan can do everything alone," a man said dismissively. "Not when she's dragging that imperial slave around. Mark my words, she'll return with nothing. Not even a rabbit." Back in the frozen wilderness, the battle erupted in an instant. The male ox bear barreled forward, its claws tearing through the snow, aiming straight for Ayan. Vikir reacted without thinking. His arm shot out, yanking her back hard as the bear's massive paw sliced through the space where her head had been moments earlier. The sheer force of the swing ripped strands of her hair free, scattering them like black silk in the freezing wind. Both of them tumbled from Byakuya's back and hit the snow hard, the wolf snarling viciously as it launched itself at the bear in a protective frenzy. Ian! Vikir barked, his voice sharp, scanning her quickly for injuries. She looked up at him, her breath ragged, eyes wide with shock before relief softened her features. You saved me, she breathed, voice trembling. I'm alive because of you. Vikir didn't answer, his focus locked on the beast circling them with lethal precision. His mind raced. Was this a trap? He muttered under his breath. Ian's jaw tightened, her eyes hardening with grim understanding. It's smarter than we thought, she said quietly, her voice steady despite the pounding of her heart. Smarter than most monsters. Now I understand why the female chose him. For the briefest moment, her gaze flicked toward Vikir, conflicted, tangled with thoughts she couldn't quite name. Her pride screamed at her to keep her distance, to remain the untouchable master. But the reality was inescapable. She had needed him. And now, standing together in the snow with death looming before them, she hated how much that realization burned. Ian drew in a sharp breath, steeling herself as the tension in the frozen air thickened. Her amber eyes burned with unshakable resolve as she barked a command, her tone sharp and unwavering. Stay behind me, Vikir, she ordered, not even glancing back at him. I'll handle this. It's time you learned what true mastery looks like. Before Vikir could argue, Ian vaulted onto Byakuya's back with fluid precision, her bow already in hand as the wolf surged forward, snow spraying in a wide arc behind them. Vikir, still standing in the clearing, let out a short, dry laugh. So this is how the Balak treat their slaves, he muttered to himself. The master does all the work, and the slave just stands here. How generous. From her vantage point atop a rocky outcrop, Ian locked eyes on the massive ox bear below. She knocked an arrow, her movements calm and deliberate despite the adrenaline flooding her veins. You dare, she hissed, her voice carrying through the icy air, to behave so shamelessly in front of my slave? I'll make sure you regret it. The first arrow whistled through the air with terrifying speed, forcing the beast to dive behind a jagged pillar of ice. It crouched low, using the frozen rock as a shield, its bloodshot eyes glinting with both rage and fear. Hide if you want, Ian shouted, her voice sharp and laced with venom. A good arrow doesn't need to see its target to find its mark. Even steel won't save you. With steady hands, she drew her bowstring back until it trembled with taut energy and loosed the arrow. It struck the ice barrier with a deafening crack, but instead of breaking through, the shaft embedded itself deep in the rock, its shaft quivering. The bear seemed to smirk in animal triumph as it stayed hidden. But then, a flash of blinding blue tore through the frozen night. A narrow, concentrated beam of energy burst from the arrow's tip, slicing through the ice like it was parchment. It shot straight through and impaled the ox bear's abdomen with devastating precision. A guttural roar erupted from the beast as blood sprayed across the frozen ground, staining the snow a violent crimson. Vikir, watching from below, blinked in astonishment. The sheer sharpness of her aura control had turned the shot into a masterpiece of destruction. He breathed, almost to himself. She sent the aura straight through the rock. It was art, savage, precise, and terrifyingly efficient. For the first time, he found himself silently admitting that Ian's skills might even surpass those of Camus Morg, the legendary huntress of Lenore. The wounded ox bear stumbled forward, its rage intensifying. Bloodshot eyes locked onto Ian with murderous intent as it roared and charged, kicking up plumes of snow in its wake. Ian didn't flinch. She pivoted sharply, drawing another arrow with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. You're stubborn, she spat, her golden gaze hardening. Fine. Then take this. An arrow filled with my will can shatter castle walls. The arrow sang as it left the bowstring, a streak of silver slicing through the frigid air. But the beast moved faster than her eyes could follow. It sidestepped at the last second, the shot burying itself harmlessly into a frozen log. Ian's pupils dilated in shock. It dodged? She had no time to recover. The ox bear lunged with blinding speed, its massive paw slamming into Byakuya. The wolf yelped as it was thrown aside, and Ian was flung from its back, tumbling violently across the icy ground. Pain radiated through her body as she struggled to regain her bearings. Her mother's voice, calm, steady, and full of quiet authority, whispered in her mind. A beast that has dulled senses doesn't need sight or hearing to find you. It can feel your intent. Your killing intent betrays you. A sickening realization slammed into her chest. She had been careless. Overconfident. She thought she had the upper hand, but in truth, she had only cornered herself. The ox bear loomed above her now, saliva dripping from its fanged maw, steam curling into the icy air with every guttural breath. Its bloodshot eyes gleamed with animalistic hunger. Ayan's body trembled as fear rooted her in place. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. Then, "Are you done?" A calm voice cut through the chaos, showing off what a master's dignity looks like. Her eyes snapped open. Vikir stood in front of her, his figure tall and unwavering, his gaze fixed on the beast with a predator's focus. "It's my turn now," he said simply. He thrust his hand forward, fingers curling into an open palm. In an instant, a violent red glow flared to life, heat radiating from his skin as an ominous hum filled the air. The familiar weight of Beelzebub's power surged forth, coalescing in his grip. The ox bear hesitated for the first time, instinctively sensing the danger. Then, fire. Crimson flames erupted like a living thing, engulfing the bear's massive head in a storm of burning agony. It howled, staggering backward, snow hissing and melting beneath the inferno as its flesh blistered and charred. Ayan stared, wide-eyed, as the night blazed red. Her breath caught in her throat, awe and disbelief tangling together as she whispered, "Fire? Is that truly fire?" The flames roared louder, brighter, consuming everything. With one final, agonized bellow, the ox bear collapsed, its titanic frame hitting the frozen earth with a deafening crash. Smoke curled upward, thick and pungent, as silence finally reclaimed the clearing. Vikir stood still, his chest heaving with the effort. The bandages that had wrapped his body had been burned to ash, exposing unblemished skin where deep wounds had been only hours ago. Even his injured eye had healed, glowing faintly beneath the moonlight. Ayan's face flushed crimson as her eyes traced him, the savior who had just incinerated death itself. Gratitude welled up in her chest, mingled with something else she couldn't quite name. But her awe was quickly replaced by dread. Vikir staggered, his posture twisting with pain, his breath ragged. "The backlash," he murmured, his voice hoarse. "Vikir!" Ayan's voice cracked, panic lacing her tone. She lunged toward him as his knees buckled and his body crashed into the snow. Her heart pounded wildly as she knelt beside him, gripping his shoulders. "Vikir! Stay with me!" The cold wind swallowed her desperate cries, carrying them through the forest as the crimson flames slowly died away. That night, back at the Balak settlement, the tribe gathered beneath the star-streaked sky. A massive bonfire roared in the center of the clearing, its light dancing wildly against the darkness. The hunters and elders circled it, laughing and shouting in jubilation as they celebrated the day's spoils. Huge pots bubbled with rich, savory stews, the aroma of cooked meat filling the air as bowls were passed around, their contents shared in noisy, cheerful harmony. But even amidst the joy and celebration, one figure remained on everyone's mind. Away from the boisterous crowd, Vikir and Ayan sat cross-legged near the edge of the gathering. Both wore the traditional hunting hats of the tribe, wide, fur-lined brims adorned with carved bone ornaments that clinked softly whenever the wind shifted. Ayan sat upright with her usual confident posture, her bow resting against her shoulder, while Vikir leaned back lazily, watching the flames with an almost bored expression. "The one who brings down the greatest prey," Ayan began, her tone brimming with pride, "earns the respect and admiration of the entire tribe. Tonight, that's us, Vikir." She looked at him expectantly, waiting for some spark of excitement. Vikir tilted his head, his crimson eyes unreadable. "And?" Her brows twitched. "And? That ox bear wasn't just any beast. It was powerful. Cunning. Killing it makes us the centerpiece of the pillaging ceremony, a symbol of strength." Vikir didn't reply. Instead, he scooped up a piece of roasted meat from the bowl in his hand, chewing slowly, his expression as indifferent as ever. Ayan's temper flared. "Honestly, you could at least try to look interested. Do you know how rare this is? That ox bear wasn't some sluggish boar trembling in its pen. It was a predator feared even by seasoned hunters." She gestured sharply to Ahan, who stood nearby. "Tell him, Ahan." Ahan shrugged, giving a solemn nod. "She's right. The kill is significant." Clicking her tongue in frustration, Ayan snatched a wooden bowl from the serving tray and thrust it toward Vikir. "Here. Eat, slave." Vikir blinked at the small portion of meat in the bowl, raising a brow. "This is it? After all that, this is all I get?" Ahan let out a low grunt, clearly amused. "The amount of meat isn't the point. What you earned in honor tonight is worth far more than a bowl of stew." Ayan smirked, brushing her hair back as she explained, "It's a tradition. The one who contributes the most to the hunt eats the least. In return, they gain the highest honor. You're at the top now, Vikir." Vikir stared at the tiny cut of meat, his face blank. "So the more honorable you are, the less you eat. That's ridiculous." Ayan chuckled under her breath at his obvious irritation. Even Ahan, standing to the side with his perpetually sour expression, couldn't help but look mildly entertained by Vikir's displeasure. As the night wore on, Vikir sat silently, absent-mindedly flexing his fingers as he thought about the enormous blacksmith's hammer, the 600-kilogram weapon he had drawn from Beelzebub's flames. The memory of the oxbear's fall replayed in his mind, and a thought struck him: if I can hold my breath long enough, could I make my body that heavy too? He drained the broth in his bowl and set it aside. The warmth seeped through him, but he knew the recovery he felt wasn't from the stew. No, after Beelzebub had devoured the oxbear, something had changed. His wounds had closed faster, his strength had surged, and his reflexes had sharpened. Whatever power Beelzebub had granted him, it was more than just a weapon. Ayan, watching him, seemed to sense his quiet thoughts. Without a word, she filled another bowl to the brim with steaming meat and pushed it toward him. Here. Take it. A hunter has the right to feast on their prey. Vikir pushed the bowl back. I already got my share. Meat. Blood. Intestines. That's enough. Her eyes narrowed. No, it isn't. You eat based on what your body needs. Weak eyes? Eat the beast's eyes. A frail heart? Eat the heart. Limbs lacking strength? Then eat its legs. He looked into the bowl skeptically. So this long thing is intestine? What are you saying, that my insides are weak? Before Ayan could answer, 3 girls approached, their voices cutting through the night. The first crossed her arms, glaring at Ayan. Commander, why are you bothering with what's already yours? The second tilted her head, her sharp gaze playful but laced with challenge. We all know your intentions. Don't think they're subtle. The third, a tall girl with a braid that glinted under the firelight, added flatly, why give him anything at all? He's just a slave. Ayan ignored them, her golden eyes fixed solely on Vikir, who had started chewing on the meat with slow deliberation. The texture was tougher than he expected, chewy, dense, and oddly rich. Watching him eat, Ayan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Good. Eat up. Now you'll have the strength to fulfill your duty. Vikir didn't bother looking up, his thoughts flat and cynical. Duty? I killed the damn bear. What more does she expect? By the time dawn broke, the frost had begun to thaw slightly. Vikir stood near the towering stump of an ancient tree, its top cleanly severed. He reached out, brushing his fingers against the smooth surface. It was damp, almost as if the wood itself had been sweating during the night. A memory from the evening before surfaced. He had seen slabs of fresh meat placed atop the trunk, stacked neatly and left untouched. You really think it's a good idea to waste good meat like that, he had muttered to Ayan the night before, his eyes narrowing. Especially when the village barely has enough food. Ayan's voice had been calm but firm. It's not waste. It's an offering, to Madame Eight Legs. Without her blessing, no one in this tribe would dare step foot into the deep forest. It's how we ask permission to live here, and how we keep her from hunting us. Now, in the quiet morning light, Vikir exhaled slowly, piecing it together. Madame Eight Legs. An elusive, dangerous entity the tribe revered, and feared. He scowled faintly at the thought. Troublesome monster. He turned back toward the settlement, intending to rest, only to stop dead in his tracks. A long line of girls stood outside his hut, some chattering softly, others shifting impatiently. Their faces lit up when they saw him approaching. Finally! I've been here since dawn, one girl whispered excitedly, gripping the edge of her shawl. Another grinned, her cheeks flushed. At least I'm near the front. The wait will be worth it. A third girl, her voice loud and brimming with pride, declared, I didn't sleep all night just so I could be the first to see him. Vikir blinked, his brow furrowing. What the hell is going on now? The morning after the pillaging feast, the village buzzed with whispers and speculation. 3 young Balak women huddled together near the edge of the communal grounds, their voices hushed but eager. Did you hear what they're saying? The first girl whispered, her eyes darting toward the huts. Because of yesterday's hunt, because of that ox bear, someone from the village might actually become his wife. The second girl nodded quickly, her tone tinged with excitement. Of course. A man strong enough to bring down an ox bear doesn't stay unclaimed for long. Whoever wins him over could rise above her current rank, maybe even become a commoner. The third girl giggled behind her hand, her cheeks flushed. Imagine the looks on everyone's faces if it's one of us. His strength, his aura, it's unlike anyone we've ever seen. Their conversation halted abruptly as Ayan appeared, stepping out from the trees with a freshly killed deer slung casually over her shoulder. The deer's antlers glinted faintly in the early morning light, proof of her skill as a hunter. She stopped when she heard their chatter, her sharp gaze narrowing as her voice rang out like a whip. You 3, she said coldly, adjusting her grip on the deer, stop buzzing like flies. Whatever you're plotting, forget it. He's mine. The girls stiffened, caught like children stealing sweets. One of them, the boldest of the trio, raised her chin defensively. Yours? Please, Commander. You think feeding him stew once makes him yours? Another crossed her arms, scoffing. You didn't even share with us yesterday. Stingy, that's what you are. Stingy and selfish. Ayan's eyes sharpened, the golden flecks in her irises glinting dangerously. If you think it's that easy, why don't you go and set your own traps? Catch your own prey. See if you find anyone even half as capable as him. The third girl huffed but shook her head. We've tried. We've gone out countless times, even beyond the Empire's borders. There's no one like him out there. A sharp, humorless laugh escaped Ayan's throat, her patience thinning. Then maybe try looking in hell. Maybe there, you'll find someone like him. Her biting words, paired with the cold fury in her expression, sent shivers through the girls. Their bravado cracked, and one by one they stumbled back, muttering half-hearted apologies before fleeing the clearing. Left alone, Ayan let out a slow breath, though her brows remained knit in irritation. Those sly little foxes, if I'm not careful, they'll try to snatch him away while he's still recovering. She tightened her hold, the thought souring her mood. After all, she had been the one to feed him the ox bear's ding-dong. That alone, in her mind, gave her a claim over him. A claim she wasn't ready to surrender. Her musings came to an abrupt halt when she turned, and saw him. Vikir stood a few paces away, silent and unreadable as always. Her composure faltered, and for the first time that morning, Ayan stuttered. You, how long have you been standing there? His sharp eyes bored into her, the faint twitch of his jaw betraying his realization. It clicked, what he had eaten the previous night. Before the moment could spiral, Ayan abruptly changed the subject, her words tumbling out too quickly to be casual. Anyway, I heard my mother summoned the elders for a meeting last night. And you, since you're the honorable hunter from the pillaging, you'll be allowed to make a request of her during the gathering. Her golden gaze settled on him, earnest and just a little intense. When she calls on you, say the thing I told you to ask for. Do you understand? Later, inside the matriarch's great tent, the air was thick with incense and quiet reverence. The elders, dressed in ceremonial robes, sat on one side, their weathered faces grave and watchful. Opposite them, the younger warriors, Balak prodigies who had earned their place through skill and blood, sat in attentive silence. Vikir knelt on the woven mats, his posture formal and composed. He bowed his head low to the woman seated at the center of the gathering. Matriarch, he greeted respectfully. The woman, the night fox Aquila, studied him with sharp, assessing eyes that carried both wisdom and the glint of a predator. Her voice, soft yet commanding, broke the silence. You, she said, her gaze unwavering, the hunter who felled the ox bear. You've done well, child. The meat from that hunt was exceptional. I am grateful. Vikir raised his head slightly, his tone humble. I only did what was necessary. A faint smile curved her lips, though her eyes gleamed with curiosity. Necessary or not, it was no small feat, and now, here you are, recovering faster than I expected. Perhaps that, too, is a testament to your strength. He dipped his head again, voice steady. It's thanks to your care, matriarch. As he spoke, Vikir observed her closely. Aquila, the legendary archer whose name sent tremors through the empire. A woman who led the Balak tribe with fewer than 300 people, yet carried herself with a quiet dignity that reminded him of Hugo. She was strength and warmth in equal measure, steel wrapped in silk. You've earned more than gratitude, Aquila said, rising gracefully to her feet. From this day forward, you are no longer a slave. You are Balak. One of us. A murmur rippled through the tent, and Vikir caught the subtle shift in the elders' expressions. One of them, an older man with sharp, hawk-like eyes, cleared his throat pointedly. A human, Vikir recalled. The tribe's shaman, and Ahan's grandfather. His presence alone radiated disapproval, but Aquila ignored it, her voice calm and steady as she reaffirmed, from this day forward, you are a son of this tribe. Turning her gaze back to him, she softened slightly. And as family, you may ask for something. A request, any request. If you desire a companion, I will bless your union with any maiden you choose. If you do not wish for a wife, then I can grant you a servant instead. From the corner of his eye, Vikir caught Ayan's subtle hand movements, sharp, deliberate signals that reminded him of her earlier words. She wanted him to ask for something specific. He met her gaze for a brief moment, then closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. I have one request, he said finally. Aquila tilted her head, intrigued. Speak freely. You are among family now. Her mind, however, buzzed with questions. Why is she signaling him like that? Could it be? Does she want him that badly? Vikir's eyes opened, sharp and steady. I wish, he said clearly, to bathe in the hero's spring. The words dropped into the silence like a stone into still water. Conversations froze. Even the air seemed to grow heavier. Only Ayan smiled, as though she had expected this outcome all along. Akila's expression, however, hardened. Her gaze turned cold, her voice laced with quiet warning. Do you understand what you're asking for? Before Vikir could answer, a human's voice thundered across the tent, reverberating like a drumbeat. You dare, the old shaman growled, to make such an insolent request in her presence? Do you not understand the weight of your words? Do you not know who you are speaking to? His glare was venomous, his disdain palpable. The hero's spring is sacred, reserved only for the highest of our warriors. For those who have proven themselves beyond question. And you, he spat the word like poison, you are nothing more than an upstart. Another elder joined in, voice sharp with anger. The spring is not for outsiders. Not for slaves dressed in new skin. Before the tension could snap, Ayan stepped forward, her voice strong and unyielding. He's not just an outsider, she countered, her golden eyes fierce. He's the one who brought down the ox bear when no one else could. If that doesn't prove his strength, then what does? The matriarch's sharp, commanding gaze settled on Vikir. Her eyes, cold and unreadable, studied him as she spoke in a calm but weighty tone. Do you even understand what you are asking for, child? Do you truly grasp the meaning of the hero's spring? Vikir, steady and unflinching, lifted his head. Meeting her piercing eyes without hesitation, his voice rang out, calm but firm. Yes, he said. I know exactly what the hero's spring is. It's not just water. It's a sacred place, a shrine where only the strongest warriors of the Balak are granted entry. The spring cleanses wounds, restores strength, and heals injuries both inside and out. Its waters are life itself, but also proof. Proof of a warrior's worth. As he spoke, he remembered what Ayan had told him before, that the spring was not for just anyone. Only those who had given something significant to the tribe, those whose strength was undeniable, could step into its waters. Akila's eyes narrowed slightly, though her expression remained calm, unreadable. She leaned back in her seat, fingers tapping lightly against the armrest as silence fell over the tent. Her mind was a whirlwind of thought, weighing honor against practicality, tradition against instinct. The tension thickened when the eldest of the council cleared his throat sharply. His voice was stern, edged with disapproval. Matriarch, he began, his tone clipped, forgive me, but we cannot allow this. He may no longer be a slave, but he is still an outsider, barely recognized as a commoner. Granting him access to the hero's spring would be a grave violation of our traditions. Another elder, younger and less rigid, leaned forward with a thoughtful expression. But think, honored one, he countered, his voice softer but firm. Look at what he has accomplished. With proper strength, with proper motivation, who knows what heights this boy could reach? A single visit to the spring could temper him further, perhaps even make him into the kind of warrior this tribe has not seen in decades. A murmur ran through the circle of elders, their divided voices rising in debate. The first elder slammed his palm against the ground, his anger palpable. The spring is for proven warriors, those who have bled and bled for this tribe. To open it to a boy who has yet to prove himself beyond a single hunt, it would spit in the face of every ancestor who died guarding it. But the second elder shook his head, voice calm yet persistent. And what of kindness? What of recognition? He risked his life, and he bled for us during the pillaging. Whether you like it or not, he carries the blood price for that hunt. Denying him now may sow resentment instead of loyalty. Vikir remained silent, letting the storm of arguments rage around him. At the center of it all, the matriarch sat, quiet but tense. Her sharp eyes flickered as she struggled to decide. She wanted to grant his request, his composure, his strength, his potential, they all spoke to her instincts, but she had no excuse strong enough to silence the opposition. The shaman's cold stare and the guarded tension in the warrior's postures pressed on her like a weight. Then, before she could speak again, the deep clang of a bell echoed through the village. Clang! 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 The sound cut through the tent like a blade, snapping every head toward the entrance. The murmuring stopped. Vikir's sharp gaze shifted toward the noise. What is that? He asked, his voice cool but alert. Does it signal an attack? War? Ayan shook her head immediately, her tone matter-of-fact. No. That's the bell for visitors. A warning that outsiders have entered Balak territory. There will be no fighting, not unless they've come for it. The matriarch stood, the fabric of her robe rustling like a whisper. This discussion is over. For now, she said, her voice steady but edged with finality. Return to your duties. She turned to leave, but the shaman, a human, let out a sharp, disapproving sound from deep in his throat. His eyes burned with unspoken judgment, though he said nothing further. Outside, the tribe was already gathering near the entrance to the settlement. Vikir stepped out into the sunlight and caught sight of a group approaching, several men, heavily laden with goods, their clothes marked with the signs of long travel. Beside him, Ayan crossed her arms, watching the newcomers approach. Are those the guests you were talking about? Vikir asked, his tone casual but sharp, scanning their gear. Yes, Ayan replied, a faint smile touching her lips. Merchants. They come from beyond the forest, bringing things we can't get here. Everyone looks forward to their visits. But Vikir's sharp eyes were not focused on the goods, they were on the flag one merchant carried. A familiar crest stared back at him, the emblem of the bourgeois family, one of the empire's 7 great merchant houses. His brows knit in thought. The bourgeois? Here? To reach this remote part of the forest, they would have had to cross the Baskerville or Morgue family's territories. Neither house was known for granting easy passage. So, they found another way. Smuggling routes, maybe, he mused, his sharp instincts prickling at the thought. The man at the head of the caravan stepped forward, a tall figure with a bright, practiced smile plastered across his face. Speaking in flawless Baloch, his voice rang out with cheer and confidence. Honored friends. We've brought the 5-day market to you once again, the merchant announced, spreading his arms wide. Come, come, barter, trade, and see what wonders we've brought for you this time. Almost instantly, the merchants began setting up their stalls, colorful fabrics unfurling, crates opening to reveal their contents. The air filled with the buzz of voices and the sharp scent of foreign spices. One merchant held up a delicate glass orb, the surface shimmering in the light. Place this by your bed, he called out, his tone persuasive, and you'll dream only sweet dreams. Another merchant, smiling smoothly, drew attention to his array of fine powders and perfumes. Cosmetics and grains, fresh and pure, straight from the Empire's heartlands. Vikir's gaze swept over the stalls with a discerning eye. Grain, salt, oils, small luxuries, useful items, yes, but hardly worth the rare pelts, stones, and herbs the Baloch were offering in exchange. They're bleeding them dry, he thought grimly. Trading rare goods for scraps. And they don't even realize it. But he said nothing. Drawing attention to himself now would be reckless. This was their tribe, their business. For now, he would simply observe. Nearby, a familiar, sharp voice broke through the noise. This is ridiculous. Ayan snapped, slamming her fist against her hip. Why should I hand over a diamond, just to get a corn? Vikir's lips twitched in a rare, amused smirk. At least someone saw the absurdity. The merchant, unfazed, smiled disarmingly. Ah, but this is special corn, my lady. Ayan glared, unrelenting. Then I want 2 corn. At least 2. Don't try to cheat me. To Vikir's growing frustration, the merchant, still smiling, handed over 2 corns, and Ayan accepted them with a bright grin, completely oblivious to how poorly she had bargained. Hopeless, Vikir thought, exhaling through his nose. Utterly hopeless. As the chaotic bartering continued, the air grew more tense near the far side of the market. 3 Baloch tribesmen were now standing face to face with the head merchant, their voices sharp and rising. This isn't fair, one of the warriors barked. A pearl clam for 1 radish? No. 2 radishes. At least 2. That's the proper trade. The second Balak warrior bartered relentlessly with the caravan merchant, haggling over the quality of the cabbages laid out for trade. After a prolonged back and forth, the deal was sealed with the exchange of a single deer antler. The merchant leader, though visibly annoyed at the warriors' persistence, eventually yielded to their stubbornness. In an attempt to save face, he added a few extra items into the bargain. The Balak men celebrated their perceived victory, their rough laughter echoing through the market space. However, the merchant leader's smirk betrayed his true thoughts. Behind his polite smile, he silently mocked them, amused by what he saw as ignorance. These savages, he thought, had no idea of the true value of what they had just given away. Then, as the commotion of trade carried on, a small figure stepped timidly toward him. A young girl, her appearance fragile yet innocent, approached the merchant leader with a polite bow. Her bright eyes looked up at him as she softly asked if she could have one of the glass orbs displayed on the stand. The merchant, brimming with self-assured arrogance, crouched slightly and said he had plenty of such orbs. In a condescending tone, he asked her what she had to offer in return. The little girl's face lit up like the morning sun as she eagerly opened her small hands. Resting in her palms was a plump, wriggling sun larva. She proudly announced that it was rare, delicious, and full of nutrients, a true delicacy where she came from. She extended it toward him, a smile of pure hope on her face. But the merchant's expression twisted almost instantly into one of revulsion. His lip curled in disgust as he slapped her small hand away with the back of his own. The larva tumbled to the dirt, its body wriggling feebly as the girl froze in shock. Her lower lip trembled, her wide eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Turning his back on her, the merchant adjusted his sleeves with a sharp flick of annoyance. "Primitive little thing," he muttered with a mocking grin, his voice loud enough for others nearby to hear. "Still, for a barbarian, you're quite a pretty one." Pretty enough to fetch a decent price in the slave markets. The words hit her harder than the slap. Her eyes welled up as she stared at the fallen larva, her tiny hands shaking as she reached down toward it. Then, a warm hand landed gently on her head, shielding her from the weight of humiliation. Vikir stood there, his sharp gaze fixed on the merchant. His voice was calm, yet laced with simmering anger as he spoke, "This trade is invalid." The merchant blinked in confusion before narrowing his eyes. You understand the imperial tongue?" he asked, trying to regain his confidence. Forcing a patronizing chuckle, he waved dismissively. "Ah, this must be a misunderstanding. Children shouldn't." Vikir cut him off coldly, his tone like sharpened steel. "Are you telling me," he said, "that you intended to sell a Balak child into slavery?" The merchant froze, the arrogant words dying in his throat. But when he tried to stammer an excuse, Vikir refused to entertain it. His gaze was unwavering as he redirected the conversation, his voice steady and commanding. "All trades conducted today," Vikir declared, "every single one that was unfair, will be cancelled." The merchant leader stared at him, dumbfounded. "Unfair?" he repeated, as though the very concept offended him. "And what, boy, do you mean by unfair?" With a sharp, cutting precision, Vikir laid out the facts. "Your items are marked at prices that stray far from their actual market value," he said. "Corn, for instance, what you called ordinary, is valued at 100 gold each in the empire. And that diamond you bartered away? 2 million gold. At the very least." Gasps rippled through those nearby. The merchant leader's confident facade began to crack as Vikir continued, each word striking with surgical precision. "The horn of the ox bear you took? If carved and shaped properly into a billiard ball, it would fetch no less than 1 million gold. That's comparable to the price of a goblin but mushroom, a rare medicinal ingredient that has only recently started circulating in the empire." The merchant's face paled as realization dawned on him. This boy, this young, unassuming boy, had an exact understanding of imperial trade values. Reaching over to the merchant's stand, Vikir picked up one of the so-called glass orbs, holding it up for everyone to see. His expression remained cool, almost detached, as he spoke. "This glass orb," he said, "is advertised as something that gives sweet dreams when placed by your pillow at night. The seller promises you'll be engulfed in pleasant dreams." His thumb traced the smooth curve of the orb before he tilted it to the light, revealing tiny, almost invisible holes embedded along its surface. But in reality, Vikir continued, his tone sharp as a blade, "These holes are designed to release a cheap chemical, a drug banned in the empire. It does induce dreams, yes, but prolonged use damages the body. It's poison, packaged and sold as a miracle." Silence fell over the area, heavy and suffocating. The Balak tribesman stared at the boy with wide eyes, stunned by the calm authority in his voice and the depth of his knowledge, while the merchant leader's smirk had completely vanished, replaced by a dawning sense of dread. Vikir calmly acknowledged the merchant's efficient network for distributing the drug, his fingers tightening as the fragile glass orb shattered in his grasp. The sharp crack echoed like a death knell, and with it, he laid bare the scheme that the merchants had worked so hard to conceal. The revelation struck the merchant leader like a physical blow, leaving him pale and visibly unsettled, his composure cracking as their clandestine dealings were dragged into the light. Whispers rippled through the gathered merchants, confusion and dread mingling in the tense air. One of the leader's close companions leaned in, voice trembling as he asked for clarification. The merchant leader's response was curt, laced with venom, their secret was out. Someone had uncovered everything. Ayan, her voice sharp with fury, stepped forward, her eyes locked on Vikir. She demanded answers, her tone filled with barely restrained rage, questioning whether what he'd said about the poison and its effects on the body was true. Vikir didn't flinch under her glare. His calm, unwavering nod served as confirmation enough, a silent acknowledgement that sealed the merchant's guilt. The fury in Ayan's expression flared hotter, her gaze snapping toward the merchant leader. Her voice, now a deadly hiss, cut through the night like the string of her bow, a demand for an explanation. She spoke of the villagers whose health had deteriorated, of families torn apart by the merchant's greed. Every word dripped with venom, and with every accusation, the merchant leader's face drained of color. Realizing the situation was slipping beyond his control, the merchant leader tried to compose himself. His tone was carefully measured as he attempted to downplay the incident, to paint it as a misunderstanding, but the attempt crumbled before it could take root. A sharp whistle of air broke the tension. An arrow tore through the space between them, striking with deadly precision. It buried itself deep into the merchant leader's shoulder, the impact jerking him backward. A scream tore from his throat, raw and anguished. Blood soaked through the fabric of his coat, dripping down his arm. Ayan stood unmoved, her bow still raised, her expression cold and resolute. "You dared to deceive the Balak," she spat, her words edged with lethal promise. The merchant leader's body trembled, sweat beading across his brow as agony lanced through him. His breaths came in shallow gasps, his vision blurring from the sharp pain in his shoulder. Tears welled at the corners of his eyes, not from remorse but from the sheer intensity of his suffering. His reply came as a bitter, broken murmur, the hollow words of a man who had just realized that his schemes had backfired. "Gather everything," another merchant shouted, panic surging through their group. "Now! We need to leave, hurry!" Within moments, the merchants were scrambling, grabbing their belongings in a frenzied rush as they mounted their horses. Hooves pounded the dirt, the caravan scattering as they attempted to retreat. Vikir's voice, low and sharp, cut through the noise as he turned to Ian. "You're letting them go?" he asked, an edge of incredulity in his tone. "You know what they're like. They'll regroup. They never take a loss without striking back." Ian, her gaze still fixed on the fleeing figures, slowly lowered her bow. Her voice carried a chilling calm as she answered, "You don't kill the entire pack at once. You injure the beast, let it flee, and follow it home. Then, you take down the rest. Cleanly. Completely." Vikir studied her for a moment but said nothing, recognizing the deadly precision in her words. Far ahead, the merchant leader gritted his teeth, rage twisting his features even as pain throbbed from his wound. His breaths came out ragged, hatred and humiliation burning in his veins. "Damn you, damn all of you Balak," he muttered, spitting curses as they rode through the darkness. By the time they reached their camp, a group of mercenaries had already set up near the outskirts of the forest. Lanterns cast flickering shadows over steel weapons and hardened faces. The merchant leader, seething with frustration and desperate for retribution, wasted no time. "They stole everything," he snarled, his voice raw from the ride and the pain. "Every last crate. They've made a mockery of us. This doesn't end here. Do you hear me? It won't end like this." His words roused the mercenaries, their expressions hardening as they prepared for violence. As the night deepened, a lone bird sliced through the dark sky, its wings whispering against the wind. High above the forest canopy, its keen eyes caught a distant flicker of light cutting through the shadows. With a graceful swoop, it descended, landing smoothly on Ian's outstretched hand. Her piercing gaze never wavered as she stared at the bird. Her voice, quiet but sharp as the edge of her blade, broke the stillness. "They've crossed the line," she murmured, her tone heavy with a promise of blood. "There's only one answer to that. Slaughter." In the dead of night, the mercenaries moved with practiced silence, their steps muffled by the dense forest floor. Blades gleamed faintly under the sliver of moonlight as they advanced toward their destination. At the head of the group, the mercenary captain turned toward the wounded merchant leader who trailed slightly behind. His voice was cold and practical as he spoke. "Your goods," he said, almost with a sneer. "Taken right from under your nose. You and your people were soft, complacent. But you already know this, don't you? Words won't settle this. The Balak won't negotiate, they need to be wiped out. Or chained. Those are your options." The merchant leader grimaced, his jaw tight. "They're not simple prey," he admitted. "Underestimating them will only get us killed." The captain let out a low chuckle, lighting a matchstick with deliberate ease. The faint glow illuminated the sharp lines of his face as he brought the flame to the end of his cigarette. He exhaled a thin stream of smoke, his gaze steady and unyielding. "Then why hire us if you're too afraid to fight?" he asked, his tone sharp and mocking. "We were brought in as your failsafe. You wanted muscle, you wanted insurance. Don't forget, this was your idea." The merchant leader said nothing, his silence betraying his internal conflict. The captain tilted his head, his voice low but laced with menace. "We're entitled to our share of the profits. But if the situation calls for it, we'll take more than just your payment. That's the price of calling in the wolves." A reluctant nod was all the merchant leader could muster, a silent acknowledgement of the dangerous game he had set in motion. Plans were whispered in the dark, ambush tactics, coordinated attacks, fire to flush their enemies from the trees. The night grew heavier, the forest suffocatingly still, as death quietly threaded its way into the Balak's path. The first mercenary casually passed the lit matchstick to the man beside him, allowing him to light his cigarette. As the second man inhaled, savoring the bitter taste of tobacco, a third mercenary stepped forward, hand outstretched. "Pass it here. Let me get a light," he said, a grin playing on his face. That sparked a brief discussion, one of those idle battlefield conversations that usually meant nothing but filled the quiet. Someone muttered about the old superstition, that a single match should never be used to light more than 2 cigarettes. 3 people sharing a flame, they said, would invite death. Bad luck. The third man, scoffing, waved it off with a laugh. "Superstitions for fools," he mocked as the match flared again, casting a glow over his rough, scarred features. A heartbeat later, the night split with a sharp whistle. Thunk. An arrow slammed straight through his forehead, cutting his grin short and sending him crumpling to the ground like a puppet with its strings severed. One of his companions started, but before the words fully left his lips, another arrow screamed out of the darkness, piercing clean through the skull of the second mercenary, the one who had just taken the match. Chaos erupted. Shouts, confusion, the scraping of boots against dirt. The mercenary captain, unaware of the sudden bloodshed just steps behind him, continued chatting with the caravan's merchant leader, recounting with grim pride the tales of hunting and enslaving barbarian tribes. And then there was this one time. His words never finished. The merchant leader's eyes widened in horror as an arrow, silent and swift, buried itself dead center in the captain's forehead. The man's expression froze mid-sentence, the arrogant smirk still etched on his lips as his body toppled backward into the dirt. "Put out those damn cigarettes," the merchant roared in terror, the sharpness of his tone slicing through the chaos. "They're using the light to aim, put them out." From a distance, Ayan watched the scene unfold, her bow drawn, her expression cold and sharp. "Only the head," she muttered, her voice like ice. "Aim for the head. Let them know what fear really is." Nearby, Vikir blinked in shock, his sharp eyes narrowing as the realization struck. "Wait," he muttered, his tone edged with disbelief. "They can aim, just from the glow of a cigarette?" Before he could dwell on it, Ahan appeared, trudging toward him while lugging heavy barrels strapped across his back. His sharp gaze flicked to Vikir. "Move it, slave," Ahan barked. "I'm not a slave anymore," Vikir shot back, his tone even but firm. "I'm a commoner now." Ahan smirked, his voice dripping with mocking amusement. "Commoner, slave, same thing to me. Don't flatter yourself." Meanwhile, the surviving mercenaries scrambled to organize. One of them, holding a shield high to deflect the rain of arrows, barked orders. "Mages, form up. Prepare your shields. Shield bearers, cover the gaps. Aura users, ready yourselves for a counterstrike." Then something strange caught their eyes. 2 arrows, perfectly shot, had embedded themselves into nearby trees, and between them hung a wooden barrel, suspended midair by ropes tied to their shafts. "What the hell?" one of the mercenaries muttered, confusion flashing in his eyes. And then more came. A dozen, then 2 dozen, arrows with barrels tied between them arced through the night sky, blotting out the stars as they rained down across the clearing. The sharp tang of alcohol filled the air as the barrels struck the ground, rolling to a stop among the disoriented men. The realization hit someone like a sledgehammer. "They're filled with liquor." The warning was cut short. A second volley followed, this one carrying arrows tipped with burning cloth. The fiery shaft screamed through the darkness, striking the barrels dead on. The night exploded. Flames roared as the alcohol ignited, engulfing the clearing in a hellish inferno. Screams echoed through the forest as mercenaries stumbled, burning alive, their armor glowing red as the heat devoured them. "The Balak! It's the Balak!" voices shrieked, some in pain, others in terror, as chaos consumed the once organized camp. From the relative cover of a thick oak, the merchant leader crouched low, his eyes wide with disbelief as the horror unfolded before him. Then, slowly, his stunned expression shifted to grim understanding. "They tied ropes to the arrows," he muttered under his breath, horror and awe mixing in his voice. "They're using the ropes to launch the barrels right into the camp." He marveled silently at the unexpected intelligence displayed by the barbarians. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a faint rustling came from behind him. He turned his head slightly and saw a shadowy figure emerging from the darkness of the forest. The merchant leader froze in terror the moment he noticed the newcomer. His trembling voice broke the silence as he accused the person of being a meddlesome Balak, warning that killing him would only bring regret. With shaking hands, the merchant hastily pulled out a crumpled paper stamp with an official seal and thrust it forward. "This is an exploration permit," he cried out, desperate to save himself. "It's been issued by the deputy consul of the underdog city." Then, in a quivering tone, he added, "If you harm me, the Baskerville family will make sure you pay dearly." The words caught Vikir's attention. His red eyes narrowed slightly. "Deputy consul, you say?" he asked in a low, curious tone. Would his name happen to be Vikir? The merchant leader nodded quickly, though his eyes flickered with fear. "Yes. Yes, Sir Vikir, the infamous one." A faint, humorless smile tugged at the corner of Vikir's lips. "That's strange," he said, drawing his bow with calm precision. "I don't recall signing any such permit." The merchant's eyes widened in shock, and realization dawned upon him as he took in the cold red gleam in Vikir's gaze. He opened his mouth to speak, but before a single word escaped, an arrow pierced straight through his forehead. His body crumpled to the ground. Vikir lowered his bow and murmured, "Anyone who dares forge the Baskerville seal, shall face execution." Moments later, Ayan appeared astride her wolf, her face pale with urgency. "Run, slave," she shouted, her voice cutting through the air. "I'm not a slave," Vikir replied firmly, correcting her without hesitation. Meanwhile, the mercenaries on the battlefield were still locked in a desperate defense, using their shields to block a rain of arrows. But soon, they realized something odd: the Baloks had stopped firing. Confusion rippled through the ranks. Some took it as a sign of weakness, believing the enemy had lost confidence. Encouraged, they rallied together and shouted their intent to pursue the retreating barbarians and make them pay in blood. But before they could advance, the ground trembled. A heavy thud echoed, followed by terrified screams. A massive, grotesque shadow descended upon them. Something monstrous had arrived, tearing through their formation like a storm. Ayan turned back toward Vikir, her eyes sharp. "You used the fire as bait, clever," she remarked, acknowledging his calculated tactics. "You've turned into quite the Balak yourself." Vikir smirked faintly, his tone carrying a teasing edge. "Funny. I was thinking the same about you, every time I see you." His gaze shifted toward the eerie silhouette of Madame Eight Legs, the monstrous being looming nearby. "But this mess," he said dryly, "is a disaster." The matriarch of the tribe stepped forward, smiling gracefully despite the chaos. Her voice carried authority as she spoke. "Vikir, you've done well," she said. "You solved our food shortage, ended battles without needless deaths, and even uncovered the cause of our warriors' sickness, the poison from those cheap drugs the merchants spread." She placed her hand gently on his shoulder. "You are a brave warrior. Tonight is the full moon, Ayan, take him to the hero spring." "Yes, mother," Ayan replied, rising to her feet. As the two walked together, Ayan playfully wrapped her arm around Vikir's shoulder. "Looks like Amon's gone quiet," she said with a grin. "He used to call the warrior's sickness a curse, but after being proven wrong, nobody listens to him anymore." Vikir's mind wandered to the merchant leader's dying words about the Balak shaman, the proxy of the forest god, and the so-called sacred trade. He glanced toward Amon, silently wondering if the old man still clung to the idea of a curse. Later that night, Vikir entered the hero spring. The water was warm and luminous, and as he sank deeper, a wave of soothing energy coursed through him. His mana began to purify, his muscles mended, and his broken bones knitted together. He realized the spring's healing power was astonishing, perhaps even greater than the river Styx of Baskerville, without the cruel restriction of age. As he rested, his eyes lifted to find Ayan entering the spring as well. "You know," he said flatly, "the matriarch said only I could come here. If you join me, the spring's power might weaken." Ayan scoffed. "A true Balak doesn't fuss over small things," she said, wading in beside him. Then, her tone softened. "Still, I should thank Sir Adnai. Without him, we wouldn't have found this place." "Adnai?" Vikir asked. "The only one who ever fought Madame Eight Legs," she explained, pride flickering in her eyes. "He's our tribe's greatest legend. You'd better respect him." Vikir nodded. "If he faced that monster head-on, he deserves it." Ayan pouted. "I am telling the truth," she muttered, turning away. "You're impossible to talk to." Her words trailed off into a quiet sigh as she recalled her mother's comment, that Vikir, with his recovery and growing reputation, wasn't a bad man, and might even make a good husband someday. Her cheeks flushed. She stole a glance at him and thought, "Tonight, I'll make him mine." Trying to distract herself, she said aloud, "You know, if you hadn't acted first, I would have punished those greedy merchants myself." Vikir smiled faintly. "I believe you," he teased. Ayan huffed, her face reddening. "I did know about the trade differences. Diamonds and corn, I know how the Empire values them." Vikir arched a brow. "Oh? Then tell me, how many coins for a single diamond?" 20, she guessed. He said nothing. 30, she tried again. Finally, he replied, "Far more than that. You could buy fields of corn with 1 diamond." Ayan's eyes widened. "What?" She quickly covered her mouth, pretending she hadn't been surprised. "Humph, the Empire's logic is strange anyway. Who even needs those shiny stones?" Vikir chuckled. "Doesn't matter. What matters is this: you can either call me by my name or call me slave. I don't like things left unclear." Ayan stared at him for a moment, then slowly stood up. Moving close, she tilted his chin up and whispered, "Then I'll call you neither, Vikir. What I want to call you is..." Before she could finish, the sound of splashing interrupted them. A group of children ran into the spring, laughing and calling out, "Commander Ayan! Brother Vikir!" Ayan blinked in surprise. "How did you brats get here?" The children only grinned and invited her to play. Vikir glanced at them and thought to himself, "If not my name or slave, then what does she want to call me?" Ayan snapped at the kids. "You rascals! The spring's power will weaken if you bathe here." But Vikir smirked. "Didn't someone say a true Balak doesn't worry about such things?" The children giggled and chimed in, yeah, Commander Ian stingy. Ian sighed, realizing the matriarch must have sent the sick children here for healing. Her younger sister approached shyly, thanking Vikir for saving her. Ahun followed with his own apology. Yeah, Vikir replied simply. Yeah? That's all you've got to say? Ahun snapped. We're apologizing here. Vikir looked at him evenly. You've got too much anger in you. Her frustration melted into a soft smile. Maybe, she said. But we have plenty of time. Then, with a bright expression, she added, Congratulations, Vikir. You're officially one of us now, a true Balak. 2 years passed. A sharp punch struck Ahun square in the jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. He groaned, clutching his face, while the one standing over him, Vikir van Baskerville, now 17, lowered his fist and said coolly, You're more of a crybaby than I thought. Ahun coughed but pushed himself up, glaring. Let's go again. Vikir turned away. We're done for today. Running away, huh? Ahun called after him. Just taking a walk, Vikir replied. After he left, Ahun's friends rushed to help him up. Man, that guy's a monster, one muttered. I heard his marksmanship is on par with Commander Ian's. The other scoffed. No way. Ian's in a league of her own. Ahun winced and said quietly, He didn't even hit me. His friends blinked. Then how'd you get that nosebleed? From the pressure of his punch. Elsewhere, Vikir stood drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Perfect, he murmured. I can now execute the 6th fang flawlessly. He looked at the stone wall before him, riddled with massive holes, and smirked. At 17, he had mastered 6 fangs and formed 6 mana circles, qualifying as a high-rank graduator. With the blessings of the river Styx, his demonic sword Beelzebub, and the assassination techniques of the Balaks, he could now challenge even the most elite. It's been 2 years already, he said softly, gazing toward the dense forest. Once preparations are done, will it be time to leave the Balaks? Later, he and Ian trekked through the woods. Vikir crouched down, studying the dirt. Tracks, he said. A deep forest serpent, Mashasu. Big one, and old. Ian nodded, her eyes gleaming. If we catch it, Vikir continued, the village will have enough food for 4 days. Vikir noticed that Ian's attention seemed to drift elsewhere as they moved silently through the forest. Her eyes, usually sharp and alert, appeared unfocused, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. What's wrong? He asked, his tone casual but probing. You're distracted. Thinking about something while we're supposed to be hunting? Ian's face turned slightly pink as she quickly looked away. And no, of course not, she replied a bit too fast, clearly flustered. Wanting to change the subject, she added hastily, actually, another hunting group asked me to bring up something with you. Vikir narrowed his eyes slightly, not buying her sudden change of tone. Is that so? He said quietly, his gaze fixed on her as though trying to read her thoughts. Ian reached into her belt pouch and pulled out a dagger wrapped in a piece of cloth. The blade caught a faint glimmer of light as she unwrapped it. They found this, she said. One of the hunting teams retrieved it from an imperial intruder who trespassed into the deep forest. Vikir's eyes sharpened as he examined the weapon. And there's an emblem engraved on it, she continued, pointing to the intricate symbol etched into the hilt. They wanted to know if you recognized it. Vikir studied it for a moment longer before giving a quiet nod. Yes, I know that mark. His voice dropped slightly. It's the crest of the Leviathan clan, one of the 7 imperial houses. A powerful name that once stood beside Baskerville. Ian's brows furrowed. We thought it might have belonged to one of the mercenaries we fought 2 years ago, she admitted. But it turns out that wasn't the case. Her tone darkened as she continued. Still, there's something strange. Around the river's headwaters, our scouts found signs of a red liquid, something poured from glass bottles. Whoever left it behind disappeared before we could track them. She clenched her fist slightly. The hunters caught one of them, but before we could question him, he swallowed poison and died. The only clue we have is that dagger, with the Leviathan crest. For a moment, the forest fell silent except for the distant rustle of leaves. Then, Ian spoke again, her tone quieter this time, almost hesitant. Vikir, do you ever think about going back? He blinked, caught off guard. Back, he repeated. To my homeland? Her gaze was steady, but her voice wavered slightly. Yes. I want to know. Please, tell me honestly. I hate secrets. Vikir frowned slightly at her insistence. Why ask that now? Because, Ian said, meeting his eyes, another imperialist entered the deep forest recently, and I think they're here for you. Vikir's expression hardened. For me, he muttered, his voice low and cold. She nodded, watching him carefully. 2 years ago, after you fought Madame Eight Legs, there was a girl. She came with a search party from the Empire. They've been investigating this forest ever since. A slight tension flickered across Vikir's features. A girl? Yes, Ayan confirmed softly. I think she's looking for you. She hesitated, her thoughts racing. What if he decides to go with her? Should I try to stop him? Would he be angry that I kept this from him? The uncertainty gnawed at her. Finally, she asked, if she found you, would you go with her? For a long moment, Vikir said nothing. The crackling of the campfire and the distant cry of an owl filled the silence between them. Then he finally spoke, his tone steady and resolute. No, he said firmly. I'm not going back. Ayan stared at him, her eyes wide, trying to see if he meant it. You're serious? I am, Vikir replied. The tension drained from her face, replaced by pure relief. A radiant smile spread across her lips. I knew it, she said joyfully, throwing her arms around her wolf companion and laughing softly. Hear that? He's not leaving us. As Ayan basked in her quiet happiness, Vikir turned away, his gaze distant and thoughtful. So, he mused silently, the Empire might still think I'm dead. The corner of his mouth twitched upward in a faint, almost grim smile. That's good. Let them believe it. Vikir had already made up his mind. He would return only once he had mastered the ability to completely hide his strength from Hugo. Until then, he couldn't risk drawing any suspicion. Still, Ayan's earlier mention of that woman lingered in his thoughts. Could she have been referring to Camus Morgue? If so, did Camus still remember the moment when he saved her life, or was her recent interest merely a diplomatic gesture? He recalled that the Baskerville clan had granted permission for the Morgue expedition to enter the deep forest. That could only mean one thing: the alliance between the two great houses remained intact. Perhaps, Vikir mused bitterly, his death had even helped strengthen that bond. These thoughts only deepened his curiosity. Something was happening beyond the forest, and soon, he would have to see it for himself. As he and Ayan stood beside the flowing river, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. With a sudden splash, a massive fish leapt out of the water and thrashed violently on the ground. Both of them instinctively stepped back, startled. The creature twisted and flailed, its gills opening and closing as though gasping for breath, before finally collapsing motionless in the mud. Ayan frowned, examining it. Is that a lungfish? She muttered. She speculated aloud that its sudden leap might be a natural sign, a forewarning of the rainy season. Judging by the fish's size, she predicted that the rains this year might last longer than usual. But their attention soon shifted. Vikir's sharp eyes caught something unusual, an arrow embedded deep inside the fish's body. Curious, he drew his dagger and carefully split the belly open. The smell of decay wafted out as they stared in disbelief. A human skeleton was curled up inside the fish's stomach, its bony fingers still gripping the shaft of the arrow that had pierced it. Ayan's face twisted in confusion. She studied the remnants of clothing still clinging to the bones and murmured, "These look like the garments of the Lokoko tribe." She pointed to the internal wounds where the arrow had entered, noting faint marks of resistance. Whoever this was, they must have struggled from inside, even after being swallowed. The lungfish must have mistaken them for a corpse, Vikir reasoned calmly. It's a scavenger, it feeds on the dead. Ayan shook her head. But this doesn't make sense. Why would someone that weak be out hunting? Maybe things have grown desperate for their tribe, Vikir said, his tone thoughtful. If the Lokoko are this far from home, something serious must be happening deeper in the forest. Together, they moved further inland. As the trees thickened, a stench reached their noses, a foul, rotten odor that made Ayan's stomach churn. Then they saw it. Dozens of lifeless bodies were sprawled across the ground, their skin blotched with red marks. Ayan's eyes widened in horror. Are all the Lokoko warriors dead? Vikir crouched beside one of the corpses, examining its condition. The skin was blistered, the lips blackened, and there were clear signs of vomiting and diarrhea. His expression darkened. This isn't from battle, it's from sickness, he muttered. Something deadly. Ayan pointed toward the horizon where the village of Loko lay in eerie silence. It's already past mealtime. Shouldn't there be smoke from their cooking fires, she whispered. By the time night had fallen, they reached the village. The air was unnervingly still, and the huts were overrun with weeds, as if abandoned for weeks. Did they move away? Ayan wondered. But her question was quickly answered. As she pulled aside the flap of a nearby tent, a cloud of flies burst out. Her scream pierced the quiet night. Inside, a rotting corpse lay stiffly on the floor. Vikir, she cried. He rushed over, only to discover another dead body nearby. His mind flashed back to the memories of his past life, of that same dreadful disease that once swept through the deep forest. The Red Death. It was a nightmare that had once crippled the entire region. The afflicted would develop red pustules all over their bodies, then succumb to unbearable pain, vomiting, and fever before dying in agony. It hadn't only killed humans, it had decimated beasts and tribes alike, spreading far beyond the borders of the empire. Ian, trembling, said, "We need to leave. Now. This is a curse. The curse of the gods." Vikir shook his head. "It's not a curse. It's a contagious disease." Her eyes widened. "That's even worse." "It's not highly infectious," he reassured her, his voice steady. She hesitated. "You're sure it's not divine punishment?" "If you're that frightened," Vikir said flatly, "then return to safety. I'll stay." "What if you die from it?" she cried. He glanced back at her, his expression calm. "Then I die. Simple as that." Ian's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can you say that so easily?" Ignoring her protests, Vikir began examining the area. Judging from the number of corpses, he concluded that the Lokoko tribe hadn't been completely wiped out. "The survivors must have fled," he said. "They left behind the dead and the sick." He decided to scavenge what he could from the abandoned barracks and told Ian to find shelter and rest. She sighed, muttering under her breath that he really didn't understand fear or emotion. But just as she turned to leave, a sudden chill ran through her. Her face went pale, her eyes wide with terror. A piercing scream shattered the stillness. Vikir spun around, his instincts flaring. "Ian! What happened?" She was trembling violently, pointing at something ahead. "It's the curse," she stammered. "It's real." Her shaking hand indicated a small figure standing at the edge of the village, a child, motionless, watching them. Ian's voice cracked with dread. "That child is cursed. Run, Vikir. Run." Ian had initially insisted she wouldn't let Vikir go alone, declaring that if he went ahead, she would follow no matter what. Yet, before she could take another step, she stumbled, letting out a pained cry and clutching her leg. "Cramps," she gasped, grimacing. Vikir glanced back but didn't stop, his attention was fixed on the child standing silently a short distance away. He approached slowly, the soft crunch of dirt under his boots the only sound breaking the eerie quiet. The child didn't run. Instead, she stood completely still, watching him with wide, unreadable eyes. When he knelt in front of her, Vikir noticed she couldn't have been older than 5. Her dark skin, tangled hair, and rough clothes made it clear she wasn't one of the Lokoko tribe. Nearby, a small pile of stones was stacked neatly beside a wilted flower. It was a grave, he realized. She'd been mourning someone. His voice softened as he asked, "Who are you, little one?" The girl hesitated before speaking in a trembling tone, her words broken and simple, "Lokoko, slave, kitchen maid." Vikir's brow furrowed. So, she had been a servant, a slave belonging to the Lokoko tribe. He leaned closer. "And your name?" The girl fidgeted, her small fingers clutching the hem of her torn garment. After a moment of silence, she murmured, "Pomerian." Vikir raised an eyebrow at the name. It didn't sound barbarian at all. In fact, it sounded distinctly imperial. Could it be that she was a kidnapped child from the Empire? But before he could ask further, the girl added softly, "La Baskerville." The words hit him like a thunderclap. "What did you just say?" Vikir asked sharply. The child met his gaze, her crimson eyes gleaming faintly in the dim light. Pointing at herself, she repeated clearly, "My name is Pomerian La Baskerville." Vikir froze. There were only 3 types of middle names within the Baskerville clan. Van belonged to distant relatives, Lu was reserved for men of the direct bloodline, and La was for the women directly descended from the main family, though it was rarely used, given that most Baskervilles were male. That meant this little girl? Ian, watching nearby, suddenly pointed at something glinting on the girl's chest. "Vikir, look! The pendant." Vikir reached out and gently caught the small pendant dangling from Pomerian's neck. Startled, the child tried to pull back, but he had already unclasped it. As he opened it, his expression hardened. Inside was a small, faded portrait of Hugo La Baskerville. The sight stunned him. Why would a barbarian child carry Hugo's image, his father's face, so carefully protected around her neck? His jaw clenched, his eyes burning with fury. "Who are these people to you?" he demanded, his tone dripping with restrained rage. The girl's lips quivered, her grip on the pendant tightening as tears welled up in her eyes. She was terrified. Ian quickly stepped in, touching Vikir's arm. "Stop. She won't talk to you if you scare her like that," she said softly. "Ask her kindly, maybe even smile." Her words made him pause. He realized his killing intent had been leaking out without restraint. Taking a slow breath, Vikir forced himself to relax. He had faced monsters, assassins, and blood-soaked battlefields, but now, before a trembling child, he found it difficult to steady his emotions. He crouched again, meeting Pomerian's gaze with a calm expression. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you." He offered a small smile. "Can you tell me who the people in the picture are?" From behind him, Ian muttered in disbelief, "He can smile?" Pomerian hesitated, then raised the pendant and pointed at the figures. Mother? Grandmother? Grandfather. Vikir's breath caught. Mother. Grandmother. Grandfather. His mind immediately went back to a conversation he once had with Barrymore, the old butler of the Baskerville mansion. The man had told him, almost wistfully, about a time when Hugo wasn't the cold-blooded executioner he was now. Hugo was once a kind man, Barrymore had said. He loved his wife, Lady Roxana, more than anything. But when their only daughter, Lady Penelope, was kidnapped by barbarians, something inside him broke. Barrymore had explained how Hugo abandoned his life in the capital, moving the Baskerville clan to the perilous Lunoir Mountains, the region infested with barbarian tribes, hoping to find his lost daughter. Despite sending countless hounds and trackers, she was never found. From that day, Hugo became something else, a merciless beast who slaughtered monsters and barbarians alike without hesitation, consumed by his hatred and grief. Vikir had once dismissed that story as little more than a tragic legend. But now, the truth was staring him in the face. If what Pomerian said was true, then her mother, Penelope, was Hugo's long-lost daughter. That made this girl, this frightened, half-barbarian child, Hugo's granddaughter. He stared at her in stunned silence. What would Hugo do, he wondered bitterly, if he saw the child of his daughter and a barbarian? Vikir sighed softly, suppressing the turmoil in his chest. Reaching out, he gently ruffled Pomerian's hair. "You've been through a lot, haven't you?" he said. "You're safe now." The girl blinked up at him, uncertain. He smiled again. "Come with me. I'll take care of you." Pomerian studied his face carefully. "Mother said, if I see someone with red eyes, I should follow them," she whispered. Then she pointed at his eyes. "You look like Mother." Vikir chuckled quietly. "That's because all Baskerville hounds look alike," he said, half joking. "You can think of me as your uncle." The word uncle seemed to stick. After a moment, she nodded shyly and reached for his hand. That was how the two lost descendants of the iron-blooded Baskerville line found each other, one scarred by vengeance, the other by loss. The next morning, Pomerian emerged from the tent and spotted Vikir preparing to leave. "Where are you going?" she asked. "I have a meeting," he said, tightening the straps on his armor. "The clan matriarch has summoned me." "I want to come," she cried, running toward him. Before he could object, she climbed onto his arms and clung to him tightly. He sighed. "You're afraid of being alone, aren't you?" She nodded, pressing her face against his shoulder. Vikir smiled faintly. Though she was just a child, her trust in him warmed a part of his heart he thought had long gone cold. Still, he knew he couldn't keep her here. The Balak tribe was no place for a Baskerville child. He would have to take her somewhere safe, far from Hugo's grasp, but within the Empire's protection. As he walked with her asleep on his back, he made up his mind. He would seek help from Chihuahua. They would leave the forest and head toward the city. Meanwhile, inside the matriarch's tent, the mood was grim. The air was heavy with tension as the matriarch addressed her people. "This sickness spreading among us, it will worsen once the rains arrive," she said gravely. "If it continues through the wet season, the losses will be unbearable." A shaman stood and countered, "It is not a sickness, it is a curse. We must hold a great ritual to cleanse it." The debate inside the longhouse had reached its peak. On one side, the shaman and his followers stubbornly clung to the belief that the recent deaths were the result of a curse, the wrath of their ancestors, angered because their burial grounds had been neglected. On the other side, Ian and her group stood firm, arguing that the sickness was caused by something far more tangible, perhaps a poisonous mushroom or a contagious insect bite spreading through the tribe. Voices clashed. Fear and tension filled the smoky air until all eyes turned toward the matriarch, the old woman seated in the center. Yet even she, the pillar of wisdom in the tribe, appeared torn. The situation was grave. Whatever this illness was, it was spreading faster than anyone could control. At the back of the hall, Vikir remained silent, his crimson eyes lowered in thought. He knew exactly what they were facing. The Red Death. A plague so vile that it mirrored the Black Death that once devastated the Empire centuries ago. He could still recall the stories, Camus of the Morgue clan, who created a wall of magical fire to stop the plague's spread, and Saint Dors of Quo Vadis, who had purified entire villages with divine light. Their miracles had saved countless imperial lives, but only within the Empire's borders. For those who lived outside, barbarians like the people of La Rue at the Lunoir Mountains, no such salvation came. They had been left to rot and die. Yet, as cruel as that tragedy was, Vikir also knew it had benefited one group, the Baskervilles. The plague had wiped out many barbarian tribes, leading to an influx of monsters in the forests. When civilians began dying, The Empire turned to the Baskervilles for help, granting them power and resources to eliminate the creatures. They succeeded, Hugo Baskerville's famed sword, his political influence multiplying in the aftermath. But Vikir, sitting in the shadows, clenched his fist. He would not let Hugo profit from another disaster like this. "Matriarch," he said, raising his hand. His calm but commanding tone drew the attention of everyone in the room. "I know how to stop the Red Death." Murmurs spread. The shaman's brow furrowed, Ian turned sharply toward him. Soon after, a crude experiment began. A goblin was tied upside down and dunked into a large pot filled with water drawn from the river near the infected area. Moments later, when the goblin was pulled out, red blotches began erupting across its green skin. The onlookers recoiled in horror as the creature convulsed, proof that the disease could indeed spread through the water. Without hesitation, they hurled it into the fire to prevent contamination. Ian approached, her expression grim. "So it's true," she said. "Every goblin we placed in that water showed the same marks. It spreads through the river, doesn't it?" Vikir nodded. "The water carries death. But if it's boiled first, the sickness can't survive." Ian's eyes flickered with both hope and skepticism. To be certain, she ordered another test, this time using boiled water. When the goblin was pulled out after being submerged, it was already dead. "See," she pointed, frowning. "It's useless." Vikir's gaze sharpened. "Not the hot water, the cooled water," he corrected. "Try again after it's boiled and cooled." They followed his instruction. 2 more goblins were placed into water that had cooled after boiling. Time passed. Nothing happened. No red blotches. No convulsions. No death. A ripple of relief spread through the onlookers. The tribe began whispering, the curse was just a disease, and they had found a way to fight it. One of the warriors spoke up, voice trembling with new hope. "If we drink boiled water, will that keep us safe?" Before Vikir could answer, the matriarch herself approached him. Her weathered eyes glistened with gratitude. "You've given us something we haven't had in weeks," she said softly. "Hope." But Vikir wasn't smiling. "Don't be careless," he warned. "The Red Death doesn't only spread through water. It can enter through your eyes, your mouth, or the air you breathe. When the dawn fog rolls in, stay inside. Cover your faces." Ian glanced sideways at the shaman and smirked. "Strange," she said mockingly. "Didn't someone call this a curse just a few days ago?" The shaman scowled. "And what do you propose when the rains come? Will you boil the entire river? Will you tell people not to wash when the sky pours?" His tone was sarcastic, but his question was real. Vikir paused, considering. Then he nodded slowly. "You're right. When the rainy season begins, the rivers will flood. The land will turn into swamps. The air will be thick with moisture, and the infection will spread faster than fire. We can't fight that with boiling water alone." The shaman crossed his arms. "Then what? You'd have us abandon our ancestors' graves?" His voice was almost a growl. The council members murmured in agreement. Vikir met his glare without flinching. "No," he said evenly. "We won't abandon them. There's a way to stay within Balak territory and still survive. But you must be willing to listen." Outside, thunder rumbled across the Larue at Lenore Mountains. The river's surface shimmered under the gray sky, and the first heavy drops of rain began to fall, signaling that the storm season had arrived. And with it, the true test of survival. The downpour had been relentless for days, an event so extreme that even the oldest among the Balak tribe couldn't recall seeing anything like it. The heavens roared, rivers overflowed, and the entire forest drowned beneath sheets of rain. Yet, amid the chaos of the flood, one place remained untouched, the Balak village, perched high above the waters. 2 barbarians strained with all their strength, muscles taut as they hauled on thick ropes. "Pull harder! Secure it tight," one shouted over the roar of the storm. Across the way, others anchored the line between 2 towering platforms, working swiftly to build a new bridge linking the houses nestled in the upper canopy. Another voice yelled back, "Raise the fence, fast! Keep it steady before it collapses." Within hours, the bridge was complete, a sturdy web of ropes and wood connecting the treetop homes. One of the workers leaned on the railing, awed. "Even with this storm, we didn't flood. Not even a drop in the huts." His companion grinned, wiping rain from his face. "That's all thanks to Vikir. If not for his plan, we'd be fish bait by now." Soon, the village echoed with shouts of gratitude. "All hail Vikir," they cried, their voices carrying across the storm. From his vantage point, Vikir watched them quietly. His gaze swept across the treetops and the newly built ropeways connecting them. "It's a blessing the Balak lands are rich with giant trees," he thought. "Without them, this entire village would have been washed away." Just then, Pomerian crawled out of one of the huts, her fur damp from the mist. She wagged her tail, smiling brightly. "Uncle! I want to be with you, she chirped, bounding toward him. Vikir's lips curved into a faint smile, but his attention was suddenly drawn elsewhere. 2 barbarians on the far platform were waving at him excitedly. Something about the water behind them made his instincts flare. His eyes narrowed. "Get back," he shouted. But it was too late. A monstrous catfish, easily the size of a wagon, burst out from the murky depths, its gaping maw lined with jagged teeth. The 2 barbarians froze, horror flashing across their faces. Before the beast could swallow them whole, an arrow whistled through the air, striking it squarely in the eye. The creature recoiled with a furious screech, splashing back into the river. Standing on a nearby branch, Ayan lowered her bow, glaring at the creature. "Get lost, you slimy bastard," she barked, notching another arrow in warning. Vikir landed beside her. "That thing, was it the Mashasu?" he asked. Ayan nodded grimly. "No, worse. That's Ka, the River King. He's ruled these waters for decades. No one's managed to chase him off, until now." As if angered by her words, the water surged again. The massive catfish slammed into one of the platforms, splintering the wood beneath the 2 barbarians. They lost their footing, screaming as they plummeted toward the raging waters below. Vikir's body moved before thought. "Damn it!" He leaped, aura flaring crimson, and his right hand began to glow, a familiar fiery pulse gathering in his palm. Beelzebub, his weapon, materialized with a hiss of heat. Baskerville style, 6th Fang, 6 lurking ambushes. His blade flashed 6 times in a heartbeat. The strike sliced across the catfish's thick hide, sending it thrashing violently. With a guttural roar, the beast dove back into the river and disappeared beneath the churning surface. The fallen barbarians managed to grab onto a tree trunk, coughing and trembling but alive. From above, cheers erupted. "He did it again. He drove Ka away. Vikir saved us, again." Their voices rose like thunder through the rain. "The hero of the Balak," they shouted, their respect echoing through the flooded forest. The shaman, standing at the back, merely clicked his tongue in irritation. "Hero, ha," he muttered bitterly. Beside him, Ahan stood silent, her expression unreadable. Ayan raised her thumb with a smirk. "You passed," she said simply. As the storm finally began to ease, night descended. Inside Vikir's hut, a warm fire crackled while Pomerian happily devoured the meal he had cooked. To his mild surprise, Ayan sat beside her, eating just as eagerly. "This is delicious, uncle," Pomerian said, her cheeks stuffed. Ayan nodded in agreement. "He's a better cook than he looks." Vikir raised an eyebrow. "I don't remember inviting you," he said dryly. "I couldn't resist the smell," she replied with a teasing grin. "Then you'll have to wait until I cook yours," he joked. Ayan leaned back, smirking. "You forget, what belongs to the slave belongs to the master." "I'm not a slave," he countered, amused. "Then stop listening to me," she said with mock command, popping another bite into her mouth. Their banter drew laughter from Pomerian. "You two sound like a married couple." Ayan froze, color rushing to her cheeks. "Pomerian," she exclaimed, pulling the girl into her arms and hugging her tightly. Vikir hid a faint smirk, glancing at them. When did those two get so close? He wondered. Just then, a cold draft swept into the hut. Vikir turned toward the entrance. A figure stood in the rain-soaked doorway, water dripping from his shoulders. Ayan's expression hardened. "Ahun," she said sharply. "What are you doing here?" The man stepped forward, his eyes glistening, not with rain, but with tears. "I came looking for Vikir," he said, voice trembling. "If anyone can save us again, it's him." The room fell silent, the sound of the rain echoing faintly outside. Ahun fell to his knees before Vikir, rain streaming down his face as if the heavens themselves mourned with him. His trembling voice broke through the storm. "Please, save my sister. She's all I have left." Night descended over the drenched forest, the storm unrelenting. Inside a small, dimly lit tent, a single oil lamp flickered weakly, its light trembling with each gust of wind. On a makeshift bed lay a young girl, her skin flushed and marred with red blotches, her breath shallow and ragged. Each exhale rattled faintly, like a whisper on the verge of fading. Vikir stood beside her, his eyes cold but focused. Ayan and Ahun were there too, the latter clutching his sister's hand, praying desperately. "When did this begin?" Vikir finally asked, his tone steady amidst the storm's roar. "Yesterday," Ahun replied, his voice hoarse. "She went into the swamp while we were gathering wood for the new platforms. After that, she started coughing, and then these marks appeared." Ayan added softly, Ahul's always helping others. "She's kind, too kind. She must have gone there for someone else's sake." Her voice trembled before she turned to Vikir. "Can you cure her?" Before he could respond, the tent's flap was thrown open, and a sharp, disapproving grunt broke the tense air. Everyone turned to see Amun, the tribe's shaman, and Ahun's grandfather, enter, his gnarled staff tapping against the ground. I warned you, he growled, eyes narrowing on Ahun. You defied the ancestors, and now their wrath has come for you. His gaze flicked to the sick girl. This is punishment. You were told not to disturb the swamps. Grandfather, Ahun interjected, stepping forward. It's not a curse. It's an illness. Before he could finish, his hand struck her across the face, the sound echoing sharply through the tent. Ahun staggered back, his cheek flushed red. You dare talk back to me? You've grown just as useless as your parents, he spat, his voice trembling with fury. You bring an imperial spy into our midst and call his poison wisdom. He jabbed a finger toward Vikir. His presence alone invites disaster. Ahun clenched his fists, tears spilling down his face. Please, she's dying. Do something instead of. Silence, the shaman barked. The gods curse those who defy them. The only way to cleanse this blight is through the ancestral rite. Defy the old ways, and you'll doom us all. He turned to leave, muttering, the matriarch will see sense and grant the ritual. Then we'll see who truly serves Balak. As he disappeared into the rain, a heavy silence settled. Ahun stared blankly at the ground, his grief too deep for words. Then Vikir finally spoke. His voice was low but firm. If you're looking for a cure, I might have a way. Ahun looked up, hope flickering faintly in his eyes. Vikir gave brisk orders. Boil water, lots of it. Scrub the furniture she's touched. Burn charcoal to drive out insects and dampness. Keep the air dry and clean. If we can hold the infection back, we'll buy her time. Ahun hesitated for only a moment before nodding, wiping his tears. I'll do it. When he left to carry out the tasks, Ayan turned to Vikir. Can you really save her? She asked quietly, her eyes wide and desperate. I'll try, he said simply. But I'll need your help. Anything, she replied instantly. I need medicine, Vikir explained. The kind you can't find here. You'll have to lead me out of the deep forest. Her expression faltered. You can't leave. Even if the matriarch accepted you as one of us, you'd still need permission to cross the border. She won't allow it. She'll give up on Ahul, Vikir interrupted coldly. But I won't. His gaze locked with hers. If no one says a word, I can slip out and return before anyone notices. The question is, he took a step closer, his tone quieter but sharper. Will you let me? Ayan froze. The rain outside seemed to grow louder, filling the silence between them. Her lips parted, but no words came out. Vikir waited for her answer, then turned away. Soon after, as the floodwaters rose, he darted through the submerged forest, leaping from plank to plank that floated on the currents. Each step splashed through the muddy water as the storm howled around him. Wait! He stopped, turning back. Ayan stood behind him, drenched but resolute. I told you to stay, he said. And I told you I'm coming, she countered. You'll slow me down. Then at least tell me where you're going. No. Her eyes flicked toward the small creature clinging to his shoulder, Pomerian. Then why bring her? She demanded softly. Vikir didn't answer. Ayan lowered her gaze. I've seen the things you can do, the sword from your arm, the way you knew about the Red Death. But I never asked. Her voice cracked slightly. Because I was afraid that if I did, you'd vanish. The rain fell heavier. She looked away, her voice trembling. Just answer one thing for me. She paused, her breath catching. You'll come back, right? For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, quietly, I will. When she lifted her eyes, he was gone, already swallowed by the storm. Ayan stood alone in the rain, her heart heavy. You better keep that promise, she whispered. Meanwhile, far away in the Deputy Council office of Underdog City, General Secretary Chihuahua sat hunched over a mountain of paperwork. His small frame looked almost buried under the endless stacks of reports. With a groan, he rubbed his temples. No matter how much I do, he muttered, these damn numbers never end. He wandered to the window, staring out at the dimly lit city streets below. It used to be easier when the deputy consul was around, he said softly. Even if the work was exhausting, it was fun. His voice faltered. Hard to believe he's really gone. His reflection on the window wavered, and then changed. A shadow hung upside down just beyond the glass, a familiar face grinning faintly through the rain. Did you call for me? The voice asked. Chihuahua nearly screamed, stumbling back from his chair. Vikir? The man dropped lightly onto the windowsill, dripping wet but wearing his usual calm expression. How have you been, General Secretary Chihuahua? Chihuahua's jaw hung open, words failing him as his mind spun. Had the man crawled out of hell itself? Vikir only smirked, pouring himself a cup of tea from the table as if nothing were amiss. Chihuahua gulped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Don't tell me, you met something in the forest. Some monster? Vikir took a slow sip, his eyes glinting. You could say that. Vikir confirmed Chihuahua's words with a calm nod, his expression unwavering. The Secretary General, still overwhelmed by disbelief, shifted the conversation with a stammer, his tone hesitant yet tinged with wonder. Vikir, you're really alive, aren't you? You're not some ghost come to haunt me. A low chuckle escaped Vikir's lips. Is that why you've been staring at me like you've seen an apparition? I'm very much alive, Chihuahua. And it seems you haven't changed at all, you're still the same overworked, sharp-tongued Secretary General I remember. Chihuahua blinked a few times before emotion overtook him. His stern face softened, and tears welled in his eyes. You've no idea how relieved I am to see you alive, he murmured, voice trembling. We all thought you were gone for good. Vikir offered a faint smile in return. Before he could respond, Chihuahua's eyes shifted toward the small figure beside Vikir, Pomerian, whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to the man himself. The secretary tilted his head, squinting as curiosity overtook his emotions. Wait a minute, he muttered. Who's this little one? Don't tell me she's your daughter? Did you, by the gods, marry a barbarian? Vikir sighed at the implication. It's not what you think, he replied firmly. She and I share blood, that's true, but she's no daughter of mine. Our resemblance comes from the same lineage, not parentage. Chihuahua dabbed his eyes with a handkerchief, half from lingering tears, half from embarrassment at his assumption. But his curiosity remained. Still, it's been years, Vikir. I can't imagine what you've gone through. Ignoring the remark, Vikir crouched down beside Pomerian and spoke gently. While I'm gone, you'll stay here with Secretary Chihuahua. He'll take care of you and make sure you learn what you need to. Then, turning to Chihuahua, his tone grew serious. I'm entrusting her to you. Teach her, feed her, and protect her. Give her the basics, a proper education, some discipline. She's not an ordinary child. Chihuahua's lips curved into a faint smile. It's been a long time since I last received an order from you. Consider it done. You have my word. But then his brow furrowed. What about you? Running off again, are you? Underdog cities matters won't wait, and you know how much chaos piles up here. I can't handle it all alone. Vikir crossed his arms and replied, if things get too heavy, reach out to Cindy Wendy. She can help. Chihuahua blinked. Cindy Wendy? You mean that criminal you released 2 years back? I wouldn't even know where to start looking for her. Vikir's eyes glinted with faint amusement. Do you remember the time you handed 10 billion to a little flower girl named Judy? Chihuahua frowned, trying to recall. Judy, yes, I remember. That poor girl, she was alone. I gave her the money on your instruction. Then it'll be easy, Vikir said. No one supports her now, so she'll be easy to find. Cindy Wendy is with her. If she refuses to cooperate, tell her I'm still alive. She owes me her life, she'll help. A knowing smile spread across Chihuahua's face. Understood. Leave it to me. I'll make the arrangements. He then looked at Vikir intently. When will you be back? Vikir turned toward the window, the faint city lights reflecting in his eyes. When I've finished what I came to do, he said quietly. I still have a promise to keep. His thoughts drifted toward Ahyul, her pale face, the red marks spreading across her skin. Only one thing could save her now, a drop of holy water from the Quo Vadis clan. As he contemplated his next step, Pomerian stirred awake and began tugging playfully at Chihuahua's beard, earning a startled yelp from the older man. Vikir smirked faintly, his gaze hardening with purpose. His destination was set, the sacred lands of Quo Vadis awaited. Meanwhile, at the city gate, 2 guards stood watch beneath the gray morning light. Their spears were crossed, their eyes alert as the rumble of wheels echoed through the mist. A carriage emerged from the fog, drawn by weary horses and driven by a familiar face. Sir Joseph, one guard called, lowering his spear slightly. What brings you out so early? Joseph, the well-known oil merchant, offered a polite smile and waved a document in the air. Just the usual delivery, he said smoothly. Barrels of oil from my shop on the first floor. All properly listed under my import permit. Inspection, one of the guards said curtly. Orders from above. Joseph's brows furrowed. Come now, you've seen me pass through here dozens of times. Must we really go through this again? The guard shrugged. Rules are rules. Nothing personal. He walked over to the back of the carriage, scanning the neatly stacked barrels. After a brief pause, he pointed. That one. Open it. Joseph's stomach dropped. His hands clenched around the reins, sweat forming on his temples. Not that one, he thought. The guard pried open the lid, his face illuminated by the faint shimmer of oil. He dipped a finger, sniffed it, and nodded. Just oil. All good. Joseph exhaled silently, relief washing over him. He forced a casual smile. Told you. Nothing to worry about. The guard waved him through. Move along, then. And as the carriage rolled past the gate, its wheels creaking softly, the faintest whisper of a breath could be heard from inside one of the sealed barrels, proof that the journey of the hunter was far from over. When he was certain no one was following, Joseph cast a quick glance behind him and spoke under his breath toward the barrels in the back. "It's clear now. You can come out." A metallic creak echoed through the air. From one of the oil barrels, the very one the guard had inspected earlier, the lid began to bulge outward. A sharp dent formed at the center, followed by a dull clang as the top burst open and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Joseph's breath caught in his throat. From within the barrel, a figure slowly rose, drenched in thick, glistening oil. His form was concealed beneath a long black coat and a bird-like mask, the kind worn by plague doctors centuries ago. The mask's long beak dripped with oil, gleaming faintly beneath the lamplight. Joseph froze, clutching the reins. I've done what you asked. You're inside St. Mecca now. Can I leave?" The figure tilted his head slightly, the hollow sockets of his mask fixed on Joseph. "Wait," he said in a low, rasping voice. Joseph stiffened instantly. The crow-masked man reached into his coat and produced a small leather pouch. "This is the oxbear canine I promised," he said, tossing it to Joseph. The merchant fumbled to catch it, nearly dropping the slippery bag. Thank you," he stammered, still trembling. Without another word, the figure turned and disappeared into a shadowed alleyway. His footsteps made no sound on the cobblestones, as though he were a wraith gliding through the dark. When Joseph could no longer see him, he slumped back in his seat and wiped the sweat from his brow. "He was submerged in oil for 2 whole hours," he whispered in disbelief. "How could anyone? Maybe he's not even human." High above the city, the mysterious figure stood on the edge of a clock tower, looking down upon the sprawling streets of St. Mecca. Removing his mask, he revealed his identity, Vikir. His breath came out in a deep sigh. "Being submerged that long wasn't pleasant," he muttered, wiping the oil from his face. "But it's still nothing compared to the river Styx, 7 minutes underwater then, 2 hours now. Seems I'm getting better at holding my breath." His gaze turned toward the city below, a faint smirk curling on his lips. Infiltration successful. The Quo Vadis territory. St. Mecca itself. St. Mecca, the holy capital of the Quo Vadis clan. Its population exceeded 160,000, and its order was absolute. Here, virtue ruled above all else. Greed and lust were branded as sins, and not even a single coin left forgotten on the street would be stolen. The citizens were pious, disciplined, and deeply bound by the church's doctrine. A sudden gong reverberated across the rooftops. The bell atop the cathedral began to toll. Vikir glanced up, recalling what he had once heard. Every time the bell rang, the citizens performed a ritual of stillness and prayer. Sure enough, as the chimes echoed, the streets froze. Men and women dressed in pure white halted where they stood, bowed their heads, and whispered prayers in unison. The air was thick with reverence, their devotion so absolute it was almost eerie. Vikir slipped quietly between the unmoving figures, his shadow merging with the lamplight. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What a suffocating way to live." Night fell. The streets emptied. At the edge of a quiet courtyard, beside an old stone well, Vikir reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a glass vial. Its contents glimmered faintly crimson under the moonlight. He uncorked it and poured the liquid into the well. The viscous red fluid swirled as it mixed with the water below. The Red Death. The infectious plague carried traces of a Huel's blood, sweat, and tears, lethal to any who came in contact with it. It was an unforgiving act, but he had no choice. Every second mattered. This was a city of faith, where miracles were said to happen overnight. If he spread the infection here, the holy authorities would mobilize immediately. And in doing so, he would gain what he needed, access to their sacred holy water. Just as he turned to leave, a voice called out behind him. "Hey, who's that?" 3 children stood by the street corner, staring curiously. One boy pointed toward him. "That man looks suspicious. Maybe he's a thief?" The smallest girl tugged at his sleeve nervously. "Let's go. He looks scary." Vikir turned slowly, the dim moonlight catching his eyes. The children froze, their bodies stiffening under his cold, unblinking gaze. "Stay away from this well," he said, his voice low and steady. "It's cursed. Anyone who drinks from it will never return." The children's faces went pale. With a shriek, they bolted down the street, screaming about a ghost who had cursed the well. Vikir watched them flee and gave a faint nod. "Good. That should keep them away." He then drew a dagger from his belt and embedded it into the dirt beside the well. The blade bore a distinct crest, the serpent insignia of the Leviathan clan. "Let's see how long it takes before the Quo Vadis accuse the Leviathan of blasphemy," he murmured, smirking. "They've hated each other for decades. This will only add fuel to the fire." With that, his trap was set. His preparations complete. He lifted his gaze toward the grand cathedral that loomed over the city. "It's almost time for the holy water to be poured," he said. "Let's pay the saintess a visit." Under the pale moonlight, the mansion of the saintess glowed like a beacon. Outside its gates, a restless crowd had gathered, pilgrims, nobles, and beggars alike, hoping for a glimpse of the divine healer. Their voices blended into a desperate chorus. "Saintess, please, just one miracle. Grant me healing, blessed one." Their pleas carried through the night, echoing against the marble walls. From behind the doors, a serene voice answered, "What brings you all here at such an hour?" The moment they heard her, murmurs rippled through the crowd. The saintess herself was speaking. One by one, the people stepped forward, flaunting their lineage and wealth. "I am Lord Dorsal, heir to the Jonathan clan," a young noble declared proudly. "My soldiers serve the Empire's might. Please, allow me an audience." Another stepped forward. "I am the chief of the Ipsen Guild Association. Our exports feed half the continent." A third man, older and trembling, bowed deeply. "I will offer my entire granary, a coastal villa, and 4 carriages if you grant me a single blessing." But the saintess's voice remained calm and unwavering. "Your titles and treasures mean little to the divine," she said gently. "Leave now, and do not disturb the peace of night." One by one, the crowd dispersed, muttering in disappointment. Yet when the streets emptied, one figure remained, a tall man cloaked in black, his face hidden behind a crow's mask. Vikir stood motionless beneath the moonlight, gazing at the mansion's ornate doors. His mind flickered with old memories. Before his regression, he had seen the saintess countless times, not as a serene figure in silk robes, but as a warrior of faith drenched in blood, kneeling amidst the dying to heal them. Her hands glowed with divine light, her tears falling upon the wounded. She despised greed, detested power, and devoted herself wholly to her cause. Her voice came again, soft yet commanding. "Who lingers still?" Vikir knelt slowly, lowering his head. "Just a lost lamb," he said quietly. "One who strayed too far from the path." Silence filled the hall after Vikir's humble words. He didn't move an inch, remaining kneeling before the grand door. For a long while, there was no response, only the distant sound of water trickling from the fountain within. Then, with a soft creak, the doors slowly opened, releasing a flood of golden light that spilled into the corridor. The brilliance washed over Vikir, warm yet blinding, and within that divine glow, a gentle voice called out, inviting him to enter. He stepped inside. The interior was immaculate, gleaming marble floors reflected the golden radiance, while the air itself seemed to shimmer with sacred purity. At the center of the grand hall stood an ornate fountain, crowned with an angelic statue from which clear water cascaded in endless rhythm. The saintess's voice echoed through the chamber, serene yet distant, as if carried by the ripples themselves. "You said you lost your way, child," her voice murmured. "How did it happen?" Vikir hesitated. He had expected to meet her face to face, but it became clear that the saintess preferred to speak through the fountain. Given his current appearance, a crow mask and a robe stained with oil, she had little reason to approach him directly. Placing a leather pouch carefully on the marble edge of the fountain, he spoke calmly, "I came to report something grave. There is an epidemic spreading in the lower districts. This pouch contains water drawn from a well there, tainted with a wicked energy. If you truly possess divinity, you'll sense the corruption yourself." The sound of flowing water continued. Then, a sharp gasp broke the stillness. "You lie." Her words reverberated through the chamber, and in an instant, armored footsteps thundered from the shadows above. From the upper gallery, a squad of knights appeared, surrounding the hall with raised weapons and vigilant eyes. Their leader stepped forward, voice cold and authoritative. "Your words are too bold for a lost lamb. Who are you?" Vikir didn't answer immediately. His gaze rose to meet the man's, a face from his past life. Pyro Quo Vadis. Once a comrade, now a stranger in another time. Pyro had always been unwavering, a zealot of justice who'd go so far as to outmatch demons in cruelty if righteousness demanded it. It was from him that Vikir had once learned the brutal interrogation techniques used on captured masters. "I didn't expect to see you again," Vikir murmured softly. Pyro frowned, clearly puzzled. "You claim to report an epidemic, yet hide behind a mask? That's no way to approach the saintess. Remove it at once, or leave." "I've said what I came to say," Vikir replied, voice firm. "My duty is done." He turned to leave. Something whizzed past him, grazing his mask. A page, radiant with divine light, embedded itself into the wall beside him. Pyro stood holding an open book, holy energy flowing between its pages. "I can't let a suspicious man leave," he said icily. Vikir's eyes narrowed. A holy scripture used as a weapon. It was so like Pyro, innovative, ruthless, unyielding. Pyro descended from the gallery with a single leap, landing before him. "You carry tainted water," he accused. "That makes you the source of this plague." "If I were," Vikir countered sharply, "why would I come to warn you?" "Perhaps to lure out the saintess herself," Pyro replied, eyes narrowing. Every word struck true, and Vikir silently admitted it. Pyro was as sharp as ever. The knight suddenly flung several glowing pages toward him, each carrying divine energy. Vikir moved like a shadow, dodging, rolling, pivoting off pillars. The chamber rang with the hiss of tearing air and the crack of energy against stone. He thought briefly about using his aura, but stopped. It would reveal his identity as a Baskerville. When Pyro leapt forward again, Vikir used the wall as a springboard, hurtling downward with explosive speed. His foot collided with Pyro's raised guard, a blow so forceful it cracked the marble floor beneath them. Pyro's eyes widened. Such strength, from a man his size? Vikir spun with the recoil, kicking off Pyro's chest to create distance. His mind briefly flickered to a memory, the ox-bear, a monster he'd slain 2 years ago, whose immense stability and force he had learned to mimic. 600 kilos of anchored strength, he recalled. Effective indeed. Landing lightly, he charged again. His fists became a blur, each strike landing with punishing precision. Pyro blocked with his book, but the relentless assault pressed him back until Vikir unleashed his next move, Cerberus Flame. A surge of crimson fire erupted from his hand, engulfing Pyro's holy tome. "Arg!" Pyro cried, hurling the burning book away and plunging his hands into the fountain to douse the flames. "Still want to continue?" Vikir asked coolly. Pyro glared at him, trembling, then suddenly lunged. "You heretic," he roared. "You dare wield sorcery before the saintess?" Vikir's eyes darkened. "Then let's end this." He kicked the flaming book lying near his feet, sending it spinning through the air. Pyro's view vanished in a flash of fire and ash, and in that heartbeat, Vikir closed the distance and drove his fist straight into Pyro's chest. The impact thundered through the hall. Armor shattered, the knight's body hurled backward through the fountain, crashing into the marble wall with a sickening crack. Blood splattered the floor. Gasps erupted from above. "Sir Pyro has fallen?" "Impossible." Knights rushed to their commander's side, weapons drawn, but before they could move, a commanding voice cut through the chaos. "Enough." The saintess's voice, calm yet absolute. She stepped forward, the golden light preceding her. Her gaze settled on Vikir, still masked and steady. "So, you are the lost lamb?" she asked softly. Vikir inclined his head. "Yes, Saintess Dolores." Her eyes lingered on him before she smiled faintly. "You seem less like a lamb, more like a wounded puppy." A knight behind her barked, "He's no puppy, my lady, he's a blood-crazed wolf." She ignored the remark. "Bring tea," she said. The knight blinked. "Tea, my lady?" "Yes. For both of us." Without waiting, she turned and walked toward a side chamber, her eyes never leaving Vikir. "Come. I wish to speak with you." Moments later, they sat facing one another across a small tea table. Pyro, still bandaged, stood silently behind her. Vikir studied her face under the lamplight. 16, perhaps 17, young, yet her eyes carried a maturity that no girl her age should bear. Saintess Dolores Lonquo Vadis. He remembered her vividly, how during the war, she stood at the front lines, drenched in blood, healing soldiers until her hands trembled. A living saint amidst ruin. Breaking the silence, Dolores sighed. "You know, I've been quite stressed lately." Vikir raised an eyebrow, unsure how to respond. "I'm enrolled at the Imperial Academy of Kolos," she continued, almost wistfully. "It's the holidays, so I'm home managing the family's affairs. Nobles, merchants, they never stop coming. They all want blessings, healing, favor. But most of their troubles are trivial, broken hearts, indulgence, disease from debauchery. Not a single real illness among them." She swirled her tea with quiet frustration. "Sometimes I wonder if they've forgotten the true meaning of justice, righteousness, benevolence, and equality." Vikir replied, "Theology is, in essence, the study of humanity. So, perhaps it's only natural." Her golden eyes flicked toward him in mild surprise. "That verse," she said softly, "Old Testament, Asmoser, chapter 6, verse 9. She smiled faintly, intrigued. "I didn't think anyone still remembered that scripture." Vikir met her gaze in silence, his mind already turning toward the real reason for his visit. The air between them grew heavy once more, holy light and shadow sitting across the same table. Vikir disclosed that a plague had already taken root in the slums of Saint Mecca. The saintess immediately pressed him on the truth of his claim. In response, Vikir calmly produced a sealed pouch, explaining that it contained water he had personally drawn from a well in the affected district. The saintess studied him in silence, her gaze sharp, then asked whether he was truly uninvolved in the disaster. Vikir answered evenly that no culprit would voluntarily walk into the lion's den carrying evidence against himself. Still, he admitted that doubt was only natural. As he weighed his next step, he slowly raised one hand. Pyro reacted instantly. He stepped in front of the saintess, commanding her to withdraw as his body tensed for combat. Yet what followed defied expectation. Vikir's lifted hand was wreathed in a soft, golden brilliance. The light was calm, restrained, and unmistakably divine. He stated quietly that he had no desire to harm innocents, especially not in a city that was once his home. Both the saintess and Pyro froze. Recognition dawned in her eyes as she realized the power he was wielding. Unable to conceal her shock, she asked if he was a follower of Lewin. Vikir neither denied nor confirmed it. Instead, he asked whether they were now willing to hear him out. He then described what he had witnessed, shadowy figures pouring liquid from glass vials into the slum's water sources. Without hesitation, he named them the origin of the epidemic. The saintess, visibly shaken, asked what reason anyone could have for such an atrocity. Vikir unfolded a map across the table and pointed to two marked regions. He explained that the greatest beneficiaries of the chaos would be the Leviathan clan and the bourgeois family. The Leviathans, masters of poison, would seize the chance to gather countless samples for their experiments. Moreover, the collapse of the Quo Vadis family would serve their long-standing hostility. As for the bourgeois family, Vikir explained that disasters did not erase wealth, they merely redistributed it. With workers dying and landowners ruined, properties would be abandoned. Fields, factories, and shops would fall into debt, allowing the bourgeois family to expand their holdings and quietly dominate new industries. In his judgment, the Leviathan clan stood at the center of the Red Death spread. The bourgeois merchants, while not the architects, were willing accomplices. Meanwhile, the natives of the deep forest were being pushed forward as convenient scapegoats, ensuring both factions could profit while avoiding blame. When he finished, silence filled the room. Pyro and the saintess stood stunned by the precision of his reasoning. Her thoughts raced as she considered how frighteningly plausible his conclusions were. At last, unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked who he truly was. Vikir replied with deliberate ambiguity, saying they could call him Night Bloodhound. The saintess frowned slightly at the ominous name, while Pyro remarked that it suited both his appearance and his irreverence. Still, she acknowledged that his words could not be dismissed. She ordered Pyro to prepare to visit the slums and report everything to her father. Pyro agreed without hesitation. Watching her decisiveness, Vikir reflected that meeting her had been fortunate. Events would now move quickly. Yet as the saintess observed him in silence, she found herself troubled. The man who had defeated the invincible Pyro and the holy knights appeared frail, almost pitiful. But beneath that exterior, she sensed something vast and feral. His soul carried the stench of blood, oil, and steel, steeped in violence and restrained fury, tinged with hatred. And deeper still, she felt an immense, crushing sorrow. She could not grasp what he truly was. Within a church in the slums, the sisters rushed to greet Saint Dolores, relief flooding their faces. One of them, trembling with tears, begged her to save the people from the nightmare that had descended upon their home. The saintess halted as she took in the scene before her. Rows of infected patients lay groaning, their bodies marked by the unmistakable signs of the plague. Night Bloodhound had spoken the truth. Vikir surveyed the suffering with quiet regret. There had been no time for gentler methods. At least there were no children among the afflicted. He wondered whether the terror he had planted at the well had been enough to keep them away. Seeing that the disease was still in its early stages, he knew the rest now lay in her hands. The saintess stepped forward and spoke softly to the patients, promising that divine love would not abandon them. She began to pray, calling upon the light of her life and the fire of her soul. She asked that her sins and her very spirit bear witness to the misery before her. A single tear slipped from her eye. When it struck the floor, golden light erupted outward, flooding the hall and spilling through the doors and windows. One elderly man, moments from collapse, suddenly steadied. His breathing calmed, and the crimson marks on his skin faded. The sisters cried out in disbelief as others began to recover as well. Gratitude poured forth, voices breaking as they praised the saintess. Vikir watched in silence, fully aware of how extraordinary her power was. At the same time, he understood that he needed to bring this miracle back to the forest. Later, Saint Dolores sat at her study table, candlelight flickering as she traced routes on a map with careful precision. Healing with divine power alone was only a stopgap. New cases would continue to appear as long as the source remained. Examining a glass tube filled with fluid taken from a patient, she noted the short incubation period and the slow, agonizing progression toward death. To end it completely, the deepest well would have to be purified. She considered whether she could condense her power into a single, perfect drop. A sudden realization made her exhale sharply. This was not the time to hesitate. She rose, determined to treat one more patient, but a stabbing headache struck her mid-step. Gripping the table, she steadied herself, wondering if overuse of divine power had drained her too far. Still, she straightened and resolved to continue. As she exited her chamber, 3 men hurried forward, their faces alight with forced enthusiasm. They greeted her loudly, offering their company and assistance. They claimed concern for her safety, insisting that a lady of her stature should not walk alone through such filthy places. They boasted of wagons filled with donations and joked that the slum dwellers had struck fortune. Beneath their smiles, mockery lingered. The saintess passed them without slowing. Though they pledged to follow her as a matter of gentlemanly duty, she merely smiled and entrusted them with the task. Their excitement quickly turned to disgust once they reached the relief camp. The stench made them gag. They complained about their shoes, demanded priority treatment, and urged a swift departure. The saintess remained serene. To her, approaching suffering with hidden motives was sacrilege. Compassion alone mattered. True grace lay in selfless sacrifice, kindness, and tenderness. Her attention shifted to a nearby tent steeped in oppressive darkness. She sensed that the most critical patients were inside. Steeling herself, she parted the curtain and announced her presence. What she saw made her halt. A commanding voice called for more saline. A priest stood frozen behind a doctor, watching in disbelief. The treatment unfolding before him defied doctrine. The doctor incised infected flesh with precision, then pressed 2 fingers to the wound. Divine power flowed directly into the body, sealing the injury and erasing the infection. The priest realized that this was not mere blessing of the surface, but a focused channeling of power into the source itself. As understanding dawned, the saintess recognized the doctor at once. It was Knight Bloodhound, none other than Vikir, working without pause. After sealing the wound, he administered medicine to stabilize recovery. With grim resolve, he placed both hands on the patient's chest and poured divine power into the failing body. He knew the nature of such power well, a prayer accepted by a god, transformed and returned. The strength of a miracle depended on devotion, and the greater the miracle, the greater the cost. In the Orthodox teachings, a single unit of divine power was equal to a single miracle. 10 units meant 10 miracles. The law was rigid, mathematical, and unforgiving. Yet Vikir knew of an exception. A distortion born from catastrophe. A method that allowed 1 divine power to produce 10 miracles, and 10 divine powers to give rise to 100. His thoughts drifted to the era of collapse. The fall. A time when monsters poured forth in numbers beyond counting, and the wounded sprawled across the battlefield in quantities that exceeded even the dead beasts themselves. The clerics had stood helpless, realizing that no matter how fervent their prayers, the divine power they possessed was insufficient to halt annihilation. Faith wavered. Desperation deepened. In response to that desperation, the gods themselves altered the rules. The formula for miracles was rewritten. The new doctrine was simple and terrifying: act first, pay later. Perform the miracle now, endure the consequences afterward. Divine power could be borrowed in advance, drawn forth in quantities far beyond what a soul should bear, accruing a price that would eventually come due. This phenomenon came to be known as advanced divine power. It was also an age when killing monsters was declared an act of faith. By slaying abominations, even those without clerical training could generate divine merit. Because of this, Vikir, whose soul carried immense karmic residue accumulated across lifetimes, could freely draw divine power while standing within a holy domain. Nearby, a small girl sat beside her mother's bed. Her thin hands trembled as tears streamed down her face. She sobbed softly, calling for her mother to wake up. Vikir, having just finished treating another patient, approached her and knelt down. His voice was calm, steady, and warm as he told her that her mother would recover. From his palm, he produced a single gold coin and placed it in the girl's hands. He explained gently that her mother was not only sick, but severely malnourished. The coin should be used for food, firewood, and proper care. A priest who had been watching stepped forward, uneasy. He cautioned that providing material aid was forbidden, arguing that human needs were endless and that if Vikir continued, he would be stripped of everything he owned. Vikir turned to him and asked a question instead. He asked what endless truly meant, and whether infinity could exist inside a finite world. The priest faltered, unable to answer. Vikir continued calmly. He said that the money in his pocket was finite. That meant he could give everything away without consequence, because there was a clear end. He then looked back at the sick woman, paused, and quietly apologized. Saint Dolores, who had been observing from nearby, felt her breath catch. She had heard him apologize. That alone unsettled her. She wondered what he was apologizing for. Then she remembered his earlier words, that theology was ultimately the study of humans. Understanding struck her. He was apologizing for the same reason she often did in silence. For not being able to save everyone. Her heart suddenly began to pound. A heavy, unmistakable thud echoed in her chest. Saint Dolores was only 16. Young, sheltered, and inexperienced in matters beyond faith and duty. Yet at that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably for the masked man before her. When the last of the infected had been stabilized, Vikir stepped outside and sat down heavily. Exhaustion washed over him. He lifted his mask briefly to drink water, letting out a long breath. Before he could rest, he sensed someone approaching. He lowered the mask at once and looked up. Saint Dolores had come to sit beside him. He asked if she was all right. She nodded, then asked if she could speak with him for a moment. He agreed without hesitation. She thanked him sincerely, saying that without his help, they would never have managed to treat everyone in time. Vikir answered that he had only done what needed to be done. She smiled faintly and said she had expected that reply. Silence followed. After a moment, she clutched the fabric of her robes and spoke again, her voice trembling. She said that someone as strong as him should have been born with divine power. Then she confessed that although she herself had been blessed with it from birth, she felt weak in every other way, body, mind, and faith alike. She asked why God would choose someone like her to bear the title of saintess when so many others possessed stronger faith without divine gifts. She asked why that burden had fallen on her. Vikir's answer left her stunned. He told her that the very fact she felt guilt and anguish was precisely why she had been chosen. He smiled softly and said that what the world needed was a light capable of reaching even the darkest, most violent places. Tears welled in her eyes. She asked if she could truly become such a light. Vikir answered without hesitation. He told her that she would. By gathering the clergy of the Quo Vadis family into a single unified prayer, the process of creating holy water succeeded completely. The result was a condensed divine essence capable of purifying every infected individual in the slums with a single drop. 3 drops were formed. They were sealed carefully and named Pli de la Verge, also known as Saint Testier. Within a grand hall, Saint Dolores stood before a podium. Upon it rested a box containing 3 small glass vessels. As she began her prayer, radiant divine light spiraled through the chamber. Her voice echoed solemnly as she spoke of the woman granted the singular privilege of nurturing God's only son. She spoke of sleepless nights filled with despair, of a heart unable to endure the weight of sorrow, and proclaimed this day as the most painful and mournful of all. As the saintess finished her prayer, the last syllable faded into the vast hall, and a pillar of divine radiance descended upon the podium. Holy light spilled outward, wrapping the altar in a soft, otherworldly glow that lingered long after her voice fell silent. Not long after, a group of holy knights emerged, moving with disciplined precision. In their hands was a sealed box containing the 3 saintess tears. One of the knights respectfully closed the lid, thanked the saintess for her efforts, and informed her that the relics would be placed under strict protection in the basement vault. Saintess Dolores acknowledged their words and entrusted the task to them without hesitation. As the knights withdrew, her expression turned thoughtful, her mind already drifting toward what needed to be done next. Elsewhere in the cathedral, a priest stood before a towering statue of the goddess, his hands folded in prayer, his presence solemn and unshakable. From behind him, the saintess approached with measured steps. Addressing him with reverence, she called him her father and stated that she had important information regarding the Red Death. The priest turned, his stern features softening instantly. He called her his fairy, his daughter, and beckoned her closer. Saintess obeyed, lowering her head slightly as she approached. The man before her was none other than Humbert Lewin Quo Vadis, Cardinal of the Lawn Church. He placed a hand gently on her shoulder and smiled warmly, praising her for the substantial offering she had made this time. Saintess accepted the praise with humility, acknowledging that such devotion was only natural for his daughter. In turn, she expressed her gratitude for his continued generosity. With a nod, the cardinal urged her to proceed with her report. Saintess explained that their order planned to deploy the newly developed Saint Tyr purification method to cleanse the underground waterway flowing beneath Saint Mecca. Hearing this, the cardinal asked whether the source of the contamination had been identified. She confirmed that it had. The infection, she explained, originated from an unregistered well hidden deep within the slums. According to testimonies from local children, a spirit had cursed the well. Their investigation revealed that the water source was heavily corrupted. Moreover, they had discovered a glass bottle, apparently used by the culprit to store and distribute the infection. As she spoke, Saintess carefully laid several suspicious items on a cloth before him. The cardinal's eyes fell upon a dagger and an emblem resting beside it. His expression hardened as he questioned where they had been found. Saintess replied that both objects were recovered near the well. At that moment, the warmth in the cardinal's gaze vanished, replaced by an icy glare. He recognized the symbols engraved upon them at once. The emblems of Leviathan and Bourgeois. Proof that the two factions had conspired together to engineer an artificial virus. A powerful aura erupted from the cardinal's body, filling the chamber with crushing pressure. His voice thundered with holy wrath as he condemned those who dared defile divine order. He declared that such poison-addicted degenerates and greedy misers would face a holy war for their blasphemy. Throughout his outburst, Saintess remained composed, her posture steady. However, the moment he mentioned the Night Hound and labeled him suspicious, her calm shattered. She raised her voice, cutting through the air, insisting that the Night Hound was innocent. The sudden interruption stunned the cardinal, who turned to her with a piercing, questioning stare. Saintess spoke fervently, defending him with unwavering conviction. She argued that the Night Hound had devoted himself entirely to treating the infected, and that his actions alone had prevented any deaths. She declared that a man capable of such deeds could not possibly be evil. The cardinal listened in silence before responding that he already knew what was truly happening. Confusion flickered across Saintess's face at his words. Raising his hand toward the heavens, the cardinal stated coldly that it was the Night Hound's fault that his daughter, who had never once defied him, would speak so boldly against his judgment. His decision was swift and absolute. He would summon the Night Hound and interrogate him personally, extracting every truth with his own hands. A crushing pressure suddenly flooded the chamber, so intense that Saintess cried out as it bore down on her chest. The air itself seemed to kneel. From Cardinal Humbert's raised hand, a pillar of radiant light erupted and pierced the heavens, carving a blazing path through the clouds. Moments later, that same divine brilliance spread outward, washing over the entire city like a sacred tide, every street and spire drenched in holy radiance. With absolute certainty in his voice, the cardinal declared that her resistance was meaningless. His decision had already been carried out. The paladins were in motion, dispatched to hunt down the Night Hound. There would be no reversal. At a modest inn where Vikir had been staying for several days, a squad of holy knights assembled in silence outside his room. Using practiced hand signals, they coordinated their entry with cold precision. At the signal, one knight stepped forward and kicked the door open, his voice sharp as he accused the Night Hound of being a prime suspect in the outbreak of the Red Death. The accusation echoed uselessly. The room was empty. No trace of their quarry remained. The knights stood frozen, disbelief spreading across their faces as they realized they were already too late. Back at the cathedral, a priest hurried toward Saintess and the cardinal, his steps frantic, breath unsteady. He spoke of calamity. The cardinal, unmoved, demanded an explanation. After a brief hesitation, the priest revealed the truth. One of the Saintess' tears had vanished from the basement safe. A thin sheen of sweat slid down Saint's face. A dreadful realization surfaced in her mind. Was this why the Night Hound had come here in the first place? Unseen by any of them, Vikir stood atop one of the city's watchtowers, the wind tugging at his cloak. In his hand rested a Saintess tear, its surface shimmering faintly. He smiled, calm and satisfied. After sealing it carefully inside a pouch, he murmured a quiet word of gratitude for the unexpected gift. Then, as though he had never been there at all, his figure dissolved into the surrounding shadows. Elsewhere, An found herself standing at the edge of a cliff, a bow clenched tightly in her hands. Before her loomed a Cerberus, its massive body bristling with arrows, 3 heads snarling in unison. Behind the beast, a barbarian shouted, trying desperately to draw its attention. The effort failed. The Cerberus advanced toward An alone. Instinctively, she stepped back. The ground crumbled beneath her heel. She fell. Branches tore at her body as she plunged through the trees, each impact stealing the breath from her lungs. At last, the descent ended in a violent collision with the ground below. When she stirred, voices drifted into her ears, blurred and indistinct. Her eyelids felt impossibly heavy, but she forced them open. 2 men stood over her. One examined her injuries with indifference. The other smiled greedily. They were merchants, their supply caravan halted by the unexpected discovery of a wounded girl sprawled in their path. Time passed. An now stood trembling, a sword clenched in her hands. A wooden wall pressed against her back, hemming her in with no route of escape. Before her, a massed crowd roared with excitement, their voices merging into a feverish chant. Her opponent stepped forward, a heavily built man covered in scars. He flexed his fingers and grinned, the sound of his joints cracking echoing ominously. The fight began. He charged with a thunderous shout, confidence radiating from every step. Fear surged through An, yet her body moved on instinct. She leapt aside, narrowly avoiding his blow, and slashed back, her blade carving a shallow wound into his shoulder. Relief flickered for an instant. It vanished just as quickly. Unbothered by the injury, the man seized her leg midair and hurled her like a broken doll into the wooden barrier. The impact was brutal. Blood sprayed from An's mouth as agony exploded through her body. Tears streamed down her face. The masked spectators erupted into laughter, intoxicated by her suffering. Her pain was entertainment. Her desperation was spectacle. She collapsed to the ground, defeated, her body refusing to obey. Her opponent raised his arms and roared in triumph, basking in the crowd's approval. In that moment of utter despair, the image of her mother and family surfaced before her eyes, fragile yet radiant. That single vision reignited something within her. With trembling limbs, An forced herself to rise. The crowd's laughter shifted into murmurs. Interest replaced mockery. Blood and dirt streaked her face as she stood upright once more, her gaze steady, unafraid. The arena seemed to hold its breath. The onlookers leaned forward, eager, savoring the promise of what might come next. An raised her sword again, resolute, prepared to defy the fate placed before her. Years passed. An now sat behind cold steel bars, her eyes hollow, emptied of hope. The faces of her family had faded into distant shadows, barely recognizable even in memory. Exhausted, she closed her eyes and surrendered to despair. Then a sound jolted her awake. Before her lay a glass tube, its contents nearly gone. Fear seized her as she noticed a figure standing just beyond the bars. It was Vikir. He opened the cage and spoke in the harsh tongue of the barbarians, ordering her to leave. The world fractured. An awoke with a sharp gasp, tears soaking her face. She lay with her head resting in her mother's lap. The matriarch stroked her hair gently and asked if she had suffered another nightmare. She said An kept calling for Vikir even in her sleep. But the dream was only part of her torment. With labored breaths, An confessed that the pain had grown worse. Her chest burned, her body felt aflame, and her heart seemed dry and cracked within her. In a broken voice, she asked if she had been infected with the Red Death. The agony was so severe that she wished she had never been born. Her mother took her hand and began to speak softly. Long ago, she said, she and An's father planted a single seed. He placed it in the soil, and she watered it every day. In time, the seed sprouted and bloomed into a beautiful flower. They harvested it, extracted its sap, and smoked it together, laughing in shared euphoria. That fleeting joy, she explained, was how An came into this world. Later, An's father committed a grave mistake and was executed by her grandfather for it. As An listened, her breathing steadied slightly. The matriarch smiled gently and reminded her that life was never fair, never predictable, and endurance was often the only path forward. She urged her daughter to hold on and wait. Vikir would return. Of that, she was certain. And when he did, he would find a way to cure the infection and save her. An, lost in despair, pushed away her mother's reassurance. In a voice dulled by hopelessness, she said that Vikir would not return. To her, waiting any longer felt meaningless. At that very moment, a shout exploded from outside, tearing through the heavy silence like a blade. The cry carried startling news. Vikir had returned, and he had brought medicine with him. The matriarch's expression lit up instantly. A gentle smile curved her lips as she spoke with quiet certainty, saying that what she had foreseen had come true after all. But when she lowered her gaze to share that relief with her daughter, An was already gone. She had rushed out without a word. Watching her disappear, the matriarch frowned faintly, irritation mixing with concern, and muttered to herself whether An truly had been suffering from the Red Death at all. Driven by desperation tangled with fragile hope, An ran with everything she had. Her lungs burned, her chest ached, yet her legs refused to slow. As she ran, memories surged back, memories of the day Vikir had torn her free from the chains of slavery. She recalled the moment she saw him standing unflinchingly before Madame Eight Legs, facing terror without retreat. That image had carved itself into her heart. It was then she learned that confronting fear directly could shatter it. That was when she found the strength to rise again, clawing her way up from pain and terror she once believed would swallow her whole. She burst into the center of the gathering, surrounded by barbarians who had already formed a crowd. Her eyes searched frantically, then found him. Vikir stood there, solid and unmistakably real. He looked startled when he saw her. He said he had heard from the warriors that she had contracted the Red Death. An did not answer. Instead, all the emotion she had been holding back surged forward at once. She threw herself at him with full force, wrapping her arms around him tightly. The impact sent Vikir flying backward. He crashed onto the ground, but An refused to let go, clinging to him as if he might vanish again. Groaning, he asked what she thought she was doing, remarking that her hug could have snapped his back if he had not reinforced himself with mana. He then asked how she could have such strength when she was supposedly at death's door. An answered simply. The moment she heard that he had returned, her body suddenly felt light again. Confused yet relieved, Vikir asked if she was truly all right. She told him she was fine. He narrowed his eyes and asked if she was only pretending. An nodded without hesitation. Then she smiled, a real smile, unburdened and bright, and welcomed him back. Vikir returned the smile and replied, just as simply, that he was back. Inside a tent, another girl lay on a bed, her condition grave. Her breathing was shallow, her skin marked by the unmistakable signs of the Red Death. Vikir sat at her side while several barbarians stood nearby, their faces tight with worry. Without hesitation, Vikir reached into a pouch and opened it. Golden light spilled forth the moment he lifted the saint's tear into the air. The radiance poured down onto the sick girl like warm sunlight. As she struggled for breath, the red blotches covering her body began to fade, vanishing one by one. Gasps rippled through the tent. The barbarians cried out in disbelief as the disease visibly retreated before their eyes. The Red Death was being erased. Awe filled the air as they looked at Vikir, realizing he had brought salvation with him. He calmly asked how many patients there were. Ayan answered that including this girl, there were around 30. When he asked about other tribes, her expression darkened. She said the situation was dire. Many tribes were already on the verge of collapse. Vikir calculated quickly. He estimated that nearly 10,000 people might be infected and instructed her to inform the other tribes to gather all of the sick. Ayan hesitated, worry creeping into her voice as she asked whether they truly had enough medicine for such numbers. Vikir assured her that the supply was sufficient. More than that, he said this was an opportunity to show the other tribes what they were capable of. The barbarians erupted into excited voices, praising him openly and calling him incredible. Unmoved by the admiration, Vikir shifted to practical matters. He mentioned a swamp monster named Ka, explaining that he had slain it during his journey and instructing them to retrieve the body for food. Once again, amazement swept through the group. To them, Vikir seemed almost unreal, someone far beyond their reach. Refocusing everyone, Vikir urged the tribes to gather quickly around the river's catchment area. Time was critical. Before long, the various barbarian tribes assembled by the river, with Vikir standing at the forefront. Holding the saint's tear, he poured its contents into the water. From the point where it touched the river, a wave of golden light surged outward. The radiance spread rapidly, flowing through the entire river and bathing the surrounding forest in a resplendent glow. Vikir addressed the tribal leaders and told them that all they needed to do was drink the water. One by one, the infected stepped forward. Some were helped by others as they drank. Laughter soon replaced groans of pain. People shouted in disbelief as they felt their bodies grow lighter. Others cried out joyfully, declaring that the Red Death was gone. Turning to the matriarch, Vikir explained that the purification was spreading from the catchment area and that the bacteria would soon be completely eradicated. Deeply impressed, she suggested that he be appointed as the tribe's shaman. Vikir began to refuse, but the ground suddenly cracked as a heavy foot slammed down. All eyes turned toward the source. One of the tribe leaders stepped forward, his presence commanding silence. In a thunderous voice, he asked the people of the deep forest a single question. What was the name of the hero who purified the forest? The answer came as one. The barbarians stomped their feet in unison, chanting his name again and again, their voices shaking the land as they proclaimed Vikir's name. A warrior from the Balak tribe stepped forward and asked who it was that had saved their family from the brink of death. Without hesitation, the answer thundered back from every direction, Vikir. Soon after, the leader of the third tribe raised his voice and asked who had brought a future filled with light to the deep forest. Once again, the response came as a unified chant, Vikir's name echoing across the land. The forest trembled with voices layered in gratitude and reverence. Tribe after tribe joined the chorus, their acclaim weaving together into a single declaration of thanks for the one who had delivered healing and hope to their homeland. As the chants rang out, Vikir's mind moved calmly beneath the surface of the celebration. What the Poison clan had intended as devastation had instead become an unexpected advantage. The Baskerville clan, rulers of Larue at Lenore Mountain, were known as pioneers and conquerors, yet their history with the mountain natives was steeped in hostility. They had always treated the forest tribes as obstacles rather than people. Vikir's lips curved into a faint, dangerous smile. Gaining the loyalty of the mountain natives through this crisis was not merely convenient, it was strategic. This single incident had the potential to strike a decisive blow against the entire Baskerville clan, and most of all against Hugo. The thought pleased him far more than the cheers ever could. Just as his thoughts sharpened toward the future, the matriarch declared that a festival would be held to celebrate survival and renewal. Before the mood could fully shift, Vikir raised his hand and interrupted, stating that there was still one matter that could not be ignored. The matriarch and Ayan both turned toward him, their expressions questioning. Vikir spoke plainly, emphasizing that before celebrations began, they needed to identify and apprehend the one responsible for poisoning the forest in the first place. Far from the gathering, deep within a shadowed cave, another man indulged in his own thoughts. Time had passed, enough, he believed, for the infection to have spread everywhere. He cursed the imperial brat in his mind, convinced that none of this trouble would have happened if not for him. Still, a twisted satisfaction crept across his face. Once everyone was infected, he would reveal the cure. When that happened, he would be hailed as the savior of the tribe. He even took pride in the cruelty of it all, savoring the idea that infecting his own granddaughter, a Huel, would make his deception flawless. When a human finally emerged from the cave and returned to the village, his confidence shattered instantly. The scene before him made no sense. The villagers were moving about freely, working, laughing, alive and well. There was no sign of panic, no gasping for breath, no collapse. Confusion tightened around his chest. He distinctly remembered people choking and writhing just before he had begun the ancestral rite. His disbelief deepened when he spotted a Huel, his granddaughter, standing over a fire, cooking as if nothing had ever been wrong. The sight struck him like a blow. None of this aligned with his expectations. Driven by unease, a human hurried toward the river. If there was an answer, it had to be there. Reaching the bank, he froze. The water was so clear that he could see his own reflection staring back at him. Fish swam freely beneath the surface. The stench of decay was gone. The river was not merely clean, it was purer than it had ever been. How were the fish alive? How had the water become this clear? Had the river been purified? Despair crept into his expression as reality pressed down on him. Then, a voice spoke from behind him, calm and almost conversational, remarking on how clear the river had become. A human flinched violently and spun around, fury and shock colliding in his eyes. He spat an insult, calling Vikir an imperial bastard, while frantically wondering when he had arrived. His shock worsened when he realized Vikir was not alone. Barbarians stood behind him, their gazes sharp and unwelcoming. Vikir studied a human quietly. As expected, this was the man. The culprit behind the Red Death in the forest. In that moment, memories from before his regression surfaced, whispers of an old man in the forest, a tale of madness and ambition. A man who had poisoned his own people in an attempt to become a hero, only to fail in curing them and ultimately bring ruin upon his entire tribe. A human's thoughts spiraled. He refused to believe that Vikir could know the truth. Forcing a crooked smile, he turned to the crowd and spoke with sarcasm, asking whether everyone had gathered simply to welcome the old shaman. The matriarch stepped forward, her voice steady as she asked whether the ceremony had been completed. Feigning confidence, a human declared that the infection would soon fade away. In response, the matriarch spoke of a war within the empire, one ignited by the Red Death. Investigations had revealed that the disease was not natural but artificially created and deliberately spread. What troubled her most was that there was no connection between the imperial factions and the deep forest. By all logic, the infection should never have reached them. A human hesitated, then claimed ignorance. He insisted that he had only come after performing a ritual meant to save the tribe. The matriarch's eyes narrowed. She asked why, then, he had come to the catchment area instead of returning to the village. Her gaze briefly shifted to Vikir, silently affirming that a human's presence there validated what Vikir had already told her. A human, however, looked lost, unable to grasp what the two of them were implying. Turning back to him, the matriarch said that now they would see whether what Vikir had said next would also prove true. Sweat began pouring down a human's face. His voice trembled as he asked what they were talking about. The matriarch calmly recalled Vikir's claim, that a human intended to turn this disaster into an opportunity, to crown himself the tribe's hero, and that he would surely be carrying the cure for the Red Death with him. A suffocating pressure radiated from the matriarch as her aura shifted. Her voice dropped, cold and commanding, as she demanded to see what was inside his pouch. At that moment, Vikir's thoughts drifted back to a conversation he had once had with Ayan. She had spoken of a human's past, peeling back layers long buried. A human was not originally Balak. His origins were unknown. Long ago, he had arrived as a slave under the rule of the former shaman. Everything changed when he murdered that shaman during a planned coup and stole his sorcerer's power. Because he helped suppress the rebellion that followed, he was elevated from slavery and named the new shaman. To earn acceptance, he endured years of humiliation, cleaning filth, performing every menial task, even serving as bait during hunts. Only when his hair turned gray did the tribe finally grant him respect. Watching a human now, Vikir wondered if the old shaman craved the authority and recognition he had been denied in his youth. It was clear to him that a human had overstepped the matriarch's authority, attempting to seize control of the forest itself. The matriarch's anger was unmistakable as she repeated her demand to see the pouch. A human, visibly shaking, claimed it only contained flour he had saved to eat after the ceremony. As he reached for it, his hands trembled. The pouch slipped from his grasp and fell straight into the river. The contents dissolved instantly into the water. A human cried out in panic, blaming his trembling hands for the accident. At the same time, the matriarch's gaze hardened. She acknowledged Vikir's suspicions aloud, stating that she could not believe the pouch had been thrown into the river by coincidence. Silence settled heavily over the riverbank as the truth closed in around a human. Vikir calmly remarked that with the pouch lost to the river, the contents could no longer be examined using the same approach as before. At once, a human erupted in outrage. He vehemently denied possessing any antidote and argued that accusing him was equivalent to branding him as the one who had poisoned the entire forest. With trembling fury, he pointed at Vikir and demanded that the matriarch punish him for slandering an honorable shaman. The matriarch did not refute his words outright. Instead, she acknowledged that no one could be condemned without proof. If a human truly believed himself innocent, she declared, then his dignity and honor would be safeguarded. A human's lips curled into a smug grin. Without evidence, even the matriarch's authority had limits. In his mind, he had already escaped judgment. That confidence shattered the moment the matriarch spoke again and ordered an Iliad. A murmur rippled through the gathered tribes. The Iliad was an ancient Balic tradition, invoked only when disputes could not be resolved through words. It was a decisive trial. The one who emerged victorious would be recognized as competent and righteous, while the loser would bear the consequences of proven inadequacy. Ahan stepped forward and addressed a human directly, reminding him that he had always preached reverence for tradition. The Iliad, she said, was also a sacred Balic custom. If he truly wished to protect their ways, then he should demonstrate it through action. Inside, a human cursed bitterly, but outwardly he could not refuse. With forced composure, he agreed and proposed that the Iliad be held 4 days later, on the night of the full moon. Vikir immediately objected. He stated that tradition dictated otherwise. The one who received the challenge, not the challenger, had the right to decide the time. His voice remained even as he laid bare his intent. Evidence and verification, he said, were never the point. Forcing a human into a position where requesting an Iliad became his only escape had been the goal from the very beginning. A faint smile touched Vikir's lips as he concluded by suggesting that the Iliad begin immediately. Near the mountain summit, the Balic tribe gathered in solemn anticipation. The matriarch stood at the center of the warrior circle and declared the start of the Iliad. Her voice carried a stern warning: anyone who attempted to flee would be executed without mercy. Behind her loomed the warrior's mountain, where the ancestors rested. With their forebears watching, no disgraceful act would be forgiven. She called upon the judgment of the ancestors and commanded the Balic warriors to prove their righteousness. Ayan, smiling brightly, shouted encouragement toward Vikir, urging him to end the fight with a single strike. Others quickly joined her, chanting his name until it echoed through the mountains. A human clenched his teeth. Frustration burned through him as he bit into his finger, letting drops of blood spill onto the ground. He was convinced that once he won, the chanting would stop. An Iliad was not limited to blades alone. From the blood-soaked earth, 3 skeletons clawed their way to the surface. A human commanded them to guard his blind spots and alert him to any movement from Vikir. Gripping his bow, he smirked with confidence. There was no way someone who had only spent 2 years in the forest could defeat him. He had survived here for 7 years. He knew the terrain intimately. All he had to do was wait. The moment Vikir appeared, an arrow would pierce him. What a human did not realize was that Vikir had already arrived. Upside down, hanging silently from a branch behind him, Vikir observed his opponent. His thoughts briefly turned to the silent heal skill he had acquired after killing the swamp's master. It was a Mashu ability that allowed him to move and strike without producing sound, erasing even the faintest noise. For assassination, it was exceptionally effective. Watching a human manipulate necromancy, Vikir considered the possibility that he originated from Lokoko, a tribe of shamans. The thought held no real importance. It changed nothing. In the next instant, Vikir dropped from the tree. He landed among the skeletons, his movements impossibly fast. Red arcs flashed through the air as his hand struck again and again. The skeletons collapsed into fragments before they could react. A human, still wearing his confident grin, believed Vikir was frozen in fear. Then reality struck. Vikir appeared behind him without a sound and drove Beelzebub straight into his chest. A human's eyes widened as blood filled his mouth. Coughing violently, he staggered, unable to understand what had happened. He had heard no footsteps, no rustling leaves, nothing at all. With a single decisive shove, Vikir sent him crashing to the ground. The man lay sprawled in the dirt, eyes unfocused and hollow. Vikir withdrew Beelzebub and stood tall, the victor beyond any doubt. Ayn rushed toward him at once, unable to hide her relief and excitement. Around them, the barbarians stared in stunned silence. The confrontation had ended far too quickly for anyone to intervene. Murmurs spread through the crowd, some claiming that the ancestors themselves had judged a human's words as unworthy of consideration. The Iliad had ended abruptly and absolutely, leaving the mountain summit drowned in silence, broken only by the faint whisper of leaves stirred by the wind. On the ground, the defeated human writhed in agony. Fire coursed through his body from the wound in his chest, and terror clawed at him as death crept closer. Memories flooded his mind, years of humiliation, compromise, and shame, all endured simply to survive among the Balak. A crushing sense of injustice consumed him as his gaze locked onto Vikir. Resentment festered, directed not only at Vikir but at the Balak tribe, Lakoko, and every single person who had ever scorned him. In his twisted perspective, they were all to blame for stealing the life he believed should have been his. Watching the man's prolonged suffering, Vikir turned to Ahan and suggested that ending it quickly might be an act of mercy. Ahan refused without hesitation. He reminded Vikir that Ahol had nearly died because of the Red Death. Even if a human was his grandfather, forgiveness was impossible. A coward, he declared, deserved pain, not pity. Unnoticed by everyone, the dying human began tracing symbols into the ground using his own blood. His trembling hand moved with desperate precision. The moment the final line was completed, a deep purple aura surged from the ancestor's grave. The coffin lid creaked open, and in an instant, the sky and earth were swallowed by a dark, ominous violet energy. The sudden shift sent a chill through everyone present. Alarm spread through the crowd as they stared at the grave in disbelief. Ahan's face drained of color as he realized what his grandfather had done. Vikir, sensing Ahan's shock, turned back toward a human. He froze. Despite the wound that should have collapsed his lungs, a human was still moving. Furious shouts erupted from the barbarians, accusing him of defiling the grave and inviting the wrath of the ancestors. A human slowly rose, his eyes glowing purple, an eerie aura coiling around him. He laughed hoarsely and asked whether it was truly the ancestors he should fear. Something was terribly wrong. Vikir sprinted toward him, shouting that they had to kill him immediately. Just as he reached striking distance, a violent explosion tore through the air, hurling Vikir backward. As he struggled to his feet, dread filled his chest. Had he been too late? Ayan arrived behind him and stared in shock at the source of the blast, an arrow saturated with dense, blackened energy. A human lifted his gaze toward the peak of the mountain and proclaimed that since the decision had been entrusted to the ancestors, the time had come for their judgment to descend. At the summit stood an undead woman, a bow clenched in her skeletal grip. Information surfaced at once: she was a Death Knight, her risk rating stretching into the highest tiers. A Death Knight was a being that had reached the pinnacle of life before falling into corruption, transforming into an undead existence. Such entities used both soul and flesh to draw in dark mana until it flooded their veins and muscles. Ain's eyes widened as she stared at the figure above. She whispered in disbelief, questioning whether that creature was truly their ancestor. Meanwhile, Vikir observed a human closely, his thoughts racing. Resurrection sorcery involving a Balak ancestor was far beyond what a mere shaman should be capable of. The possibility gnawed at him. Had a human already crossed the line and turned himself into something else entirely? As if answering his thoughts, a human summoned skeletons and mocked them, asking whether they truly believed he had lived among the Balak all this time without preparing any countermeasures. He sneered and told them not to be so shocked. Warrior's Mountain, he revealed, held more than a single grave. One by one, coffins burst open. More Death Knights emerged, their presence suffocating the battlefield. A human fled at once, escaping in a carriage drawn by skeletons. His laughter echoed behind him as he shouted for them to struggle and survive against their own ancestors if they could. Ahan arrived just behind him, fury burning in his eyes. He demanded to know how far his grandfather was willing to sink. Drawing his bow, he prepared to fire, but before his arrow could fly, another shot streaked through the air and shattered his own, stopping him cold. Ahan turned sharply toward the source of the interference and froze. It was the Balak ancestor herself who had intervened. Before anyone could react, an arrow tore out of the forest like a bolt of judgment and obliterated the undead ancestor's head in a single strike. The corpse collapsed instantly. The matriarch stepped forward without hesitation. After confirming the kill, she issued a calm but absolute command for everyone to prepare for battle. She made it clear that the figures standing before them were not true ancestors but puppets manipulated by a human. There was no need for hesitation or reverence. Survival came first. The undead had to be destroyed. The battlefield erupted into chaos. The Balak tribe clashed head-on with their undead ancestors in a brutal and merciless struggle. Despite their resolve, the situation quickly grew grim. The Baloks began to fall one after another, overwhelmed by the monstrous strength of enemies who once stood at the pinnacle of their tribe. Each undead moved with terrifying power, their blows crushing defenses and tearing through ranks. Then a piercing scream cut through the noise. An undead woman raised her head, only for it to explode as an arrow punched straight through it. Moments later, 2 more undead suffered the same fate, their heads erased by flawless shots fired from afar. Vikir followed the trajectory of the arrows and focused on the matriarch. She was firing with terrifying efficiency, 1 arrow for 1 death knight. Each shot was precise, lethal, and final. These were enemies comparable to high-ranked graduators, yet she eliminated them as if they were little more than targets. Watching her fight, Vikir understood why she was called the Night Fox, Aquila. The rumors about her single-handedly defending the forest from the Empire were not exaggerations. Turning to Ayan, Vikir spoke with certainty. With Aquila on the battlefield, the tribe would hold. There was no reason to remain here. He told her to follow him. When Ayan asked where they were going, Vikir answered without hesitation. Their target was a human. Far from the battlefield, a human was already retreating. He laughed to himself as he fled, convinced the Balok would one day regret casting him out. As he moved, he glanced at a nearby skeleton and issued a brief command, sending it off to carry out a task before continuing onward. His thoughts churned. Even with the ancestors resurrected, Aquila's presence meant he could not act recklessly. She was a prodigy, the strongest village head in Balok history. A slow, twisted smile crept across his face as a new plan took shape. No matter how brilliant Aquila was, he believed she would not be able to handle what he was about to unleash. Vikir and Ayan eventually located a human deep within the forest. He was seated at the center of a massive magic circle, chanting in a low, rhythmic voice. Stone pillars surrounded the area, arranged in a pattern that felt ancient and deliberate. Vikir frowned, unsettled by the choice of location, and asked Ayan if she knew the significance of the pillars. Ayan admitted she did not know the details, but one thing was clear. Whatever a human was attempting, they could not allow him to finish. Drawing her bow, she infused the arrow with aura and declared her intent to kill him. The arrow flew straight toward its mark. Just before impact, a human shouted triumphantly that he was finished. A hand burst out of the ground and caught the arrow between its fingers. A human laughed, his voice filled with manic joy. He announced that the summoning had succeeded. According to legend, this being slept alone deep within the forest, unnoticed by all except him. Spreading his arms, a human welcomed his newly summoned ally, the divine archer, Adonai. Ayan stood frozen, unable to believe what she was seeing. The undead figure before her was Adonai. Vikir was equally stunned. Summoning Adonai, the legendary archer of the Balok, was beyond reason. The implications were horrifying. There was no time to process it. Adonai raised his bow and loosed an arrow at them. Vikir reacted instantly, summoning Beelzebub and twisting the arrow's trajectory just enough to divert it. The arrow slammed into a tree, and detonated. The explosion ripped through the forest, splintering wood and blasting debris outward. Vikir stared in shock. That arrow had been formed entirely of aura. He barely had time to register the danger before he heard Ayan cry out in pain. Blood stained her thigh where the arrow had grazed her. She clenched her teeth and said it felt as if her leg were burning from the inside. Vikir's expression darkened. Poison. Most likely from Adonai's arrow. His mind raced as fragments of legend aligned. The story of Adonai slaying that monstrous creature was real. And the bow Adai wielded now, it had been crafted from the remains of Madame Eight Legs. Before Vikir could fully absorb the realization, Adonai unleashed a relentless barrage of aura arrows. Vikir threw everything into defense, using Beelzebub to deflect them one after another. Each deflected arrow exploded on impact, tearing open the ground and shattering the terrain. When the storm finally ended, the land was cracked and scarred beyond recognition. Vikir remained standing, though his breathing was heavy and his body strained. He positioned himself in front of Ayan, shielding her completely. Even Beelzebub trembled, releasing strained, almost pained sounds. Ayan noticed his condition and felt her chest tighten. She told him to stop protecting her, to run while he still could, and to leave her behind. A human's laughter rang across the shattered battlefield, sharp and triumphant, as he basked in what he believed was his inevitable victory. His contempt for Vikir and Ayan was no longer concealed. With a venomous sneer, he ordered Adai to finish them. Adonai responded without hesitation. Drawing his bow, he released an arrow steeped in deathly aura, a projectile so dense with killing intent that it seemed capable of snuffing out life itself before impact. Vikir stepped forward at once, tightening his grip and bracing himself to block the attack head-on. Before the arrow could reach them, fate intervened. A figure appeared out of nowhere. A hand closed around the arrow mid-flight, stopping it cold. Time seemed to freeze. A human, Vikir, and Ayan all stared in stunned silence as the impossible unfolded before their eyes. From the shadows stepped the matriarch, Aquila. She held the arrow calmly in her bare hand. With a slow, deliberate motion, she tightened her grip. The arrow cracked, its dark aura dispersing into nothingness under her overwhelming strength. A chill crept up a human's spine as Aquila lifted her gaze and met his eyes. Her voice was low, cold, and unmistakably dangerous. "Let's talk." Ayan cried out in shock, unable to believe her mother had appeared at this exact moment. Aquila turned slightly and explained that she had sensed an overwhelming aura erupting nearby. Coming here, she said, had been the correct decision. A human staggered back a step, muttering Aquila's name in disbelief. Ayan hurried to her mother's side and urgently warned her about the poisoned arrow, insisting she treat herself immediately. Aquila glanced down at her hand, acknowledging the poison that had seeped into her blood. Without hesitation, she clenched her fist. A muffled explosion echoed from within her palm. When she opened her hand again, darkened blood and traces of poison dripped onto the ground. Vikir watched in stunned silence. He realized she had forcibly expelled the contaminated blood by detonating aura inside her own body. It was a brutal and incredibly rare technique, one that required absolute control and monstrous endurance. Aquila turned her attention back to a human and called out to him. The coldness in her tone made his fear surge uncontrollably. He began ranting, accusing her of forcing him into a corner, of leaving him no other choice. Aquila paid no attention to his excuses. Instead, she asked him a single question. Her gaze shifted to the undead archer standing nearby. "Is that truly the divine archer?" she asked calmly, "Sir Adonai?" A human straightened, regaining a measure of confidence. He declared that the figure before her was indeed the legendary Adai, someone even she would not dare to challenge. Aquila smiled. "I see," she replied, acknowledging his words. She then turned briefly to Ayan and Vikir, praising them for holding out this long. She instructed them to stay back and not interfere. With that, her focus returned fully to the divine archer. Despite the circumstances, Aquila addressed Adonai with respect, stating that it was an honor to meet him. Then, without hesitation, she proposed a duel to determine who stood above the other as a warrior. The battlefield was set. Aquila moved first. She loosed 5 arrows in rapid succession, each one infused with master-grade aura. The arrows tore through the air like streaks of light. Adonai reacted instantly, his movements almost unreal. He slipped past each arrow effortlessly, his body flowing as though guided by instinct alone. In response, Adonai drew back his bow and formed an arrow of dark aura. He released it toward Aquila. She twisted her body with breathtaking agility, narrowly avoiding the shot as it exploded behind her, ripping apart trees and earth alike. The clash escalated rapidly. Arrow after arrow flew, detonating across the forest. Explosions thundered endlessly, shaking the ground and shredding the landscape. Sensing the danger, Vikir prepared himself to move Ayan to a safer location. Even from a distance, the pressure of the battle was overwhelming. As he watched the two exchange blows, a single thought echoed in his mind. This was a duel between warriors wielding master-grade aura. A sight so rare it had scarcely been witnessed since the time of the fall. From his concealed vantage point, a human watched the clash unfold and silently acknowledged Aquila's fearsome reputation as the Night Fox. Even so, he knew better than anyone that confronting Sir Adonai was no trivial matter. Suddenly, a twisted laugh escaped his lips. With open malice, he declared that Aquila could never defeat Adonai, because Adonai was already dead. As an undead existence, he could endlessly draw upon hell's dimensional aura, and an arrow born of infinite power was something no living warrior could withstand. Aquila, having already taken several injuries, quickly recognized the growing disadvantage. A prolonged ranged battle favored Adonai. As she studied him closely, she confirmed what her instincts had been telling her: his speed, power, and mobility were flawless. Yet, despite that perfection, there was something essential missing. When their arrows collided again, the resulting explosion swallowed the battlefield in dust and debris. Aquila seized the moment. Using the obscuring cloud, she closed the distance in a heartbeat and drove a kick toward Adonai's neck. He evaded with fluid precision and, in the same motion, manifested a sword of dark aura. The blade swept outward, cleaving through nearby trees as if they were paper, though Aquila narrowly escaped its edge. She countered instantly. A dagger left her hand, spinning through the air and striking Adonai's wrist. The dark sword dissipated, slipping from his grasp. Exploiting his brief loss of balance, Aquila struck his knee with a sharp kick, breaking his stance. Before he could recover, she loosed an aura-infused arrow. It tore through the forest with devastating force. As the dust settled, Adonai stood with the entire right upper half of his body obliterated. Aquila looked at him steadily. She addressed him as a great ancestor and asked whether his hesitation came from being dead, or from a lingering desire to spare his descendants. Either way, she declared her intention to release him from this cursed existence. Another arrow flew toward him. Adonai did not move. He stood still, almost welcoming the strike. Just before the arrow reached his face, a massive arm formed entirely of dark aura erupted into existence and caught it mid-flight. Adonai screamed as violent energy surged outward, rebuilding his destroyed right side as the darkness fused with his undead body. At that moment, a human's eyes widened. He realized Adonai was resisting the necromancy spell itself. Legends, he concluded, truly were different. Snarling in frustration, he berated such half-measures and ordered Adonai to fight without restraint, to annihilate every threat standing in his way. Aquila shouted at a human in fury, but her voice was drowned out by Adonai's scream. Dark aura engulfed him completely, twisting and condensing until his transformation was complete. His presence became overwhelming, oppressive, and deeply unnatural. A human laughed triumphantly and proclaimed that the being before them could no longer be called Adonai. Before the tension could settle, the forest trembled. 3 colossal monsters emerged nearby, drawn by the violent fluctuations of aura. A human recognized them instantly, A-rank monsters native to the deep forest. They barely had time to roar. In the blink of an eye, 3 arrows were released. The monsters collapsed almost simultaneously, each slain before anyone could even register the shots. Aquila froze, stunned. She had not seen the arrows at all. A human chuckled, though even he felt a flicker of shock at witnessing Adonai's full might. Recovering quickly, he ordered Adonai to kill the woman standing before them. The assault resumed immediately. Aquila dodged relentlessly as arrows rained down upon her, each one carrying murderous intent. With every near miss, venom from Madame Eight Legs seeped into her body, spreading numbness and slowing her movements. Realizing she could not afford a drawn-out fight, Aquila pivoted sharply and released 2 arrows in succession. The first veered off course, seemingly missing entirely. The second flew straight toward Adonai's face. He destroyed the frontal arrow with ease. For a brief moment, shock flickered across Aquila's face, then it transformed into a confident smile. The arrow that had missed suddenly reversed its trajectory, spinning back through the air and piercing cleanly through Adonai's throat. Aquila explained calmly that while it appeared the first arrow had failed and the second had been blocked, the true strike came afterward. Once the second arrow was intercepted, the first, having reached maximum rotation, returned and struck from behind. It was her personal technique, created after long contemplation of Adonai's legendary battle against the Imperial Knight. Her satisfaction vanished almost instantly. Adonai reached up, pulled the arrow from his throat, and stood unharmed. A human burst into mocking laughter. He taunted Aquila, telling her that no matter how many hardened warriors she had fought, she had never faced a corpse. Adonai was already dead, there was no vital point to destroy with a single arrow. Far away, on a cliff overlooking the chaos, Ayan watched as explosions echoed through the forest. Her heart clenched with fear for her mother. The forest itself seemed to quake. She wanted desperately to rush in and help, but she remembered Vikir's instructions. He had told her to stay hidden while he dealt with a human and severed the source of the necromancy. True to that plan, Vikir sprinted through the forest. He concluded that a human feared Aquila deeply, which meant he would be hiding behind Adonai rather than facing her directly. Before long, Vikir spotted him crouched behind a massive tree. He stopped instantly. Then he charged. Vikir resolved to kill a human with a single strike. Before he could reach his target, a Death Knight materialized out of thin air and delivered a devastating kick. The ground exploded from the impact. Vikir twisted mid-run, narrowly evading the blow, and retreated to a safer distance, eyes locked on the new threat. The commotion caught a human's attention. He turned, recognized Vikir, and erupted into curses. With grim satisfaction, he declared that he had anticipated someone coming for him. That was why he had already summoned his elite Death Knights, warriors so skilled that they had been buried in the graves of heroes. The trap had been waiting all along. At a human's command, the Death Knights surged toward Vikir from every direction, their movements perfectly synchronized, intent on tearing him apart. At the same time, Adonai's arrow finally struck true. The projectile slammed into Aquila's waist, and she collapsed to one knee with a sharp cry of pain, her breath torn from her lungs. Watching her fall, a human laughed in delight. In that moment, he savored what he believed to be his long-awaited victory. To him, the forest was no longer a home but a prize, compensation for every slight, every humiliation, and every year of scorn he had endured. As a dense, murderous aura swelled behind him, he began to unveil his twisted ambition. First, he would slaughter every clan member who had ever looked down on him. Only then would he ascend as the ruler of the forest and bask in the power he believed was rightfully his. Vikir moved. Activating the sixth technique of the Baskerville clan, he vanished and reappeared in a blur of motion. In the space of a single breath, the Death Knights surrounding him were erased. One after another, they shattered and dissolved into nothingness. As the last remnants faded, Vikir spoke calmly, almost casually, remarking that a human's plan would be difficult to execute. After all, the people of the forest stood firmly on his side. A human stared at him, mouth hanging open. His mind struggled to accept what his eyes had just witnessed. Death Knights stronger than high-ranked graduators had been annihilated in an instant. Terror crept into his heart as a horrifying question surfaced: was this boy even stronger than a high-ranked graduator? Vikir's gaze met his, cold and merciless. He asked quietly whether a human truly believed he could hide his desires. The words shattered what remained of a human's composure. Fear seized him so completely that his legs nearly gave out. Desperate, he screamed for Adonai to protect him. Adonai responded at once, drawing his bow and preparing to fire at Vikir. But before the arrow could be released, Aquila, despite her injury, appeared behind him and drove a powerful kick into his back. The sudden impact ruined the shot, and the arrow flew past Vikir's back by mere inches. Seeing the killing intent in Vikir's eyes, a human screamed again, begging Adonai to act. He never received another answer. In a blink, a human's hands were severed, cleanly and without resistance. As he stared down in disbelief, trying to understand what had happened, his head was sliced off just as effortlessly. Even in death, confusion was frozen on his face. He never comprehended how swiftly everything had ended. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Balak tribe was still locked in brutal combat with the remaining Death Knights. The situation was grim. One Death Knight shattered a young girl's bow and raised the broken weapon to strike her down. Before the blow could land, the knight's body crumbled into ash. Moments later, the same fate claimed the rest of the undead legion, each dissolving until nothing remained. On the other side of the field, Aquila stood breathing heavily as Adonai's body began to disintegrate. She placed her hand gently on his and whispered for him to finally rest in peace. A human, however, was still alive, if only barely. Sprawled on the ground, he raged at his failure, cursing the lost chance to claim the forest. His hatred turned toward Vikir, whom he blamed as an interfering child of the Empire. Vikir met his gaze without emotion, reflecting on the man's terrifying potential. A human had not only embraced undeath but had wielded extraordinary magic, controlling countless Death Knights and even Adonai himself. Vikir could not help but wonder how formidable he might have become had he truly walked the path of a shaman. A human's laughter rang out, manic and hollow. He vowed that this was not the end and swore revenge for being driven out. His threat was cut short when an arrow pierced straight through his forehead. Vikir turned to see Ahan standing behind him, bow still raised, his chest heaving from exertion. Ahan apologized, admitting that if he had listened earlier and acted sooner, things might not have escalated so far. Vikir reassured him calmly, telling him it was not his fault and that he had done well. With the true culprit finally eliminated, a wave of relief swept through everyone present. Vikir suggested they return to the village. What awaited them there was devastation. The village lay in ruins, reduced to smoldering debris and broken structures. An cried out in disbelief, demanding to know what had happened. The matriarch's face darkened as she remembered that those who had not joined the Iliad had remained behind. With tears in her eyes, Ale explained that Madame had appeared. An froze, asking in shock whether Madame Eight Legs had truly come. Ahan rushed to his sister, anxiously checking her condition. Meanwhile, Vikir frowned, troubled by the timing. The monster had remained dormant until now. Why unleash such destruction during their battle with a human? An pointed toward a specific area, explaining that smoke had risen from their grandfather's ceremonial tent just before Madame's arrival. Later, at the site, Vikir examined the scorched leaves and reached a chilling conclusion. A human had burned a plant that attracted insects, deliberately luring Madame to the village. The realization left Vikir stunned by the depth of a human's planning. Enraged, the matriarch struck a massive boulder with her fist, cursing a human's name. One of her subordinates tried to restrain her, warning that her injuries were worsening. Regaining control, she declared that the village could be rebuilt and food gathered again. She ordered the uninjured warriors to tend to the wounded and search for survivors. Nearby, An knelt beside his wolf, Bakira. The beast trembled in agony, one leg rendered useless by Madame's poison. With tears streaming down his face, An embraced him and apologized for leaving him alone. Madame Eight Legs was the evil goddess of the forest, a calamity incarnate. Every tribe feared her, for her existence embodied absolute and overwhelming darkness. To the Balak, Madame was a natural disaster, something beyond revenge or retaliation. Vikir, however, was already formulating a plan. That night, under the cover of darkness, he entered matriarch Akila's tent. When she asked why he had come, Vikir calmly requested that she tell him everything about Madame Eight Legs. Akila studied him carefully and questioned his sudden interest. In response, Vikir produced a document he had obtained from the LCO tribe's village. It was a detailed record of Madame, her poison, eyewitness accounts of her battles with other monsters, and even the location of her lair. Yet Vikir admitted his confusion. After reading it, he could not understand why the forest tribes feared Madame so deeply, nor why they had never attempted to subjugate her together. The matriarch answered with a solemn expression. She explained that Balak's knowledge of Madame had been passed down through countless generations. She then recounted the ancient battle between the archer god Adonai and Madame Eight Legs. Adonai had once pierced one of Madame's legs with his arrow. But instead of victory, that strike marked the beginning of despair. The severed leg regenerated, and multiplied. The more they destroyed her legs, the more of them grew. That was the true reason Madame Eight Legs was feared above all else. The only part of Madame that could be damaged were her legs, yet even that hope proved false. Each severed limb returned stronger than before, multiplying as though destruction itself nourished her. Not even the arrows of Sir Adonai could pierce her true body, and every warrior who stood against her eventually succumbed to her poison. Akila's own lingering wound, inflicted long ago by Adonai's poisoned arrow during that battle, remained as living proof of Madame's terrifying power. With a grave expression, Akila declared Madame Eight Legs to be an evil goddess, an existence born from the accumulated blood, resentment, and sacrifices of countless forest warriors across generations. She warned Vikir not to harbor thoughts of confronting the creature. Her voice wavered as she admitted that she could not endure losing more of her people. Vikir listened in silence. He understood clearly that defeating someone like Akila or Adonai head-on would be nearly impossible for him. But Madame was different. She was not a warrior or a hero, she was a monster. And monsters, no matter how powerful, always followed instincts. They had habits. They had patterns. They had weaknesses. Vikir had faced beings comparable to Madame during the World of the Fall, when demonic creatures flooded the human realm. Compared to those horrors, Madame was terrifying, but not unknowable. No matter how strong she was, she remained a monster. And monsters could be hunted. Deep within the forest's heart, a mountain that appeared serene and lifeless suddenly convulsed. From its peak, massive legs burst forth, tearing stone apart as Madame Eight Legs revealed herself. Her shriek split the air, echoing endlessly through the forest. Hidden nearby, Vikir observed her emergence and noted the deafening sound that accompanied her awakening. He remained concealed as Madame departed to hunt. Over several days of careful observation, Vikir identified a consistent pattern. She left her lair at a fixed time, remained away for roughly 2 hours, and always returned along the same route. The moment she vanished into the forest, Vikir moved. He scaled the mountain swiftly and reached the summit, where he discovered that the rocky exterior concealed a hollow interior. Spiderwebs blanketed every surface, layered thickly like woven steel. Cutting a chunk of stone with Beelzebub, he extracted a section of web clinging to it. Examining the cross-section, he realized that even a high-level graduator's Mona would struggle to slice through it. Recognizing its value, Vikir repurposed the web as a descent line. Lowering himself into the cavern, he studied the structure carefully. The entrance was barely wide enough for Madame's massive body, but the deeper he descended, the wider the space became. Everything about the lair had been shaped to suit its monstrous owner. Further below, he encountered a nightmarish sight. Bodies, humans and monsters alike, were wrapped tightly in webs, suspended like grotesque trophies. Some were fresh. Others had long since decayed. Vikir could not tell whether Madame preserved them as warnings or kept them merely for amusement. Suppressing his revulsion, he pressed onward. Time was limited. Then he found them, eggs embedded into the cavern wall. He removed one carefully and confirmed it immediately. Madame's egg. In that moment, everything became clear. This was the origin of the countless spider demons that had flooded the world during the collapse. He secured the egg, intending to study it further. Suddenly, the cavern trembled. Madame returned. Her enormous legs scraped stone as she entered the lair, pausing to survey her domain. Vikir flattened himself against the webbing, holding his breath. After several tense moments, she turned and left once more. Only then did Vikir allow himself to exhale. He suspected that Madame sensed intruders instinctively. Without Mashasu's sound-dampening ability, he would have been discovered instantly. Realizing the risk, he chose to withdraw and return before his luck ran out. Back in Balak village, rebuilding efforts filled the air with noise and dust. Amid the activity, villagers whispered about Vikir. Some said he had built a private lodging and had not emerged for days. Others claimed they had seen him leaving at dawn, heading toward another tribe. One odd detail unsettled them all, the faint scent of burning that lingered around his dwelling. Still, many dismissed their worries. Vikir had always planned several steps ahead. Yet one concern remained unresolved. He had not met with Commander An. Standing outside his tent, An called out, explaining that her mother had told her about his questions regarding Madame. Her voice trembled as she begged him not to attempt the impossible. No one could defeat that monster. Tears welled as she revealed that Bakira had lost his leg to Madame's poison and might never run again. If something happened to Vikir as well, she confessed she would not be able to endure it. Before she could say more, Vikir invited her inside. Within the tent, An found a board covered in documents, maps, and notes. Confused, she asked what she was looking at. Vikir explained that he had gathered records from multiple forest tribes, accounts of Madame's appearances, her poison, her battles. He had analyzed the web, fragments of her skin, and even the egg taken from her lair. Alarmed, An asked if he had entered Madame's cave. Fearing his intentions, she offered to fight alongside him. Vikir calmly refused, pointing out her unresolved injuries. She would only slow him down. He then revealed that he would soon leave the forest. There were matters he had to settle in Baskerville. Ayan, her expression subdued, admitted she had already expected this. Sensing her sadness, Vikir reassured her that he would return. This forest was a place he intended to protect, a place he planned to come back to. He spoke plainly then. He was preparing to hunt Madame. He would not allow Bakira's fate to be repeated. Ayan hesitated at the word hunt, recalling every impossible situation Vikir had already faced and overcome. From the poison incident to a human schemes, he had always returned with answers. Smiling faintly, she took his hand and asked if it was all right for her to look forward to the outcome as well. Vikir answered softly that it was. That night, rain poured relentlessly over the forest. Somewhere beneath the storm, Vikir confronted a massive salamander. It lunged at him, only for Beelzebub to sever its arm in a single stroke. To his surprise, the limb regenerated almost instantly. Vikir observed calmly. As long as the head remained intact, the creature could regenerate endlessly. Nodding to himself, he declared that this was exactly what he needed. Fixing the salamander with an icy gaze, he demanded its power. Beelzebub's abilities were now complete: burn injury, silent healing, and regeneration. Ahan wiped the sweat from his brow and straightened his aching back, announcing with clear satisfaction that the house was finally finished. One of his friends stared at the newly built structure in disbelief, openly shocked that Ahan, of all people, possessed such skill with his hands. Another laughed and asked whether the house had been built for Vikir. With a proud grin, Ahan nodded. He said that Vikir was no different from a brother to him, and that building a house for family was only natural. The group burst into laughter, teasing him by recalling how openly hostile he had once been toward Vikir. Ahan waved them off, unfazed by the jokes. He reminded them that without Vikir, the village would never have recovered. Thanks to him, everything had finally returned to how it used to be. Excited to show off their work, they hurried toward Vikir's tent, only to find it completely empty. One friend guessed that he must have stepped out. Ahan's shoulders drooped slightly in disappointment. He had hoped to see Vikir's reaction when he saw the house. The other friend scoffed, questioning whether Vikir would ever show something as obvious as being touched. From a distance, Ayan watched quietly. She already knew that this day would come. Closing her eyes, she whispered a prayer to the forest god, asking for protection and blessings for the warrior who was about to walk straight into calamity. Far away, near the heart of the forest, Vikir stood before Madame's lair. Thick clouds gathered overhead, dark and heavy. He calmly noted that rain would fall soon. Madame would be sleeping at this hour. It was the perfect moment. He had already run through countless possibilities in his mind, accounting for every variable the hunt could bring. Every danger had a response prepared. Everything was in place. Without hesitation, Vikir leapt into the depths of the lair, declaring the beginning of the hunt. Deep inside, Madame Eight-Legs slept in silence, unaware that death had finally come knocking. Vikir reached her in an instant. Drawing upon Baskerville's sixth technique, he struck, severing one of her massive legs in a clean arc. The pain tore Madame from her slumber, and a shrill scream shook the cavern. Vikir landed smoothly and watched with narrowed eyes as the severed limb regenerated. Worse, it split and doubled, just as Adai's records had described. Madame lashed out in fury. Vikir decided it was time to execute his first plan. He moved like a streak of lightning, cutting through her legs one after another. Madame shrieked again, releasing torrents of poisonous fluid in retaliation. Vikir twisted and dodged, weaving through the toxic clouds with precision, but he knew avoidance had its limits. A single drop touched his arm. Pain flared instantly as the poison spread at an alarming speed. Gritting his teeth, Vikir made a ruthless decision. He sliced off his own arm. Moments later, before Madame's eyes, the limb regenerated completely. Vikir looked at her calmly and told her not to be surprised. He was now standing on the same ground as she was. The battle intensified. He charged forward again, hacking at her legs while evading her strikes and the relentless poison. Even so, perfection was impossible. One brutal blow shattered his arm and tore away a leg. He tumbled downward, barely managing to catch himself on one of Madame's limbs. The brief delay was enough. His body regenerated once more. Without pause, Vikir resumed the assault. Time lost meaning. Legs piled up across the lair floor as the fight dragged on. Vikir panted heavily, his stamina draining with every regeneration. He could no longer remember how many times his body had rebuilt itself. Each recovery exacted a greater toll. Madame, in contrast, continued duplicating her legs effortlessly. Then, despite his exhaustion, a smile crept across Vikir's face. Using the spiderwebs as footholds, he began climbing toward the top of the lair. Madame noticed and attempted to pursue him, but her body refused to follow. The countless duplicated legs tangled and weighed her down, making upward movement impossible. Vikir glanced back with a knowing grin. He admitted that he had never intended to outrun her. The entire battle had been designed to force her to multiply her legs over and over. What seemed like a divine ability was now turning into a curse. Too many limbs made movement impossible. Madame fired a web toward him in desperation. Vikir slipped aside with ease. He had expected it. Summoning Beelzebub, he spoke aloud, explaining that after studying her webs, he had discovered their flaw. Ordinary fire could not burn them, but the purple hellfire of the underworld reduced them to ash like dry wood. The cavern was filled with gas released from countless rotting corpses. Vikir's smile widened. Everything was ready. Vikir climbed onto the massive corpse of a dead bear and glanced around the lair, calmly noting that there could hardly be a better place for fire to spread. He turned his gaze toward Madame Eight Legs, a faint, chilling smile forming on his lips. He told her that she had accumulated far too much karma, drunk on her own power, and that the moment had finally come for her to pay the price. Driving Beelzebub straight into the bear's skull, Vikir released the purple hellfire sealed within the blade. The flames erupted violently, triggering a deafening explosion that tore through the lair and sent shockwaves rippling outward. Days earlier, Vikir had been standing at his study table, lost in thought. During his practical assessments, he had encountered Cerberus, a creature that had been forcibly driven from its territory. That incident had planted a question in his mind. Why did the forest tribes go to such lengths to chase away dangerous monsters from La Rouge near Lenore Mountain? At the time, the answer had eluded him. Now, everything made sense. The tribes had not acted out of bravery or unity. They had been pushed back, driven away by Madame herself, until they had no choice but to settle at La Rouge near Lenore Mountain. With that realization, Vikir finally grasped Madame's true intention. She had deliberately manipulated the barbarians and tribes, using them as tools to drive Cerberus and other hellish creatures farther away from her domain. By doing so, she had created distance between herself and the one thing she feared most, hellfire. What Vikir had never imagined was that her greatest weakness had been hiding in plain sight all along. Without hesitation, he poured more hellfire into the bear's corpse. The flames spread wildly, igniting the surrounding bodies one after another. A chain reaction followed, and the inferno swallowed the lair. Madame Eight Legs was soon engulfed in roaring purple flames. Watching the firestorm, Vikir coldly declared that it was time for her to reclaim all the trophies she had hoarded. He exited the cave and turned back just in time to witness a series of violent explosions tearing through the mountain behind him. After identifying hellfire as Madame's weakness, he had constructed his plan around a single condition: she must not be allowed to escape. She could not climb upward with her endlessly duplicated legs. She could not rely on her webs, which were useless against hellfire. Trapped in that space, escape should have been impossible. No matter how powerful she was still a living being. Her lungs would scorch as she inhaled the burning air, and her flesh and hardened carapace would melt under the hellfire's heat. All that remained was to wait. Once the flames died out, he would claim her unique ability. Then the ground beneath his feet trembled. Vikir turned sharply toward the lair. The shaking ceased for a split second, then the mountain exploded. His eyes widened as Madame burst forth from the collapsing mountain, tearing through stone and earth. Realization struck him like a hammer. She had destroyed the entire mountain to force her escape. Madame hissed furiously and spewed a massive cloud of poison into the air. The toxic mass detonated midair, scattering countless droplets across the surroundings. Wherever the poison landed, the ground, trees, and rock dissolved and melted away. Standing directly beneath her, Vikir quickly realized something strange. She was not attacking him directly. She could not see him. The hellfire had burned away her eyes and the hair on her body, robbing her of her vision. The collapse of the mountain had also left a deep crack running along her shell. Seeing his chance, Vikir launched himself upward. As gravity pulled him back down, he aligned Beelzebub with absolute precision and unleashed Baskerville's sixth technique, striking directly into the cracked shell. The impact blasted him backward, and Madame screamed in agony. As he stabilized himself, Vikir examined the damage and grimly concluded that one strike would not be enough. He prepared to attack again, but froze. Before his eyes, Madame's burned skin and ruined eyes peeled away. Moments later, they regenerated completely. Shock surged through him. He barely had time to react before one of her massive legs struck him, hurling him violently through the forest. He crashed to the ground, bones shattered. As he lay there gasping, realization set in. He had miscalculated. Madame could molt, discarding and regenerating specific parts of her body at will. Worse still, both of his legs had been blown away, and his regeneration was noticeably slower than before. Fatigue weighed heavily on him. As Madame advanced, Vikir struggled to breathe, forcing himself to rise. Then a voice echoed within his mind, cold and familiar. It questioned why he was fighting such a monster. It reminded him that he should have already left this forest, that his only purpose was revenge against Hugo. An image of his former self from his past life appeared before him, eyes devoid of warmth. That version of himself declared that vengeance was the only desire that had ever mattered. The older Vikir mocked him, accusing him of growing dull and complacent since entering the forest. He roared at him to remember the burning hatred he held for Hugo, to remember that Vikir van Baskerville existed solely to carry out his master's missions. Mission above life. Obedience above all. That was how he had been raised. That was how he had lived. Until the day his master beheaded him. Only then had he realized how hollow and meaningless that life had been. The older Vikir spoke of his desire to inflict the same despair upon Hugo, blaming the present Vikir for ruining everything. He screamed that the only reason they existed was to kill Hugo and destroy Baskerville. Confusion flooded Vikir's mind. He questioned whether he had ever once defied Hugo in his past life. Slowly, an answer surfaced. There had been one moment. One fleeting thought of breaking away, of choosing differently. But he had not acted. He had stayed behind his comrades, followed orders, and remained chained. In the end, he had been nothing more than one of Hugo's trained bloodhounds. With a sharp breath, Vikir rejected it. He declared that he would no longer be bound, by Hugo's commands or by blind vengeance. He refused to grant either of them control over his life. He acknowledged the regret he carried, especially at the moment of his execution, and swore that he would never again live as another man's tool. Madame Eight Legs let out a shrill scream and launched herself toward him, her massive limb descending to crush him. Vikir's fingers dug into the earth as he spoke his true desire aloud. Freedom. Summoning every ounce of strength, he narrowly avoided the killing blow. Amid the chaos, his thoughts crystallized. Revenge. Protection. Home. All of it converged into a single resolve, to live by his own will. As Madame attacked again, Vikir forced himself to rise, screaming within to stand and fight, not as a weapon, not as a hound, but as himself. Before her strike could land, an arrow shattered her leg. Then another. And another. A rain of arrows poured down, drawing agonized shrieks from the monster. Vikir turned in disbelief toward a distant hill. There stood Ayan and the matriarch, bows drawn. Ayan's voice rang out as she declared that she would not allow her husband-candidate to be killed. She called out to Vikir, announcing that they would fight together. Ayan's command echoed, and the Balak warriors responded, rallying behind Vikir. The air vibrated with resolve as arrows continued to fall, forcing Madame into furious hisses. By the time Vikir's legs regenerated, he climbed onto Madame's back. Despite his frustration at her reckless interference, he thanked Ayan sincerely. Her timing had saved his life. He struck the cracked shell again with Beelzebub, but the backlash sent him flying. The shell resisted stubbornly. Still, Vikir refused to yield. He swore to keep attacking until he found a way through. Before he could act, Madame went berserk. She slammed her legs into the ground repeatedly, triggering massive explosions that tore through the battlefield. The Balak warriors retreated hastily, shouting warnings as the earth erupted beneath them, the battle plunging into even greater chaos. Ayan was the first to grasp the meaning behind Madame's violent rampage. Watching the monster thrash and stamp the earth in desperation, she realized the truth. Vikir had driven her into a corner. This was not a sign of dominance, but fear. Raising her voice, Ayan urged the warriors not to retreat, commanding them to press on and hold their ground. At the summit of the hill, the matriarch remained motionless, her breath uneven as she observed the chaos below. For as long as she could remember, Madame Eight Legs had been regarded not as an enemy to be slain, but as a calamity to be endured. The idea of killing her had never even crossed the matriarch's mind, it was a truth etched into her very instincts. Yet the young warrior before her was doing the impossible, challenging disaster itself, tearing down a fear that had ruled generations. Clenching her teeth, the matriarch made her decision. Even if her wounds tore open, even if blood spilled from her mouth, she would act. Aura surged through her body, aurora flooding her veins, her powerful frame tightening as she drew her bow. With unwavering resolve, she released an arrow meant to carve a path through despair itself. The aura-forged arrow vanished in an instant, striking Madame with cataclysmic force. The explosion tore through the air, and Madame's shriek echoed across the battlefield as her massive body recoiled. Vikir did not hesitate. In the heartbeat created by that opening, he crossed an impossible distance, appearing beside the cracked section of Madame's shell. Channeling everything he had, he unleashed the Baskerville first technique, Fang, driving it deep into her body. The impact detonated from within, ripping her shell apart and opening a gaping wound. Ayan gasped as realization struck her. Vikir had entered Madame's body. And that was only the beginning. From within, Vikir launched a merciless assault. The second technique, biting Fang, followed instantly, then the third, slicing Fang. He flowed seamlessly into the fourth, tearing Fang, and the fifth, shredding Fang. Each strike was precise, brutal, and unrelenting. Madame's screams grew more frenzied as dark blood poured from her mouth, proof of the devastation unfolding inside her. With every technique, Vikir felt something breaking, not just Madame's body, but the chains that had bound him for so long. He would no longer live as a bloodhound, dragged forward by obedience and hatred. At last, he released everything he had left. The Baskerville sixth technique. Crushing Fang. The final blow shattered what remained of Madame's resistance. Her scream pierced the heavens, then abruptly cut short. Her eyes bulged, and in the next instant, Vikir burst forth from one of them, bloodied and broken, yet alive. The Balak warriors stared in stunned silence. Ayan cried out his name in disbelief as Madame's massive body collapsed, the impact throwing dust and debris into the air. Vikir fell near her corpse, utterly spent. His body convulsed as poison coursed through his veins, burning from within. He realized too late that Madame's blood itself was toxic. Nearby, the dying monster twitched and writhed, clinging desperately to life. Vikir tried to move, knowing he had to purge the poison, but darkness swallowed his vision before he could act. In that void, his hand lifted on its own. Beelzebub emerged and pierced Madame's body, beginning its grisly feast. Madame's consciousness was dragged into an unfamiliar realm, where confusion gave way to terror. There, Beelzebub awaited her, alongside the monstrous beings it had already consumed. Cerberus lunged first, its three heads tearing into her soul. Under Beelzebub's dominion, Madame's essence was devoured piece by piece until nothing remained. Back in the real world, distant voices called out to Vikir, warning others to stay back from the poison. Ayan ignored them and rushed to his side, pleading with him to hold on. His eyes closed once more. Then, faintly, he stirred. Muttering weakly, Vikir complained that her voice was too loud and that she should let him sleep. Tears streamed down Ayan's face as relief overwhelmed her, and she scolded him through sobs for making her worry. With Madame Eight Legs finally dead, Beelzebub released a satisfied sound. It now carried 3 abilities: deadly poison from Madame, silent healing from Mashasu, and regeneration from the swamp marsh salamander. Days later, the Balak village was alive with celebration. Warriors lay sprawled across the ground, drunk and laughing. The matriarch and another tribe's chief sat atop Madame's massive head, raising their cups in triumph. Vikir watched the revelry with a quiet sigh, wondering how long the festival had lasted. These people truly knew how to celebrate survival. He approached Bakira, who greeted him with bright eyes. Vikir praised him for overcoming another wolf and finding a mate despite losing a leg. Resting a hand on the wolf's head, he told him that his vengeance was complete and that he should rest in peace now. Reflecting on himself, Vikir considered how much he had changed. Though still imperfect, he had managed to use the 7th technique. Whether it was the result of Madame's defeat or the insight gained through battle, he could not say. Even so, he knew his strength was still far from Hugo's level. Facing Hugo head-on remained a distant challenge. Yet there was no denying it, he was far stronger than before. Breaking the garland around his neck, Vikir declared that his business here was finished. It was time to return to Baskerville. When the day of departure came, he thanked the matriarch for letting him go. She smiled and told him she had no reason to stop him. Once family, always family. Wherever he went, he would remain a Balak hunting commander. As he turned to leave, the villagers offered words of encouragement, promising support whenever he needed it. Ahan, eyes red, told him to come back anytime and that he would be waiting. Others urged him to chase greatness and not forget them. Vikir stepped into the forest with a smile, then stopped. Ayan stood ahead of him, holding something in her hands. She asked quietly if he was really leaving. He did not answer. She stepped closer and placed the item in his hands. It was Anubis, the great bow once wielded by Adonai, now adjusted for him. Realization dawned on him, that was why she had been absent these past days. Before he could speak, she placed a choker around his neck. The chain attached to it was broken. Embarrassed, she explained that she had made it after hearing him mutter about bloodhounds while unconscious. She told him firmly that he was not a bloodhound. No bloodhound would ever act as he did. He was a wolf, and a wolf should never be dragged by a chain. For the first time in a long while, Vikir felt something warm settle in his chest as he stood before her, the forest silent around them. Vikir lingered on Ayan's words, genuinely moved by the care and understanding behind them. A warmth spread through him, and his smile broadened at her quiet attempt to comfort him. He opened his mouth to thank her, but before a single word could leave his lips, Ayan suddenly reached out and caught the chain of his choker, tugging him toward her. Their distance vanished in an instant. Their lips met, soft and hesitant, yet filled with unspoken emotion. The world seemed to fall silent around them, leaving only that fleeting moment suspended in time. When Ayan finally pulled away, her composure faltered. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she turned her back to him, walking slowly toward the village. Her voice trembled as she spoke, explaining that she had heard this was how people in the Empire said goodbye. She reflected on the past, recalling how Vikir had once been weaker than her, and quietly acknowledged how much he had grown since then. With a final word, she told him to take care and wished him farewell. Vikir chuckled softly and replied that it was the first time he had ever heard of such a custom. He told her they would meet again, promising that this was not the end but merely a pause until next time. At those words, Ayan stopped mid-step. She wiped her tears, turned back, and looked at him with a gentle, relieved smile. "See you next time," she said. Leaving the forest behind, Vikir eventually reached a city. From a high vantage point, he looked down upon the familiar outline of Red All Castle. Time had passed, yet the city looked almost unchanged from his memories. His gaze settled on the Morg clan's flag fluttering atop the walls. They were still here, which meant the ruby mines were still operating and their alliance with the Baskervilles remained intact. Camus Morg's face surfaced in his thoughts, and he wondered whether she, too, was still within the city. Letting out a quiet sigh, Vikir anticipated the inevitable scolding he would likely face if he ran into her. Accepting that it was unavoidable, he leapt down from the wall, landing with effortless grace. Glancing around, he realized how late it had grown and decided to find an inn for the night. Before he could move on, however, something caught his attention. Towering above the street was an enormous statue made entirely of gold. Vikir narrowed his eyes, curiosity stirring. Constructing something of that scale would have required immense resources and approval from powerful families. He wondered whether Hugo La Baskerville himself had authorized it. A harsh voice interrupted his thoughts. A guard barked at him for getting too close, warning him not to touch the hero's statue and ordering him to admire it from a distance if he wished to look at all. Vikir turned to the guard, mildly amused, and asked whom he meant by hero. The guard stared at him in disbelief and asked whether he was a foreigner. His eyes shone with astonishment as he spoke, unable to believe there were still people in the Empire who did not know this name. As someone who had been present when it all happened, the guard found himself swept up in emotion. He spoke of a hero who could slaughter countless barbarians with a single sword, a man of unwavering courage who charged headlong into deadly situations. He told of how this hero saved the beloved daughter of the Morg family and how, in a moment of sacred sacrifice, he held off a massive monster alone, buying precious time for the Allied forces to escape. Overcome with pride and gratitude, the guard explained that the Morg family had commissioned the golden statue in return. As the story unfolded, realization struck Vikir, his thoughts racing as the pieces fell into place. The guard, voice filled with reverence, finally declared the hero's name. Vikir van Baskerville. A bead of sweat slid down Vikir's temple as he concealed his reaction. His earlier suspicions were confirmed, and for a brief moment, he stood stunned by the weight of hearing his own legend told by another. Elsewhere in the city, within a lively bar, the Morg clan's three flowers were deep in drink. Surrounded by laughter and the clinking of glasses, they reminisced about their encounters with Sir Vikir. Hysis admitted that she had been captivated by him from the very beginning. Middlesis and Lois readily agreed, acknowledging his undeniable presence and charm. Nearby Morg soldiers laughed at the sisters' infatuation, well aware of how deeply they admired the legendary figure. Lois confessed that she had been drawn to Vikir's magnetic aura and longed to grow closer to him, though she never found it easy. Middlesis recalled their early conversations, before the three troublesome Baskerville mutts had interfered. In her drunken enthusiasm, she boldly proclaimed that Vikir was more invigorating than even the golden statue standing outside. At a distance, Vikir listened in silence. The contrast between their embellished stories and his own memories left him conflicted. He wondered whether many of the feats attributed to him had actually been the result of Adolphe Morgue's actions and the combined efforts of others. Still, he remembered his final confrontation with the madam and the valuable information he had extracted from the sisters' chatter. His thoughts drifted back 2 years, to the chaos his disappearance had caused. Hugo La Baskerville's fury had erupted, leading to repeated clashes with the Morgue family. Even the substantial compensation they offered had failed to calm him. Vikir understood why. Hugo had lost a reliable bloodhound, and no amount of payment could truly replace that. Hayes mused aloud that if Vikir were still alive, they would have made a wonderful couple. Middlesis immediately argued that she would have been the one to win his heart. Lois tried to intervene, half joking that perhaps all 3 of them could date him instead. Their banter grated on Vikir's nerves. Deciding he had endured enough, he paid his bill and stood to leave. Hysis noticed and sharply called him out, accusing him of acting suspicious. Her sisters dismissed it as drunken nonsense and ignored her protests. Vikir continued toward the exit, only fueling Hysis's irritation. In a burst of anger, she unleashed a binding spell. Thick vines erupted from the ground, lunging toward him. In the blink of an eye, Vikir dodged them all. His movements were swift and precise, weaving effortlessly through the snapping vines. When he landed, the entire bar fell silent, stunned by what they had witnessed. Weapons were drawn. Spells crackled to life. Vikir found himself surrounded. A morgue mage demanded his identity and ordered him to remove his hood. Vikir sighed, feeling the situation had grown tiresome. It hardly mattered anymore. He had planned to announce his return to the Baskerville family regardless. With calm resolve, he lowered his hood. Gasps rippled through the room. The Morgue sisters flushed with shock and admiration, momentarily speechless. That awe quickly shifted into confusion as a mage pointed out the differences between his face and the statue, noting his red eyes and black hair. Understanding struck them all at once. Disbelief filled their expressions as they whispered his name together. Sir Vikir. The following day, as Vikir prepared to leave the city, the Morgue sisters came to see him off. Hysis remarked that he could have stayed in the fortress's VIP quarters, but Vikir dismissed the idea, saying it was a needless expense. Lois confessed that she had always believed he was alive. Hysis teased that he had visited her first, a claim Middles immediately disputed. Hysis added that, as requested, they had sent important news via owl. Vikir corrected her, reminding them that he had only asked them to notify the Baskerville family. She defended their decision, insisting they believed the information was worth sharing. Finding the triplets increasingly exasperating, Vikir made to depart. Hysis offered to escort him, concerned for his safety. He declined, pointing out that they surely had duties to attend to. She admitted, without shame, that they had none and spent most of their time sleeping. Vikir frowned, annoyed by their lack of responsibility, and resolved to report their laziness when he returned. Before leaving, however, he asked about Camus Morgue. They explained that she had secluded herself in intense training. She had withdrawn from Uncle Adolphe's Hall of Light and entered the Hall of Darkness instead, devoting herself entirely to magical research. The mention of the Hall of Darkness made Vikir tense. Before his regression, Camus Morgue had shared a poor relationship with Snake, its leader. He wondered whether this, too, was another ripple caused by the changes he had made to the future. Before parting ways, Vikir asked the triplets to tell Camus that he wished to see her and advised her to leave the Hall of Darkness. The sisters stared at him, surprised that after everything, those were his only words. Even as Vikir reunited with Camus after 2 long years and resumed his relationship with her, news of the hero's return from Noir Mountain spread across the Empire with astonishing speed. The name of the hero of La Rue stirred emotions wherever it reached, and each person reacted in their own way. Chihuahua broke down in tears of joy the moment he finished reading the letter. Cindy Wendy, on the other hand, simply smiled, her expression calm yet clearly relieved. Adolphe Morgue showed no visible emotion, his face unreadable as ever while he absorbed the news in silence. At the Baskerville estate, an informant burst into the Patriarch's chamber without waiting for permission. Hugo La Baskerville's eyes burned fiercely and demanded confirmation. Was the report true? Had the vanished hound truly returned? The answer spread like wildfire soon after. Vikir van Baskerville was back. When Vikir finally arrived at Underdog City, Chihuahua greeted him with a warm smile and immediately pointed out that this time, he had chosen to enter through the front door instead of climbing in through a window. Vikir let out a tired sigh and asked why the streets outside were so crowded. Chihuahua explained that word of his return had already traveled throughout the Empire, drawing people from everywhere just to catch a glimpse of him. Vikir frowned, already anticipating the exhaustion that would come from dealing with an enthusiastic welcome. At that moment, a small figure burst into the room. "Daddy." Vikir corrected her gently, reminding her that he was her uncle, not her father. Pomerian puffed out her chest proudly and held up her prize, a dead mouse she had caught herself. She looked utterly pleased, as if she had accomplished something extraordinary. Vikir chuckled but still warned her seriously about the dangers of disease, mentioning the Black Death despite the mouse's harmless appearance. Turning back to Chihuahua, Vikir asked about the situation in Underdog. Chihuahua explained that most internal issues had been resolved thanks to Cindy Wendy, whom Vikir had personally introduced. Her ability and efficiency had exceeded expectations. However, Chihuahua's expression darkened as he mentioned a case even Cindy Wendy had failed to solve. He handed Vikir a document detailing a disturbing pattern. Over the past several years, children had been vanishing from the slums. There were no ransom demands, no signs of black market involvement, and no traces left behind. Monsters were ruled out entirely. The disappearances were clean, systematic, and chilling. Despite the lack of evidence, Chihuahua was convinced a single individual was responsible. As Vikir read the report, his brow slowly furrowed. Chihuahua noticed the change immediately and called his name. Vikir barely reacted, lost in thought. The case reminded him of something uncomfortably familiar, a similar incident from his previous life, one he had once been framed for. Yet that had occurred years later. The timing did not align. Was this coincidence, or something worse? Before he could dwell further, Pomerian suddenly shouted in excitement. Both men turned just in time to see the supposedly dead mouse twitch, then scramble away as if nothing had happened. Vikir and Chihuahua froze in shock. Vikir slowly turned to Pomerian and asked if she had done this. She nodded enthusiastically, admitting that she had brought it back to life. His expression hardened. He immediately suspected voodoo or dimensional interference, possibly drawing power from Ma beyond their world. He asked when she had discovered this ability. Nervously, Pomerian counted on her fingers and said it had been a few nights ago. She had learned simply by watching the tribespeople. Vikir's thoughts raced. In both the Baskerville and Morgue families, even recognized geniuses required at least 8 years before awakening magic. Yet Pomerian, only 5 years old, was already manipulating power tied to another dimension, something incredibly difficult even to sense. She was a prodigy. A Baskerville prodigy. And worse, her talent leaned toward black magic. Vikir's blood ran cold as he imagined Hugo discovering this. He could already picture the patriarch's fury, black magic, barbarian blood, a stain on the lineage. Execution would not even be debated. He decided immediately that Pomerian must never be allowed near Hugo. At that moment, a pigeon landed at the window and dropped a letter. Chihuahua read it and went pale. He turned to Vikir, visibly shaken, and told him something was very wrong. When pressed, his words tangled in panic. Vikir placed a hand on his shoulder and told him to calm down and speak slowly. After regaining his composure, Chihuahua delivered the news. The patriarch was coming to Underdog City. In the deputy counsel's office, silence weighed heavily on the room. Chihuahua and the head butler, Rodwell, stood on opposite sides as Vikir faced Hugo directly. The air itself felt tense. Hugo finally spoke, acknowledging Vikir's return. Vikir confirmed it plainly. Chihuahua exhaled in relief, grateful the exchange had begun without violence. Before Hugo's arrival, Vikir had hidden Pomerian in the adjacent room, unwilling to take any risk. Hugo questioned him about the past 2 years. Vikir explained that he had spent that time among the forest barbarians, pretending to cooperate while observing their habits. During that period, he had also devised a plan to eliminate them entirely. Hugo's interest was immediately piqued and he demanded details. Vikir explained that the barbarians were deeply dependent on imperial industrial goods. Cheap glass orbs, woolen clothing, vegetables, and grains, items the empire considered trivial, were priceless treasures to them. By controlling access to these supplies, the barbarians could be controlled. Hugo frowned, remarking that it sounded like trade, not suppression. Vikir countered coldly, stating that dependence would eventually kill them. His eyes darkened as he proposed exchanging imperial goods for monster subjugation. Understanding dawned on Hugo's face. A cruel smile twisted his lips. The plan was elegant. The barbarians would eliminate the monsters, secure territory for the empire, and then collapse once their lifeline was severed. Hugo praised Vikir openly, calling him a worthy son. Vikir confirmed that he had already begun laying the groundwork. Satisfied, Hugo entrusted him with full authority. Chihuahua struggled to breathe, wondering if this was truly a reunion between father and son. Rodwell, meanwhile, stared at Hugo's rare smile with quiet unease. He had not seen the patriarch smile once during the 2 years Vikir had been missing. Vikir, however, had no intention of letting the Balak people suffer. From Hugo's perspective, it would appear that the natives were dying while clearing monsters. In truth, they were retreating to the Madam's territory, buying time to grow stronger. By preventing open conflict, the Balak could recover and expand, something Hugo would never anticipate, as he knew nothing of the Madam's existence. Suddenly, Hugo's teacup began to boil. A suffocating killing intent flooded the room as he declared that there would be no trade with the Lococo tribe. He announced that he intended to annihilate them entirely. Chihuahua nearly collapsed under the pressure, while Vikir acknowledged the order without visible reaction. Internally, Vikir wondered if Hugo still harbored resentment toward the Lococo tribe. It only strengthened his resolve to keep Pomerian hidden. Hugo eventually calmed himself and sighed, expressing regret that his first real conversation with his returned son had been filled with talk of blood and war. He warned Vikir not to overextend himself on the front lines again. After Vikir saved the Morgue family's daughter and disappeared, the Baskervilles had gained tremendous diplomatic leverage. Even the imperial family had been moved by the story, raising their regard for the Baskerville Knights. But to Hugo, none of that mattered. For a father who believed his son had died, no political gain could ever compare. To Hugo, any reward gained at the cost of losing a child was meaningless. That was why he advised Vikir not to push himself recklessly anymore. Vikir listened quietly, yet he did not truly accept those words. To him, they sounded hollow, no more than a carefully maintained facade. His mind drifted back to the night before his regression, the night he fled after being framed. He remembered the betrayal that came without warning, the blade at his back, and the icy stone steps stained with blood. Those were the same bloodhounds who had once laughed, fought, and survived alongside him. That was the moment he understood the truth. He had been discarded. No explanation was allowed. No defense was heard. His master had already decided his fate. The resentment that had never fully faded churned again within his chest. Vikir resolved not to let Hugo's concern soften his vigilance or cloud his judgment. As thunder rolled outside and lightning split the sky, he bowed his head politely and thanked his father for his concern, his voice calm and controlled. Then the door burst open. A small, panicked cry echoed through the room as a child's voice called out for her uncle. Both Chihuahua and Vikir stiffened in surprise. Pomerian, trembling from the thunder and rain, ran straight toward Vikir and buried herself against him. She clung to his clothes, sobbing uncontrollably, her small body shaking with fear. Vikir froze for a split second. This was exactly what he had tried to prevent. Before he could react, he felt something else, Hugo's gaze. When Vikir looked up, his unease deepened. Hugo was staring at Pomerian, his expression no longer cold or detached. Confusion, disbelief, and something far more fragile flickered across his face as he studied her features. Questions surged through his eyes, unspoken yet overwhelming. Hugo La Baskerville was not a man known for hesitation. As the iron-blooded master of the Baskerville family, one of the 7 great families of the Great Rock Empire, he had built his reputation on absolute resolve. He had driven barbarians beyond the Empire's borders, slain countless monsters, and reached the peak as the Empire's strongest sword saint. Once he made a decision, he never wavered. His will was iron, his heart colder still. Yet now, his composure wavered. Pomerian continued to cling to Vikir, crying about the terrifying thunder. Hugo stared at her face, his breath subtly uneven, and suddenly asked whether she was Penelope. Pomerian glanced up at him, startled, then burst into louder tears. She pointed at Hugo and wailed that his mustache was scary. Vikir immediately stepped in, placing himself slightly in front of her. He urged Hugo to calm down and explained that he had initially mistaken the child for one of their own because of her red eyes. Further investigation had revealed the truth: she was from a border tribe and had no blood connection to the Baskervilles. Hugo exhaled slowly and regained his composure. He admitted that he had been mistaken. If Penelope were still alive, she could not possibly be this young. The tension drained from his posture as fatigue crept into his expression. He announced that he was leaving. Vikir saw him off respectfully, wishing him a safe journey. Internally, however, he was shaken. For a man who possessed the soul of a sword saint to react so strongly meant one thing: there was far more buried beneath Hugo's silence than he had expected. Before exiting, Hugo stopped and turned back. He instructed Vikir to attend the grand banquet the following day. Chihuahua was stunned. That banquet was reserved only for the closest and most valued descendants. For countless members of the Baskerville family, receiving such an invitation was a lifelong dream. Vikir acknowledged the order calmly and assured his father he would attend. As Hugo finally left the room, his eyes lingered on Pomerian one last time. That night, Vikir lay on the floor beside his bed. Despite having bathed in hot water and resting on soft bedding, sleep refused to come. The comfort felt unfamiliar, almost oppressive. After living among the Balak warriors for 2 years, his body seemed unwilling to accept luxury so easily. His thoughts returned to Hugo's strange reaction earlier. He considered whether he should reveal Pomerian's existence and the pendant she carried. In the end, he decided to wait until after the banquet. He needed to see Hugo's true state of mind first. Pomerian could become a powerful leverage against Hugo if things turned ugly, but more than that, Vikir was determined to protect her at all costs. Suddenly, a cold gust swept through the room, causing the curtains to flutter. An assassin slipped inside without a sound. Even so, Vikir did not move. His senses had already detected the intruder. The assassin approached the bed, dagger raised, ready to strike, then froze. Vikir's calm voice echoed through the darkness. "It hasn't even been a full day," he said evenly. "News of my return really does travel fast." Vikir reacted instantly. He sprang up from the floor, planting a foot against the bed frame and using it as leverage to propel himself forward. His kick tore through the air with lethal force. The assassin twisted aside at the last moment, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, but the impact still struck her wrist. Her dagger spun away and clattered across the floor. Vikir moved in without hesitation, intent on finishing the encounter before it escalated. "Wait," the intruder blurted out urgently. "It's a joke. Just a joke." He halted mere inches away, his expression cold and unyielding. One glance was enough. Recognition flickered in his eyes. His voice dropped as he warned her that if she wanted to see him again, she should request an audience properly. A moment later, and she would have been dead. The assassin clicked her tongue and casually commented on his habits, noting how he still disguised a pillow as himself and slept on the floor. According to her, even returning from the dead hadn't changed him. She reached up and removed her mask. Cindy Wendy revealed herself, smiling faintly as she addressed him by name. "It had been a long time," she remarked, "since they last met." Vikir rubbed his temples in irritation and told her to stop making a scene. She ignored him completely. Instead, she brought up how he had sent Secretary Chihuahua to find her, then asked pointedly whether he truly believed she would accept 10 billion outright. Vikir replied flatly that he had simply entrusted her with what she did best, creating wealth for capitalists, building confidence, and then burning through money with questionable decisions. Cindy scowled and called his remark offensive. She countered that as a financial planner who worked purely on commission, she deserved full credit for preventing Judy from losing the entire 10 billion he had handed over. Vikir corrected her calmly. He explained that Judy had never been unprotected. Bodyguards had been assigned from the beginning, along with a financial expert ready to intervene if anything went wrong. Cindy stared at him in disbelief. She insisted that none of the guards had ever interfered with her work. "That's because I ordered them not to," Vikir replied. The realization hit her hard. Her expression stiffened as she understood that everything she had done had unfolded exactly within the boundaries he had set. From the very start, she had been moving inside his grasp. Vikir steered the conversation back on track and asked about the information he had requested. Cindy exhaled, then pulled out a stack of documents, poorly organized, loosely held together, and clearly rushed. Vikir glanced over them and frowned. He noted that her personality seemed slightly different from 2 years ago. Before continuing, he advised her to submit reports in proper folders next time. True to his word, he approved her participation in the upcoming trade with the natives. Cindy's mood instantly brightened. She smiled and declared that she would call him boss from now on. Vikir already knew what the documents contained. They detailed the individuals who would be attending the banquet the following day. Given his recent achievements, his invitation had been inevitable. He skimmed the first file. Hugo Le Baskerville, Patriarch of the Baskerville family, bearer of the title Marquis, Swordmaster. Vikir did not bother reading further. There was nothing there he did not already know. He moved on to the second document. The list of attendees caught his attention. Among the names were Bostonontrier Le Baskerville, commander of the Pitbull Order and a senator bearing the title of Count. He was widely recognized as the highest-ranking graduate in terms of military achievement. Next was Great Dane Le Baskerville, commander of the Mastiff Order and likewise a senator with the title of Count, possessing comparable military prestige. Both men were half-brothers to Hugo Le Baskerville, each with vastly different temperaments. Vikir's eyes narrowed slightly. It was unusual for either of them to attend internal family banquets, let alone both at the same time. Their presence signaled that the gathering would be far more than a simple reunion. Vikir's gaze lingered on the names, and a quiet question formed in his mind. The timing of their appearance was too precise to be coincidence. Cindy Wendy leaned back casually and offered her theory. According to her, the two commanders were likely drawn by curiosity. A young legend of the Baskerville clan, presumed dead, had suddenly returned. It would not be strange if they wished to evaluate him in person, or even attempt to draw him into their respective orders. Vikir exhaled slowly. If that was the case, tomorrow would be exhausting. He moved on to the next file. Osiris La Baskerville. The document stated that Osiris held the rank of Viscount and was Hugo's eldest son, the undisputed first successor. Cindy commented that Osiris bore a striking resemblance to Hugo, not only in appearance but also in temperament. His swordsmanship was said to rival that of the Seven Counts, and rumors suggested that his ascension to swordmaster was only a matter of time. Vikir's thoughts drifted back to his past encounters with Osiris. Cold, distant. A man who barely acknowledged the existence of others, subordinates included. Even those of direct blood rarely earned his attention. Cindy added that aside from the Patriarch and the Seven Counts, Osiris was widely regarded as the strongest within the Baskerville family. She tilted her head and asked Vikir directly whether the rumors were true, and who would prevail if the two of them crossed blades. Vikir dismissed the question without hesitation. He warned her against casually weighing the strength of monsters. He turned to the next document and paused. Set La Baskerville. That name did not belong on this list. According to official records, Set was undergoing isolation training. He held the rank of Shadow Count and was Hugo's second son, second in the line of succession. Vikir's expression darkened slightly. Set had never possessed the same talent for swordsmanship as his elder brother. From childhood, he had been physically frail and far weaker than what the Baskerville name demanded. But he was different in another way. Unlike the rest of the family, Set was gentle, kind, even. Those traits had earned him Hugo's contempt rather than praise. Vikir remembered a distant scene from the past, bloodhounds discarded and dying, treated as worthless. Set had been the only one who cried for them. The only Baskerville Vikir had ever respected was him. As he continued flipping through the documents, Vikir suddenly brought them down onto the table with a sharp sound. Cindy flinched, startled by the abrupt motion. She protested, pointing out that she had spent considerable effort gathering that information. Vikir merely replied that he already knew the people listed far better than she realized. A faint, knowing smile crept onto his face. Whatever awaited him at tomorrow's banquet, it would not be dull. The following day, Vikir stood before the grand banquet hall. He paused briefly, gathering himself, before pushing the doors open. Inside, every seat at the long table was already occupied. Conversation ceased the instant he stepped in. Vikir announced himself clearly, stating that he had come in accordance with the Patriarch's summons. The name Vikir van Baskerville echoed through the hall, drawing every gaze toward him. After offering a respectful bow, he expressed his gratitude for the invitation. Hugo's sharp, luminous eyes studied him for a moment before the Patriarch gestured toward an empty seat and welcomed him. The banquet began in near silence. Cutlery moved softly as the guests ate, the atmosphere heavy and restrained. Then, Boston Terrier La Baskerville, commander of the Pitbull Order, broke the quiet. He cleared his throat and commented dryly that the meat was undercooked. Hugo turned his attention to him, his voice calm yet edged with authority, and asked whether the dish failed to suit his taste. Boston Terrier gave a faint smile and shook his head. I wasn't referring to mine. He gestured subtly to the plate beside him. I meant the meat over there. Great Dane, seated at the neighboring side, frowned slightly. Is there a problem? None at all, Boston Terrier replied lightly. I'm only concerned that my lovable nephew might be served something undercooked. It would be unfortunate if he spoiled his stomach. Great Dane nodded with exaggerated seriousness. Our nephew is indeed precious. As his uncle, it's my responsibility to guide him toward the proper path. Boston Terrier's brow arched. And since when was the Mastiff Order the proper path for him? Great Dane snorted. It's certainly better than the Pitbull Order. Slow, reckless, hardly refined. A thin tension spread across the table. Vikir watched them without expression. So that was their angle. Both commanders had come not merely to observe, but to claim. The Pitbull Order and the Mastiff Order were two of the 7 orders that embodied Baskerville's military might. Before his regression, such an offer would have been irresistible. A guaranteed rise through the ranks. Prestige. Authority. Now? He saw no proud warhounds before him, only 2 mutts baring their teeth. Hugo lifted his wine glass. The head butler stepped forward and poured with practiced elegance, remarking that the Patriarch must be in excellent spirits. After all, it was rare to see his usually reserved younger brothers showing such open affection for the young master. Vikir nearly scoffed. The butler always interpreted conflict as harmony. Hugo, on the other hand, seemed quietly entertained whenever his brothers snapped at one another. Boston Terrier shifted his attention to Vikir. 2 years in the Luet-Lenore Mountains, he began. You must have interesting stories. Barbarians. Monsters. Battles. Tell us what you faced. Great Dane leaned forward slightly. The forest is merciless. I trust you kept yourself alive. We're curious to see how much you've grown. Before Vikir could respond, Hugo interjected calmly, reminding them that their nephew had only just arrived and should be allowed to eat in peace. Both commanders ignored the warning and pressed further, demanding that Hugo at least confirm how much Vikir had improved. The temperature in the hall dropped. Enough. Hugo rose slowly from his seat. His voice was low, but it carried the weight of finality. He disliked repeating himself. Boston Terrier immediately offered an apology. Great Dane grunted and fell silent. Vikir seized the moment. Rising from his chair, he spoke evenly. There's no need for lengthy explanations. Proof is simple. Hugo studied him. You've traveled far. Wouldn't the drill hall be more appropriate? You must be fatigued. I'm fine. Vikir extended one finger and placed it lightly against the surface of the dining table. Skill is not confined to arenas. Daily life itself is an extension of training. He glanced briefly at Great Dane's steak, still slightly red at the center, and at Boston Terrier's wine glass, filled just beyond its rim. Without ceremony, he channeled aura through his fingertip. The energy traveled soundlessly through the table. In an instant, heat bloomed beneath Great Dane's plate. The steak sizzled faintly, perfectly seared from within. At the same time, the excess wine in Boston Terrier's glass evaporated in a thin mist, leaving the liquid precisely leveled. Great Dane stared at his plate in astonishment. Boston Terrier let out a low chuckle as he examined the now balanced glass. To manipulate mana so delicately, Boston Terrier mused. Cooking meat and warming wine without disturbing the table? Mid-ranked graduator at 17. Most men achieve that in their 30s. Both uncles turned toward Hugo, admiration evident. You must be proud, they suggested. A son who has already mastered such control. Hugo did not respond. He merely sipped his wine. Vikir felt something was off. 2 years ago, during his confrontation with Madame, he had already revealed himself as a mid-ranked graduator. The triplets had witnessed it. Yet no one here seemed aware. Why had they remained silent? Before he could dwell further, Osiris La Baskerville spoke. The eldest son's voice was calm and measured. He acknowledged Vikir's progress and encouraged him to continue honing his abilities. It was simple praise, but coming from Osiris, it carried weight. Vikir bowed his head respectfully. Internally, he was unsettled. Osiris rarely offered recognition so openly. Was this approval, or evaluation? A soft chuckle followed. Set La Baskerville, seated nearby, observed that it was rare to see Osiris smile while complimenting someone. He added lightly that Vikir's expression resembled Osiris's usual poker face. When Vikir did not immediately respond, Set tilted his head. You do recognize me, don't you? I do, Vikir answered. Set smiled warmly. He explained that his weak constitution often confined him to the medical wing or isolation training hall. The hall happened to be near Underdog City, where Vikir served as deputy consul. He mentioned wanting to visit soon to hear about the forest firsthand. The brightness in Set's demeanor remained unchanged. It was an anomaly within the Baskerville bloodline. Memories surfaced unbidden. During the fall, Vikir had once served under Set. Amid chaos and carnage, Set had been the only one to kneel beside dying bloodhounds, offering comfort. He had even steadied Vikir himself, blood-soaked and wandering the battlefield in a daze. When false accusations arose, Set had defended him without hesitation. At this banquet, Set was the only person Vikir had truly wished to see. Relief stirred faintly in his chest. Then his expression shifted. For some time now, a foul scent had lingered in the hall, subtle, yet unmistakable. A stench he knew too well. One that only someone who had survived the fall could recognize. Demonic. His pulse slowed. A demon was here. Hiding among them. Vikir's gaze swept across the banquet table, moving from face to face. He closed his eyes briefly, isolating the sensation. When he opened them again, they settled on one person. Set. A thin veil of something unnatural seemed to coil around him. Set noticed the stare and smiled gently. Is there something you need from me? He asked, tone light, as if nothing were amiss. He continued chatting with servants, making small talk, easing the tension at the table. Everything about him was familiar. Warm. Unchanged. And yet the demonic presence clung to him. Set went on to congratulate Vikir on his recent appointment as deputy consul of Underdog City. He even mentioned that some citizens, impressed by Vikir's leadership, had protested in hopes of making his position permanent. His voice was sincere. But beneath that sincerity, Vikir could still smell it. Set leaned forward slightly, his tone bright with expectation. He spoke of future cooperation, saying that once Vikir formally resumed his duties as consul, the two of them should work closely together. Vikir lifted his wine glass in response, concealing the storm behind his eyes. The gesture was measured, almost casual. Set beamed and raised his own glass in return, saying he would be relying on Vikir's strength from now on. It was then that Vikir noticed it. In the curved surface of his wine glass, candlelight shimmered, the table stretched in distorted lines, yet Set's figure was absent. There was no reflection where there should have been one. A cold realization crept into him. Was Set already dead? Was this body nothing more than a vessel, hollowed out and worn by something else? The impulse to expose him surged violently. To stand, to draw his blade, to demand answers in front of everyone. But Vikir restrained himself. Accusations without proof would only backfire. The Baskervilles valued evidence above emotion. If he spoke now, he would be cornered, questioned, perhaps even suspected. No. He needed certainty. Set, still smiling, asked lightly which order Vikir intended to join. He began reminiscing about how, as a child, he had admired the sleek black uniform of the Doberman order. Before he could continue, Osiris cut in coolly, telling him to finish his meal instead of indulging in idle chatter. Set blinked, caught off guard, and turned to his elder brother in confusion. Vikir, meanwhile, silently appreciated the interruption. Even a few seconds without the oppressive stench was a relief. Hugo then shifted his attention toward Vikir, asking whether the meal was satisfactory. Without waiting long, he extended an invitation to the main house for a private discussion. The request was abrupt. Vikir inclined his head and accepted. After the banquet concluded, he stepped outside into the night. Moonlight washed over the castle grounds, cool and steady. He exhaled deeply, as though purging the suffocating air of the hall from his lungs. 5 hours. 5 hours of strained smiles, veiled hostility, and hidden threats. As he walked along the stone path, he recalled that the official documents for academy admission had recently arrived. Hugo's summons likely concerned that matter. A faint shift in the air warned him. From atop the castle wall, a shadow detached itself and descended without sound. Steel flashed. The strike came from behind, swift, precise. Vikir recognized the form instantly. Baskerville's sixth technique. For a split second, he considered overwhelming it outright. But he dismissed the thought. Publicly, he had revealed only mid-grade graduator's strength. Anything beyond that would invite suspicion. He pivoted and executed the fourth technique, redirecting the force while preparing to absorb the remainder through the river Styx's blessing and his aura. Yet the moment their energies collided, something unexpected happened. His counter not only intercepted the attack, it shattered it. The incoming force dispersed completely, as if struck by something far heavier than intended. Vikir's eyes narrowed. Even he had not meant to overpower it so decisively. A low chuckle echoed above. Boston Terrier dropped lightly from the wall, clearly amused. He remarked that for someone 2 technique tiers lower, Vikir had held up remarkably well. His praise was genuine. Another presence materialized behind Vikir. Great Dane stepped forward, reprimanding Boston Terrier for swinging his sword within the main estate. He called the act barbaric and warned that if Hugo learned of it, probation would be the least of his punishments. Boston Terrier waved the concern aside, insisting it had merely been a test born of uncle-like affection. He had adjusted the strike carefully, ensuring no real harm. Then he told Great Dane to stop meddling in pitbull affairs. Great Dane bristled. Since when had Vikir belonged to the pitbull order? Clearly, he was destined for the mastiffs. He refused to let his precious nephew be dragged into the ranks of reckless fools. Their argument escalated rapidly. Boston Terrier mocked Great Dane for yelping whenever he suffered even the smallest injury. Great Dane retaliated by commenting on Boston Terrier's bulk, suggesting that there was plenty of flesh to cut. Both declared, with equal conviction, that they would compete for Vikir's allegiance, for his own good, of course. Vikir found the entire display tedious. While the two commanders barked at one another under the moonlight, he quietly walked away, leaving them to their quarrel. As he moved farther from the castle, his thoughts returned to the earlier clash. The attack had not felt particularly threatening. It had been the 6th technique of a highest-grade graduator, formidable by ordinary standards. But Vikir was also a highest-grade graduator. And unlike most, he knew the 7th technique. Add to that the river Styx's blessing and the demonic sword Beelzebub. He calculated calmly. Against one count, he could win. After reconsideration, he amended the thought. 2, perhaps. Footsteps halted his musings. Ahead, 3 figures blocked his path. The Baskerville triplets stood shoulder to shoulder, hands resting on the hilts of their swords. Their stances were poised, ready to draw. A flicker of anger passed through Vikir's eyes. They knew the disparity between them. They understood the gulf in strength. And yet they still chose to bare their fangs. In the Baskerville family, there was only one response to hounds that forgot their place. Eliminate them. The killing intent that had gathered in Vikir's chest dissolved in an instant. Instead of drawing their blades, the triplets dropped to one knee. In perfect synchronization, they reversed their swords and planted the tips against the ground before their own feet. Vikir's eyes narrowed. It was the pledge of the Hound. A vow taken in absolute vulnerability. If their grip faltered even slightly, the blade would drive straight through their own flesh. It was not merely symbolic. It was a declaration that their lives rested entirely in the hands of the one before them. "What is this?" Vikir asked, his voice flat. The eldest spoke first, admitting that since the incident when Vikir was 9, when he had retaliated so viciously after being attacked, they had feared him. The middle brother continued, recalling the hunt for Cerberus. He confessed that he had witnessed Vikir's composure and lethal precision firsthand. The youngest added that during the troll subjugation, Vikir's footwork and execution had been flawless, something he had never forgotten. Then all three spoke of the day in the forest. The monstrous giant. The chaos. The suffocating despair. They had barely escaped with their lives. But Vikir had stood his ground against a creature none of them could even approach. From that day onward, they had decided. They would become the three spears of Vikir van Baskerville. They lowered their heads further, declaring that they wished to serve him as his bloodhounds, swearing loyalty unto death. For a brief moment, an old memory surfaced. Before his regression, these same three had hunted him down after he was framed and cast out. They had shackled him without hesitation. At the time, they had been known as Hugo's three spears, perfectly obedient, perfectly ruthless. They were tools. Nothing more. Yet even knowing that, the resentment in his chest had not completely faded. Vikir stepped past them. "I have no need for pledges," he said coolly. "I'm tired. We'll discuss this another time." Outwardly dismissive. Inwardly calculating. Loyal hounds were still useful, if handled properly. Before leaving, he added one final condition: their allegiance must remain secret. No one was to know of this conversation or of any future plans involving him. The triplets looked up instantly, relief flooding their faces. They agreed without hesitation, their expressions bright with anticipation. As Vikir walked away, his thoughts shifted back to Set. If a demon truly had taken possession of his body, then this was a variable he had not accounted for. A dangerous one. He would need Cindy Wendy to investigate immediately. Quietly. Thoroughly. No matter the cost, the demon would be eradicated. But first, there was another matter. Inside Hugo's office, the atmosphere was suffocating. The head butler stood rigid, cold sweat tracing down his temples. The air itself seemed sharpened by tension. Hugo's voice cut through the silence like frost. "Repeat what you just said." Vikir remained composed. "I asked about the late Lady Roxana. And about her daughter, Penelope." The reaction was immediate. The butler's eyes widened in shock. Hugo's expression darkened, his aura pressing heavily against the room. "How do you know those names?" Only minutes earlier, Hugo had handed Vikir a document bearing the Academy's seal, a formal notice for admission into Kolo's Academy, Class 20. It was the most prestigious institution within the Grand Empire of Rock. Graduation meant entry into elite imperial tracks, service at the palace, perhaps even higher ranks. Before his regression, Vikir had entered that same academy not as a Baskerville heir, but as the triplet's servant. Scarred. Limping. Ridiculed by noble offspring. Those memories no longer held power over him. Hugo had asked whether he was satisfied with bringing the triplets as his attendants, and whether he wished to request anyone else. Instead of answering, Vikir had steered the conversation elsewhere. He asked about a letter sent 2 years ago during his disappearance, the one promising that Hugo would gain significant benefit from the Moore family, and that Vikir would receive a reward as well. Hugo had confirmed it. Then he asked what Vikir desired. Not gold. Not authority. A story. Now, standing firm under Hugo's glare, Vikir clarified again. "I am speaking of your first wife. And your eldest daughter." Hugo's fists clenched. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. "Explain yourself." "I will," Vikir replied evenly. "But first, I need your answer. This is not idle curiosity. I ask for your trust." The word trust hung in the air. Hugo's jaw tightened. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, with visible restraint, he exhaled sharply and spoke. His voice, when it came, was no longer icy. It carried something heavier. "Roxana was the only woman I ever loved." The admission stunned Vikir more than he expected. "And Penelope," Hugo continued, quieter now, "was my greatest treasure." Treasure. Darling. Words Vikir had never imagined hearing from Hugo Baskerville. Hugo went on, correcting a common misconception. It had not been an arranged marriage. Roxana had been a commoner with nothing, no title, no influence, no protection. He remembered their first meeting vividly. Love at first sight? Roxana had tried to distance herself, believing their differences too vast. Hugo had abandoned everything for her, position, expectations, even the favor of his own clan. For her, Hugo said, voice low, I would have given not only my body, but my soul. Vikir listened carefully. Every word mattered. This was essential. If he was to one day reveal Pomerian's existence, he needed certainty about Hugo's feelings, truth, not rumors. He recalled what Butler Barrymore had once told him, that Hugo had once been gentle, devoted to his family beyond reason. That Roxana's death had changed him. But hearsay was not enough. Hugo continued, lost in memory now. Their love had not been allowed to flourish peacefully. The Baskerville family had sent pursuers after them when they fled together. Assassins. Enforcers. Hounds tasked with dragging Hugo back and erasing Roxana from existence. He had fought them all. For her. Hugo continued his story without interruption, his voice steady but weighted with memories that had clearly never faded. He spoke of the years he had fought, not only against enemies, but against fate itself. Their love had not been welcomed by anyone. Every step forward had been lined with resistance, ridicule, and threats. Yet he endured. He carved a path through thorns with sheer will, protecting Roxana with his life while she clung to him just as fiercely. In the end, persistence overcame opposition. They married. It was not a grand ceremony blessed by nobles and banners, but to Hugo, it marked the beginning of the most precious chapter of his existence. Their life together was difficult, uncertain, and constantly challenged, but it was real. And it was theirs. Then Penelope was born. For the first time, Hugo felt he possessed something worth more than power or ambition. A family created through struggle. Happiness earned through sacrifice. Something he desperately wanted to protect. But that happiness was fragile. After giving birth, Roxana's health deteriorated with frightening speed. No physician could reverse the decline. Hugo watched helplessly as the woman he had abandoned everything for slowly slipped away. She died, leaving behind only memories, and a small child. Penelope grew up surrounded by affection. She inherited Hugo's sharp intelligence and Roxana's warmth, becoming a bright and lovable presence within the Baskerville estate. Even members of the clan who had once opposed the marriage couldn't help but adore her. For a while, Hugo believed fate had taken one thing but spared another. Then came the day everything collapsed again. Penelope disappeared. She had gone for a simple walk. Somehow, the Loco tribe infiltrated deep into Baskerville territory, an area guarded more tightly than most military fortresses, and abducted her without leaving a single trace. Even now, Hugo could not explain how it had happened. His expression hardened as he spoke of it, anger simmering beneath the surface like molten steel. Listening quietly, Vikir began connecting the pieces. Penelope's disappearance had become the driving force behind Hugo's later actions. Expanding the empire's reach, launching campaigns against barbarian territories, strengthening military influence along the borders, these were not merely political ambitions. They were desperate attempts to find his daughter, or avenge her. And Hugo had realized something else. He could not accomplish this alone. So he married again. And again. Arranged alliances multiplied. Children were born in large numbers, raised as warriors, sent to battlefields. Over decades, Hugo constructed a lineage so powerful that no faction could ignore it. The Baskerville name transformed into the Iron-Blood Baskerville family, feared across the continent. To outsiders, Hugo appeared cold, calculating, obsessed with restoring glory to both clan and empire. But beneath that ruthless exterior was a man who had lost the family he loved most. Vikir understood the logic. But he felt nothing. Tragedy did not erase cruelty. Countless children had been treated as tools. Lives had been sacrificed in Hugo's ambitions. Whatever pain Hugo carried, it did not absolve him. Still, one fact became clear. Roxana and Penelope had been genuinely precious to him. Hugo's gaze sharpened again as he finished. I have told you enough, he said coldly. Now explain why you asked. Without a word, Vikir reached into his pocket and placed a small pendant on the desk. Hugo froze. His hand moved slowly, almost reverently, as he picked it up. He recognized it instantly. It was the locket he had personally crafted for Roxana. The one Penelope had worn the day she disappeared. When he opened it, his breath caught. Inside was a miniature portrait, himself, Roxana, and Penelope together. Emotion surged through him uncontrollably. Then Vikir asked quietly, if your daughter's bloodline still exists, what would you do? Hugo looked up sharply, confusion and shock colliding. Before he could respond, Vikir turned toward the door. "Penelope's daughter is alive," he said. "Your granddaughter." At that exact moment, the door burst open. A small figure rushed in and grabbed Vikir's hand. "Uncle!" Pomerian called brightly. Hugo stared, recognition striking him like lightning. This was the child he had once seen in Underdog City, the one he had dismissed without thought. Vikir admitted that he had lied earlier. During his time in the forest, he had encountered a girl within Lokoko territory. She called the person who gave her the pendant Mommy. Hugo's gaze shifted between the locket and the child before him. His hand trembled violently. Vikir watched closely. Pomerian was the embodiment of contradiction, blood from the daughter Hugo loved most, mixed with the blood of the barbarians he despised. Would Hugo break? Would rage consume him? As Hugo approached, his expression turned rigid. "You mean, she was born from my daughter, and a barbarian?" "Yes," Vikir confirmed. Hugo's hand shook as he reached toward the girl. Inside, Vikir wished for chaos, for fury and despair to tear Hugo apart. A broken Hugo would be easier to destroy. That was when revenge would truly begin. But the outcome was not what he expected. The next day, laughter echoed through the garden. Vikir, Osiris, and the head butler stood side by side, drawn by the unfamiliar sound. Before them was an unbelievable sight. Pomerian sat comfortably on Hugo's lap, tugging curiously at his beard. Hugo chuckled, a deep, genuine laugh rarely heard from him. "Is my beard that interesting?" he asked. "It's dirty, Grandpapa," she replied innocently. Hugo blinked. "Grandpa?" His eyes shimmered with emotion. Ostris muttered in disbelief that in all his years, he had never witnessed anything so astonishing. The head butler agreed, equally stunned. Meanwhile, Vikir could only stare. This was not the Hugo he knew. Not the tyrannical patriarch etched into his memories. That image began to fracture before his eyes. Tears gathered in Hugo's eyes as realization settled in, he was a grandfather. Joy radiated from him openly, without restraint. Vikir lowered his gaze, his chest tightening with conflicting emotions, anger, confusion, disbelief. Why was Hugo making that expression? The question refused to leave his mind. At 15 years old, reborn through regression, Vikir confronted a difficult reality. Could he assassinate Hugo? The answer surfaced immediately. Impossible. A swordsman who had reached the rank of swordmaster possessed a mind like tempered steel, unshakable, constantly alert. Finding an opening, even in daily life, was nearly impossible. Vikir abandoned the assassination idea. Years later, fate had delivered something unexpected instead, Pomerian, the daughter of Penelope, the person Hugo had treasured most. And now, the true path of revenge was beginning to reveal itself. The mere thought of meeting Pomerian again sent complicated emotions rippling through Vikir's mind. She was more than just a child, she was a variable capable of destabilizing a swordmaster. If Hugo's composure faltered, even slightly, the opportunity might appear. Vikir's swordsmanship had sharpened considerably. With the support of Beelzebub's power and the Madam's poison, the probability of a successful assassination was no longer distant speculation. Day by day, it felt more achievable. Today was supposed to be the day Hugo died. Yet as Vikir looked at him now, laughing freely, warmth radiating from his face, confusion overtook him. Why did he look so happy? Why wasn't he shaken? The memory from yesterday resurfaced vividly. When Vikir revealed Pomerian's identity, Hugo had approached the child cautiously, extending a trembling hand while asking if she truly was Penelope's daughter. Pomerian had stared at his hand with curiosity rather than fear. "Penelope, that's my mommy's name," she had said. Her tiny fingers wrapped around his. She spoke innocently about how her mother always said she missed her father, how she often looked at the necklace while talking about him. Then she looked straight into Hugo's eyes. "Are you my grandpa?" At that moment, something inside Hugo shattered. The image of his daughter, laughing, alive, full of light, flashed across his mind. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He collapsed to his knees and screamed, years of suppressed grief erupting all at once. Back in the present, the head butler glanced toward Vikir with deep gratitude. Vikir didn't understand the expression, but the butler spoke quietly. It was always his impossible dream, to see the patriarch smile like that. "You made it happen." Vikir watched Hugo laughing with Pomerian and wondered if that was really because of him. Standing before a man who now had countless emotional openings, he felt strangely powerless. That night, Vikir lay awake, staring at the ceiling. Memories surfaced, memories of another Hugo. A colder one. A merciless one. He remembered kneeling, insisting on his innocence, begging Hugo to listen. "Why won't you hear me? Are you really going to blame me for Baskerville's sins?" But Hugo had remained indifferent. I have no interest in the words of a sinner. The accusations had followed: secret dealings with demons, kidnapping children, offering them as sacrifices. Vikir had tried to deny everything. Then Hugo's sword flashed. Pain exploded as his tongue was severed. "Do not speak with that filthy tongue," Hugo had said coldly. "Trash like you should remain silent." That was the man who had executed him. The man who had branded him a criminal and destroyed his life. And yet, now Vikir hesitated. A soft sound broke his thoughts. The window opened, and Cindy Wendy slipped into the room. "It's rare to see you looking this drained," she remarked casually. "You called me, didn't you? Why are you just lying there?" Vikir remained silent for a moment before asking why she came. Her response was immediate. She threw a stack of documents onto his chest. "My investigation results. About Set Le Baskerville." She explained her findings. Set had secretly funded numerous orphanages under false identities. He personally oversaw adoption arrangements, but there were no records of the adoptive families. None of the children could be traced afterward. If Vikir's suspicion was correct, if Set was possessed by a demon, then the implications were horrifying. Demons abducted children for two reasons: sacrifices, or food. Cindy suggested a possible connection to the missing children case in Underdog City. As Vikir read the reports, his hands suddenly tightened around the papers. A realization struck him like lightning. If the current Set was a demon, then the Set from his previous life had also been a demon. Memories flooded back. Set visiting him in prison. Speaking with sympathy. Warning him that Hugo planned to frame and kill him. At the time, Vikir believed he was receiving help. Now the truth became obvious. Set had orchestrated everything. He had manipulated events from the shadows, then used Vikir as a scapegoat. The rage that surged through Vikir felt almost suffocating. Elsewhere, deep within a dark forest, a man carrying a lantern walked ahead while a child followed nervously behind. "Where are we going?" the child asked. "This is your new home," the man replied calmly. Confusion filled the child's face. The orphanage headmaster had said he was being adopted into a good family. But in front of him was only a cave entrance. The man smiled faintly. "There seems to be a misunderstanding," he said. "This isn't where you'll live, it's where you'll go." His body began to change. Skin darkened. Limbs distorted. A monstrous form emerged beneath the human disguise. The child screamed for his mother. No one came. Moments later, silence returned to the forest. The creature licked its lips, smiling with grotesque satisfaction. "Children really are the most delicious," it murmured. This was not Set Le Baskerville. It was one of the 10 elite corpses of the demon race, Andromelius, the 10th corpse, wearing Set's body as a vessel. Deep inside the cave, illuminated by faint moonlight filtering through cracks in the ceiling, Set's possessed body sat upon a crude throne. A crow perched nearby on a table. Set spoke aloud, voice tinged with irritation. "The human supply is becoming insufficient." His eyes glowed faintly in the darkness as he began contemplating his next move. A new idea had begun forming in his mind. If obtaining human flesh and blood individually was inefficient, then perhaps humans should simply be cultivated, like livestock. An organized system. A controlled supply. Something sustainable. His gaze shifted toward the crow perched nearby. "8, he called casually. "What do you think?" The bird's eyes gleamed with unnatural intelligence. This was no ordinary creature, it was the vessel of another member of the 10 elite corpses, the one known as the 8th corpse. 8 clicked his beak in clear disapproval. "That idea is reckless," he said. "Expanding operations like that increases the probability of exposure. Humans must never realize we exist." He continued, voice edged with irritation. "Set's behavior lately had been particularly troublesome. You also consume children far too frequently. If traces accumulate, the Baskerville hounds will eventually notice. Their senses are not something you should underestimate." Set waved the concern away with dismissive confidence. "I've already installed layered traps around the cave. No one is getting in." Still, his expression turned slightly sour. "At this pace, it will take another 12.5 years to accumulate enough magical energy to open the gate." 8 remained unconvinced. "Then be patient. Drawing attention now would jeopardize everything." After a pause, 8 shifted topics. "What about the situation inside Baskerville?" Set smirked faintly. "Everything is under control." He reminded 8 to continue managing the morgues, and 8 confirmed he would handle his responsibilities. The 10 elite corpses had only one true mission: opening the gates between the human world and the demonic realm. They were the bridges that would bring about humanity's downfall. Once 8 departed, the cave fell silent again. Set's thoughts returned to Baskerville, and irritation surfaced immediately. He had deliberately avoided mentioning one detail: Hugo's sudden change. The patriarch had softened after meeting his granddaughter. That was dangerous. For their plans to proceed smoothly, Hugo needed to remain the same ruthless man, someone who treated his children like expendable tools. If Hugo maintained emotional distance, abducting young Baskervilles would not create significant disruption. But now, uncertainty crept in. Set's eyes darkened with hatred as his thoughts shifted to one person. Vikir van Baskerville. Again and again, that boy had ruined his calculations. As a child, Vikir had survived a lethal snake attack that should have killed him. Later, when Set believed he had died in the forest, he returned alive, bringing Hugo's granddaughter with him. Every plan meant to destabilize Hugo had begun collapsing. The resentment inside Set burned fiercely. "I'll remove every obstacle," he muttered. "Starting with you." The next morning, Vikir walked beside Hugo through a long corridor. Hugo had summoned him personally, yet for several minutes they moved in complete silence. Vikir's suspicion grew. Why call him, only to say nothing? He studied Hugo carefully. The patriarch's posture lacked its usual tension. There were openings, numerous ones. Opportunities that would almost never appear again. For a brief moment, the thought surfaced. Now would be the perfect chance to kill him. But Vikir immediately suppressed it. Even if Hugo looked vulnerable, assassinating a swordmaster remained unrealistic. Then Hugo spoke. "I know you hate me." Vikir froze. Had Hugo sensed his killing intent? Hugo continued calmly. "I called my sons bloodhounds. I threw them into danger without hesitation. It would be natural for them to resent me." His voice lowered. "I treated you especially harshly. Even though you always performed well, I was cruel to you from childhood. If you hate me, that burden is mine to bear." He admitted that his behavior stemmed from his obsession with vengeance against the barbarians. Rage had become the only way he knew how to live. Vikir grew more cautious. Hugo criticizing himself so openly felt unnatural. It seemed like a test. But then something completely unexpected happened. Hugo bowed his head. "I'm sorry," he said. Vikir was stunned into silence. Hugo explained that Pomerian had told him Penelope lived happily until the end. Knowing his daughter had not suffered emotionally lifted a weight he had carried for years. "It feels like I was saved," Hugo admitted quietly. He thanked Vikir sincerely, not as a subordinate, but as a man expressing genuine gratitude. "I owe you. Ask for anything." Vikir's mind spiraled with conflicting emotions. Memories surfaced, small moments from the past where Hugo had shown unexpected trust or acknowledgement. Was the man before him different? Perhaps the cold patriarch he remembered no longer existed. For 17 years, revenge had been his only purpose. Now, forgiveness seemed possible. Yet another truth remained undeniable. Even if Hugo hadn't framed him, Hugo had still ordered his execution without believing him. The conflict inside Vikir intensified. Revenge or forgiveness? For now, he chose pragmatism. "Please raise your head," he said. "And confirm. I may truly request anything." After Hugo agreed, Vikir presented his demand. Internally, he decided he would resolve his feelings toward Hugo only after completing his objective. In a peaceful garden later that day, Set sat beside Pomerian, gently tying her hair while chatting. "The atmosphere here is nice, isn't it?" he said pleasantly. Pomerian nodded enthusiastically. "Uncle Vikir, Grandpapa, and Uncle Osiris are here." Set smiled faintly. "And your uncle?" he prompted. She paused, thinking hard, then pointed at him with a bright grin. "Uncle Set." At that moment, a maid approached, reminding Set that he had not begun his seclusion training ordered by the patriarch. Set admitted he wanted to see his niece first, but the maid insisted Hugo had forbidden anyone from approaching her. Set asked them to keep his visit secret. Pomerian happily agreed. Then Set casually remarked that her hair resembled Penelope's. The maid looked shocked. "Have you met Miss Penelope before?" she asked. "You weren't even born yet." Set froze. For a split second, his expression cracked. Then his head twisted grotesquely into a demonic visage visible only to the maid. "Father is looking for you," he said softly. "You should go." The maid couldn't move. Terror paralyzed her. Tears streamed down her face. When Pomerian turned back moments later, the maid was gone. "Grandma disappeared," she said. "She had something urgent," Set replied smoothly. Then he changed the subject. "Do you like Grandpa Hugo?" "Yes," she said happily. Set smiled thinly. "He likes you very much too. You look just like his wife and daughter." His claws slowly extended, hidden from her view. If she died, Hugo would collapse emotionally. The devastation would be perfect. Just as he reached toward her. "Set. What are you doing here?" Osiris had arrived. Set clicked his tongue internally. Pomerian turned and smiled brightly. "Uncle Osiris." Set quickly fabricated an explanation, claiming he found her alone and was watching over her. Osiris frowned, warning that their father would be furious if he discovered this. He suggested keeping it secret. Set agreed outwardly, even promising to start his seclusion training the following week. Inside, however, resentment flared. One day, he would deal with Osiris too. Osiris placed a hand on Set's shoulder. "You're pushing yourself too hard," he said with concern. "Tell me if you need help." For a brief moment, Set was genuinely surprised. Was Osiris worried about him? But hatred quickly resurfaced. His entire life, he had been compared to Osiris, the genius son. If Osiris didn't exist, his life would have been easier. Memories from the original Set's emotions surged dangerously close to the surface. Osiris called his name again, snapping him back. Set covered his face, regaining control. With a polite excuse, he departed. After he left, Osiris sighed heavily. It was the first time he had openly expressed concern for his brother. As vice-patriarch, he had always imitated Hugo's cold demeanor. That was how he had been raised. But after seeing their father change, perhaps he could change too. He looked at Pomerian and gently patted her head. "All of this is because you came here," he said softly. Meanwhile, back inside the cave, Set slammed his foot against the stone floor in violent frustration, rage boiling over as his plans continued to unravel. Set paced restlessly inside the cavern, irritation simmering beneath his composure. Hugo's constant presence beside Pomerian had ruined everything. The patriarch rarely allowed the child out of his sight now, making any attempt on her life nearly impossible. And then there was Osiris. That interference alone had cost him the perfect opportunity. Set clicked his tongue in frustration, muttering curses under his breath. Still, he forced himself to calm down. There was no need to rush. The gate would not open for years yet. Time remained on his side. If anything, it might be better to wait. The more emotionally attached Hugo became to the girl, the greater the devastation would be when she died. Set leaned back, considering methods. Poison, like he had used on Roxana. A slow illness that no one could trace. Or perhaps he could repeat history, manipulate the barbarians again, just as he had orchestrated Penelope's disappearance. A darker idea followed, curling into a cruel smile. Maybe Pomerian deserved something even worse. As he entertained visions of her suffering, he had no idea that death itself had already arrived outside his cave. A violent impact shattered the silence. The outer barrier trembled. Set's eyes widened as he felt a disturbance ripple through the layered traps surrounding his lair. Something had cracked them, forced an entry point. Impossible. Panic surged. Someone had breached his defenses. Footsteps echoed from the darkness of the tunnel. A figure emerged slowly into the dim light. Vikir. As promised, he said calmly, "I came to visit." Shock froze Set in place. "How did you get here?" "I followed you," Vikir replied simply. The answer made no sense. Set had noticed nothing. He had been too absorbed in his own thoughts to detect a tale. But what unsettled him more was something else. A mere mid-grade academy graduate should never have been able to break his traps. Which meant, does he know? Vikir glanced around the cave, taking in the scattered bones, the blood-stained ground, the grotesque remains of victims. "You've been busy," he said dryly. "So you really were the one behind the missing children in Underdog City." Set's expression twisted into a grin. "So you knew from the beginning," he said, laughing softly. "How?" Vikir didn't answer directly. His cold eyes alone were enough confirmation that concealment was pointless now. Set drew his sword. "There's no reason to hide anymore," he said, stepping forward with murderous intent. "No one else is here." His laughter grew manic as he swung the blade toward Vikir's neck. "You came alone? Empty-handed? How confident are you?" The sword cut through the air. And fell. Clang. Set blinked. For a moment, he couldn't understand what he was seeing. His weapon lay on the ground several steps away. Then pain exploded through his body. He looked down. His hand was gone. Blood poured from the severed arm as he collapsed to his knees, screaming. The agony was not merely physical, it felt as if his very soul had been sliced apart. When did he draw a weapon? Set's eyes snapped upward. In Vikir's hand was a blade radiating ominous energy. Recognition struck instantly. "Beelzebub," he whispered hoarsely. "The sword of gluttony, the relic of the Grand King of Flies, the constellation weapon of the ancient devil." Vikir gave a faint smile. "As expected," he said. "Demons recognize their own artifacts quickly." Then his voice turned colder. "Or should I say, one of the 10 elite corpses who descended to the human world to open the gate?" Set's pupils shrank. "How do you know that?" But before Vikir could answer, Set noticed something else, something far more terrifying. Vikir's soul. It sent. It carried the unmistakable trace of demonic blood. Horror crept into Set's expression. "You," he whispered. "Have you been to hell?" Hatred ignited in Vikir's eyes. This creature was the one who had ruined his previous life. The one who had pretended to help him. The one who had orchestrated everything, framing him, isolating him, then watching as he was executed. A slow, vicious smile spread across Vikir's face. "Wake up," he said softly. "I won't let you die comfortably." Memories surged within him. Before his regression, before he returned to the past, the sky had split open. A massive gate connecting the human world and the demon realm had appeared overhead. That day marked the beginning of the catastrophe later called the Fall. The ones who opened that gate were the 10 elite corpses, the highest-ranking demons who first descended to Earth. During the war that followed, Vikir had faced one of them directly. The result had been absolute devastation. 671 elite warriors had fought together. 666 died. Of the 5 survivors, 4 were left unconscious. Only one remained standing. And that was not mercy. It was deliberate. The demon had wanted the death count to reach the number 666. That was the level of power possessed by the 10 elite corpses. Destruction itself. Vikir stood motionless in the center of the cavern, his eyes fixed on the figure before him. A demon. Not just any demon, but one of the 10 elite corpses. And he had encountered it nearly 10 years earlier than he should have. For a brief moment, even he felt genuine astonishment. Fate had shifted far more dramatically than he expected. His gaze drifted across the cave floor. Bones. Small ones. Scattered everywhere. Children. The realization sent a surge of cold fury through him. Set noticed. The demon's lips curled upward in amusement. "So you're angry," he sneered. "Over children?" He chuckled darkly. "There's no need to be upset. They're still alive." He tapped his stomach. "Inside me." Then, with mocking generosity, he extended his hand. "Want them back?" As his palm opened, faint, distorted voices echoed from within his body, tiny cries calling for their mothers, desperate and terrified. The sound lasted less than a second. Steel flashed. Vikir's blade cut cleanly through the demon's arm. Set shrieked in agony as blood sprayed across the stone. "Shut up," Vikir said coldly. "The dead don't come back." Set collapsed briefly, clutching the stump of his arm, wailing in pain. But the despair vanished almost immediately. A grin spread across his face. Flesh writhed. Bones extended. Within moments, his arm regenerated completely. "Finished," he said proudly, flexing his fingers. He rose slowly, eyes narrowing with interest. "You and I," he continued, "we both have many secrets." His gaze sharpened. Osiris, the so-called genius, only reached mid-grade graduation at 30. You achieved it at 17. That makes you an irregular. His eyes flicked toward Beelzebub. "And you possess a demonic constellation weapon. That means you'll become a major variable." His smile turned murderous. "So I'll kill you now." Vikir met his stare without hesitation. "You're the one who dies today." Set attacked first. The clash rang through the cavern, steel against steel, sparks erupting in bursts of light. During the exchange, Set smirked. His middle name, Lou Baskerville, signified direct lineage. Vikir's Van marked collateral blood. By clan law, collateral descendants were forbidden from learning beyond the 4th fang. Set had mastered the 6th. Victory should have been inevitable. He unleashed the 6th fang technique with full confidence. And froze. Vikir countered with the exact same technique. Shock flashed across Set's face. Impossible. But he recovered quickly, launching a hidden strike during the bind of their swords. Before the blow landed, Beelzebub roared with aura. The burst stunned Set for a fraction of a second, long enough. Vikir moved. 7th fang. The strike sent Set crashing backward. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he slammed into stone. He stared in disbelief. The 7th fang was a technique reserved for the patriarch alone. How could this human know it? Vikir didn't pause. He lunged forward and drove Beelzebub straight through the demon's chest. "Demons always think they're superior," he said quietly. "Arrogant creatures are easy to deceive." Memories flickered in his mind. Even the heroes who eventually closed the gate during the fall had failed to eliminate all 10 elite corpses. Some had escaped punishment entirely. But now, the fall hadn't begun yet. The demons were weakened. Hidden. This was the only window in history where killing them might be possible. He leaned closer to Set's ear. "You're planning to connect the human world to the demon realm," he whispered. "If I kill you and the rest, maybe the future changes." Set's body trembled. Fear. He refused to accept that a human could terrify him. "You damned human," he roared. Vikir sensed danger instantly and leapt backward. Set's body erupted with crimson matter, Thorn-like protrusions formed from blood itself. The demon's form twisted grotesquely as he revealed his true identity. "I am Andromelius," he declared. His voice echoed with inhuman resonance. "You are stronger than expected. But this ends now." He extended his hand. Dozens of blood-formed serpents shot forward, hissing violently. Vikir cut them down one after another, blade flashing in rapid arcs. "Keep going," Andromelius taunted. "Slice them all." Despite his precision, one serpent slipped through from behind and bit into Vikir's shoulder. He severed it instantly. Then laughter echoed through the cave. "You're finished," the demon said. "It's nothing," Vikir replied calmly, glancing at the wound. Andromelius activated his ability. Blood streamed from Vikir's shoulder into the demon's outstretched hand. "With my power," Andromelius said proudly, "I control blood itself. Against living beings, I am undefeated. Lose enough blood, and you'll wither to death." He absorbed greedily, reveling in his advantage. Until Vikir chuckled. The sound stopped him. "Why are you laughing?" Andromelius snarled. "I just find it amusing," Vikir replied, eyes cold, "watching you enjoy something without knowing what it is." A second later, Andromelius vomited blood. His body collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Confusion filled his expression. This wasn't normal blood. Vikir smirked. "Want to see something interesting?" He sliced his own wrist. Dark blood dripped onto the stone. The wound closed almost instantly. Realization dawned in the demon's eyes. Poison. But not ordinary poison. Andromelius struggled to comprehend it. Such lethal toxins were said to exist only in legendary creatures: the spider of Lenore Mountain, the nine-headed serpent of the Titan lands, the abyssal jellyfish of the Black Sea. A human possessing something comparable was impossible. Vikir let his blood drip onto the demon's body. Andromelius screamed. "So the madam's poison works even on one of the 10 corpses," Vikir said. Beelzebub vibrated in his hand with a low, displeased hum. Vikir clicked his tongue. "Yeah," he muttered, "she's probably angry it didn't kill him." That moment of clarity settled firmly in Vikir's mind. With mastery of the Baskerville 7th Fang and the overwhelming properties of Beelzebub, even a being ranked among the 10 elite corpses was no longer untouchable. He could kill them. Andromelius staggered backward as another slash tore across his body, blackened blood splattering onto the stone floor. Shock flooded the demon's thoughts. How had this human become such a monster? But disbelief was a luxury he couldn't afford. Survival came first. He had to escape, warn the others, and recover the fragments of his scattered mana before it was too late. Sensing imminent danger, Andromelius dissolved the barrier surrounding the cavern. The shift in magical pressure didn't escape Vikir's notice. The next instant, the demon raised his hand. Every pool of water inside the cave trembled, then lifted into the air. Clear liquid turned crimson. Blood. Floating rivers of blood hovered around them like suspended storms. Vikir narrowed his eyes, recognizing the technique immediately. Even in a weakened state, a high-ranking demon manipulating matter on this scale was still dangerous. But he remained calm. Andromelius wasn't absorbing it. The demon sneered as if reading his thoughts. "You think poisoning it would matter," he said. "I didn't create this for consumption." He snapped his fingers. The blood crashed onto the ground. And began to move. Shapes rose from the liquid mass. Armor. Limbs. Weapons. Within seconds, dozens of crimson warriors stood surrounding Vikir. Blood Knights. Each one radiated the same technique signature Andromelius possessed. "They can all use the Baskerville 6th Fang," the demon announced proudly. "Even if you wield the 7th, you can't fight an army of 6th. His voice darkened with hatred. "I'll kill you, then everyone you care about. One by one. You'll regret ever opposing the 10 corpses." Vikir slid a hand casually into his pocket. "If they all know the 6th, he said lightly, "then yeah, this could get troublesome." He pulled out a small object. A whistle. Black. He held it up so Andromelius could see clearly. "You lived inside Baskerville," Vikir continued. "So you should recognize this." The demon's expression froze. Sweat formed instantly along his temple. He knew exactly what it was. Smiling faintly, Vikir placed the whistle between his lips and blew. The sharp tone echoed through the cavern, shot out of the broken entrance, and traveled across mountains and valleys. Far away, on a distant cliff, a tall man with long white hair stood motionless. The sound reached him. His hand moved to the hilt of his sword. Back in the cave, Andromelius snarled and ordered the Blood Knights forward. But Vikir didn't move. "The whistle grants me authority over Baskerville forces," he explained calmly. "And the black whistle lets me mobilize everything." A thin red line appeared in the air. For a split second, it looked harmless. Then the world split apart. The line carved through the cave, the mountain, the sky itself. The entire upper half of the mountain vanished. Stone disintegrated into dust. The Blood Knights evaporated instantly under the pressure of that strike. Debris rained down as the cavern became an open wasteland beneath the sky. Andromelius barely managed to shield himself, staring upward in disbelief. Standing on a nearby cliff was Hugo. Behind him, commanders, elites, and Osiris himself. The full strength of Baskerville had arrived. Hugo's cold gaze swept across the battlefield before settling on Vikir. "So that's why you requested command authority," he said. "To hunt a demon." Vikir bowed respectfully. Andromelius took an involuntary step backward. This was no longer a battle. It was execution. Hugo spoke again, his voice carrying absolute authority. "For the next 6 hours, Vikir van Baskerville holds full command of all Baskerville forces." Silence followed. Then Vikir raised his head, eyes burning with killing intent. "Bloodhounds," he ordered, "tear it apart." The Baskerville warriors moved instantly. Blades flashed from every direction, striking Andromelius simultaneously. Steel pierced flesh again and again. The demon screamed as swords impaled his body from all sides. Vikir's voice cut through the chaos. "He regenerates using mana and blood absorption. Anyone wounded, jump into the poison river immediately. Do not give him resources. Not even a scratch is acceptable." "Yes, sir." The warriors attacked with terrifying discipline. On a nearby cliff, Bastonur laughed loudly, sensing the overwhelming killing intent radiating from the troops. Great Dane watched with astonishment. "My nephew has become this capable?" Beside them, Hugo remained silent. A shadow crossed his face. He still couldn't believe his own son had become a demon. Was this truly the state of Baskerville now? Meanwhile, Andromelius lashed out with serpentine blood arms, striking wildly. But every limb that extended was severed almost immediately. His regeneration struggled to keep up. Mana reserves were dropping rapidly. If this continued, he would die. Then his eyes landed on Osiris. An idea formed. "Wait!" Andromelius shouted desperately. "I'll leave this body. Spare me, and Set lives." He forced emotion into his voice. "He's your family. Your younger brother." Vikir's expression didn't change. "You really think Baskerville would accept that?" he said coldly. Frustration twisted the demon's face. But that hadn't been his real target. He turned fully toward Osiris. "You remember him," Andromelius continued urgently. "Set followed you everywhere. Trusted you. This is your last chance to save him." Osiris had always been known as the most compassionate among them. If anyone could be swayed, it would be him. Osiris moved forward after a long, suffocating silence, each step deliberate. The tension in the air was thick enough to suffocate anyone watching. Vikir immediately sensed danger and warned him sharply not to be deceived by the demon's tricks. But Osiris did not stop. His expression remained rigid, almost stone-like, until he stood directly before Andromelius. His voice, when he finally spoke, carried a restrained tremor. "Is Set's soul really still there?" he asked. "Can he still be saved?" The demon's lips curled upward in a slow, predatory smile. He had been waiting for exactly this moment. As Osiris stared at him, Andromelius' face began to distort. Flesh rippled unnaturally, reshaping itself. Then, impossibly, Set's face appeared over the demon's own. "Brother." The voice was unmistakable. Tears streamed down the illusionary Set's cheeks as he spoke, confessing his anguish. He admitted that the relentless comparisons to Osiris, the crushing expectations of their father, and the feeling of worthlessness had pushed him into despair. In that weakness, he had made the unforgivable choice to sell his soul. Everything that had happened afterward, the chaos, the deaths, the suffering, was his responsibility. "I'm sorry. I regret it all," the voice pleaded. "Please, give me a chance to make things right." The sentence never finished. A blade flashed. Osiris' sword cut cleanly through the demon's neck, severing the head in a single decisive strike. The illusion shattered instantly, dissolving into smoke as the head fell. For a moment, Osiris stood motionless. Then, in a quiet voice filled with bitterness, he murmured that this was the only thing he could do for Set now. Vikir stepped beside him and spoke calmly, telling him not to carry the blame. Set's soul had already departed. What they had seen was nothing more than a cruel manipulation. But Osiris could not let it go. He admitted that his own neglect during their childhood had left Set vulnerable. If he had paid more attention, perhaps the demon would never have found an opening. As vice-patriarch, the realization that generations of Baskerville descendants had been sacrificed under his watch filled him with shame and grief. Before the moment could settle, a bloodhound suddenly shouted toward the sky. The severed head was moving. Andromelius' head shot upward, trailing dark energy as it tried to escape. A manic laugh echoed across the battlefield as the demon mocked them. Even if the gate's opening had been delayed, he said, his brothers would accomplish what he could not. Once his body regenerated, he promised to return and slaughter them all. Vikir felt panic rise. The distance was already too great to strike. Then Hugo spoke. His voice was cold and absolute. A swordsman, he said, must never turn his back. The words alone sent a chill down Andromelius's spine. It was not merely authority, it was something deeper, primal. Set might be gone, yet the fear he once felt toward Hugo lingered like a ghost. Only now did Andromelius understand. This was what true power felt like. Hugo drew his sword. The motion was so smooth that many observers almost missed it. High above, Andromelius continued fleeing, laughing at the futility. Even if Hugo was a swordmaster, there was no way he could reach that height. The laughter stopped. For an instant, nothing appeared to happen. Then thin red lines appeared across the demon's head. A heartbeat later, the head fragmented into countless pieces, sliced apart by invisible slashes that had crossed the distance faster than perception itself. The fragments dissolved into ash before they could even fall. In his final moment, the demon could only utter disbelief that he had been defeated by a human. Vikir stared at the empty sky, stunned. The cuts Hugo had unleashed remained etched into the air for several seconds before fading. So this, he realized, was the true reach of a swordmaster. Several days later, official notices appeared across every territory under Baskerville control. The announcements detailed an investigation into the disappearances of children and the related crimes, along with compensation procedures under special emergency law. While the involvement of a high-ranking demon was concealed from the public, it was openly declared that the tragedies had been caused by the patriarch's second son. Shock spread rapidly. Soon after, Set's mother was brought to trial. The charges were staggering: poisoning victims' quarters, murdering the first wife, abducting the patriarch's daughter, and assisting in the kidnappings of children. The final count reached 1,642 crimes. She was sentenced to immediate execution. The most disturbing revelation was that she had never been under demonic mind control. Even at the end, she begged only for one last chance to see her son. Set's remaining followers were executed shortly afterward. The entire investigation and legal process were overseen by Vice Patriarch Osiris, though he temporarily delegated authority to Vikir for operational matters. Rumors spread quickly about Vikir's decisive role in both the Barbarian War and the resolution of the recent crisis. Public anger toward the family gradually transformed into respect, especially after citizens saw that even high-ranking Baskervilles were not above the law. Within a single week, the matter was concluded. The executions of noble blood shook society, but they also reinforced the dominance and impartiality of Baskerville justice. Meanwhile, life within the Baskerville estate began returning to something resembling normalcy. Hugo stood in the garden with Pomerian, studying her with an unusual seriousness before asking what had changed about him. She answered innocently that his beard was gone. When he asked what she thought about that, she replied that his face looked strangely empty without it. Nearby, Vikir watched the scene, Hugo awkwardly attempting to braid Pomerian's hair under the head butler's guidance, and felt a surreal disconnect. It was difficult to believe that only days earlier they had faced catastrophe. Then the realization settled in. With everyone connected to Set either dead or purged, the demonic traces within Baskerville territory had almost completely vanished. He had already assigned Cindy Wendy to gather intelligence on other demonic forces. Now, all that remained was to wait. His thoughts were interrupted when Osiris approached and praised him for his contributions. Vikir returned the compliment, but Osiris soon shifted the topic, reminding him that his academy enrollment had been postponed because of recent events. It was time to prepare again. Vikir hesitated. With the family still unstable, leaving now seemed inefficient. Hugo could use his abilities far more effectively if he remained. Osiris smiled reassuringly. Their father, he explained, was likely trying to keep Vikir away from internal power struggles. Despite his harsh demeanor, Hugo cared deeply, he simply did not express it well. And as someone who resembled their father more than anyone else, Osiris believed he understood him. Vikir glanced back toward Hugo once more. The patriarch, feared by nations, was currently struggling with a child's braid while a butler corrected his technique. For the first time in a long while, Vikir felt uncertain about what Hugo was truly planning. After several attempts and a surprising amount of patience, Hugo finally managed to finish braiding Pomerian's hair. The result was uneven and slightly crooked, but Pomerian burst into soft laughter the moment she saw it. When Hugo asked, almost awkwardly, whether she liked it, she nodded enthusiastically, her eyes shining with delight. That simple exchange struck something deep within Vikir. For the first time, he realized how much his perception had been distorted by memories of his former life. Back then, he had always stood behind Hugo, following him like a loyal hound bound by an invisible leash. Because of that, he had never once considered the possibility that Hugo himself might also have been restrained by burdens of his own. Now, standing in the present, Vikir began to see the man not as an untouchable tyrant from his past, but as someone who had carried responsibilities, expectations, and pressures that were equally suffocating. He reflected on everything that had happened since his rebirth. The countless struggles, the moments of despair, the unexpected turns of fate. Each experience had reshaped him, piece by piece. His gaze lingered on Hugo, who was now smiling gently while holding Pomerian in his arms. It was an expression free of tension, free of the rigid authority Vikir once remembered. In that moment, Vikir understood something profound. A smile like that could only belong to someone who was no longer bound by chains. The realization came with surprising clarity. The Hugo he had once sworn to destroy was no longer here. And more importantly, the person he himself used to be no longer existed either. The weight of vengeance that had defined his previous life began to loosen, dissolving into the past where it belonged. With a calm mind, he turned to Osiris and stated his intention to enroll in the academy. Osiris regarded him for a moment before nodding, clearly pleased with the decision. It was the choice of someone thinking beyond immediate conflicts. Yet deep within Vikir's consciousness, another image surfaced. He imagined the chains that had once bound him, stretching outward into darkness. On the far end of those chains stood countless demons, their grips tight and unyielding. His eyes hardened with resolve. The revenge he sought had never truly been about Hugo. His true enemies were those creatures lurking beyond the human world. His real battle was only beginning. Later that night, silence covered the land like a heavy veil. Moonlight spilled over the towering clock structure, casting long shadows across the ground. Without warning, the stillness shattered as a grotesque figure burst through the upper structure, stone fragments raining down behind it. The creature landed with a thunderous impact, its monstrous eyes scanning the surroundings. It demanded to know who had dared challenge it and how its secret pact with demons had been uncovered. Rage quickly overtook confusion, and it lunged forward, hurling curses toward Vikir. Vikir did not even flinch. With a calm motion, he summoned Beelzebub. His voice carried a quiet confidence as he posed a rhetorical question, almost amused. "Who am I?" The answer came through action rather than words. His blade moved faster than the eye could follow. Thin crimson lines appeared across the monster's body before it even realized it had been struck. Vikir then propelled himself upward, his body cutting through the air, and drove a crushing kick into the creature's chest. The impact slammed it into the ground with devastating force, cracking the earth beneath it. Moments later, the battlefield fell silent again. The monster lay motionless, its life extinguished. Without sparing it another glance, Vikir turned away. Moonlight outlined his figure as he walked into the darkness, his presence both ominous and resolute. As he disappeared into the night, his voice lingered behind like a whispered declaration. He was the Night Hound. The hunter of demons. The one who would bring vengeance to their kind. And with this, Season 1 ends here. We will continue Season 2 soon. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.